Lord of the Mysteries chapter 1333 to chapter 1390. Bang, the Red Gloves Captain Eric, who was on high alert, trembled inexplicably as he saw the wandering magicians, who claimed to be Merlin Hermes, explode behind the astronomical telescope. However, there was no splattering of flesh and blood. The shattered limbs quickly disappeared into the air like soap bubbles. Eric and the team members who heard the commotion fell into a daze. They didn't understand why such a sudden change had happened. A second later, Eric said in a deep voice, "Retreat." He wanted to lead the team out of the apartment before the danger truly dispersed. At this moment, another figure walked in through the open door of Unit 403. It was Merlin Hermes, who had just exploded. This wandering magician was wearing a tall top hat and a black robe. As though nothing had happened, he said to Eric and his team members, "The root of the problem is indeed that astronomical telescope." As he spoke, Klein walked to the balcony and patted the astronomical telescope with his right hand. With another bang, the astronomical telescope suddenly shattered into metallic points of light, emitting a foul-smelling greenish-black gas. After the grayish-white gas appeared and disappeared, the stench disappeared, and the greenish-black gas dissipated. The interior of the room was completely restored to normal. What's going on? Eric forced himself to forget about the other party's death and appearance as he deliberated before asking. As an experienced Red Gloves captain, he had some guesses about the truth of the entire matter. The purpose of his question was mainly to seek confirmation. As a rather experienced Red Gloves captain, he had some guesses about the truth of the entire matter. The purpose of his question was mainly to seek confirmation. Klein smiled. "If you want to know more details, you can only search for clues yourself." "I'm not too sure either." Eric nodded slightly and cast his gaze at his team members, indicating for them to continue their investigation. After some work, Eric said to Merlin Hermes, "If you want to know more details, you can only search for clues yourself." "I'm not too sure either." Eric nodded slightly and cast his gaze at his team members, indicating for them to continue their investigation. After some work, Eric said to Merlin Hermes, "There aren't many clues left in the room. First, John is a local resident. He served in the war and seems to have some mental problems because of this. Second, he has been an astronomy enthusiast for a long time. After the war, he joined an academic organization called the Celestial Body Institute, but we have not collected any information about this organization. Third, John seems to be looking for a way to see the real sky." When he mentioned the word cosmos, Eric paused for a moment, as though he had received a warning from the upper echelons of the Church of Evernight. "After the war ended, I joined an organization called the Celestial Body Research Society. Searching for a way to see the real cosmos." Combining the experience from before, Klein had a certain level of confidence in the matter. "All of you should know that the starry sky represents danger. In fact, you shouldn't even try to understand it. We will report this case to the Archbishop as soon as possible and label the Celestial Body Institute as a dangerous organization," Eric said as though he was communicating with a superior who wasn't directly in charge of the Nighthawks. Klein did not respond. As he walked to the door, he sighed. The war has indeed had an irreversible impact on all aspects. After the god of combat perished, the primordial barrier, which was already on the verge of collapse, lost a portion of its support. As for the Evernight goddess, she had yet to fully grasp the corresponding uniqueness. As for becoming a great old one, it was unknown how long she would have to wait. Under such circumstances, the outer deity's corruption of this world naturally deepened. This was combined with the war trauma of a large number of ordinary people. Klein suspected that during the period of post-war reconstruction, many cults that pointed to the starry sky and different outer deities had quietly appeared in various parts of Rouen. If they were allowed to develop their believers and make all sorts of risky attempts, the apocalypse would definitely be brought forward. As he sighed, he walked out of room 403. His figure quickly blurred and turned transparent until he disappeared. In a hotel near Prius Street, Klein, who had already checked in, picked up the coffee in front of him and took a sip. Taking advantage of the fact that it was still early, he went out again and took a carriage to the outskirts of Constant City's Riverbank district. There was a cemetery here with stone monuments that stood tall like a low forest. Klein walked through the cemetery and relied on his spirituality to guide him to find a tombstone. The owner of the tombstone was called Welch McGovern. This was Klein's original university classmate. Because he had bought the Antigonus family's notebook, he had mysteriously died in Tianjin. This had indirectly led to Zhou Mingrui's transmigration. Welch McGovern's father was a banker in Constant City. He had spent money to bring his son's corpse back to his hometown and buried it in this cemetery. Klein stared at the photo on the tombstone for a few seconds before bending down and placing the white bouquet in front of Welch's grave. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. 20 to 30 seconds later, an old man with a black cane walked over from another direction. Klein recognized him and knew that he was Welch's father, the mid-seashore banker who had once treated him and his classmates to a sumptuous meal. However, compared to a few years ago, this gentleman had aged a lot. He was originally a spirited middle-aged gentleman, but now, his hair was mostly white. There were many wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, mouth, and forehead. "Who are you?" Welch's father looked at the stranger in front of the grave and asked in puzzlement and wariness. Klein sighed and said, "Uncle, I'm Welch's friend." "Uncle, I'm Welch's friend. I happened to pass by Constant City recently." Welch's father nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "He's a person who likes to make friends." He was a man who liked to make friends. I only knew some of them. He was actually explaining why he hadn't invited this guest to the funeral back then. He was very apologetic about it. Klein didn't say anything else as he looked around. He looked around and said, "Is there anything you need help with, or should I say, do you have any wishes you wish to fulfill? I hope I can provide you with some strength." Welch's father looked around and smiled bitterly. "Can you make all the dead stand up again?" "It's not impossible, but it's not the same as what you want to stand up again." Klein sighed and shook his head. "Then can you restore Constant to his original appearance?" Welch's father asked with a wry smile. Without waiting for Klein to respond, he sighed and continued. "There's no need to provide help. If I can do it, I can do it myself. If I can't, I can only pray to God." As he spoke, the banker walked past Klein to his son's tombstone and bent down to put down the white bouquet in his hand. Klein looked at his back and muttered to himself, "That's right. I'll try my best." With that, he turned around and left the cemetery. Constant, a bar decorated in the style of the last century. A man wrapped in a thick jacket held a beer and walked to the wooden board next to the bar. He was trying to find a part-time job on the pieces of paper pasted on it. Suddenly, he saw a strange commission. "I'm a reporter. I want to gather all kinds of stories about what happened in the war from different people. It's best if they've experienced it themselves. The reward I can provide is to satisfy your wish to repair and rebuild your house for free. I have enough resources in this area." Merlin Hermes. The man subconsciously frowned. He felt that this commission was too strange, like the product of a prank. "Can you read the words on it?" A thin man sitting beside the wooden board seized the opportunity to ask. Among the customers in this bar, only a handful were literate. Even if they wanted to find a job or accept the corresponding commission, most people couldn't understand what was written on the paper pasted on the wooden board, and the bartender could only remember the few who were paid the most. Due to this situation, the thin man relied on the fact that he had attended a free school and mastered the common Ruan vocabulary. He provided the corresponding interpretation for others at the price of 1/4 of a penny each time. This was how he made a living. The man shook his head, indicating that he could read Loanese. He pointed at Merlin Hermes's entrustment and said, "That's right." He pointed at Merlin Hermes's commission and asked, "Is this true?" "Yes, that reporter is sitting in that corner. He's wearing a very tall hat." The thin man enthusiastically pointed in the direction. The reporter had promised to give him 1/4 of a penny for every person he introduced. The man holding the beer fell silent. He hesitated for a full 10 seconds before walking to the corner and finding the reporter named Merlin Hermes. "Will you really help me rebuild my house?" he asked, a little perturbed and worried. Klein pointed at the documents on the small round table. "We can sign a contract." "There's no need. Even if you just provide me with some materials, I'll be very satisfied." The man sat opposite Klein and said rather cautiously, "I don't have a vivid story. As long as it's realistic enough." Klein nodded slightly in encouragement. The man shifted his gaze down and stared at the table. I'm a native of Constant. I once had a decent job and bought a terraced house on Tide Street. Later, war broke out, and my house was reduced to ruins in a bombing. My eldest son, the child who had just entered elementary school, was buried inside. We had no choice but to rent a 2-bedroom room until the Phasacians occupied Constant. They dragged my wife away, and she never returned. Some time ago, someone informed me to identify the corpse. I couldn't recognize her. She had rotted beyond recognition. However, the pockets of her clothes still contained our water bill. When she was renting the house, she always missed our home. It's the same for my youngest daughter. I don't have much money now, and I can barely make ends meet. However, I hope to rebuild that house bit by bit. To be frank, I really don't like telling others about my misfortune. I'd rather remain silent, but if I can really obtain help in rebuilding, then I can. Klein held a pen and paper and pretended to take notes. He nodded slightly and said, "Your wish will come true. Your wish will come true. Wait for me in front of the ruins of the house on Tide Street tomorrow." At the same time, he pushed a one-solly note over. "Here's the money for your drink." The man's eyes flickered, as though he wanted to refuse, but in the end, he picked up the note. The next day, after sending his youngest daughter to the church school, he followed the familiar path and walked back to the familiar Tide Street. Then, he saw the familiar house. Its chimney, its windows, its door, and the weeds on its walls hadn't changed at all. It was so familiar, as though a beautiful mistress would open the door in the next second and lead the 2 children out to welcome their father. The man was stunned, unable to believe that this was real. But even if it was an illusion, he was willing to sink into it. A few days later, Klein, who had completed one similar wish after another, pushed open the hotel's window. In the mist of dawn, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In a rather elevated city district in Constant, Welch's father habitually woke up early because he dreamed of his dead son and family. He walked to the balcony and prepared to breathe in the morning air. Under the light of dawn, he suddenly saw a forest of chimneys and blast furnaces, as well as tall buildings. The former Constant city appeared before his eyes in its entirety, bathed in the orange-red light of dawn. While the residents of Constant were shocked by the miracle in front of them, Klein had already carried his suitcase and left the city with the roads. After causing such a huge commotion, he was worried that Zeradol would lock onto his location, so he didn't dare stay any longer. With his current level and strength, he wasn't too afraid of clashing head-on with Zeradol, but he didn't wish to be ambushed. To a beyonder of the seer pathway, being prepared and not being prepared were completely different. Once Klein exposed his location and didn't leave in time, he would be facing a prepared Zeradol. The outcome could be imagined. Even if he had become the owner of Sapphira Castle and had a chance to revive, there was still a considerable risk of him completely perishing. Furthermore, he didn't know what state Amon was in. Was he still being chased by the true creator? Was it possible for him to suddenly appear beside him and steal everything? With this thought in mind, Klein embarked on his journey once again. In the basement of a house in Southville County. The few Sequence 7 Beyonders of the House of Abraham had gathered here according to the agreement. That's how it is. Dorian Gray described what her student, Furs, had told Mr. Dorr. Years of exile and seal have made the ancestor crazy. He can only occasionally regain his lucidity. Even if he speaks directly to him, he will have to suffer the malice that corrupts his mind. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses who looked like a university professor sighed. So that's how it is. His expression revealed a hint of relief, as though he could finally admit that the family's curse came from the ancestors' cry for help. After a second, the man said with a firm expression, "We have to think of a way to help the ancestor escape. We have to think of a way to help the primogenitor escape. Only then can the curse on us be completely removed." Verdu, are you crazy? Letting a crazy king of angels return will destroy the entire family. Dorian couldn't help but reprimand him. The man named Verdu looked at the rest of the family members and said with a sunken expression, "Therefore, we have to quickly let the ancestor return to the real world while he still has a portion of his consciousness. Once he escapes the state of being exiled and sealed, he will definitely gradually regain his rationality with enough anchors. Dorian, you've fallen. You no longer want to restore the glory of the family and return us to the top of the northern and southern continents. You only want to live a stable but mediocre life. Besides, can you be sure that Mr. Fool will always provide protection? Perhaps one day, he will be like the 7 gods and no longer respond to most prayers. Dorian was silent for a few seconds. But the risk in this aspect is definitely lower than helping the ancestor escape. Ever since I believed in Mr. Fool and prayed to him devoutly, I haven't been affected by the full moon's ravings for many months. If not for the fact that I'm no longer young, I'm confident that I can consume the potion and become a sequence 6 scribe. Even so, if I'm given more time, I still have a high chance of advancing. Even people like me who are older than a certain age can do it. Our next generation, and the generation after that, will definitely be able to break away from their original limitations and have the chance to push open the door to becoming a demigod. Upon hearing Dorian's words, the 2 men and 2 women nodded gently in agreement. They had already gotten a number of their descendants to convert to Mr. Fool, and after a few months of observation, they confirmed that it was effective. They planned on praying to Mr. Fool themselves. Seeing that Verdu's expression wasn't too good, Dorian softened her tone. More importantly, we don't have the strength to complete the ritual at all. No matter which pathway a demigod is, they aren't easy to deal with. Among them, the demigods corresponding to the seer and marauder are known for being cunning, bizarre, and dangerous. Even if we're willing to sacrifice ourselves and use a grade 0 sealed artifact, it'll be very difficult to capture them. Verdu nudged his gold-rimmed glasses and slowly exhaled. I won't stop you from converting to the Fool. If you can get that existence to help the ancestor escape, that would be the best development. But before that, I'll do my best to prepare the ritual. Dorian, you have to remember that the bloodline and glory of the House of Abraham comes from the ancestor. Without him, there wouldn't be us. If this matter requires a sacrifice, I'll be the one to do it. With that said, he stood up, put on his top hat, and walked to the exit of the basement. Dorian watched him leave and sighed after a long while. Verdu has been studying all kinds of mysticism information, hoping to find a way to completely resolve the family's curse. I believe that such persistence has already fused into his bloodline. The other members of the House of Abraham nodded one after another. After he confirms that he can't complete the ritual, he will likely give up. They also secretly hoped that Verdu could succeed, but they felt that it was almost impossible. On Blue Mountain Island, where the City of Generosity was located in Byam, a private harbor that originally belonged to the Resistance. A group of workers who had just finished setting up the gas pipes were about to find a place to rest and wait for the carriage sent by the Church of the Sea God to take them back to Byam when they saw the half-giants who were said to have come from the northern islands of Fasak carrying heavy grayish-white stones as they walked over. These workers had participated in the construction of the harbor, the cathedral, and the art gallery, so they knew how heavy the grayish-white stones were. They remembered that with the help of logs, horses, and machinery, it was very difficult for people to move similar stones, but the half-giants here were as easy as carrying toys. This kind of power was simply exaggerated to the extreme. When Derek saw that the outer walls and some of the buildings had already been built under the efforts of the City of Silver's team of explorers, he nodded and said to Candace and Laeval, "It's time to return to the City of Silver and tell the chief about the situation here." None of the members of the City of Silver's explorers objected. They excitedly agreed with Elder Derek's decision. Although they hadn't been here for long, they had already deeply fallen in love with their new hometown. They fell in love with the warmth of the sun and the tranquility of the crimson moon's night. They couldn't wait to let their family and friends experience and enjoy it as well. Seeing this, Derek subconsciously straightened his back a little. He controlled himself and didn't let a smile surface as he calmly said to Candace, "Return to the City of Silver with me and inform the chief and the other elders of the 6-member council of the situation here." "Yes, Genord, you too. Laeval, you're in charge of maintaining order here." He was worried that he wouldn't be able to gain the trust of the current chief, Waite Chermont, and the others, so he pulled in 2 more companions. After handing over the corresponding matters, Derek led Candace and Genord to a secluded spot in the new City of Silver. He lowered his head, clasped his hands, and prayed to Mr. Fool, making a wish to immediately return to the City of Silver. Silently, the scene around them first became blurry and stretched. Then, it stabilized and quickly became clear. In front of them, a city wall with hair-like weeds fluttering in the wind appeared. In just a few seconds, Derek and his two subordinates returned to the entrance of the City of Silver. This is a miracle. Candace rubbed her eyes with the hand that wasn't holding a weapon as she praised from the bottom of her heart. She had imagined many ways to return to the City of Silver, but she had never thought that she would return directly. To her, this was a miracle bestowed by a deity. Xianxia shook the glass lantern in his hand and muttered thoughtlessly, "That's right. This is much brighter than an animal hide lantern." Before he could finish his sentence, he came to a realization and revealed a pure smile that didn't contain a hint of gloom. This time, they would be the Dawn envoys who would lead the residents of the City of Silver out of the forsaken land of the gods. Derek heaved a sigh of relief and maintained his solemn expression. "Let's immediately find the chief and arrange for everyone to make preparations for the relocation." He had heard from Mr. the Hanging Man that he was just short of success. He didn't wish for the City of Silver to have a similar outcome. Therefore, he had to hurry up with the various matters that followed. When they passed through the door, the residents of the City of Silver who were in charge of guarding looked curiously at the three pathfinders. They saw hope in their rosy, glowing faces. "Lievel and the others haven't returned," someone asked worriedly, afraid that the other members of the Pathfinder team had already been sacrificed. Derek simply replied, "They're staying outside and building a temporary camp." "They're staying outside and building a temporary camp." The guards didn't ask further, afraid that they would waste time. They watched Derek and the others head for the Twin Towers. Not long after, Derek, Candace, and Xianxia met Chief Waite Chermont and the other members of the six-member council. They described the key points of what their team had seen and heard in the outside world. At the end of the report, they even took out pocket watches, music boxes, and other exquisite mechanical creations as proof. Apart from Waite Chermont, who was more than 2.5 meters tall and had a dark blue symbol tattooed on his head, the other members of the six-member council looked at each other and sighed. "Your experience is like a beautiful dream." "No, I can't even dream of such a scene." With that said, his expression turned solemn. "Has the dungeon that stores the sealed artifacts been built?" "This is the first building we completed." Derek gave a very certain answer. Waite nodded slightly and immediately issued an order. "Get everyone to gather at the training ground with the necessary items. In order to prevent any accidents, we will directly pray to Mr. Fool and ask him to transfer us over." At this point, Waite thought for a moment. "Mr. Fool previously sent down an oracle to get us to wait another 3 hours for the ancient survivors from Moon City to rendezvous. However, this doesn't stop us from making preparations ahead of time. Also, tell everyone that the living environment in Moon City is very difficult. Many people have already shown signs of abnormalities. We have to look at them normally." Although the City of Silver had black-faced grass as their staple food, they would still eat the flesh and blood of monsters from time to time to replenish their strength. This caused deformed children to occasionally be born among them. Therefore, everyone was no stranger to this phenomenon. "All right." The other members of the six-member council didn't hesitate to respond. They couldn't help but reveal excited expressions on their faces. This time, they were no longer just seeing the dawn. They were welcoming the day. The forsaken land of the gods, Moon City. When Adal, Xian, and Russ heard the high priest's voice that resounded throughout the city, they became abnormally excited. They stood up almost at the same time and carried the beast hide bags they had prepared on their backs. Inside were the mushroom powder, dried mushrooms, and pieces of monster leather, as well as a number of beyonder characteristics of different states. To them, although they were very excited and filled with anticipation for the future, the suffering they had suffered in the past made them not dare to be careless. They brought as much food as they could. Before the lightning alternated several times, the priests of Moon City had received a divine revelation from Mr. Fool. They stopped sending out hunting teams and instructed every resident to pack their important items and be prepared to leave at any time. In less than a minute, Adal and company walked out of their houses with lanterns in hand and onto the streets. As their gazes met, their wart-covered or deformed faces brimmed with undisguised joy. They didn't have any negative emotions about abandoning Moon City and leaving their hometowns. This was the source of their nightmares. Countless generations of people had lost their happiness in their childhood. After gathering at the square with the platform, they suppressed their excitement and lined up according to their residences in an orderly manner. They then checked if their neighbors had arrived. Before long, all the residents of Moon City were present. High Priest Nim walked up the platform and couldn't hide his smile. "Everyone, I've received a revelation. Mr. Fool is about to help us leave this cursed land and obtain a new life. Praise Mr. Fool." He took the lead to press his right palm on his left chest. This was a gesture they had invented to praise Mr. Fool, and Mr. Fool didn't deny it. Praise Mr. Fool. The residents of Moon City pressed their right palms on their left chests and loudly expressed their gratitude and piety. As their voices echoed, the gray-haired and wrinkled Nim raised his hand and pressed it down. "We will first head to the City of Silver and rendezvous with the survivors there. We will head to the world of light outside. Don't worry. Mr. Fool will protect us. Alright, close your eyes and begin praying." With that said, the high priest clasped his hands and pressed them to his lips. He piously prayed to Mr. Fool, hoping that the great existence could satisfy the greatest wish that Moon City had accumulated over the past 2,000 to 3,000 years. In the next second, this demigod of the Evernight pathway acutely sensed the changes in his surroundings. He opened his eyes and observed his surroundings. He discovered that the stone pillars were turning clear. Lanterns were hanging from them, and tall figures were quickly outlining themselves. "This is the City of Silver? We've already arrived at the City of Silver. This is the power of a deity. Praise Mr. Fool." Adele, Xian, and company followed closely to observe their surroundings. They subconsciously had a good impression of the City of Silver. This was because God's missionary, the revered His Excellency Gehrman Sparrow, had once mentioned that the first place he arrived at after entering this cursed and forsaken land was the City of Silver. This was the beginning of the spread of the light of God in the eternal darkness, the beginning of all hope. The figures quickly appeared. Most of them were more than 2 meters tall. Their facial features and bodies were normal without any deformities. They were sizing up the residents of Moon City with curious and wary gazes. Their oppressive height and enviable normalcy made Xian, Russ, and company nervous. They felt inferior and uneasy. However, as they swept their gazes, they saw many residents of the City of Silver nibbling on the yellowed mushrooms. From time to time, they would suck the steaming liquid from the white and plump mushrooms. This familiar scene made the people of Moon City gradually relax, treating the half-giants as their own kind. Chief of the 6-member council, Wait Chermont, nodded at Moon City's leader, the high priest named Nim. "Are you ready?" His gaze was calm and natural. He didn't look down on most people in Moon City because of their terrifying looks. Nim was worried that an accident would happen. He immediately replied, "We're ready." Wait Chermont then cast his gaze at the residents of the City of Silver. "Finish your meals in 3 minutes and begin praying." In less than a minute, the residents of the City of Silver finished their milk. They put away the remaining food in their hands and piously prayed to Mr. Fool. The ancient survivors of Moon City had magically descended in front of them, giving them more confidence in leaving the forsaken land of the gods. They truly believed in Mr. Fool. A few seconds later, everyone in the City of Silver's training ground vanished. The city fell completely silent. It wouldn't be long before polluted weeds grew, and monsters wandered the streets and houses. In the blink of an eye, the residents of the City of Silver and Moon City arrived in front of the giant king's palace, which was covered in the frozen glow of dusk. This was deliberately done by Klein. He wanted to give these ancient survivors of the forsaken land of the gods a ritual to bid farewell to the past. While the people of Moon City were shocked by the grandeur, poetic, and mythical feeling of the giant king's court, most of the residents of the City of Silver subconsciously turned their heads and looked down into the distance. Beyond the orange-red dusk was the land that was completely drowned in darkness. Occasionally, lightning streaked across the sky, revealing the silhouettes of ancient buildings, towering mountains, and mutated plants. When the lightning struck down, darkness surged over once again, devouring everything once again. Then, the people of the City of Silver and Moon City turned their heads and cast their gazes deep into the giant king's palace. There was an open door, and outside the door was a blazing golden ocean. The people who were blinded by the sunlight immediately felt their surroundings turn blurry as the scene rapidly shattered. The fragments rapidly reformed, turning into a dark blue ocean, the smell of fish, the sound of hammering, and the orange-red sun that had yet to reach the horizon. The residents of Moon City and the City of Silver looked around in shock and anticipation. They saw the lush forest that wasn't distorted at all. They saw the stone buildings that hadn't been renovated in any way. They saw Lievel and the others, as well as the road leading to the harbor and the ships docked there. Many people's vision turned blurry, as if they were being baptized by holy light. They could clearly sense that there was no depraved, filthy, and mysterious power here. Most of the residents of the City of Silver and Moon City lowered their heads or knelt on the ground. They praised Mr. Fool loudly and excitedly kissed the fragrant soil. It wasn't that the others weren't grateful to Mr. Fool, but that they were still immersed in the changes in the scene. Their bodies and minds were shocked. When they recovered, Lievel went up to greet them. He could only see his wife and daughter. When he got closer, he couldn't help but open his mouth in excitement and joy. He wanted to tell his wife and son everything he had seen and heard during this period of time, but he found that there were too many things he wanted to share. Like countless surging rivers, they all rushed to his throat and were blocked there. After a few seconds, Lievel spat out a sentence. We have a new home." Before he could finish his sentence, the 2.5-meter-tall half-giant hurriedly reached into his pocket and stretched his hand out to his wife and daughter. "This is the milk candy that Sir Oracle gave us. They all said that it's delicious." Lievel smiled. Lying quietly in his palm were two thumb-sized objects wrapped in thin paper. Their surfaces were wrinkled and stained with sweat. Milk candy. Lievel's wife didn't quite understand this word. It was a new word formed from milk and honey in Jotun. Their daughter was infected by her father's emotions. She boldly took the milk candy and was about to stuff it into her mouth. No, I have to peel off the outer layer." Lievel hurriedly took back the two milk candies, peeled off the wrapping paper, and handed them to his wife and daughter's mouths. His daughter bit down and exerted force with her teeth, producing a cracking sound. Her eyes narrowed a little, and her expression gradually became a little intoxicated. During this process, she couldn't even bear to speak. Upon seeing her daughter's expression, Lievel's wife also ate the milk candy. She felt that it was a very precious item, so she didn't bite it to pieces. Instead, she used her mouth to contain it and let it melt bit by bit. The indescribable milky fragrance and sweetness slowly spread out, causing Lievel's wife to gradually become intoxicated. Upon seeing this, Lievel's smile became even more obvious as he said the words that had been stuck in his throat. "Sir Oracle said that we can go to Byam City to find work, accept commissions, and earn gold pounds. That way, we can buy more milk candy. We can also sell the unwanted Beyonder characteristics and monster leather to the Church of the Sea God. Sea God is Mr. Fool's subsidiary god. It's going to be dark soon. I'll take you to the beach to watch the sunset. It's really beautiful. I go there every day. I've been waiting for you to come so that I can take you there as well. It's finally resolved. The anchor has stabilized quite a bit. Furthermore, fulfilling the wishes of the people of the City of Silver and Moon City has allowed my miracle invoker potion to digest quite a bit, but it's not as much as the reappearance of Constant City. Indeed, being the god of wishes isn't the most correct acting." Above the gray fog, Klein slowly exhaled and threw the staff of the stars back into the junk pile. Following that, he would continue wandering and create miracles. From time to time, he would head to the forsaken land of the gods and transform some monsters into marionettes in preparation for the subsequent rituals. As for the next stage of acting as a miracle invoker, Klein planned on accumulating wishes to modify his looks and figure until he could resolve the problem of the deformities in Moon City and create another miracle. This isn't too difficult. Many ladies have the wish of removing acne, cutting off their double eyelids, and making their noses sharper. As for me, I have a certain method to fulfill it. This way, from low to high, from simple to difficult, I'll be able to save the deformities in Moon City sooner or later. In the outside world, they will feel even more inferior." Klein muttered inwardly before he suddenly gave a self-deprecating laugh. "That way, I can call myself the ruler of the beauty industry, the guardian of designers and construction workers, and the miracle creator of long-distance travel. after entering the waters without a safe sea route, Queen Mystic Bernadette seemed to lose her sense of time. If it wasn't for the accurate wall clock hanging in her captain's cabin, she definitely would have forgotten how many days she had been in this dangerous zone. The strong winds and torrential rain made the ship fly high and move horizontally from time to time, as though it was announcing the arrival of the apocalypse. Bernadette watched calmly and waited patiently. She didn't interfere with the Dawn's situation too much. After an unknown period of time, the storm finally subsided. At that moment, a black outline appeared in the distance. Bernadette stared at the silhouettes for a long time until they gradually became clearer as the dawn approached, outlining a sizable island. On the island, huge dark green trees that were nearly black stood tall, covering the ground and the mountain. Although Bernadette wasn't certain that this was the primitive island that her father had once visited, her intuition as a clairvoyant told her that this was very likely the place she was searching for. As the coastline entered her eyes, she pursed her lips, lowered her head, and chanted an honorific name: the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Right on the heels of that, Queen Mystic Bernadette raised her hand and made the cruelest dawn stop offshore, not approaching the shore. At the same time, the sounds of a piano, violin, cello, flute, and other musical instruments sounded in the empty cabin, interweaving into a warm and cheerful tune. As the music reverberated, the toast, steak, mashed potatoes, and fried mushrooms on the plate jumped up one after another, dancing back into the oven or into the trash can. The red wine bottle, white tablecloth, and other items also returned to their original positions. They either plugged themselves in or kept folding themselves neatly. Then, Bernadette gently threw out a bright ball of yarn that didn't seem real enough with her right hand. This ball of yarn rolled into the void, leaving behind a thread. Bernadette followed it as she strolled through the spirit world and arrived at the edge of the nameless island. This Queen Mystic wasn't in a hurry to venture deeper to search for the Black Emperor's mausoleum that might exist. She cautiously made her ocean blue eyes turn deep, temporarily losing focus as though she was prying into the river of fate. A few seconds later, Bernadette's eyes returned to normal as she subconsciously looked up into the sky. She felt that she was being watched by a certain existence. Of course, this was within her expectations because she had taken the initiative to chant Mr. Fool's honorific name. Above the gray fog, in the ancient palace, Klein accommodated the Fool card, draped the curtain, and held the staff of the stars. He was examining the situation on the island through Queen Mystic's prayer light. In his true vision, the island was enveloped in a layer of faint, distorted darkness, preventing him from seeing the situation inside. He could only obtain Bernadette's perspective. Even if it's not the primitive island discovered by Roselle the Great, this place isn't simple either. Klein nodded indiscernibly as he waited for Queen Mystic to do more exploring. Bernadette didn't use the ball of thread again, because she had a premonition that it would lead her into an abyss of danger that she couldn't resist. She took out an illusory hat and put it on her head. Her figure, who was dressed as a captain, disappeared, concealing all traces. It was also one of the fairy tale spells from Mysterious Reenactment. The core of the spell was a hat that could make one invisible. Then, Bernadette followed a path created by humans and entered the forest formed by huge trees. There was no chirping of birds, no roars of wild beasts, and no movement of insects. It was so quiet that it seemed like time had frozen. It was so quiet that it seemed like there were no living creatures. According to Bernadette's understanding, there should be quite a number of beyonder creatures that were extinct in the outside world. Normally, it would be rather lively. But now, she felt like she was walking through an uninhabited cemetery. Every huge tree was a tombstone. If it were those beyonders with weaker minds, they would have already tensed up and shouldered the heavy pressure, slowly approaching the edge of losing control. However, Bernadette's expression didn't change at all. It was as though she was already used to proceeding through danger and oddities. After walking for nearly 30 minutes, she still didn't see any living creatures. She didn't even feel the existence of the wind. Suddenly, the area in front of her opened up because the huge trees in front of her had become sparse. Bernadette didn't feel any joy. Instead, she slowed down, raised her hand, and pressed it against her glabella. Immediately, a pair of eyelashless, abnormally cold, and almost transparent eyes appeared in front of her. Then, this pair of eyes of mystery prying was grabbed by invisible hands and placed on an invisible person's face. This was Bernadette's invisible servant. With the eyes of mystery prying, the invisible servant quickly passed through the remaining paths and arrived at an open forest. During this process, its vision gradually became clear, as though it was no longer affected by the faint blackness in the air. Finally, the invisible servant arrived at the edge of the open area and transmitted the situation to Bernadette's vision through the eyes of mystery prying. Outside the sparse forest was a large empty space. There were countless creatures crawling there. Among them were red dragons with flames flowing through their skin, treants with lumps as their eyes and cracks as their mouths, demonic wolves with 8 legs, giants with 4 abnormally long limbs, feathered snakes with dark green scales and oily feathers. Just by coiling there, they looked like small hills. There were all kinds of creatures that were a mix of humans and beasts. At that moment, they were all facing the same direction. Their upper bodies or heads were prostrated, as though they were worshipping an unknown existence. None of them made a sound. There were even a few humans among them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When Bernadette silently counted the number of humanoid creatures, her blue pupils suddenly dilated a little. She had learned from Admiral of Stars Catlia that the primitive island her father had discovered once had some kind of strange pollution. It allowed the creatures that died from it to return to the source, regardless of where their corpses were. Back then, among the knights who followed Roselle the Great, Grimm was the first to die, followed by William and Pourlay. However, apart from the 3 of them, no one else had been sacrificed in the corresponding incident. And at that moment, there were a total of 5 people among the Beyonder or mutated creatures. In addition, Bernadette also knew that her father had finally resolved the problem of the pollution, making this primitive island his secret base. Could it be that it wasn't that island? Through the eyes of mystery prying, Queen Mystic examined the 5 humans one by one. They were dressed in luxurious clothes from Roselle's era. Their side profiles were pale, and their skin was shriveled. They looked more like zombies than humans. As the 5 of them were prostrating on the ground, Bernadette couldn't see their faces for the time being. All she could do was patiently wait for the prayer to end. A few minutes later, the creatures straightened their bodies at the same time, and the entire primitive forest came alive. Seizing this opportunity, Bernadette saw the faces of the 5 people and compared them with her memories and the portraits she had. Grim, he's really grim. This is that primitive island, this is Uncle William. I remember him. He once taught me swordsmanship, Uncle Pourlay. When she recognized the 4th person, Bernadette's face, which rarely showed any emotions, revealed an unconcealable look of shock. That person was Edwards. In Bernadette's memories, this knight had lived until her father perished. Then, he moved his family to Lemberg and didn't die on this primitive island. And according to the information she obtained from Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina, Edwards had lived to nearly 100 years old. He had passed away very peacefully and was buried in a cemetery in the suburbs of Lemberg. Uncle Edwards has also returned to this island. Didn't he not suffer from corruption and didn't die as a result? Thoughts flashed through Bernadette's mind. As a result, the eyes of mystery prying that were placed on the invisible servant's face kept staring at the human suspected to be Edwards. The gentleman looked old, and his hair was completely white. He was identical to the portrait of her ancestor in his later years that Edwina Edwards had shown her. And from his facial features and outline, Bernadette could tell that he was in his prime. Back then, Edwards was her equestrian teacher. Suddenly, the human suspected to be Edwards turned his head and looked at the invisible servant with cold, wooden eyes. Although Bernadette had inherited quite a bit of Roselle the Great's inheritance, to be able to reach this point in the mysterious world, she definitely didn't rely on items. At that instant, she decisively dispersed the eyes of mystery prying, allowing the invisible servant to return to the spirit world. Right on the heels of that, she secretly changed her location. At the same time, Klein, who was above the gray fog, tapped the edge of the long, mottled table, increasing the chances of Bernadette not being discovered. After the human suspected to be Edwards retracted his stiff gaze and walked to a different spot in the primitive forest with the surrounding creatures, Klein frowned slightly and muttered to himself, "What's going on?" He remembered that the Emperor had resolved the corruption of the cosmos on this primitive island when he was alive, but now, these creatures were still worshipping an unknown existence and holding a mysterious ritual. It was very close to the earliest description in the diary. Did someone from the cosmos invade this place after the emperor perished, or are they actually worshipping a symbol left behind by the emperor? Who are the two extra people? They look like Edwards and Benjamin Abraham from the historical fragment? Due to the faint blackness on the island, Klein temporarily couldn't see what was being worshipped. All he could do was follow Bernadette's eyes to observe his surroundings. After a while, Bernadette, who was proficient in prophecy, finally confirmed that there were no creatures in the open space. She summoned the invisible servant again and gave it the eyes of mystery prying. The invisible servant passed through the sparse and completely empty areas of the forest and carefully arrived at the spot where the creatures were worshipping. There was a huge boulder, and on it was a simple shrine made of dark red wood. The invisible servant circled around and came to the front of the shrine. It discovered that it was empty inside. There were no statues, nor were there any emblems formed from symbols. The creatures on this island seemed to be worshipping something that didn't exist. Through the eyes of mystery prying, Bernadette saw that the interior of the dark red shrine was empty. There was nothing, only the shadowy curtain that usually enveloped reality. She was unable to divine anything from it, so she had no choice but to retract her gaze and follow her intuition. She made the invisible servant walk to the other end of the open area. It was also a primitive forest with towering trees. At the same time, as the invisible servant couldn't go too far away from her, she quietly followed behind while wearing the invisibility hat. She unhurriedly passed through the area where all the creatures on the island were gathered. Here, the sky always seemed a little gloomy, filled with a faint black color. As time passed by quickly, the invisible servant entered the forest where the branches blocked out the sky. His vision suddenly turned dark. Right on the heels of that, the pair of nearly transparent, cold, and undetectable eyes of mystery prying saw through the dark environment. She noticed that there were pale corpses placed between the trees, and there were skulls, rotting corpses, and other things hanging from the branches. Some of them were dragons, some were bird-like creatures, some had 8 legs, and some were strange trees that completely filled the gaps in the forest. At a glance, Bernadette felt as though she had arrived at a cemetery, and a scene naturally surfaced in her mind. Before those Beyonder creatures died, they gave birth to their descendants, passing down their Beyonder characteristics to them. As for themselves, they struggled and came to this area of the primitive forest from all directions, searching for an unoccupied spot. They faced a certain direction and died quietly, gradually rotting and turning into bones. What's the point of this place to them? As a clairvoyant, Bernadette fully believed that the scenes in her mind were real. However, she was puzzled as to what power made the creatures on this primitive island choose this place as their cemetery. Furthermore, the long-dead Grimm, William, Porlet, and company seemed to still be alive in a certain state. It didn't make sense for the Beyonder and mutated creatures who had been staying on this island all this time to suffer even more corruption to completely die. This made Bernadette frown slightly. She drove the invisible servant to continue forward, heading deeper into the creature cemetery. Just like that, the invisible servant advanced for nearly 15 minutes in this forest filled with bones and rotting corpses. Finally, it saw a fourth thing besides the trees, weeds, and corpses. It was a black stone pillar. It was as thick as 5 or 6 people holding hands around it, and it was 30 to 40 meters tall. There were circular traces of weathering on its surface, as if it was wearing one ring after another that did not fit. Bernadette made the eyes of mystery prying stare at the stone pillar for a few seconds, but she didn't discover anything mysterious about it. It was as though it was a symbol that had been casually erected. The invisible servant looked around and discovered that the corpses around the stone pillar hadn't rotted too badly. They were still covered in relatively intact flesh and skin. Beyonder powers that don't exist, strange effects that are different from other places. Unless the newly deceased are passively gathered near the stone pillar, it's impossible for them to have such a unified trend. Bernadette suspected that it wasn't that there was no mystery here, but that it could only appear at a specific moment. She didn't use her prophecy powers to search for the truth, because the essence of a prophecy was to pry into the river of fate. The more serious the problem involved, the higher one's level, the greater the backlash on her. And in this inexplicable situation, Bernadette couldn't help but be cautious. She was afraid that it would be related to an unknown and terrifying existence. In addition, this didn't cause any harm to her, so there was no need for her to take the risk to make a prophecy. After the invisible servant searched for a while and didn't find any clues, it continued forward, attempting to pass through the cemetery and head to another area of the primitive forest. At that moment, Bernadette heard rustling. It was the sound of a breeze passing through the leaves, a tide that stirred up in the void. This was the first time Bernadette felt the wind since she had landed on this strange island. Subconsciously, she made the invisible servant turn its head and look at the black stone pillar. In the eye of mystery prying, the rotten parts of the corpses around the stone pillar fell off piece by piece. New flesh and blood grew out as though they had a mind of their own. Inch by inch, the skin gradually covered this horrifying scene. This change only lasted for less than 10 seconds before it stopped. A small number of corpses no longer showed any signs of decay. They looked like they had just died. In the next second, a mutated curly-haired baboon and an 8-legged demonic wolf staggered to their feet. Their fur was slightly white, and their skin was slightly shriveled. Their eyes were blank and cold. Then, the two creatures that were supposed to be dead found their own directions and left the graveyard from different directions. Bernadette's eyes froze as her brows pricked up slightly. She finally understood why the creatures on this island had struggled to come to this area before they died. Why did they have to die here? Here, the end point of death wasn't connected to eternal slumber, but to a new beginning. Furthermore, this wasn't the kind of resurrection that a spirit guide could summon from zombies and skeletons. It was a new life with a certain level of will and vitality. The underlying rules of the world are distorted and chaotic here. In addition, there seems to be a hint of the mystery of the Black Emperor's resurrection. However, the conditions of the dead who have obtained new life aren't right. They're closer to zombies. There's a huge problem with such a resurrection. Above the gray fog, Klein also saw this scene and had many guesses. Of course, this was all based on the premise that the Emperor had indeed left the last mausoleum here and exerted some sort of influence. On second thought, Klein rejected this idea. This was because before the Emperor became an angel, a similar situation existed on this primitive island. The long-dead Grimm was proof, yes, the exact details back then might not be like this. Perhaps, compared to back then, there's already some distortion and chaos. Klein nodded gently, prepared to protect Bernadette at any time. Bernadette also made a guess. She didn't let the invisible servant stay where it was and wait for the next tide of rebirth. This was because she had prophesied a development. After the invisible servant was affected by the tide of rebirth multiple times, it had strangely developed a certain will and came to life. In addition, it wasn't that the invisible servant hadn't done any investigations before, but it had failed to discover anything special about the black stone pillar. Bernadette didn't believe that it would gain any additional benefits if it continued to stay. Under such circumstances, compared to the possibility of alarming an unknown existence for in-depth research, it was better to grasp the general situation of this primitive island as much as possible and build a comprehensive understanding. Many a time, the answer to a problem that couldn't be figured out in the earlier stages might lie in the later stages. This was the experience that Bernadette had accumulated over the years. As the invisible servant advanced, the corpses on the giant trees and branches gradually decreased in number. During this process, Bernadette discovered another phenomenon. In the tide of rebirth, it wasn't certain that there would be corpses that would be resurrected. However, once there was a resurrection, there would be an empty area. In the next 5 minutes, the other corpses would stiffly move towards the central area like metal being attracted by a magnet. They would fill the corresponding spots one after another, as though they were queuing up for a blessing. The law of beyonder characteristics convergence? No, it doesn't seem like it. The dead here have already passed down their characteristics. As Bernadette's thoughts wandered, she suddenly thought of a question. It's impossible for the dead to regrow their beyonder characteristics after receiving new life. Then, do they still have the abilities they had when they were alive? When I have a more complete grasp of the island's situation, I can find a resurrected one to test it out. Bernadette quickly made a decision and followed the path that the invisible servant had explored as she proceeded forward. She didn't use any beyonder powers other than the invisibility hat. She wanted to not disturb the environment or miss out on any details. Therefore, she didn't walk very fast. It took her about 15 minutes to leave the cemetery. At this moment, the invisible servant had already entered the forest ahead. He heard the occasional bird chirps and beast roars, and he sensed the vibrant vitality that was different from the other areas. Above the gray fog, Klein sighed. Thankfully, I'm now the owner of Sapphira Castle. With the status of a king of angels here, I can observe reality for as long as I want. I don't have to worry about exhausting my spirituality. Yes, the only thing I need to pay attention to is the body hidden in the ancient city from before the first epoch. After proceeding for a few more minutes, the invisible servant suddenly saw something that didn't match the primitive island's environment. It was a wooden hut that looked like the wooden hut of a forest ranger. The wooden hut was brownish-green in color, and it wasn't more than 2.5 meters tall. It looked like it was prepared for humans, but every detail exuded roughness and simplicity. At that moment, the wooden hut's door was open, allowing Bernadette to see a portion of the situation inside through the eyes of mystery prying. A log-colored table, a fur-covered bed, and a low-back-round chair formed a scene of humans living here. Who lives here? With a thought, the invisible servant quickly approached the wooden hut in search of possible clues. It then discovered that the wooden hut was cold. Apart from the furniture, there was nothing else. It was as though no one had lived here for a long time. Just as Bernadette used the eyes of mystery prying to carefully inspect every detail in the wooden hut, she suddenly had a premonition. She hurriedly made the invisible servant turn around. At some point in time, there was an additional person behind the invisible servant. He wore luxurious clothes from the Roselle period. His hair was completely white, and he looked old. He had a pair of light blue eyes that were extremely cold and blank. Edwards. This was the knight who had lived for a period of time after the emperor perished, Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina's ancestor. Edward stared at the invisible servant for a few seconds before suddenly opening his mouth and saying in a deep voice, "Your Highness." Bernadette fell silent for 2 seconds before replying through the invisible servant. "Uncle Edwards, why are you here?" She used the form of address she used when she was young to reduce the chances of any unnecessary accidents happening. And when her voice echoed in the surrounding air through the invisible servant, it was dry and hoarse, completely different from her normal state. Edwards's face was pale, as though he had just crawled out of a cemetery. He didn't have any warmth. "I don't know either. I once woke up and found myself back on this island. This might be my destiny, the destiny of guarding His Majesty." He would pause after every sentence, but he didn't give off the feeling that he was out of breath. It was as though he hadn't spoken for a long time, causing his throat to feel rusty. He wasn't used to it. Without waiting for Bernadette to ask, this knight, who was famous on the continent more than 100 years ago, added in a flat tone, "His Majesty's mausoleum is nearby. I've been guarding this place, waiting for him to revive. But after so many years, there's been no abnormal activity in the mausoleum. There have been no signs of revival." Bernadette made the invisible servant survey the area and say, "That's right. This wooden hut is where you live." Edwards's exposed skin appeared slightly shriveled, matching the age spots he had to begin with. His voice was deep and hoarse as he replied intermittently, "Yes. I used the surrounding trees as materials to build this house." Bernadette's invisible servant looked in the direction she came from. "Uncle William and the rest aren't with you?" Edwards's cold and wooden eyes moved. "They have long been corrupted and have already died. Although they've come back to life, they're closer to a monster than they were before. Your Highness, you have to be wary of them and avoid them. Apart from Benjamin and me, no one else can be trusted." Bernadette fell silent for a moment before asking through the invisible servant, "Where's my father's mausoleum? I want to take a look." Edwards's neck moved slightly stiffly. "All right." He then walked towards the wooden house step by step, and took out a rusty black iron axe from inside. "I'll take you there," Edwards said as he looked at the invisible servant that shouldn't have been visible under normal circumstances. During this process, his expression was stiff, and there was almost no change. "All right." Bernadette responded at the edge of the forest. With the help of the invisible servant, she made her dry and hoarse voice echo around her. Edwards was nearly 1.9 meters tall and appeared a little thin. With his axe in hand, he walked to the back of the wooden hut and said in a monotonous tone, "That's why I'm here. Very close. Be careful on the road. Bernadette immediately controlled the invisible servant and made it follow closely behind the luxuriously dressed Edwards. As they traversed the primitive forest, Bernadette suddenly made the invisible servant ask, "What's the matter?" "Uncle Edwards, what were you worshipping in that clearing?" Edwards didn't look back as he maintained a nearly uniform pace. "Your Majesty." Bernadette, who was at least 2 kilometers behind him and the invisible servant, immediately pricked up her eyebrows. She took nearly 3 seconds to control her emotions. Through the invisible servant, she continued asking emotionlessly, "What's wrong? Uncle William and the rest are also worshipping him?" Edwards paused for a moment, but his back remained facing the invisible servant and the eyes of mystery prying. "No." He slowed down as though he was thinking of an answer. "I don't know what they're worshipping." Bernadette's eyes narrowed slightly, as though she could see some changes in the river of fate. She didn't ask any more questions as she made the invisible servant silently follow behind Edwards. Amidst the huge, dark green trees and sharp, black shrubs, they walked towards the island's mountain peak. In just 4 to 5 minutes, the trees in front of them disappeared. This wasn't a gradual transition from dense to sparse until it was empty. Instead, there was an invisible line as the boundary, and the huge trees suddenly disappeared. Beyond the invisible boundary was a mountain that was hundreds of meters tall. Above it was also covered with huge, dark green trees that were almost black. From afar, it looked like it had fused with the forest, making it indistinguishable from each other. However, the side of the mountain that faced Edwards and Bernadette was mostly devoid of trees. This was because half of the mountain had been hollowed out. In the belly of the mountain stood a black mausoleum, looking extremely majestic. Most of it belonged to the mountain range itself, and a small portion of it had traces of artificial construction and polishing. It truly explained what it meant to use a mountain as a mausoleum. Therefore, the mausoleum's appearance wasn't like a common pyramid. It was more like a towering mountain. It wasn't symmetrical, but it was definitely majestic. It was unknown if it was because of the mausoleum itself or if Edwards had cleaned it up, but there weren't any weeds growing on its surface. Nor were there any vines that were commonly seen on other parts of the mountain. This allowed Bernadette to directly see the various words and symbols engraved on the mausoleum through the eyes of mystery prying. She saw the heavy stone door that was nearly 30 meters tall that seemed to be prepared for giants. Bernadette wasn't unfamiliar with those words and symbols. With just a little identification, she could tell that they were either from the civil code that her father had written and promulgated, or they belonged to the new social trends that he had created, or they were directly the blueprints of certain inventions. Just as Bernadette was carefully examining them, Klein, who was above the grey fog, was completely certain that this was the last mausoleum left behind by Roselle the Great. This was somewhat similar to the mausoleum he had seen in the Tudor ruins. It had the majesty and distortion that belonged to the Black Emperor. After walking out of the primitive forest and passing through the invisible boundary, Edward stopped not far from the mausoleum. He half-turned his body and aimed his pale face and cold eyes at the invisible servant. "Don't go in. That will interrupt the resurrection." Bernadette frowned slightly and thought for 2 seconds. With the eyes of mystery prying, she locked onto the mausoleum. Then, her ocean blue eyes suddenly became extremely serene, like the surface of the sea before a storm. Under such circumstances, she clearly lost focus, and her eyes were blank. She was prying into the river of fate and making a prophecy for her next actions. Above the grey fog, Klein tapped the long mottled table once again, increasing her chances of success and making preparations to resist the corruption of the cosmos. Of course, the latter wasn't necessary, because Bernadette had a grade 0 sealed artifact that she could control. In the next second, Bernadette raised her right hand. Her skin immediately turned as white as snow, her lips as red as blood, and her hair as black as ebony. An illusory, ancient mirror appeared in her hand. This was Snow White from fairy tale magic. Bernadette used it to increase the success rate and accuracy of her prophecy. Silently, she saw a scene. The majestic and dignified dark mausoleum clearly shook as the heavy and tall stone door opened. Then, a huge, pitch-black arm extended out of the stone door. The size of this arm was close to the trees on the island. From its color and state, it looked more like a part of a shadow, but it wasn't a thin layer. Instead, it was filled with flesh and blood, making it look extremely strange. It used its elbows to support itself on the ground and moved forward with great difficulty, as though it was trying to pull out a larger and more terrifying part of the mausoleum. Boom, the entire island began to shake. Bang, the pair of eyes of mystery prying that were almost transparent suddenly shattered. Bernadette's eyes immediately closed, as though she had seen an intense light that she couldn't look straight at, or she had suffered unbearable damage. Blood flowed from the corners of her eyes, and her face turned much paler. On her body, pairs of illusory and holy wings spread out, using the descent of pure white feathers to neutralize some invisible corruption. She does have the ability to resist. The Emperor's inheritance is really rich. Heh, before Ma'am Hermit was educated by me, she liked to use the eyes of mystery prying to observe the people and objects around her. There's definitely a factor of her upbringing. In short, it's all Roselle's fault. Above the grey fog, Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he couldn't help but criticize the Emperor. Immediately following that, his thoughts raced as he analyzed the scene Bernadette had seen in her prophecy. After the stone door opened, a terrifying creature seemed to crawl out of the mausoleum. This might be the resurrected Roselle, or it might be a symbol of some disaster. For example, a particular outer deity that had once corrupted this island, or the primordial moon that had secretly corrupted Roselle. Yes, even if it's Roselle, it's definitely not in the form of a human. It's closer to a mythical creature or a deity. In addition, I can't be sure if that terrifying creature has any intelligence or if it can be communicated with. There's another important question. Was the opening of the stone door done by Bernadette or someone else, or was it done by the terrifying creature in the mausoleum? If it's the latter, even if we don't do anything, things might develop to the stage in the prophecy. A prophecy is really filled with ambiguity. Klein casually conjured a gold coin and flicked it up to make a divination. The results of the dream divination showed that the mausoleum was in both a dangerous and safe state. How do I interpret this? As Klein pondered, he focused his attention back on Bernadette. Bernadette took nearly a minute to recover, no longer appearing as weak as before. However, for the time being, she was unable to make any predictions about what she saw. She could only confirm that the problem was definitely very complicated. Because the eye of mystery prying had shattered, she could no longer use it to see all kinds of secrets. She could only use the senses of the invisible servant to check the basic situation around her. She realized that Edwards had remained silent and motionless when she was unable to control the invisible servant, as though he hadn't noticed anything amiss. After some thought, with the help of the invisible servant, Bernadette said to Edwards, "I'm not sure. Do you still remember the years spent in Lemberg?" Edward's indifferent, light blue eyes moved. "I remember." I seemed to be, at this point, he seemed to have thought of something. His expression twisted as if he was suffering from some kind of indescribable pain. In this state, his eyes suddenly glowed with a strange light. I seem to have died." "He's already dead." Edwards turned his head and looked at Bernadette's invisible servant with his light blue eyes. His gaze was no longer cold and blank. It shimmered with a strange glint that was filled with disbelief. Only at this moment did he realize that he had long died and revived. He was no different from William, Porlet, and Grimm, who needed to be wary of him. This change only lasted for 2 seconds before Edwards's face suddenly contorted. His already pale skin rapidly dimmed as it tore apart inch by inch. Under his skin, the bright red flesh began to rot at a visible speed, dripping with a pungent, pale yellow liquid. With a whoosh, Edwards raised the iron-black axe in his hand. Pfft! He cleaved the axe down on his head, as though he was trying to prevent any negative thoughts from appearing in his mind. The axe was heavy and sharp, directly splitting open Edwards's skull and cleaving down to his glabella. Drip. Drip. Drops of milky white brain juice flowed down the axe's edge and slid down Edwards's twisted and torn face, as though milk had been poured onto a bright red strawberry. Don't come near me." After striking himself in the head, Edwards said in a low and hoarse voice to Bernadette's invisible servant. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression became stiff again, and his eyes gradually became wooden. He turned around and walked towards the forest he came from, one step at a time. His thin and shriveled body was slightly bent, as though he was hunched over. Bernadette had probed him with her question because she had too many doubts and worries regarding entering the mausoleum. All she could do was indirectly point out the problem with Edwards and see if she could find more clues from his answer. To her surprise, this knight who was famous in the northern continent during the Roselle era had such an intense and strange reaction. After 2 seconds of silence, Bernadette made the invisible servant say to Edwards's back, "Your descendants are doing well. Your descendants are doing well and have achieved a certain level of success." With his back facing the mausoleum, Edward stopped for a moment before continuing forward. He passed through the invisible boundary and disappeared into the forest. His target seemed to be the stone pillar cemetery where the dead could obtain new life. At the same time, Bernadette looked up at the sky. The faint blackness that permeated the area had clearly dissipated, but there was an indescribable feeling. The entire primitive island had undergone a subtle, indescribable change. Suddenly, Bernadette, who was hiding at the edge of the invisible boundary, touched her back. She felt something heavy there, as though there was something extra. When her left palm touched the target, Bernadette realized that there was an additional strand of hair. At this moment, she was wearing an Inta-style blouse with a large lace flower on the collar. She was wearing an indigo-patterned captain's suit, beige trousers, knee-high boots, and a triangular hat with a feather on it. She was dressed like the leader of a pirate ship. In this image, her chestnut-colored hair was originally tied into a bun and draped over her back. But now, although her hairstyle did not change, her hair had instantly grown longer, reaching her waist. Right on the heels of that, Bernadette lowered her head and looked at her right palm. She saw that her fingernails were extending out at the same time. This queen mystic wasn't surprised or flustered. Following her instincts as a clairvoyant and the experience she had accumulated over a long period of time, she took a few steps forward and passed through the invisible boundary. She completely left the primitive forest and entered the empty area where the Black Emperor's mausoleum was. During this process, Bernadette even made the invisible servant return to the spirit world. 3 to 4 seconds later, she felt the ground begin to shake slightly. The mausoleum also began to tremble. Subconsciously, Bernadette turned her head to look at the primitive forest. Her gaze froze for a moment as she looked at it. The dark green trees that were nearly black waved their branches and pulled out their roots one after another. Then, like humans, they approached Bernadette. The entire primeval forest had come to life. Looking at the densely packed trees that seemed to blot out the sky, Bernadette felt like the end of the world had arrived. Every place would be covered by the forest. The gigantic red dragon with flames flowing through its skin rapidly flew into the sky. The 8-legged demonic wolf began to run between the trees. All the Beyonder and mutated creatures on the island became restless as they headed towards the mausoleum. Although she was a clairvoyant, Bernadette never expected that a simple question that she hadn't directly pointed out would bring about such an anomaly. It was as though it was a key that opened the door to the abyss. Above the grey fog, Klein saw more. Combined with his knowledge of mysticism, he had a guess. Edwards's situation is somewhat different from William and Grimm's. It's like a loophole in the order of this primitive island, or rather, a shadow. When he realized that he was long dead, this loophole, this shadow, was discovered by the order, and it began to be mended. And the mending brought about an increase in the order, causing the entire island to undergo an anomaly. I can sense that there's a certain level of the Black Emperor's power in here. It was it that affected Edwards, allowing him to maintain a portion of his will after being reborn. And where did the original order of the primitive island come from? As Klein's thoughts raced, he suddenly sensed that Bernadette had undergone a certain anomaly. Ba-dump, ba-dump, ba-dump. Bernadette could vaguely hear her heartbeat. The rhythm of her heartbeat was rather chaotic, as though it was a mixture of two sounds. 2. Bernadette's heart stirred as she calmly focused her attention back on herself. In the next second, she confirmed that the heartbeat she heard came from two sources. One came from her heart, and the other came from her abdomen. It was as though there was an additional heart in her abdomen, expanding and contracting at an unhurried pace. Furthermore, this heart was growing bit by bit, without needing to use her mystery-prying powers to look at her abdomen. Bernadette directly sensed that there was a fetus in her abdomen. It grew from the size of a raisin to the size of a normal human palm, and it was still growing. It didn't seem like it would take long for it to mature, tear open its mother's abdomen, and crawl out while dripping with blood. Unknowingly, Bernadette had become pregnant with a fetus. And her spirituality and the sealed artifact on her failed to detect it ahead of time and stop it, as though it was powerless to deal with such an influence. Earth Mother. Primordial Moon. Mother Tree of Desire. 3 divine names flashed across Bernadette's mind. According to what she knew, there weren't many mysteries that could cause such an anomaly. Most of them came from domains related to the Earth and Moon pathways. The plantar pathway sequence 0 was called Mother. The primordial moon could allow stones to obtain the ability to reproduce, and the Mother Tree of Desire was suspected to have grasped a portion of the high sequence beyonder characteristics of the moon pathway. Bernadette wasn't in a hurry to deal with the fetus in her stomach. She first made her eyes turn deep once again, using her clairvoyant powers to pry into her best choice. This time, she only took a second to obtain the corresponding prophecy. The hope of survival lies in the mausoleum. Without any hesitation, Bernadette extended her right hand and quickly outlined words that were suffused with starlight in midair. These words, which were similar to the words on the blasphemy slate, quickly intertwined into a strange symbol, opening a secret door that led deep into the spirit world. Following that, the secret door opened, and a gust of wind blew out, transforming into a man whose upper body was human and lower body was covered in white cloth. Sage Frontlet, Bernadette instructed with a calm tone and a dignified voice. The man respectfully responded and took out an ornament from the white cloth wrapped around his body. At the core of the accessory was a vertical eye embedded with a diamond. It shimmered with a pure light, giving off an abnormally holy and intelligent feeling. However, it also appeared rather cold and devoid of warmth. Bernadette took the accessory and embedded it in the middle of her forehead. This was a grade 0 sealed artifact. Bernadette usually didn't carry it with her because the negative effects were too severe. However, at this moment, the Sage Frontlet had an ability that was rather important to Bernadette. She was willing to bear the consequences of not being able to use any evil magic, as well as the beyonder characteristic gradually affecting her body and fusing with it bit by bit. If she couldn't remove the Sage Frontlet in a short period of time, it would be equivalent to someone splashing a Sequence 2 potion on her. When the time came, she would either be lucky and successfully advance to become a sage, or she would lose control and turn into a monster. And without the supplementary ingredients and the corresponding ritual, the chances of the former were almost negligible. After the diamond vertical eye appeared on her forehead, Bernadette's body began to turn incorporeal, disintegrating into a vast amount of knowledge. In an instant, she became a pure creature of information. The fetus in her womb didn't obtain such a state as it fell to the ground with a thud. It was about half the size of a normal baby, and it had already grown facial features and limbs. Its skin was wrinkled, and it was flowing with sticky pus. As it left its mother's body, it that hadn't completely taken form gradually degenerated and quickly melted into the air. The baby was clearly indignant as it tried its best to open its eyes that were sealed by the mucus. It opened its mouth with sharp fangs and made a final struggle. At this moment, Klein, who was above the gray fog, tapped the edge of the long mottled table with his finger. Pa. He magnified the probability of the baby's struggle failing. The baby finally couldn't maintain itself and completely dissipated in front of the approaching forest. At the same time, the torrent of information that Bernadette had transformed into passed through the heavy stone door and entered the Black Emperor mausoleum, reforming her original body. During this process, she seemed to see a black shadow. When she entered the Black Emperor mausoleum, Bernadette vaguely saw a black shadow. However, after she escaped the torrent of information and reconstructed her body with her vast and pure knowledge, she didn't sense anything. It was as though what she had just experienced was just an illusion. This queen mystic wasn't in a hurry to enter the mausoleum. She stayed where she was and carefully sized up her surroundings. Without using her powers related to mystery prying, everything here was clearly presented to her. The interior of the Black Emperor mausoleum was empty. Apart from the dark walls and the high platform in the middle, there was nothing else. On the high platform was a seat that seemed to be prepared for a giant. It seemed to be made of iron, and its surface was engraved with complicated and distorted patterns. The top of the backrest extended upwards in the shape of a crown. At that moment, there was no figure on this heavy and huge seat. It was as though it was waiting for its emperor to return. Just as Bernadette was about to take a tentative step forward and approach the high platform, she suddenly realized that she couldn't move at all. It was as though she was firmly bound to the spot by invisible shackles. Right on the heels of that, pairs of illusory and wholly white wings naturally spread out from her back, as though she was passively resisting something. In the next second, the white feathers on the angel's wings fell one after another. In midair, deformed, thin, furry limbs grew out. And the gaps created by the layers of feathers opened up one after another, as though they had become countless eyes. The distorted feathers immediately let out a crisp laughter, causing the sound to reverberate within the mausoleum. They all came to life, turning into miniature feathermen. This reminded Bernadette of some of the fairy tales her father had told her. In them, there would always be pixies that weren't larger than a thumb. As this thought flashed through her mind, Bernadette felt her right eye begin to itch. The eyelashes of that eye rapidly grew long, turning into tiny arms that propped up her face, trying hard to pull out her eyeball. I saw it. I saw it. The blood vessels in Bernadette's right eye protruded as it let out a childish and lively voice, as though it had obtained its own sentience and consciousness. This was also a form of rebirth. Almost at the same time, Bernadette's left ear drooped down, covering her ear canal. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. The ear shouted with a slightly shrill voice. If she didn't use her spirituality to sense it, Bernadette would definitely imagine that there was a young lady beside her, covering her ears and stomping her feet while screaming. Without giving her any time to react, the sage frontlet in the middle of her forehead automatically left her body and floated into the air. On the surface of the vertical eye that was inlaid with diamonds, countless cold brilliance flashed, as if it had grown one tiny eye after another. And every eye reflected Bernadette's figure. The philosopher's frontlet also gained a certain living characteristic. Just as the Grade 0 sealed artifact was about to awaken and affect its target in some way, a pale and slender illusory palm reached out and grabbed it. The living characteristic of the sage frontlet quickly dissipated, as if it had reached the end of its life. The cold and pale palm that clearly belonged to a woman came from behind Bernadette. At some point in time, a figure with only the upper half of its body had appeared. This figure grew out from Bernadette's back, and it was nearly transparent and rather illusory. She wore the same clothes as Bernadette, and she wore the same triangular hat with feathers on it. Her eyes were blue like the reflection of the sea. It was clearly Bernadette herself, a part of her spirit that had drilled out of her body. However, Bernadette's illusory face wore a pale mask that shimmered with a metallic luster. The mask only had holes for the eyes, and there were no other gaps. It made Bernadette's illusory figure appear extremely cold and noble, but it lacked the aura of a living person. This was the third and last Grade 0 sealed artifact she had. It was an item made by Roselle the Great after he returned from the southern continent in his later years. It was called Pale Death. Its negative effect was to make the wearer die bit by bit until they turned into corpses and became its slaves. At that moment, Bernadette was using this point to suppress the abnormal activation in her body. At the moment the illusory figure appeared, her right eye quietened down. The eyelashes that had thickened and lengthened into arms fell off one after another. Her ears also stopped producing any sounds as they slowly opened and returned to normal. Without such suppression, Bernadette's facial features, arms, and legs would have broken off from her and sought freedom. After stabilizing her body's condition, Bernadette attempted to take a step forward, but she was still unable to do anything. All she could do was drive the half-spirit body. After some thought, she got the spirit body behind her to take out a ritual silver dagger from her pocket. Then, she bent down and drew a circle in the middle of her right boot. With a ripping sound, the leather boot quickly shortened by half. Right on the heels of that, Bernadette used her half-spirit body to tear the pants at her left knee, cut off a corner of her coat and shirt, and plucked out a few feathers on one side of her triangular hat. Such an attempt didn't seem to have anything to do with transcendence. It was like a willful and rebellious girl trying to dress up differently from normal aesthetics. However, as Bernadette completed this series of actions and carefully took a step forward, her body could actually move. She no longer felt like she was bound to the spot. The invisible suppression vanished as the Black Emperor's mausoleum seemed to have accepted such a Bernadette. Who would have thought that dealing with such abnormalities was something that an ordinary person could do? Furthermore, Bernadette suspected that the more she used her beyond her powers to resist, the deeper the effects would be. This was because she had the feeling that she was facing an invisible deity. Only by pleasing the other party's aesthetics could she be forgiven. Otherwise, she could only rely on her authority at Sequence 0 to bypass it. In addition, fortunately, not only was Bernadette a knowledgeable mysticologist, but she also had a rather deep understanding of the Black Emperor pathway. She knew what the authorities in this domain roughly included, and she knew that it represented the shadow of order, a distortion of normal order. Therefore, Bernadette started with her attire and began distorting the normal order of her body. Then, she obtained the recognition and acceptance of the invisible deity. Yes, in matters related to mysticism, knowledge and train of thought are sometimes more useful than abilities. In that situation, any resistance would be viewed as a provocation to the internal order of the mausoleum. It would trigger an unpredictable and absolutely terrifying change. And once the crux of the problem is found, the negative effects can be easily resolved. Klein nodded slightly above the gray fog. He had learned a lot from Queen Mystic. Although he was already a sequence higher than her, and he was equivalent to a king of angels in Sapphira Castle, having experienced many major events, he had grown too quickly. He was still lacking in many details, and now, he could use such observations to make up for it. After taking a step forward, Bernadette began to follow her spiritual intuition and walked towards the platform in the middle, towards the huge unoccupied chair. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Suddenly, a breeze blew past the back of her neck. The wind was cold and sinister, making Bernadette's body tingle. At that instant, she seemed to feel a shadow appear behind her. Silently, the long chestnut-colored hair parted on the back of her head, revealing a pair of eyes that grew on her scalp. It was a pair of eyes that were nearly transparent, cold, and emotionless. Eyes of mystery prying. The pair of eyes moved slightly and saw that the shadow-like curtain in the mysterious world had clearly distorted inside the mausoleum. However, it didn't discover the black shadow, nor did it find the source of the cold wind. Just as Bernadette attempted to close the pair of eyes of mystery prying to reduce the possibility of an accident happening, the cold and sinister wind suddenly blew past her mind. Her thoughts became more and more active, and they became more and more uncontrollable, developing in a direction where she couldn't think. This seemed to be a trend, one that couldn't be reversed, and it was rapidly becoming chaotic. Without any hesitation, Bernadette seized the few seconds she could still think and made the half-body spirit behind her take off the pale mask. Then, she put the pale death mask on her face, and the other half of the spirit retracted back into her body, becoming one with her. From this second onwards, Bernadette's thoughts would gradually die along with her body. However, her thoughts were uncontrollably active, turning chaotic bit by bit. These two contradictory states cancelled each other out, forming a fragile and delicate balance that helped Bernadette regain her ability to think. To Bernadette, compared to the beyonder effects of pale death itself, its negative effects were more useful at this moment. Maintaining that balance, Bernadette took a few more steps forward. During this process, she kept feeling that there was a black shadow loitering around her, but she couldn't find it. After thinking for a few seconds, Bernadette's blue eyes turned deep and unfocused once again. She was attempting to predict the consequences of one of her choices. Soon, the corresponding scene appeared in front of her. Wearing the sage frontlet again, she once again transformed into a pure and chaotic torrent of information. Thus, she bypassed the obstruction and headed for the high platform in the middle. However, just as she approached, the torrent of information suddenly collapsed and lost its order. With different cores as the foundation, it reorganized into several Bernadettes. There was a little girl in a cake dress, a tall girl, a girl filled with melancholy and puzzlement, a lady with a twisted and pained expression, and a queen who had become calm and determined. The scene of the prophecy was fleeting as Bernadette's eyes regained focus. At that moment, she saw the black shadow. It was standing in front of her, less than a fist away from her. The face formed from pure shadows completely occupied her vision. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes on Monday. The moment she saw the black shadow, Bernadette didn't even have the time to feel fear. She instinctively clenched her right hand and condensed an ancient spear. From the tip to the handle, the spear was dyed with blobs of dark red. It emitted a strong aura of destruction, as though it could harm a true deity. Spear of Longinus, this spear had once appeared in an ancient era that couldn't be traced back. It had been stained with the blood of a great existence, and now, through mysterious reenactment, it had descended into the Black Emperor's mausoleum. However, Bernadette's thrust forward didn't have any effect, because the tip of the spear was pointed behind her. She clearly wanted to attack the black shadow in front of her, but the spear of Longinus had strangely been pushed backwards. The area seemed to be in chaos, or it had been distorted. Above the grey fog, Klein, who was inside the palace, had already sensed the black shadow when it appeared in front of Bernadette. Without any hesitation, he raised the staff of the stars in his hand. At this moment, he didn't wait. He didn't observe what Queen Mystic would do before considering if he should provide her protection. This was because the danger level of the black shadow gave him, an angel of the seer pathway, a clear premonition. In addition, more importantly, after Bernadette entered the Black Emperor's mausoleum, she would sense the existence of the black shadow from time to time. As for Klein, he was unable to use the true vision provided by Sapphira Castle to find any clues. This undoubtedly meant that it was terrifying and dangerous. When the various gems embedded at the top of the black cane lit up, a melodious bell suddenly echoed in the area where Bernadette and the black shadow were. Gong, the bell that came from an infinite distance exuded an indescribable sense of emptiness, causing the interior of the Black Emperor to show a visible stagnation and solidification. It made Bernadette's figure seem to be frozen as she stiffened, unable to make any movements. However, the black shadow didn't fall into the vortex of time. It seemed to be located in another world with completely different underlying rules. It swam forward like a shadow between the two contradictory rivers of fate that were surging and nearly still. This made it look like it had only slowed down, and it wasn't affected by the illusory bell. This was the first time Klein had encountered such a situation after being able to simulate this ability. Although the beyonder effects he simulated through the Staff of the Stars were definitely quite different from the original version, it still reflected a certain level of authority. It wasn't that easy to ignore. However, the movement of the black shadow slowed down, giving him a second chance to try. This time, he activated the powers of the Staff of the Stars, planning to move Queen Mystic out of the Black Emperor mausoleum and let her summarize her experience before considering if she should enter. As the gems on the tip of the staff shimmered, Bernadette's body, which was almost stuck to the black shadow, vanished into thin air. In the next second, she appeared dozens of meters away, near the high platform in the mausoleum. The transfer of the Staff of the Stars was disrupted, and the predetermined destination was distorted. Everything was abnormally chaotic. Bernadette was experienced, so she didn't feel any panic from staying in the Black Emperor's mausoleum. She decisively raised her left hand and pressed the sage frontlet to the center of her forehead while swiping across the pale death mask with her finger. The shimmering metallic mask suddenly turned soft as it quickly squirmed, as though it was about to form a face that didn't belong to Bernadette. The face's facial features were soft, with obvious characteristics of the southern continent, but it gave off an extremely strange and terrifying feeling. It made everyone believe that once the face's outline became clear enough, it would come to life. From ancient times, from the land of eternal darkness where the dead slumbered. When that happened, Bernadette's body, spirituality, and consciousness would all belong to this face. As this face appeared, the stone walls and floor tiles inside the Black Emperor mausoleum began to weather. It was as though they had experienced the erosion of thousands of years in just a few seconds. They quickly became mottled, constantly dropping fragments or being blown into dust by the wind. In between the cracks, thin, pale white fur grew out. In the blink of an eye, these fur turned into white feathers. Their surface seemed to be soaked in pale yellow oil. The black figure's aura was also weakening bit by bit, as though it was running towards the end of death. Its color clearly faded, and its movements became slower. In the vicinity of the pale mask, even the concept of death itself would be weathered away. However, what marked death wasn't the end. When the stone walls and floor tiles inside the mausoleum weathered to a certain extent, and when the black figure declined to a certain stage, new stones began to form as an ethereal aura rapidly grew. During this process, the black figure reached out its right hand. This palm formed purely from shadows grabbed Bernadette's neck from dozens of meters away. This wasn't achieved through the lengthening of the arm, but at that instant, the concept of distance was messed up. 45 meters was equivalent to 45 centimeters. The dark palm didn't exert too much strength, but it made Bernadette feel a chill. Amidst this coldness, she realized that she couldn't use the two Grade 0 sealed artifacts, the Sage Frontlet and Pale Death. Normally speaking, as long as she injected her spirituality and gave the corresponding thoughts, the sealed artifacts on her would react correctly and create different effects. but now, the tacit process and rules had been disrupted and distorted. No matter how Bernadette thought, she couldn't make the sealed artifacts move at all. It was as though she was speaking to the air. Above the gray fog, after failing in his attempt to move Queen Mystic, he didn't waste any time. He immediately outlined a series of complicated symbols and magic labels in his mind. He wanted to simulate a secret sorcerer's spatial concealment. He planned on separating Bernadette's location from the Black Emperor's mausoleum and concealing it so as to help Queen Mystic escape her current predicament. In fact, it was more appropriate to simulate the fairy tale magic of the source of peach blossoms, but considering how Bernadette was once a mysticologist, Klein felt that it was better to use spatial concealment. Otherwise, it might expose some of the fool's secrets. As for where he learned spatial concealment, it was obviously from the newly advanced magicians, Furs. Previously, Klein had rented Lamino's travels under the name of the World German Sparrow. He had also specifically asked Miss Magicians to record the corresponding powers. Then, he released and recorded them again and again, summoning the complete travels from the fog of history. It didn't take long for him to grasp the knowledge and techniques, allowing him to simulate spells like spatial concealment. As the many gems on the staff of the stars lit up, the area where Bernadette was turned darker, as though it was enveloped by a curtain of shadows. The curtain warped, concealing the space, isolating the black shadow and its palm. This helped Bernadette's neck regain its freedom. In the next second, the pitch-black palm that had been forcefully separated reached forward again, touching the boundary of the hidden space. In an instant, a transparent vortex-like door appeared in the void that didn't look abnormal. Or rather, the door that existed to begin with swam over from a hidden spot and opened up in front of the pitch-black palm. All hidden spaces definitely had a door, but the location of the door depended on the creator's thoughts. The shadowy palm quickly passed through the open door and entered the hidden space. It grabbed Bernadette's neck and once again interfered with the connection between Queen Mystic and the sealed artifact on her, distorting the corresponding order. At the same time, the black figure raised its head and looked at the top of the mausoleum. It seemed to be observing Sapphira Castle and Klein through layers of spacetime and fog. Klein's eyelids twitched instinctively. He sensed that the black shadow had a certain level of understanding of this place and that it was distorting something. Without realizing it, Klein's expression turned abnormally solemn. On the staff of the stars in his hand, different gems lit up at the same time. He wanted to attempt to steal the corresponding Beyonder powers. Only by doing so would he have a chance of restraining the black shadow. And in order to increase the success rate of stealing the target's powers, Klein flipped his left palm and tapped the edge of the long modeled table. However, his stealing still failed. He didn't even obtain anything. This was because his target had long escaped his lock. The black shadow was clearly still in its original spot, but it had already escaped his lock. Klein's gaze immediately froze. Then, he saw the black shadow flash and enter the hidden space, closing the distance between it and Bernadette. It distorted my true vision, causing me to see a state that was 1 or even 2 seconds ago. A thought flashed through Klein's mind as he made a preliminary judgment of his failure. He decided to summon Will Septon's historical void projection and let him restart what had happened in this area. At that moment, Bernadette, who was unable to use her sealed artifact, grew white, illusory swan feathers on her back. This was the ugly duckling from fairy tale magic. It could allow Bernadette to reveal an incomplete mythical creature ecology while maintaining her lucidity. It could be done twice a day for 15 seconds each time. At that moment, her thoughts stirred once again as they boiled and accelerated into chaos. This caused her ugly duckling magic to be cut off before it could take effect. Almost at the same time, she saw the black shadow stick to her body like a sticky, corrosive liquid that seeped into her body. Bernadette's eyes darkened as she suddenly sensed something. She seized the last moment of her lucidity and opened her mouth slightly, chanting a Chinese word with a mellow accent, home. The black shadow's corrosion stopped as it slowly raised its upper body and looked at Bernadette. P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday. The black figure stiffened as it released its grip on Bernadette's neck, as though it was staring at Queen Mystic with eyes that didn't exist. A dry, hoarse voice echoed in the hidden space, homeworld. This voice was a little hesitant, a little lost, and a little seeking for confirmation. It was as though it came from another world. The corruption that Bernadette suffered vanished, and her connection with her sealed artifact was instantly restored. Pale death began to kill her bit by bit again. This helped her resist the gradual chaos in her thoughts and maintain her basic lucidity and rationality. Just as she was about to say something, the black figure suddenly stretched out his palm. But this time it didn't pinch Bernadette's neck. Instead, it gave her a heavy push. Accompanying this push was the disintegration of the hidden space. It was a voice that carried a clear sense of pain, as though it was resisting something. Leave. As the voice echoed, the black figure vanished into thin air. An instant later, it appeared on the high platform in the middle and sat on the huge iron-black high-backed chair. 2 slits appeared on its face, as if it had grown 2 asymmetrical eyes. However, the eyes didn't have any pupils. They were blood red. Right on the heels of that, another crack appeared beneath the 2 eyes. It was filled with pure blood red light. This allowed the black figure to finally have a mouth. It faced Bernadette, and the surroundings echoed with a clear sense of pain, as though it was resisting something. Leave this place. After being pushed more than 10 meters away, Bernadette easily found her footing. However, she didn't follow the voice's orders to leave the Black Emperor's mausoleum. She stood there and stared blankly at the high platform in the middle. Looking at the black figure, her expression revealed an unconcealable sadness. She could sense that she was already certain that the black figure was her father, the man who called himself Caesar, Roselle Gustave. In the next second, more cracks appeared on the black figure. From its head down, blood-red flowers bloomed on different parts of its body. This made Roselle look like he was only left with a layer of shadow, inside of which was a blood-red object that emitted pure radiance. When Klein saw this scene above the gray fog, he naturally thought of the crimson moon in the sky. At this moment, Roselle seemed to have turned into a shadow, trying to cover the crimson moon. However, he was torn apart one after another, allowing more and more moonlight to shine into reality. When these openings were connected, the black shadow would completely split open and give birth to a brand new red moon. At that time, something extremely terrifying would definitely happen. At this moment, Roselle's black figure became a lot more illusory, as if it had become some kind of illusion. This made him look like he was isolated in another world, with an invisible barrier separating him from reality. Then, Roselle raised his shadowy right arm with difficulty and pinched his forehead. The frequency at which the blood-red cracks appeared on his body immediately decreased to an extreme, but the eyes that existed previously began to blink again and again. However, this didn't bring about any negative effects to the surroundings. It seemed to be a simple change in order. The blood-red cracks that had been born had been distorted to the original gradually active state. After completing this matter, Roselle raised his head and looked at Bernadette, who was dozens of meters away. He laughed with a dry and hoarse voice. He said with a dry and hoarse voice, "You've really become an important figure in the mysterious world. You can come here alone. Come over. Let me see what my little princess looks like now." Bernadette's eyes suddenly turned red as she took a step forward. Roselle chuckled again. "When I made you picture books, compiled teaching materials, and invented all sorts of games, you were only that young. Now, you can save your poor old father. I remember that you liked the clothes I designed for you when you were young. Unfortunately, you can't wear cake dresses when you grow up," the emperor nagged as though he had reached the twilight years of his life. He always liked to reminisce about the beautiful scenes of the past. Bernadette walked faster and faster. Above the gray fog, Klein frowned indiscernibly. Suddenly, Roselle the Great lowered his head a little and said with great force, "Stop." His voice was filled with indescribable pain. Bernadette was taken aback for a moment before she quickly slowed down and stopped. She looked at the black shadow with an indescribable sorrow in her eyes. Roselle raised his head again and coughed softly. "Do you really want to ask why the Black Emperor's mausoleum is engraved with the order he set up and the fashion he guided? Actually, this isn't necessary. I just want anyone who sees it to remember my greatness." Before he could finish his sentence, the great emperor gripped the armrest beside him tightly with one hand. He suppressed his voice and said in extreme pain, "Don't come close. I've been corrupted." The sorrow in Bernadette's eyes intensified. Her guess had finally been confirmed. At that moment, the bright red slits on Roselle's face turned chaotic. They closed and opened from time to time. They no longer had a unified will. The Emperor seized the opportunity and straightened his body slightly. He looked at Bernadette and shouted with great difficulty, "That's right." He looked at Bernadette and shouted with great difficulty, "Seal me." Seal. Queen Mystic Bernadette silently repeated the word. Her blue eyes quickly turned moist and were covered in a faint mist. Even though she had lived for many years, and even though she was no longer the little girl from back then, she still couldn't help but feel the changes in her emotions. However, she didn't ask for the reason, nor did she hesitate. After a slight struggle, she firmly and unwaveringly raised her right hand and pressed it on the pale metal mask. Just like how she had been facing all sorts of major events at the Element Dawn over the years, she calmly made a decision. On the surface of the pale death, the metal instantly softened, forming a new face. It had a pair of black eyes. In the dark eyes, pale lines protruded, outlining an extremely complicated and mysterious three-dimensional symbol. It was like a bird with abnormally long feathers or a feathered serpent with its body coiled up. The symbol absorbed the surrounding light and quickly took on a corporeal form. Then, it left Bernadette's eyes, stretched out its body, and flew towards Roselle Gustave, who was sitting on the iron-black chair. Along the way, the strange symbol made the surroundings darken, causing the floor tiles and stone walls to decay once again. It was as though the deity who wielded death had made the final judgment. The falling rubble and dust followed the corporeal symbol and arrived beside Roselle. Then, it coiled around the rather illusory black figure that seemed to exist in another world. During this process, Roselle couldn't control himself several times. He attempted to leave the iron-black chair, but he sat back down. He didn't resist the seal that Bernadette had cast. As the symbol fused into his body, he immediately formed a connection with the pale death. He saw the illusory deity that stood high above the countless undead, and he saw the swollen body that lingered in a dark river like a water ghost. Roselle's aura immediately dissipated, and the bright red cracks closed one after another. What awaited this emperor was a peaceful sleep that was as dark as the night. And the symbol would solidify in Roselle's figure, continuing to exert its influence until the pale death no longer responded. In the blink of an eye, a few blood-red cracks grew on Roselle's body. After his aura declined to the extreme, it gradually regained its vitality as it fiercely resisted the corporeal symbol. Above the grey fog, Klein sighed when he saw this. He clenched his fist and held it to his mouth. The curtain draped over his body rose up, and the entire Sapphira castle clearly boiled. Silently, the aura that Roselle had just obtained began to dissipate again. After dissipating to a certain extent, it obtained new life again. Then, it was affected by the pale death and continued to dissipate. Klein used the Attendant of Mysteries beyond her characteristic and the power of Sapphira Castle to directly graft new life and death together, skipping the process in the middle. This way, the corruption that Roselle suffered wouldn't be able to recover to the point where he could break through the pale seal. Following that, Klein stretched out his right hand and mobilized the power of Sapphira Castle. He outlined the mysterious symbol behind the fool's high-back chair. It was formed from half a pupilless eye and half a contorted line. The symbol absorbed the aura of Sapphira Castle and quickly turned corporeal. With a wave of Klein's wrist, it landed in the prayer light representing Bernadette and landed on Roselle's black figure, fusing into his body. Every time the grafting was about to disappear, the symbol that was directly related to the Fool and Sapphira Castle would attract new powers and complete the grafting again. In the state of constantly passing away and gaining new life, Roselle's pure shadow-like face had the outline of facial features. Then, he raised his head to look at the top of the mausoleum, as if he was looking at an infinite height. He then retracted his gaze and looked at Bernadette. He smiled with an abnormally weak voice. "This seal is good, I can sleep peacefully now." At this point, he frowned slightly and asked in a different tone, "Why are you dressed like this? Who taught you?" Bernadette fell into a trance as she listened, as though she had returned to her youth. Back then, whenever she dressed up to attend the ball of other nobles, Roselle would use a similar expression and tone to ask a series of questions. The mist in her eyes became obvious. She could no longer control herself as she shouted in a low, repressed voice, "Daddy." Roselle's face, which only had the outline of his facial features, instantly turned gentle. Then, he stiffened and said sternly, "Leave. Never come back." Bernadette opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but her vision darkened as though she had seen the shadow of order. In the next second, she found herself back at the edge of the primitive island. Bernadette stared blankly at the mountain in the middle of the primitive island for a few seconds before slowly turning around and walking towards the sea. This time, she no longer stubbornly refused to turn back. Every few steps, she would stop and turn around to take a look. Soon, she returned to the dawn, walked into the captain's cabin, and opened the room that was specially used for the collection. At a glance, Bernadette saw picture books, stacks of teaching materials, clothes, and skirts. She saw chess, which only a few people in this world knew, and neatly stacked toy blocks. She leaned against the wooden door and slowly shrank down, sitting on the floor. She looked up at the gloomy sky outside the captain's cabin window, pinched her lower lip between the thumb and forefinger of her right hand, and whistled a melodious, mellow, faintly sorrowful, calming melody. As the melody echoed, droplets of water slid down Bernadette's face and dripped onto the surface of the floor. After an unknown period of time, a suppressed voice sounded from the captain's cabin, "Daddy." In the middle of the primitive island, inside the Black Emperor mausoleum. After sending Bernadette off, Roselle didn't immediately fall asleep. He slowly raised his head and looked up into the infinite sky once again. Above the gray fog, Klein sighed silently. He put down the staff of the stars, summoned a paper figurine, and shook it. With a snap, the paper figurine rapidly thickened and expanded. It then flew into the translucent vortex formed from illusory and mysterious symbols beside the fool seat. Although Bernadette had already been moved to the edge of the primitive island, and Klein was no longer able to see the situation inside the Black Emperor mausoleum through the prayer point of light that represented her, he could use the symbol of the fool that had fused with Roselle's figure to maintain his connection with the emperor to a certain extent. After the paper figurine passed through the slowly spinning vortex, it descended into the rather dim mausoleum where the source of light was unknown. In front of the central platform, it turned into a human. This human had black hair and brown eyes. He looked somewhat similar to German Sparrow, but his facial features weren't firm enough. His lines weren't deep enough, and his bearing wasn't cold enough. There were also certain differences in his facial features. There was even a small amount of fat on his chin and stomach that had been produced by society. It was none other than Klein's original image of Zhou Mingrue, the Zhou Mingrue who had been Roselle Huangtao Gustav's roommate for thousands of years inside Sapphira Castle. Roselle wasn't surprised by his appearance at all. He pressed one hand on the armrest and leaned forward slightly to look at him. "You're here." "I'm here." Klein nodded indiscernibly. "You shouldn't have come," Roselle said with a sigh. "I'm already here." Klein very naturally picked up on the joke. Roselle had completely confirmed the origins of the fellow in front of him. As he returned his sitting posture to normal, he chuckled. "I originally planned on asking you where you're from to see if there's a need to discriminate against you, but on second thought, there's no need. We don't belong to this era. We're pitiful wretches who have lost their hometowns." Without waiting for Klein's response, the Emperor's voice deepened. "Do you know the truth about the apocalypse?" "Got it." Klein gently nodded. Roselle continued to ask. "You know this is Earth?" "N." Klein answered calmly. When Roselle heard that, he laughed self-deprecatingly. "You actually knew about it so early." "I didn't dare to confirm it until I went to the moon and saw the true appearance of this planet from above." At this point, the great emperor sighed and said, "You're right. It's so strange above the moon. I clearly felt the horror, but I didn't think about whether I would be contaminated. Then, I became more and more extreme. However, I would occasionally gain a certain level of clarity from the views of the people around me, but I didn't dare to write in my diary in that state. I was afraid that I would reveal my secret and lose my last chance. In the end, I decided to use all kinds of foreshadowing from before to switch to the Black Emperor pathway. Apart from the arrival of the apocalypse, only a sequence 0 can protect the people they want to protect and bring them to hide on other planets in the vast universe. Using the corresponding authorities, I can rebuild a set of order that allows humans to survive in desolate and silent places. Also, due to the Black Emperor's miracle of resurrection, I saw the hope of escaping the contamination. As long as I can become a Sequence 0 Black Emperor and be truly killed after going half mad, I'll have a chance of reviving in the mausoleum or in the astral world. When that happens, what will return to me will be a pure uniqueness and 3-sequence 1 beyond her characteristics. There won't be any contamination or uncontrollable madness. Speaking of which, back then, the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery could be considered to have been used by me to a certain extent. However, the horror of the great old ones far exceeded my imagination. Accompanying my resurrection was the contamination of rebirth. Perhaps only a great old one can resist a great old one. I had no choice but to stop the process of resurrection and live in this final mausoleum in my present state. I didn't let that great old one use my body to be born in the real world. That would bring about a destructive disaster. Klein had already guessed Roselle the Great's state based on what he had previously learned and what had just happened. He wasn't surprised at all as he calmly replied, "The outer deity who corrupted you is called the Mother Goddess of Depravity. The outer deity who corrupted you is called the Mother Goddess of Depravity. She has bewitched many believers with the incarnation of the primordial moon." The facial features that vaguely appeared on Roselle's face immediately changed slightly. He fell silent for a few seconds. "I know of the primordial moon, but I didn't know that her true honorific name is the Mother Goddess of Depravity. Now that I think about it, it might not be a coincidence that I discovered Mr. Dorr seeking help." Upon hearing this, Klein was alarmed. He instantly recalled the various situations on the island outside and had a premonition of what Roselle the Great was about to say. Roselle smiled and sighed. "The biggest problem in the first half of my life was that I was too confident. I always had the feeling that I could load at any time and start over. I didn't pay enough attention to the details. Back then, Grimm was corrupted by the strange powers on this island. After his death, he returned here and obtained a new life. Wasn't this the influence of the primordial moon? After that, I went through all kinds of examinations and carried out the corresponding purification. I felt that there was nothing wrong with me, but in fact, fate might have already changed slightly at that moment. This led to me later encountering Mr. Dorr and being led to the moon by him step by step. This can't be blamed on Mr. Dorr. His condition might be worse than mine. Does the Emperor mean that from the moment he discovered this primitive island, he had been targeted by the Mother Goddess of Depravity?" Klein sighed. At that time, who would have thought that the problem would be so serious? Before Sequence 2, understanding the cosmos and the Great Old Ones would bring about terrifying corruption. And without understanding them, one wouldn't be able to accurately determine how serious the problem was when encountering certain situations and what needed to be done in the future. This caused Roselle to treat this primitive island as his secret base. He didn't tell the existences who were qualified to understand the outer deities, the Great Old Ones, and the cosmos that had happened here. Yeah. Roselle seemed to be very relieved that he had made a mistake that almost everyone would make. He then said, "In that ancient and secret organization, there is almost no mention of the Great Old Ones and the outer gods." At this moment, Roselle paused for a moment. "You should have read my diary. You should know that the ancient secret organization is a reference." Klein nodded. "I know which organization it's referring to. I never expected that you wouldn't dare mention his organization's name despite having a sequence 0. I have a nagging feeling that he isn't simple. He might have an unimaginable understanding of the outer deities, so it's better to be careful. After all, I'm not a complete sequence 0 true god." After Roselle said a simple sentence, he suddenly frowned. "How much of my diary have you read?" If the atmosphere wasn't so oppressive and sorrowful, Klein definitely wouldn't have been able to resist replying, "Demonis tastes pretty good," to tease Roselle, his fellow townsman. Finally, he replied calmly, "A lot. A lot." After saying those 2 words, he casually added, "I also found a few cards of blasphemy." "Which ones?" Roselle blurted out. Above the gray fog, Klein controlled the paper figurine's expression and said in a flat tone, "Above the gray fog." Klein controlled the paper figurine's expression and said in a flat tone, "Phew." Roselle exhaled as his frown relaxed. "Thankfully, it's not the Demonis card, the Moon card, or Mother card." "Phew." Roselle exhaled as his frown relaxed. "Thankfully, it's not the Demonis card, the Moon card, or Mother card. You were the one who wanted to mention it." Klein didn't respond as he looked at the Emperor. Only after Roselle said that did he realize something. He hurriedly coughed and said, "All of you have watched the live stream." We've all watched the live stream, so we should know how normal this is. As he spoke, he coughed again and sighed. Which pathway are you a beyonder from? A seer, Klein answered concisely. Roselle fell silent. After a few seconds, he said, What a pity. What a pity. If everyone was in a normal state, you should have gotten a big screen television and a game console from the historical void. Everyone could chat while playing. That's the romance of a man. Unfortunately, there's no electricity. I'll have to rely on you to invent it. Klein didn't say what was on his mind. He maintained his tone and said, I hope that such a day will come. Then, he steered the topic onto the right track. I'm very curious. Why can the cards of blasphemy you created prevent deities from finding them? This level of anti-divination and anti-prophecy is amazing. Roselle immediately chuckled. Because knowledge can bring power, and power can bestow knowledge. This is the authority of the Knowledge Emperor. After I infused the potion formulas of the 22 pathways with my powers, they naturally produced the power of convergence between beyonder characteristics, and to a certain extent, they had anti-divination and anti-prophecy effects. Then, as he spoke, Roselle suddenly paused, as if he had noticed something wrong. After a second or two, he said in an erratic voice, I created the card of blasphemy a year before I held the Black Emperor ritual. At that time I had already been corrupted by the primordial moon, and I didn't have the corresponding knowledge most of the time. Why can't the gods find these 22 cards? This rhetorical question made Klein, who was above the gray fog, tense up. He felt his scalp tingle once again. Without waiting for him to control the paper figurine to respond, Roselle's voice suddenly rose, bringing with it an indescribable sense of fear. Don't gather all 22 cards. Be careful of the mother card. These two sentences echoed in the deep interior of the Black Emperor mausoleum for a long time without calming down. P.S. Recommending a book, Ren Xiaoming's new book, This Assassin Has a Problem. It tells the story of an assassin who loves life calmly walking towards the strongest in the martial arts world. Above the gray fog, Klein's pupils instantly dilated as he subconsciously looked down at the long mottled table in front of him. There were 4 cards of blasphemy with different patterns on their backs. At this moment, he felt a lingering fear, but he was also a little glad. He felt like he had circled the edge of the abyss a few times with his eyes blindfolded, but he ultimately didn't fall in. If he had devoted himself to searching for the cards of blasphemy and gathered 22 of them, or obtained the mother card, with his habit of containing different cards to obtain the corresponding level and characteristics, he might have already been corrupted by the mother goddess of depravity. It was unknown what was being nurtured. However, I'm not Roselle. Even if I have the mother card, I probably won't be able to contain it. Furthermore, in order to prevent the deities from finding it, the cards of blasphemy are extremely difficult to gather. It's almost impossible to gather all of them. From the looks of it, it's a casual setup by the mother goddess of depravity. If anyone is unlucky enough to obtain the mother card, they will become one of the latent dangers of this world. Klein retracted his gaze and continued looking at the iron-black chair through his substitute paper figurine at Roselle Gustave. At this moment, Roselle's body rose a little as his voice alternated between deep and loud. Everything has godhood. In the beginning, it was still alive, living in everyone's body. Klein frowned slightly. He didn't know if the person speaking was Roselle or the crimson moon in his body. Not only did he already have a certain level of understanding regarding this secret, but he had also personally experienced it. Now, he wasn't that horrified or panicked. He only recalled the teachings of the Aurora Order he had read in the past. They promoted that the Creator was omnipresent and existed in every living being's body. Therefore, everything had godhood, and when godhood reached a certain level, one could become an angel. And the current Orthodox deities were only slightly stronger angels. To ordinary people, as long as they could grasp that the essence of life was a spiritual journey, they could consciously temper their minds, strengthen their minds, and find their own godhood. Then, they could fuse with more godhood, allowing them to escape their mortal bodies and become an angel. Back then, I only felt that a cult like the Aurora Order had a complete set of mysticism and religious theories, making it as orthodox as the Orthodox Church. Now, I can decipher the truth hidden beneath those words. From a certain point of view, it's really not wrong. The only problem is whether I'll still be myself after fusing with more godhood. The true creator has actually placed one of the deepest secrets of this world into his teachings. Isn't he afraid that one of his believers would suddenly have an epiphany and learn of the corruption underground, becoming one of the first vessels for resurrection? This hanged man is really a little crazy. His rationality isn't always on. Klein muttered inwardly as he waited for Roselle to say more. 2 to 3 seconds later, Roselle, who had been wandering between slumber and new life, sat back on his iron-black throne. He panted and did not say anything. Klein then controlled the paper figurine to speak. What you just said, which should I believe and which should I be wary of? Consider it yourself. Isn't this the way you see her speak? Isn't that how you see her speak? He didn't wait for Klein's answer as he continued, when I created the pale death mask, I realized something. When I created the pale death mask, I realized something, the death of the fourth epoch might not have completely perished. Furthermore, there's more than one resurrection foreshadowing. A portion of it might be related to the river of eternal darkness. Death definitely won't die that easily. At this point, Roselle looked at Klein below the platform and said, indeed, only by choosing the seer, apprentice, or marauder pathway can a transmigrator enter Sapphira Castle. Indeed, only by choosing the seer, apprentice, or marauder pathway can a transmigrator enter Sapphira Castle. By the time I guessed this factor, it was already too late. I don't know if you want to become a great old one, nor do I know if this requires a ritual. I can only tell you that this is definitely more dangerous than becoming a god. It's countless times more dangerous. Perhaps, the existence that saved us and placed us in reality is waiting for you there. The only advice I can give you is to talk to the genie inside the magic wishing lamp before you try to do it. Genie of the lamp? Using the grudge between him and the celestial lord to obtain some help. Klein nodded slightly. All right. After listening to his answer, Roselle sighed and said with a smile, if you can really become a great old one, you can consider saving me. Only a great old one can fight against a great old one. At this point, he was silent for a moment, and his speech slowed down significantly. If even you, who have become a great old one, can't completely free me from the corruption of the primordial moon, then remember to erase me, destroy this mausoleum, and support a new Black Emperor, making it impossible for me to revive forever. The light inside the mausoleum seemed to dim a little. Klein fell silent for 2 seconds. I won't forget it. Roselle fell silent. After a few seconds, he laughed self-deprecatingly. Of course, before that, you have to save me a few more times. Such humor not only didn't make Klein smile, but it also made his heart heavier, to the point where he couldn't say a word. Roselle didn't continue the topic as he said in reminiscence, my wife has long passed away. My wife passed away a long time ago. The mistresses I once had must have had their own endings. I'm very sorry for them. I've never truly loved them. I was only greedy for their looks and enjoyed that kind of pleasure. I don't have any illegitimate children. A Beyonder still has the right to speak on such matters. As for before becoming a Beyonder, I believe those ladies must have been like me. They only coveted the looks and bodies of young men, enjoying that kind of pleasure, and wouldn't leave any trouble for themselves. My eldest son, Charles, should have been dead for many years. I don't know how many descendants he left behind. My second son, Bornova, if nothing unexpected happens, is definitely an angel by now. My feelings for him are very complicated. On one hand, I'm very cold, very disappointed, and very hateful. On the other hand, I occasionally secretly care for him. I remember that when he was young, he was really cute when he was just born. You've already met my eldest daughter, Bernadette. Isn't she beautiful? She's been beautiful, obedient, and smart since she was young. She knows how to be filial to her father, love her younger brother, and dote on her mother. Sometimes, she's especially upright, appearing a little silly. There were a few times when I secretly cheated to tease her when playing chess or games with her, but she didn't notice. This temper made it very difficult for her to accept some of the things I did. Of course, I can now push the blame to the primordial moon. It's all his corruption. On this point, I still have to thank him. After all, I've never helped you, nor do I have any ties with you. It's just that we're from the same era, the same place, and we have some camaraderie. Upon hearing this, Klein said in a deep voice, "Your diary has given me a lot of help. Your diary helped me a lot. It allowed me to grasp a lot of high-level knowledge when I was still weak. It allowed me to avoid a lot of danger and work hard in a targeted manner. Also, the few cards of blasphemy had different effects at different stages," Ming Chuan said. "Can you not mention the diary?" Roselle coughed lightly and said, "However, I did consciously leave a message for the next transmigrator in the later stages. The only thing I can't be sure of is which language you know." The Emperor slowly exhaled before saying, "My request is to help me take care of Bernadette. My request is to help me take care of Bernadette and provide her with some help when she needs it. Although she's about to become a truly important figure in the mysterious world, as a father, I still can't feel at ease." Klein didn't hesitate as he made the paper figurine answer directly. "I'll help you take care of her." "Man, why does that sound a little awkward?" Roselle's tone instantly turned odd. "By the way, I haven't asked for your name." "As for me, you should know very well. Huang Tao." "Zhou Mingrui," Klein answered frankly. "Are you married? Do you have children? How old are you?" Roselle asked 3 questions in one go. "Emperor, why are you acting like a neighbor's auntie?" Klein shook his head and gave a very simple answer. "No." Roselle immediately fell silent again. After a while, he said, "You're of the same generation as me. Bernadette should call you Uncle Zhou." Yes, as he spoke, there was a baffling hint of pity in Roselle's tone. "After coming to this era, I initially treated all of this as a game. I had a lot of fun, but I would occasionally think back to my hometown. I would think back to the past that nurtured most of my personality and hobbies. The longer I live, the more frequently this feeling appears. It's just like how fallen leaves always return to the roots of a tree. However, I at least have a daughter, a wife, and 2 sons. I still have many concerns in this world, and I have a certain sense of belonging. As for you, I can sense your loneliness, a loneliness that comes from deep within your bones." At this point, Roselle suddenly sighed. "If only we were still living in that era. I'd go to work punctually every day and work overtime from time to time. Once I had time, I'd go to watch my daughter attend her hobby class, pick her up, and give my wife the things she repeatedly reminded me about. Every weekend, I'd go out to play, go to her parents' house, or go to my parents' house to accompany the elderly. When I'm exhausted by life one day, I'll use your friend's treat as an excuse to sit on the street with a few men. We'll eat skewers, drink some alcohol, brag, scold our superiors, reminisce about our high-spirited youth, and urge you to quickly find a girlfriend. When we wake up the next day, we'll be filled with enthusiasm to deal with life again." Klein listened quietly and didn't interrupt the Emperor's rambling. Roselle's voice gradually softened before he smiled. "Goodbye, friend. I hope there'll really be a day when we meet again." His figure quickly turned illusory, as though he had disappeared from the current world, leaving only a faint shadow pacing back and forth on the iron-black throne. Roselle Gustave returned to his eternal slumber. After circling the primitive island 3 times, the dawn finally sailed into the distance that was shrouded in a storm. Bernadette slowly retracted her gaze and cast it on the sage frontlet that was floating in the air. As a clairvoyant, she clearly saw the opportunity to advance. She knew that she had completed the corresponding ritual and prevented a disaster that involved a high-level power. However, the price was to personally seal her father, the father that she had missed and sought for more than 100 years. What a wonderful irony. Bernadette looked at the vertical eye embedded with diamonds and sighed inaudibly. After leaving Intis, she had 2 main wishes. First, she wanted to investigate the truth of the matter and see if she had misunderstood her father. Second, she wanted to follow the footprints left behind by her father to see what he had experienced and if it was possible for him to be resurrected. Bernadette had already completed her first wish. The truth was that she had indeed misunderstood her father. This made her feel less pain and less conflicted. Her hatred for her father had completely dissipated, but it also added a lot of guilt to her. With such guilt and longing, she worked hard to fulfill her second wish, but the final outcome wasn't pleasant. If there was no hope, she might not have such a huge emotional reaction. However, she had clearly seen the light and her father, but she had no choice but to personally make him return to his slumber. After a moment of silence, Bernadette's slightly unfocused eyes became clear again. She no longer hesitated, nor did she blame herself. She no longer had any negative emotions. She resolutely raised her right hand and outlined ancient words that shimmered with starlight in the void. She summoned the spirit world creature that had the upper body of a human and the lower body of a wind. She then took back some of the supplementary ingredients for the sage potion from it. As for the remaining parts, since there was no need to preserve them, they were stored in the Dawn's collection room. Before long, Bernadette used pale death to shatter the sage frontlet and concoct the potion that could advance her to sequence 2. Looking at the bubbling sage potion, with each bubble hiding a transparent eye, Bernadette raised her right hand with a determined expression and brought the glass bottle to her mouth. She knew that what she needed at this moment wasn't sadness or sentimentality, but a firm heart and the will to advance. This was because to help her father, Roselle the Great, escape the corruption and completely revive him, she needed a higher sequence and greater strength. For this, she was willing to bury the pain in the deepest part of her heart and not let it affect her mental state. Only at night when there was no one around would she dig it out and savor it alone. As the sage potion entered her mouth, Bernadette's body turned illusory at a visible speed. She broke down into waves of complicated knowledge, transforming into a torrent of information. The entire Dawn, as well as the surrounding wind, storm, lightning, seawater, and waves, lost their sense of reality, as if they had been restored to the most basic and authentic information. To most Sequence 3 Beyonders of the Mystery Prior pathway, such a state was extremely dangerous. If their willpower wasn't firm enough, their luck wasn't good enough, and they weren't sufficiently prepared, the torrent of knowledge that they had transformed into would be infiltrated, washed away, and assimilated by all kinds of external information in a matter of seconds. They would quickly lose their consciousness and would no longer be able to reconstruct their bodies. They would become a very strange and difficult monster in mysticism. Knowledge fairy, this was also known as an information creature. Bernadette had relied on the sage frontlet to transform into a torrent of information many times. Although it was limited to 2 to 3 seconds and couldn't be maintained for too long, she still had some experience. At that moment, she was trying her best to maintain the existence of her consciousness and establish a certain connection with the information in the spirit world that prevented a high-level disaster from happening. The information had a clear imprint of her, and it involved a very high level of information. It appeared abnormally solid, preventing it from being dispersed by other information in a short period of time. It helped her stabilize her consciousness as she slowly gathered the dissipating torrent of information from her main body. During this process, Klein, who was above the gray fog, used a specially marked prayer point of light to tap the edge of the long modeled table. Using a miracle invoker's ability to change the probability of certain things and actions to a certain extent, he bestowed Bernadette with a certain amount of good luck. Time ticked by. Bernadette lingered on the edge of losing consciousness several times, but she eventually managed to hold on. She gathered all the information that belonged to her and began to reconstruct her body. At that moment, she could gradually sense Admiral of Stars Catlia's concern. She could sense the members of the element Dawn, as well as her crew and sailors, praying daily. This made her condition more stable, allowing her to resist the ancient will that was slowly being produced in her body. At that moment, a wave of secret information came out of nowhere, attempting to fuse with Bernadette while she was reconstructing her body. This was an interference from the hidden sage, as an embodiment of this world's knowledge and information. As a sequence 0 of the mystery prior pathway, the hidden sage could exert a certain amount of influence on beyonders of the same pathway that were lower than him. Without giving Bernadette a chance to use the pale white mask, the curtain draped over Klein's shoulders gently lifted. Around Bernadette, space-time distorted, isolating the area she was in from the outside world. Even information couldn't be exchanged. Grabbing this sudden moment of peace, Bernadette completely reconstructed her body, and with the help of her anchor, she managed to balance the terrifying will that was produced in her body. At that moment, she had truly become him, a Sequence 2 angel of the mystery prior pathway. She was an important figure that the mysterious world could address as a hidden existence. Immediately after, she saw the distorted spacetime around her return to normal, and she saw waves of secret information surging toward her. She then stretched out her right hand and easily grasped the information, extracting the useful knowledge contained within. Just as Bernadette was about to return to the real world from the spirit world, an orange beam of light suddenly appeared in front of her. This light instantly condensed into a chubby old man with a short white beard. The old man smiled and said, I'm Orange Light Hilarion. Orange Light. Bernadette was puzzled. She didn't understand why Orange Light Hilarion would appear in front of her. The two of them hadn't interacted much before this. As the leader of the element Dawn and a former mysticologist, she wasn't unfamiliar with the seven lights in the spirit world. She had even grasped how to pray to the seven lights and obtain the corresponding guidance from the ritual. She knew that the seven pure lights were a certain symbol of the spirit world, containing endless knowledge from different domains. Her level had definitely reached the level of an angel. Orange Light Hilarion added with a smile, "A great existence wants me to inform you of the knowledge regarding the great old ones, the outer deities, and the cosmos, so that you can have a more accurate grasp of this world's state and the corresponding corruption." Which existence? Bernadette asked in puzzlement and caution. She had vaguely guessed the answer, but she still found it unbelievable. After all, the seven lights of the spirit world were also important figures in the mysterious world. Even a sequence zero true deity wouldn't find it easy to order them around. Orange Light Hilarion chuckled and replied, "The great ruler above the spirit world." The great ruler above the spirit world. Bernadette repeated this honorific name as her thoughts surged. Hilarion glanced at her and smiled. He also has another honorific title, Mr. Fool. In a particular sea region, on the future that was traversing a safe sea route. Xianxia suddenly jolted awake from her dream as her forehead was covered in cold sweat. In her dream, she saw the queen fall to the ground covered in blood. Her chest had been torn open, and a baby-like monster had crawled out. As a mysticologist, one who had advanced to mysticologist with a drop of the snake of fate's blood, Xianxia believed that her dream wasn't without reason. It was definitely an omen. And clearly, what she had just had wasn't a good dream. Feeling unsettled, Xianxia sat up and put on her cloak. She attempted to pray to Mr. Fool, hoping that this great existence could give her some hints or protect the queen. Soon, a scene appeared in front of her eyes. Queen Mystic Bernadette walked out of the spirit world and returned to the dawn, allowing the ship to gradually distance itself from the nameless island that could be vaguely seen. Xianxia immediately heaved a sigh of relief and sincerely thanked Mr. Fool. After praying, she was in an extremely good mood. She opened the window of the captain's cabin, allowing the starlight to condense into a long bridge that landed on the deck. She then put on her rather heavy glasses and walked along the resplendent bridge of starlight to the deck, leisurely strolling in the quiet atmosphere of the night. When she reached the bow of the ship, Xianxia saw Frankly fiddling with some bottles. What are you doing?" Xianxia unknowingly frowned. Frank raised his head and smiled brightly as he said, "My previous idea encountered a setback, and I can't proceed with it for the time being. I asked Nina to get me some soil from the bottom of the sea to study the microorganisms contained in it." At this point, Frank said with a look of longing, "I've encountered a setback in my previous idea. I want to go to the depths of the North Sea or the Arctic world to take a look during my next vacation. There might be ancient microorganisms from the fourth epoch, the third epoch, or even the second epoch or the first epoch buried under the thick ice. I can gain a lot from that." "You won't have a vacation for the time being," Xianxia silently said in her heart. Klein conjured a box and placed the 4 cards of blasphemy inside. After sealing them, he immediately returned to the real world and headed straight for the nearest Evernight Cathedral. He planned on informing the Evernight goddess of the hidden dangers of the cards of blasphemy in the form of a prayer, reminding her to pay attention to the relevant problems and not let Earth Mother, Lilith, obtain the Mother card or the Moon card. The prayer hall of the Evernight Cathedral was as dark as ever. Only the holes in the walls allowed some light to seep in like the stars in the night sky. Klein sat in an inconspicuous corner, took off his tall top hat, and began praying like a devout believer. He briefly mentioned that Roselle had been resurrected in the last mausoleum and focused on the corruption of the primordial moon. He specially emphasized that in order to prevent the crimson moon in his body from being born in the real world, the Emperor had taken the initiative to stop the Black Emperor pathway's uniqueness and the return of the 3 sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics. At the end of the prayer, Klein pointed out the latent dangers of the cards of blasphemy and expressed his worry about the whereabouts of the Mother card and the Moon card. In fact, Roselle had only said to be careful of the mother card and didn't mention the moon card. However, Klein knew that the earth and moon pathways once belonged to the mother goddess of depravity. Therefore, to be careful, he specially added the moon card. This was also the main reason why he was worried about Earth Mother, Lilith. Compared to most of the 22 pathways, the high-sequence Beyonders of the Plantar and Moon pathway had a huge advantage. They didn't need to worry about the primordial one awakening in their bodies. They didn't need to be afraid of having a split personality when approaching the underground. This was because the Beyonder characteristics they possessed didn't directly originate from the primordial one, so they didn't have the corresponding mental imprint. If they directly entered the underground and entered the Chaos Sea, no matter who it was, they would be corrupted. The only difference was the degree and manifestation. This advantage was very likely the reason why the sanguine ancestor, Lilith, was more special than the other ancient gods in ancient times. After all, she didn't need to divert a large portion of her energy to resist the will of the primordial one's awakening. And back then, the invisible barrier that protected this world was still sufficiently strong. It could very well block out the great old ones like the mother goddess of depravity, making it difficult for them to exert too much influence on the situation inside. But with the passage of time, this advantage gradually became a problem. As the underground corruption became weaker, the invisible barrier also became weaker. Some cracks appeared. Under such circumstances, Earth Mother Lilith's situation became more and more difficult. This was because she was facing the corruption of the mother goddess of depravity that was getting stronger and more terrifying. In this aspect, the original dead creator was definitely inferior to the living mother goddess of depravity. Considering the influence of a Beyonder sequence outer deity on his pathway, Klein believed that he absolutely couldn't be negligent in the corresponding matters. After praying, he waited for another 5 minutes. After confirming that there was no response, he stood up, put on the top hat of the wandering magicians, and walked out of the church that belonged to the night. To him, this was mainly an obligation to inform her. As for what the Evernight goddess planned on doing, or if she would warn him, it was completely out of his control. In short, Klein could only temporarily believe that the Evernight goddess knew the difference in priorities. Bakeland, south of the bridge, Harvest Church. Emlyn White walked out of his carriage, looked at the sun that was obscured by the clouds and fog, and put on his half-top hat. On the way to the church's entrance, he gently rotated the ring on his left hand, as though to announce his identity. The ring was translucent, as though it was made of light red amber. At the top was a blood-red gem. It was the reward Emlyn had received a long time ago, Lilith's ring. After becoming a demigod, Emlyn was able to suppress the bloodthirst syndrome that came with the ring to a certain extent. He only needed to drink 3 bottles of human blood a day, and he wouldn't suffer the corresponding negative effects. Therefore, in order to reflect his special identity as the ancestors blessed, he began wearing this ring permanently. After entering the Harvest Church, Emlyn automatically took off his top hat. At this moment, Cosme, Ernst, and the other Bakel and Sanguine, who were waiting for Bishop Utravsky's sermon, stood up one after another. They looked at the ground in the aisle and said softly, "Good morning, Your Grace." Emlyn looked ahead and nodded indiscernibly. "Is Mistral not here yet?" "Count Mistral set up a small chapel in his house," Ernst explained simply. Emlyn didn't comment on this behavior as he walked forward and casually said, "That's right. But you must come here when Mass is said." He looked to his left and right before continuing. "What about Bishop Utravsky?" "The bishop is waiting for you behind. The church's envoy has arrived." Ernst controlled his expression and answered Emlyn's question rather respectfully. "An envoy of the church?" Emlyn twirled the light red ring on his left hand and walked to the back of the cathedral. Soon, he saw Father Utravsky and the church's emissary with curly black hair, a high nose, and deep eyes in the reading room. "This is His Excellency Archbishop Loretto," Father Utravsky introduced to Emlyn. He stood by the window, blocking most of the light. "Good morning, Your Excellency Loretto," Emlyn replied with the etiquette of the Church of Earth God. Loretto smiled in a rather awkward Rouen accent. "There's no need to address me as Your Excellency. Although you aren't an archbishop, you have the status of an archbishop. From today onwards, you will be the church's clergyman and high-ranking deacon in charge of Bakeland's matters." Without giving Emlyn time to digest the news, Loretto continued, "There's no need to address me as Your Excellency. I came to Bakeland under the Holy See's instructions to inform you of some matters that need to be taken note of within the church." "Please speak," Emlyn said politely, suppressing the smugness in his heart. Loretto's expression immediately turned serious. "First and most importantly, be it the clergymen of the church or the believers of Mother Earth, as long as they claim to have received a revelation, they will be tempted by the devil. There are no exceptions. If anyone reports such matters to you, or if you yourself have received a revelation, please inform Bishop Yutravsky as soon as possible and report it to the church." Father didn't mention this before. This request sounds very strange, as though he's suspecting something. Emlyn frowned slightly as he looked at Father Yutravsky by the window. The bishop didn't mention anything about paying attention to such matters at all. Before he could finish his sentence, Emlyn suddenly felt as though he was criticizing Bishop Yutravsky, but he was in a rush to find a better excuse. Almost at the same time, he understood why Archbishop Loretto's words were strange. This is to tell everyone that the mother you sensed might not be the real mother. This is basically saying that a large portion of the revelations we say when received from the ancestor are fake. They come from devils or evil gods. Emlyn's eyes darkened as he tried his best to maintain his composure. At this moment, Loretto didn't mind at all and smiled. "Bishop Yutravsky didn't tell you because he doesn't know either. The priest doesn't know." In that instant, Emlyn actually felt a little sympathy for Bishop Yutravsky. He felt that as a Faisak, a clergyman who had converted to Catholicism, he had been ostracized by the rest of the Church of Earth Mother Earth. Sensing the change in his eyes, Loretto added, "That's because he's a blessed. He doesn't need to care about the temptation of devils and evil gods." Bishop Yutravsky nodded and said calmly, "That's because he's a blessed. The revelation of the Mother Goddess is in her Holy Bible, in those teachings. Apart from that, everything else is heresy." Emlyn was somewhat puzzled, but he felt that there was nothing to ask. He tersely acknowledged and said to Loretto, "Don't worry." "Then what's the second point to take note of?" Loretto's expression returned to seriousness. "If you receive a revelation, don't blindly believe it. Immediately seek confirmation from Bishop Yutravsky." "Why?" Emlyn was increasingly puzzled. This was as though telling him that the ones who would respond to him were evil gods or devils. Loretto deliberated over his words and explained in detail, "In this world, there are many evil existences. They will pretend to be gods, bewitch the clergy, and deceive believers. As the two main pathways of our Church of Earth Mother are related to life, we are more affected than other churches. From time to time, there will be people who go astray and attempt forbidden experiments on life, slowly falling into depravity. In order to curb this trend, we have long since reorganized the Church under the guidance of the will of the Mother Goddess, establishing the two major systems of divine favored and divine favored. Favored and blessed." Emlyn's understanding of the Church of Earth Mother was limited to the contents of the Holy Bible and some of the scriptures. He was momentarily at a loss. He had never taken the initiative to ask Father Yutravsky about the Church of Earth Mother Earth. Loretto glanced at Emlyn and nodded slightly. Benefactors refer to clergymen who have received the Mother's favor from the two pathways of Earth and Moon. Blessed refers to those who are blessed by the Mother from other pathways outside. The latter is less affected by devils and evil gods, and can help us verify the authenticity of a revelation. Under such circumstances, even if it's a decree issued by the Holy See, it has to be countersigned by at least one blessed. Otherwise, it can be deemed invalid. As he spoke, Loretto took out a document and unfurled it for Emlyn to see. Apart from what the Archbishop had just said, it was the part where he accepted the appointment as an envoy. At the end of the document, there were a few names. The first belonged to the Holy See of the Church of Earth Mother, Matriarch Roland. The rest were names Emlyn didn't recognize. Only the last one was barely recognizable as Father Yutravsky. Father's handwriting is really ugly. As Emlyn muttered to himself, he had strong doubts about the two systems of favored and blessed. Why are blessed less tempted by evil gods or devils? Why can they verify the authenticity of a revelation, but not a favored? As his thoughts raced, Emlyn suddenly noticed a detail. Blessed don't belong to the two pathways of Earth and Moon, therefore, the problem isn't with the favored, but with the two pathways themselves? Emlyn vaguely felt that his guess might be the truth. Emlyn vaguely sensed that there might be some abnormalities in the Earth and Moon Beyonder pathways, but he didn't raise this question to Archbishop Loretto. It doesn't seem like he'll answer. I'll wait for the next tarot gathering and ask the world and the hanging man. Emlyn nodded indiscernibly, indicating that he already knew the difference between a favored and a blessed as he muttered to himself. He didn't consider seeking Mr. Fool's answer because he felt that the corresponding problem wasn't too serious. There was no need for it. After all, the sanguine dukes, marquises, and earls were still alive and well. The Church of Earth Mother didn't have any particularly negative news spreading. At the same time, his guess also made Emlyn think of the primordial moon, an existence he didn't know if it was an evil god or a high-level devil in disguise. He had a clear influence on the moon pathway. It had once made many sanguine who prayed to him lose control on the spot, turning them into monsters that only knew how to mate and reproduce. Emlyn suspected that this was one of the evil existences that gave fake revelations and oracles. Seeing that he didn't ask further, Loretto put away the document in his hand and thought for a moment. This is a problem that requires special attention. In addition, the Holy See hopes that you can set up 3 to 5 Beyonder teams in Bakeland with the Sanguine as the core. Don't the Church of Evernight and the Church of the Storm have any objections? Emlyn had always abided by the law. At most, he would secretly drink some blood from the hospital, so he subconsciously raised his question. Loretto smiled benevolently. That's exactly what they requested. With most of the Church of Steam withdrawing, there's a shortage of official Beyonders in Rouen. Although the Church of Evernight and the Church of the Storm have also taken in a group of machinery hive mind members and low-level clergymen who don't wish to leave Rouen, they are ultimately a minority. Furthermore, they still have to take care of the cleanup in Faysac and the maintenance of the independent colonies overseas. Therefore, they hope that we can provide them with some help. It will be a lot of benefits for us to preach in Rouen. However, you must remember that we must be restrained in this place and not preach on a large scale. It will be fine as long as we are on the same level as the remaining Church of Steam. Of course, it will take the efforts of 1, 2, or even 3 generations for the number of our believers to catch up to the Church of Steam right now. Yes, it's enough to maintain its current scale and have a certain degree of development. How troublesome would it be to proselytize wantonly? Emlyn heaved a sigh of relief and calmly replied, "That's right. All right. Xianxia, City of Generosity, Byam." Alger was wearing a bishop's robe embroidered with symbols of lightning and waves, as well as a storm saint emblem made of metal. He stood on the peak of the mountain range by the sea, looking at the other side of the forest on the island. There were fewer trees there, and the surrounding hills had been flattened one by one, revealing a hidden port. It was a private port that once belonged to the Resistance. Its size definitely couldn't be compared to Byam's port, but it was of a medium-sized size, enough to sustain the lives of many people. At this moment, a bold and boorish city had been established near the port. The city wasn't big, probably a fifth of Byam's size, or even less. In the middle of it stood 2 tall towers. One was a dome, and the other was a spire. They were all strange silver in color, reflecting a blinding light under the sun. Around the twin towers, there were many paths paved with cement. They either led to buildings that were mainly made of stone, or connected to wide plazas and training grounds. Verdant trees were planted on both sides of the paths, giving off a feeling of prosperity. Alger knew that the people living in this city weren't only the residents of the City of Silver, but also people from Moon City. Those people were mostly deformed, and they were temporarily unwilling to interact with the residents of Byam and the other cities on the island. They only purchased the necessary daily necessities through the people of the City of Silver. It was said that they planned to build a city that belonged to them deep in the forest, leaving only one path that led to the new City of Silver. These are all Mr. Fool's believers. I have to slowly guide them to integrate into the Rorstad archipelago as a whole. I can temporarily not alarm those deformed people. I'll let the residents of the City of Silver bring the normal-looking Moon City residents to Byam. Alger seriously thought about what to do next. After settling down the residents of the City of Silver and Moon City, he had actually completed the mission that Mr. Fool had given him. However, he believed that he was still far from exchanging for the identity, authority, and status related to see God. Therefore, he did his best to deal with the various problems left behind by the Great Migration. Frankly speaking, what Alger was most worried about was that Mr. Fool wouldn't give him anything to do. If that happened, he didn't know when he would be able to accumulate enough merit points. And with the establishment of the new city of Silver and the flourishing vitality that it displayed, he keenly felt a sense of danger. There was more than one sequence 4 demigod in the city of Silver and Moon City, and they were all loyal believers of Mr. Fool. Perhaps, Mr. Fool would bestow the identity, status, authority, and power of Sea God to one of them at any time. The city of Silver has 2 grade 0 sealed artifacts, 1 sequence 3 saint, 3 sequence 4 saints, nearly 10 grade 1 sealed artifacts, as well as a small number of demigod beyonder characteristics that can temporarily be used as a grade 1 sealed artifact. Moon City has 3 demigods, 5 grade 1 sealed artifacts, and a large number of potion formulas. Alger did a quick count and realized that the 2 factions that belonged to Mr. Fool were a little terrifying. Together, they were almost equivalent to a quarter of the Church of the Storm. According to what Alger knew as a cardinal, the number of grade 0 sealed artifacts in the various Orthodox churches ranged from 5 to 8. There were no more than 4 angels active on the ground. In this aspect, they were indeed much stronger than Moon City and the City of Silver. However, when it came to grade 1 sealed artifacts and the number of saints, the Orthodox churches didn't have that much of an advantage, especially the latter. With the outbreak of a full-scale war and the higher-ups increasing the nurturing of saints, the number of saints in the Church of the Storm was only slightly more than 20. The Church of the Sea God doesn't have a demigod yet, but it won't be long before a new sea god will appear. And under Mr. Fool, there's still the angel world, the death console, and the angel that belongs to the fate pathway. There's also the Saints of Us tarot gatherings. The more Alger thought about it, the more alarmed he became. He realized that he was a little slow in this aspect. Perhaps it was because he was involved in it, but although he had always marveled at such matters, it was only today that he clearly realized it. Unknowingly, Mr. Fool's faction had already developed to a level comparable to the Orthodox churches. Even if there was a certain gap, it was only due to the accumulation of a long history. And it hadn't even been 3 years since Alger joined the tarot. If I hadn't experienced these changes myself, I definitely wouldn't have believed it. Alger sighed inwardly as he became more and more eager to do something for Mr. Fool so that he could accumulate enough contribution points to become sea god as soon as possible. When that happened, he would truly be able to cast his gaze on the Book of Calamity and attempt to complete Elf Queen Kohinum's instructions. Retracting his gaze, Alger looked at Byam at the foot of the mountain. He saw that the city, which hadn't suffered too much damage in the previous war, had regained its luster. It could once again be called the most prosperous city on the Sonia Sea. At this moment, the priests, bishops, and believers of the Church of the Storm were working with the employees of the new government and the members of the Church of the Sea God to build schools and hospitals for the children in the slums and the natives who didn't have the means to provide education, medical care, and relief. Alger looked at the people who came and went like ants on the road. He looked at the brightly colored buildings that were different from most places in Rouen. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly before he quickly lowered it. He narrowed his eyes. It was unknown what he was experiencing or enjoying. At that moment, a grayish-white fog suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, he saw the ancient palace and the blurry figure in the middle of the fog. He heard Mr. Fool's words, a mission. Monitor a person named Verdu Garcia. Accompanying this oracle was a large amount of messy information. They fell like rain and drilled into Alger's mind, allowing him to know the exact situation of Verdu Garcia. This was a hidden member of the House of Abraham. He had recently left Desi County and came to the Rorstad archipelago. As you wish. Alger wasn't alarmed. Instead, he was delighted as he respectfully lowered his head in response. The reason why Klein knew that Verdu Garcia Abraham had left the northern continent and headed to the Rorstad archipelago was because Dorian Gray had mentioned this matter in her prayers. And he had long known that the person named Verdu wished to save Mr. Dor, allowing this king of angels to return to the real world. The reason why Klein had gotten Miss Magicians to inform the members of the House of Abraham of one of the rituals to help Mr. Dor escape was because the trust between the two parties wasn't enough. If he were to hide it or lie about needing to hunt an angel to set up the ritual, the members of the House of Abraham would definitely suspect something. They would get magicians first to continue contacting Mr. Door and attempt to use other methods to confirm it through other channels. Once they discovered anything, Klein would lose control of the House of Abraham and be unable to eliminate the risk in advance. If it were a few years ago, Klein wouldn't have been too worried about this problem. However, as the apocalypse approached, the outer deity's corruption of reality increased. It was unknown when the members of the House of Abraham would come into contact with the corresponding items or believers and obtain the correct ritual. Therefore, Klein believed that giving out the extremely difficult ritual could effectively gain the trust of the members of the House of Abraham, allowing them to further believe in Mr. Fool and become more and more pious. Then, he could use these pious to monitor people who showed their radical side, grasp their trajectory, and intervene in a timely manner. Mid-Seashore, Limon City. Jasmine wrapped a scarf around her face and walked out of the apartment's door. She heard that the annual Limon Carnival had begun and wanted to take a look at the municipal square. At this time last year, due to the war, the carnival hadn't been held, leaving Jasmine very disappointed. After that, she suffered the greatest trauma in her life. She had been hiding at home, not daring or wanting to go out. Perhaps it was because she had been isolated for too long and had been confined to the cramped environment of her home. Jasmine had recently wanted to go out on the streets and walk around, just like in the past. With a turn of her gaze, she saw herself in the large glass window of a shop by the street. Her entire body was pitch black without any impurities. Her long dress reached her ankles, and the mesh of her hat covered most of her face. From below her eyes to her neck, she was wrapped in layers of scarf. She wore a pair of woolen gloves on each of her palms. This was completely different from the cheerful and lively Jasmine remembered her. In the previous war, an artillery shell had destroyed Jasmine and her parents' original home. It had also brought about a fire that burned her face and left her body covered in wounds. If she hadn't been lucky enough, Jasmine would have long died from her serious injuries. But even so, she felt that her life seemed to have come to an end at that moment. Now, her nose had been burned off, leaving only 2 black holes. There were many traces of flames on her face, neck, and hands. If she walked in the dark, she could completely act as a devil. Jasmine remembered something very clearly. On the first night she moved into this apartment, she had cleaned herself in the public bathroom before going to bed. Just as she walked out the door, she saw a youth come over, and the youth had also seen her. Under the crimson moonlight, the youth revealed an extremely horrified expression. It was as if he would jump up at any moment, turn around, and run away. In the end, he controlled himself and took a few steps to the side, not daring to look at Jasmine's face. This pierced through Jasmine's fragile heart. From that day onwards, she didn't go out anymore. Even if she wanted to clean herself, she would wait until the dead of night. In this regard, she was very grateful to her parents. This was because they didn't say anything and worked hard to maintain their lives. They relied on their original savings and the jobs they found later on to barely support their family. They didn't need Jasmine to go out to earn a salary. After walking for a distance, Jasmine saw the main venue of the carnival, Limon City Square. The crowd, the venting of all sorts of emotions, and the enthusiastic atmosphere made Jasmine subconsciously stop in her tracks. She didn't dare to get close, afraid that someone would notice her oddly dressed self, afraid that the scarf would fall off if she wasn't careful. After hesitating for a few seconds, she stopped completely, found a clean spot on the street, sat down, and focused on looking at the municipal square. After an unknown period of time, Jasmine sensed that there was someone around her. It was a young man wearing a black robe and a tall hat. He looked like a magician from a circus. "The municipal square is over there." Jasmine wanted to remind him, but after her lips quivered a few times, she didn't open them. She didn't dare and didn't want to talk to others. However, the young man took the initiative to walk over, took off his top hat, and bowed slightly. "Miss, do you know what this machine does?" "Machine?" Jasmine subconsciously looked up and followed the young man's gaze in a daze before looking to the side. Under the gas street lamp, a machine that looked like a small wardrobe had stood there at some point in time. Its surface was brass in color, and it was embedded with a few pieces of glass that weren't transparent. The gears, bearings, rivets, metal pipes, and other parts were exposed, making it look very rough. Jasmine retracted her gaze and shook her head, indicating that she didn't know what the machine was for. At the same time, it also expressed her intention to refuse communication. "It's called the fully automatic wishing machine," the young man introduced with a smile. The young man smiled and introduced, "This is my invention. It can automatically fulfill the wishes of the controller. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Merlin Hermes, a wandering magician. Fully automatic wishing machine." Jasmine realized that she could understand every word, but she couldn't put them together. "You can give it a try. As the first person to experience it, it's free," Klein, who had transformed into Merlin Hermes, said with a smile. Jasmine shook her head and refused to communicate. Klein wasn't discouraged at all as he glanced at the man. He glanced at her and said, "For example, you can make a wish to return to your original appearance." This sentence was like a sharp arrow that shot into Jasmine's heart. It shocked her so much that she stood up and hurriedly retreated in an attempt to leave. She suspected that he had already seen her current appearance. "How do you know if your wish will come true if you don't give it a try?" "It's not like you need to pay anything," Klein said unhurriedly as he looked at her back. Jasmine's footsteps gradually slowed down and finally stopped. If she could return to her original appearance, she was willing to pursue it even if she had to pay a large sum of money. However, she knew that the wish in her heart couldn't be fulfilled with money. No cost. Free attempt. What if it comes true? Jasmine's mind churned as she slowly turned around as though she had been tempted by a devil. "Really?" she asked in a hoarse voice. Klein pointed at the machine. "I can retreat 10 meters away. All you need to do is turn the wrench on that machine. There's no need for you to take off your hat and scarf." The last sentence moved Jasmine. She quickly nodded. "All right." After Merlin Hermes retreated a certain distance, Jasmine approached the machine and carefully grasped the wrench on the door. She was actually very worried that she would encounter a prank after turning it, such as getting water poured on her head. This was something that happened every year during the carnival. She and her friends had teased others in the past, but compared to a wish that could be fulfilled, she felt that it was bearable. Even if it was proven that there was no such thing as a wish being fulfilled, it could still be considered an experience for her during the carnival. "Remember to make your wish before turning it," Klein reminded her from not far away. Jasmine composed herself and silently said her wish. "I want to return to how I was before I was burned by the fire." With that said, she nervously and expectantly turned the wrench. In the next second, the door of the fully automatic wishing machine opened. An ordinary wood-colored cane stretched out and touched Jasmine's forehead. When Jasmine wasn't paying attention, a golden ruby ring appeared on her hand. When the wooden cane retracted back into the fully automatic wishing machine, the ruby-inlaid golden ring also disappeared. Amidst the sound of gears turning, Jasmine saw the door of the machine slowly close. "That's it?" she thought in a daze. She didn't experience the feeling of her wish being fulfilled, nor did she encounter a prank. Everything seemed so strange. "Congratulations, your wish has been fulfilled." Klein walked back and clapped gently, as though he was a witness. "My wish has been fulfilled. How is this possible?" Just as this thought flashed through Jasmine's mind, she suddenly felt something under her scarf. Something was protruding from the place where only 2 black holes were left. Jasmine hesitantly raised her palm and touched her face. She could clearly feel the existence of her nose. And the experience when she breathed also proved this point. She suddenly turned around, her back facing Merlin Hermes, and she walked to a shop by the street. Under the light of the gas lamps, she cast her gaze on the glass window. Following that, she removed the scarf that wrapped around her face layer by layer. Her eyes weren't big, her nose wasn't straight, and her lips weren't plump. A girl with a few freckles was reflected in the window. Jasmine subconsciously raised her hand and covered her mouth. Her eyes were filled with light and mist. After a few seconds, she raised her arm and wiped her face with her sleeve. She turned back to look at Merlin Hermes. "Are you a god?" "I'm just a magician who likes to create miracles." Klein smiled and pointed at the machine beside him. "You should be most thankful to this, the fully automatic wishing machine." Fully automatic. Jasmine's emotions surged as she subconsciously repeated it. Klein nodded and said, "Yes. It doesn't need anyone's help." It's a fully automatic wishing machine that can operate on its own. You can understand it as a gas meter. As long as you put in a coin, you can fulfill your wish just like how you obtain gas. The specific steps are very simple. Put in a penny, make your wish, and then turn the wrench. Remember, you can only fulfill 3 wishes. As he explained, Klein mocked himself inwardly. If I were to die one day and become a sealed artifact, I hope it's something like the fully automatic wishing machine. After leaving Constant City, the capital of Mid-Seashire, Klein changed the way he fulfilled other people's wishes to prevent himself from being bored. Humans always had to learn to find joy in boring work. This is really magical. Jasmine couldn't find the words to describe her feelings. Her agitated emotions settled down quite a bit. I mean this fully automatic wishing machine, will it always be here? Jasmine asked hesitantly. Klein smiled. No. It might stay here for 3 days, or it might not be that long. Perhaps it will disappear when the sun rises. But it won't disappear forever. Perhaps one day, you will see it at the corner of the street again. Jasmine's mind was in a mess, and she found it difficult to sort out her thoughts. All she could do was face the machine and bow seriously. Thank you, Mr. Fully Automatic Wishing Machine. Then, she bowed at Klein. Thank you, Mr. Hermes. Before she could finish her sentence, Jasmine recalled what Merlin Hermes had just said. She asked in anticipation, surprise, and embarrassment, "What's wrong with you?" She asked in anticipation, surprise, and embarrassment, "It can fulfill 3 wishes?" Yes, but it won't be free in the future. You need to put in a coin, Klein replied without minding at all. Jasmine was excited when she heard that, but she was still a little worried. What kind of price do I need to pay? From her point of view, just because she didn't need to pay a price for the previous free attempt didn't mean that the subsequent wishes would be the same. Klein adjusted his tall top hat and said with a smile, "The penny you paid is the price. The penny you paid is the price, and the corresponding changes you have to endure after your wish is also the price." Jasmine nodded, not fully understanding. Without any hesitation, she reached into her pocket and tried to take out a few copper pennies to complete her wish. However, her pocket was empty. Apart from a handkerchief, there was nothing else. Having stayed at home for too long, she hadn't come into contact with money for a long time. Previously, she had relied on walking from her house to the municipal square instead of taking a trackless carriage. Can I go home first? Jasmine asked, feeling vexed and embarrassed. Of course, that's your freedom, but I can't guarantee that the fully automatic wishing machine will always be waiting for you here. Klein smiled in the tone of a magician. Sometimes, it can be very capricious. Jasmine tersely acknowledged and thanked him. She turned around and jogged in the opposite direction of the municipal square. The more she ran, the more relaxed her body became. She returned to her healthy state before she was burned, returning to the young girl who was only 17 or 18 years old. To her, this was a scene that only appeared in her dreams. Of course, as an ordinary person, she gradually felt exhausted after running for a while. She had no choice but to slow down and start walking slowly. A cool night breeze blew, and bright stars shone through the clouds high in the sky. The trees by the side of the street swayed gently, casting their swaying shadows on the ground. All of this was so quiet and beautiful. Jasmine felt her body and mind relax as all her worries faded away. This was the first time she felt so peaceful ever since she was injured. Unknowingly, she had a smile on her face. After walking for about 5 minutes, she suddenly heard someone shout her name. Jasmine? Jasmine turned her head and saw a familiar face. It was her former neighbor, Mrs. Hamill. Good evening, Mrs. Hamill. I haven't seen you in a long time. Are you going to the carnival? Jasmine, who wasn't wearing a scarf, said with a heartfelt smile. Mrs. Hamill was a gray-haired woman. She sized up Jasmine and said, "I'm not sure. I haven't seen you since you moved away. I heard you were injured in the previous bombing?" Yes, but it's already fine. Jasmine nodded heavily. She then asked, "How is Julie now?" Julie was Mrs. Hamill's eldest daughter and Jasmine's former playmate. Mrs. Hamill's expression turned gloomy. She was bullied by the Phaeacians and died as a result, Jasmine was stunned for a moment. While feeling sad, she thought of her own experience. Once, a Faceac soldier barged into her house and attempted to humiliate her. However, when they saw her burned face, they only gave her a kick and left. Poor Julie. Jasmine tapped her chest 4 times clockwise in grief and sincerity, drawing the stars. After hearing what happened to her friends, she realized that she might be the luckier one. After bidding Mrs. Hamill farewell, Jasmine walked all the way back to her apartment. When she arrived outside, she calmed down and felt much better. She began to look forward to her parents' expressions when they saw her return to her original state. They probably won't suppress the pain in their hearts and pretend that nothing had happened. They'll definitely cry tears of excitement and hug me happily. Jasmine took off the key that hung around her neck like a necklace and opened the door as her imagination ran wild. The room was dark. Be it the candles or the gas wall lamps, none of them were lit. On the bed in the outer room, snoring sounds could be heard, forming a contrast with the liveliness of the municipal square. They're all asleep. Yes, they usually work very hard. Jasmine gently closed the door and walked to her parents' bed. With the crimson moonlight shining through the window, she quietly cast her gaze over. Dad has a lot of white hair on his head, and his wrinkles have become very deep. Mom frowns even as she sleeps. Her face is a little peeling, dry and rough. Only then did Jasmine realize that she hadn't seriously examined her parents' faces for a long time. She didn't know that they had aged so much. Before the war, her father was an accountant. His income wasn't bad, and he could afford to rent a terraced house. He could let his wife not go out to work and focus on taking care of the family. But now, he could only enter a cloth factory and do heavy labor. Jasmine's mother had no choice but to leave the family and become a textile worker. Dad's health is also getting worse. He's always coughing. However, he has already passed the recent government employee unified examination. When the results of the interview are announced, he will have a decent job. Mom keeps complaining that her eyes and arms are getting worse. Jasmine looked deeply at her parents and didn't wake them up. She had already thought of her second wish. With light footsteps, Jasmine entered the room and poured out the last few pennies from her almost empty piggy bank. Then, she left the apartment and boarded a trackless public carriage. She was afraid that if she arrived too late, the fully automatic wishing machine would disappear. At that moment, there were many passengers on the public carriage. Most of them were going to participate in the carnival. Jasmine looked around and saw that there were no seats. All she could do was hold on to the frame and stand in the aisle, squeezing with many people. About 10 minutes later, she alighted at the station and turned into the street from before. When the brass-colored machine with a few pieces of glass embedded in it entered her eyes, Jasmine silently heaved a sigh of relief and quickly approached it. During this process, she looked around and didn't find Mr. Magician's named Merlin Hermes. Is it really fully automatic? There's no need for him to be by the side? Jasmine muttered in puzzlement. She didn't waste any time. She took out a penny and threw it into the fully automatic wishing machine. I hope that my parents will recover and that my family will become wealthy. Jasmine whispered her wish and closed her eyes, waiting for a miracle to happen. In the next second, she heard a clanging sound, as though a coin had rolled out of the fully automatic wishing machine. Jasmine opened her eyes in shock and looked ahead. She saw that the penny she had just thrown in had landed on a small tray outside the slot. This wish can't be fulfilled? A wish can't contain too much content? What I just made is actually equivalent to 2 wishes. With the experience of being cured of her burns, Jasmine didn't suspect that there was a problem with the fully automatic wishing machine. She thought about it carefully, then put the penny into the slot again. She bowed her head and made a wish in a low voice. I hope that my parents will recover. This time, she heard a light tapping sound from the fully automatic wishing machine. When Jasmine saw that the copper coin hadn't been spat out, she knew that her wish had been fulfilled. She couldn't wait to return home and check on her parents. Suppressing her excitement, she threw in a second penny. She had originally planned on making a wish to make her family wealthy, but when she thought of how her father was almost certain to become a government employee of Limon City and how her family's income was guaranteed, she couldn't help but have other thoughts. After the age of 10, she had already realized that she wasn't good-looking at all. This didn't mean that the people around her would despise her or say that her looks weren't up to par, but that among her playmates, there were 2 girls who were rather beautiful. This allowed them to receive preferential treatment most of the time, allowing them to experience the kindness of the world. With such a comparison, Jasmine couldn't help but dream that she would become more and more beautiful as she grew older, but reality proved that dreams could only be dreams. However, this time, her dreams could completely become reality. This was because in front of her was a miraculous fully automatic wishing machine that could create miracles. If I can become beautiful, I can find a good husband and improve my family's situation. Jasmine seemed to hear the devil whispering in her ear. She couldn't help but close her eyes and make a wish. I wish to become very, very, very beautiful. She used 3 very to describe her beauty. Just as she finished her sentence, the fully automatic wishing machine's door opened once again. A silver-white mask was pushed out and covered Jasmine's face. Jasmine opened her eyes just in time to see the mask disappear. At the same time, she seemed to be connected to something. She turned around in anticipation and once again came to the shop by the street. She used the light from the gas lamps and the glass in the windows to see her current appearance. Jasmine was momentarily unable to describe the changes in her facial features and contours. She only knew that at that moment, even she was immersed in her beauty. Her nose had become sharper, her lips had become more plump, her eyes had become larger, and they were very moist. Her skin was as tender as milk pudding. She only had a tiny resemblance to her original self. Is this a miracle? Jasmine couldn't help but let out a heartfelt sigh of admiration. She was engrossed in admiring herself. It wasn't easy for her to retract her gaze and bow at the fully automatic wishing machine. She then walked towards the public carriage platform with light footsteps. On the way, gazes were cast at her. Bang, a man slammed into a gas lamp pole because he was too focused on her. Jasmine pursed her lips into a smile and didn't say a word. She boarded the trackless public carriage. There were still quite a number of people on the carriage, and all the seats were occupied. Just as Jasmine was trying her best to find a seat, a few men raised their butts and straightened their bodies. They looked at her and smiled. "Miss, you can sit here." Jasmine was momentarily taken aback. She didn't expect to receive so much kindness. She didn't decline and sat down nearby. She smiled at the man who gave up his seat. "Thank you." The man's expression became extremely animated as he said humbly, "This is what a gentleman should do. This is what a gentleman should do." Jasmine still maintained her habit of being cooped up at home. She didn't say anything else as she quietly sat near her house and got off the carriage. After taking a few steps, she suddenly felt someone looking at her. She hurriedly turned her head. It was a drunk man, and he was looking at Jasmine with an indescribably disgusted look. Jasmine jumped in fright and hurriedly walked towards the apartment. However, the men she met on the way revealed similar looks, as though they would transform into beasts at any moment. At that moment, Jasmine felt like she was walking in the wilderness. Divine Emperor of the 9 heavens, if Jasmine had previously enjoyed the gazes from the men, she was now only left with worry and fear. She quickened her pace again, as though she was being chased by Faceac. Finally, Jasmine rushed into the apartment and escaped from the men before they could approach. Phew. The girl patted her chest and secretly decided to go out less at night in the future. Only then did she realize that unimaginable beauty had its drawbacks. After calming herself down, Jasmine walked up the dark stairs to the 3rd floor and returned to her house. She opened the door with the key she carried with her. She carefully approached her parents' bed and examined their faces with the help of the moonlight. Compared to when she had left the house not long ago, her parents' faces were rosy. Their white hair and wrinkles had lessened, and their snoring was almost non-existent. They've really recovered their health. Jasmine couldn't help but smile as she heaved a sigh of relief. Sensing the commotion, her mother's eyelids twitched before she slowly opened them. Jasmine held her breath and restrained her smile, preparing to give her mother a surprise. Her mother sat up and looked over. Her expression suddenly turned extremely horrified. "Who are you?" the woman asked in a shrill voice, pushing her husband to his feet. "Who am I?" Jasmine was stunned by the question. For a moment, she didn't know how to answer such a simple question. At that moment, her father had also woken up. He looked at the beautiful girl in front of him in puzzlement and wariness. "Get out. Otherwise, I'll call the police." Jasmine's mother left her bed and picked up the candlestick beside her, using it as a weapon. "We don't welcome thieves." Jasmine's father issued an eviction order rather politely. He knew that when facing a thief, he should try not to be too forceful. Otherwise, it would be easy for the other party to choose an extreme response. If he didn't have a wife and children, he wouldn't be too afraid of fighting a thief. But now, he had an entire family on his shoulders. Jasmine finally snapped out of her daze and hurriedly said, "Dad, Mom, I'm..." Before she could finish her sentence, her mother shoved her in the face. Her father pressed down on her shoulder and dragged her out of the room. As for what she said, no one cared in such a situation. Creak. The door to her room closed before her eyes, leaving Jasmine at a loss and helpless. She wanted to knock on the door and use the key she carried with her to prove her identity, but at this moment, she heard her mother say to the patrolling police officers from the opposite window, "Don't worry. There's a thief here, a thief." "Thief? Daddy and Mommy don't recognize me. Will they think that I murdered myself? Will the police believe the fully automatic wishing machine?" Jasmine's heart tightened as she subconsciously decided to leave the apartment and avoid the police. She would wait until daybreak to explain to her parents and use their shared memories to win their trust. Thud, thud, thud. She lowered her head and rushed out of the apartment under the watchful eyes of the neighbors who had heard the noise. She ran all the way to a nearby alley and avoided the police who came from the main street. Jasmine panted and stopped. Tears involuntarily slid down her face and fell to the ground. Suddenly, a hand reached over, covered her mouth, and dragged her to a secluded corner of the alley. "How much?" "I'll pay any price." A drunken, muffled voice rang in Jasmine's ears. It was as though he had treated her as a street girl and was unable to resist her temptation. Jasmine struggled with all her might, shocked, afraid, and in despair. Just as she felt that she was about to collapse, the drunkard's hand released her. "Miss, are you all right?" A hoarse male voice sounded. Jasmine quickly left the area where the drunkard was before turning around and seeing a policeman in a black and white checkered uniform. "He wants to." Jasmine began crying as she spoke. The policeman looked at her pitifully and said, "We will send him to the magistrate's court." "We will send him to the magistrate's court, but miss, you need to come back to the police station with me to record a statement." Jasmine was in an extremely panicked and helpless state, so she subconsciously nodded. Before long, she sat in a nearby police station statement room. Opposite her was the policeman and his colleague. "In other words, he never asked if you were a street girl, and you never gave any hints of soliciting customers," the policeman said as he deliberated over his words. He was worried that being too direct would hurt the beautiful girl in front of him. Jasmine held a cup of coffee and lowered her head to take a sip. "Yes, I just arrived at that alley." "All right, let's stop here. Miss Jasmine, can you tell us where your house is?" "We'll send someone to send you back," another policeman asked in a fawning manner. Thinking of her parents' reaction and the disgusting gazes, Jasmine couldn't help but shiver. She was on the verge of tears. "I have a conflict with my parents, so I can't return home for the time being. Perhaps you can send me to the nearest hotel." At this point, she recalled that she only had a few pennies left. There was no way for her to stay in a good hotel, and cheap hotels were almost equivalent to danger to her. The policeman at the front was taken aback. "All right." On the way to send Jasmine to the nearest hotel, the policeman hesitated a few times before finally speaking. "If, and I'm saying if, you plan on becoming a street girl, you can come to me directly. There's no need to work so hard." Upon hearing this, Jasmine felt like she was about to have a mental breakdown. It was completely different from the first time she saw that face after being burned. This made her feel extremely insecure. She remained silent and didn't answer. Fortunately, the policeman did not force her and sent her all the way to the door of the nearest hotel. "There's no need. I'll go in myself." Jasmine rejected the policeman's offer to send her to her room. After the policeman left, she quickly walked out of the hotel without checking in. She wanted to go to the municipal square, to the fully automatic wishing machine, and cancel her previous wish. This kind of beauty was too frightening. After taking a few steps, Jasmine took off the scarf draped over her shoulders and wrapped it around her face layer by layer, just like the first time she went out that night. Back then, her face still had burn marks from the flames. Her missing nose and severely damaged lips made her look like a devil. After taking the trackless public carriage to the municipal square, she entered the street again and saw the brass fully automatic wishing machine. Jasmine's heart immediately calmed down. She quickened her pace and came in front of the machine. Then, she was at a loss. She didn't know how to operate it to cancel her previous wish. Your first wish is considered a free attempt. It's not counted as one of the 3 wishes, so you still have one more wish. At that moment, Jasmine heard Mr. Merlin Hermes's voice. She turned her head and saw that across the street, beside the gas lamp, the magician wearing a top hat was calmly looking at her under the dim yellow light. Okay. Jasmine hurriedly took out a copper penny and threw it into the fully automatic wishing machine. I wish to cancel my previous wish. She closed her eyes and said silently as she held the wrench and spun it. Thud. Once again, she heard the slightly muffled knocking sound. After opening her eyes, Jasmine rushed to the shop beside her and stopped in front of the glass window. She took off the scarf wrapped around her face layer by layer. She saw herself again, the girl who wasn't considered pretty. Jasmine immediately relaxed and instinctively turned her head to look at the fully automatic wishing machine, but she realized that it had disappeared with Mr. Merlin Hermes. Praise the goddess. Thank you, Mr. Hermes. Jasmine sincerely tapped her chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. She then took the last copper penny and boarded the trackless public carriage home. Along the way, no one gave up their seats to her. When her figure disappeared from the street, Klein appeared by the side of the street again, holding a silver mirror with ancient patterns in his hand. Great master, why didn't you say at the end that too much greed will only make a good thing turn into a bad thing, or wishes always have a price? That would have made the entire matter seem more philosophical and elevated it to the level of a fable. On the surface of the mirror, silver words jumped out. Klein smiled. The biggest problem is that I'm unable to use normal methods to satisfy her wish to become extremely beautiful. I can only make adjustments to a certain extent. Therefore, I had no choice but to graft one of the effects of a sealed artifact that originated from a demoness onto her. This caused her to obtain astonishing beauty, but it also came with terrifying charm powers, making it impossible for the men around her to resist it. That sealed artifact belonged to Xiao, a relic of demoness Charmaine. As Xiao had made a mistake while preserving it, Charmaine's Beyonder characteristic had fused with the box containing it, becoming a sealed artifact with shocking negative effects. This caused Xiao's brother to look at the box in a strange way. To resolve this problem, Xiao made a wish to Mr. Fool and got him to seal the item. After saying that casually, Klein looked at the magic mirror. Rhodes, are you consoling me? No, the main problem is that she's too greedy. If she only wanted to become beautiful and didn't attach so many extremely, the outcome would be rather good. Silver words quickly appeared on the surface of the mirror. That's true. That's within the range of Lai's adjustments. Klein nodded and said to Rhodes, it's true that Lai's adjustments to one's looks can be permanently solidified, but this will ultimately be different from the original muscles, skin, and bone structure. After more than 10 years, when she gradually shows signs of aging, the differences between the adjusted and unadjusted parts will slowly intensify. Her face will appear rather odd and stiff, unless she really becomes a faceless and can constantly correct the problems. At this point, Klein smiled and shook his head. A lie will always be a lie. Then, as he walked to the other end of the street, he continued, besides, even if she really becomes beautiful, it's still unknown whether she'll lead a better life in the future. It's true that beauty can allow her to obtain a lot of resources and allow her to marry a prince, but with her upbringing, personality, and level of knowledge, there's a high chance that she won't be able to maintain such a life for long. Yes, we can't rule out the possibility that she's good at learning and can enrich herself from all kinds of experiences. In the end, she can control the beautiful life, but that's another story. Miracles only last for a while. Fate is always long. As he conversed with the roads, Klein's figure gradually disappeared at the end of the street. His understanding of the miracle invoker deepened once again. After returning to her apartment, Jasmine didn't attempt to open the door. It took her a lot of courage to reach out and knock on the door. With a creak, the door opened and her mother appeared in front of her. "Oh, you're finally back." Her mother heaved a sigh of relief before asking in abnormally horrified, "Why your face?" Jasmine forced a smile and said, "It's been cured. I've been cured by a man who is good at creating miracles. Mr. Fully Automatic Wishing Machine." Just as her mother and father suspected that their daughter had been influenced by a devil, a few policemen in black and white checkered uniforms came up the stairs and walked over. The leader of the group was a lady with light blue eyes and a smile that calmed people down. "Miss Jasmine, we have something to ask you," the lady said politely. Jasmine believed that she should be afraid, but facing the female police officer in front of her, she found it difficult to have strong emotions. She felt like her body and mind had unconsciously settled down after crying for a long time. "All right, what do you want to ask?" she asked hesitantly after looking at her parents, who had complicated expressions on their faces. The lady with the rank of superintendent pointed to the door and said, "All right, what do you want to ask? Let's talk inside." She didn't get Jasmine's parents to leave. She only ordered the two policemen who had come with her to stand guard outside the door. After closing the door, she pulled a crudely made round stool over and sat down without standing on ceremony, appearing very relaxed. This made Jasmine and her parents feel less tense. "You can address me as Ma'am Gray." The officer introduced herself and pointed to another chair and a bed in the outer room. "Have a seat." After everyone in the room found their seats, Gray smiled at Jasmine. "I received a report that something inexplicable has happened around you. For example, men's desire to violate is clearly higher than normal. This doesn't mean that there aren't any villains or criminals among them, but that the ratio is too high. It's so high that it's strange." Having said that, Gray's gaze swept across Jasmine's face. "According to what I know, you were seriously injured in a previous fire and were irreparably disfigured. But now, I can't tell at all. What do you have to say about this?" Jasmine's heart was in her throat again. She didn't dare to hide anything as she said in a panic, "I went out tonight to participate in the carnival at the municipal square. I went out tonight to participate in the carnival in the municipal square. When I passed by a street, I met a wandering magician who called himself Merlin Hermes. He said that he invented a machine called the Fully Automatic Wishing Machine. As long as you put in a penny, whisper your wish, and turn the wrench, your wish will be fulfilled. He said that I was the first person to experience it and that I could try it for free. Then, I returned to my original appearance, and all my injuries healed. Officer, that's what happened. You have to believe me." With that said, she glanced at Ma M. Gray and her assistant, then at her parents, in an attempt to get their approval. However, the expressions on her parents' faces were clearly saying, "How is that possible? How can there be a machine that can automatically grant someone's wish? How can there be something as good as granting a wish for a penny? Furthermore, the first person to experience it is completely free." Gray and her assistant didn't show any obvious changes in their expressions, making Jasmine unsure if they believed her or not. "Go on." Gray saw her pause and nodded encouragingly. Jasmine hurriedly described the process of her returning home to retrieve the coins and making a wish for her parents to recover their health and for her to become beautiful. Finally, she said, "That's right. I did become very beautiful. I couldn't even move my eyes away, which made me feel a lot of kindness. But later, the men around me gradually made me afraid. In addition, Mom and Dad couldn't recognize me and chased me out of the house. I was scared, very scared, so I went back there and made a third wish. Well, that Mr. Merlin Hermes said that the first wish was free and didn't count as one of the 3 wishes. Anyway, I changed back to my original appearance, and then I met you." Upon hearing this, Jasmine's parents instantly thought of the beautiful thief. Following that, they realized that their bodies were indeed much healthier than before. Their vision had been restored, and their arms were strong enough. Everything seemed different. They began to believe Jasmine's description, but they felt more and more terrified. This was because it was like encountering a devil. It was identical to the contents of many folklore. Gray nodded gently. I've seen many things that exceed your imagination, but this is the first time I've heard of something like a fully automatic wishing machine. Compared to the wishing lamp and wishing pool in folklore, this is way too modern. After a pause, Gray's expression turned serious. As a rather experienced enforcer, I'll give you 3 suggestions. First, don't believe in such things in the future. In most cases, the easy realization of wishes is accompanied by a huge disaster. It's not wrong to say that it's the temptation of the devil. Jasmine nodded heavily, indicating that she wouldn't dare to do it again. Her final experience still left her feeling afraid. Second, head to the cathedral as soon as possible and confess to the bishop about this matter. Ask him to purify you. Gray looked around and said, your entire family has to go. Seeing that Jasmine and her parents had indicated that they wanted to do so, Gray looked at Jasmine again. My department is still lacking some clerical staff. You can consider joining us. This way, I can monitor your situation at any time and deal with any abnormalities in time. As for the salary, believe me, it's about the same as a government employee. The salary is about the same as a government employee. You can receive protection. There's such a good thing? Jasmine asked in disbelief, what department is it? Gray smiled and said, what department is it? Gray smiled and said, I'll give you an address. I'll give you an address. Come to my office tomorrow to find me and understand the situation. All right. Jasmine was in a state of panic and unease. Even if there was a straw in front of her, she would grab it. A week later, Jasmine officially joined the Limon City Nighthawks as a clerical staff member. Captain, the telegraph machine is broken, she said carefully as she knocked on the door to Gray's room. Gray put down the documents in her hand and rubbed her temples. Report it to the police station and let them handle it. Seriously, in the past, we could just get the help of the machinery hive mind to fix it quickly and well. Now, sigh, after Jasmine left, Gray picked up the documents and read them carefully. This was the information that the Nighthawks had gathered regarding the fully automatic wishing machine in the past week. After Jasmine, similar incidents happened more than once. After flipping through the documents, Gray spread out the paper, picked up a fountain pen, and began to write an official document for Archbishop Constant and the Holy Cathedral. In the past week, there have been many beyonder incidents in the city. It involves a strange machine called the fully automatic wishing machine. According to the current intelligence, it was created by a wandering magician who calls himself Merlin Hermes. However, other possibilities can't be ruled out. At the very least, I believe that Merlin Hermes might just be an illusion created by this machine to induce people to use the machine to make wishes. This machine is brass in color and is embedded with opaque glass. Its surface is exposed with gears, bearings, rivets, metal pipes, and other parts. It seems to be a product of modern industry. Case 1, a girl who was disfigured by a fire encountered the fully automatic wishing machine at the Municipal Square, Field Street. Her first wish was to return to her original appearance, and it was granted normally. Her second wish was for her parents to recover their health, and it was also granted normally. Her third wish was to become very, very, very beautiful. Then, she no longer looked like herself, and she had a charm that made the men around her unable to resist her under normal circumstances. She claimed to be the first person to use the fully automatic wishing machine, so she had a free spot. With this, she cancelled her third wish. Case 2, a retired soldier who participated in the defense of Limon and was left with severe psychological trauma encountered the fully automatic wishing machine by the river. His first wish was to return his mental state to before the war, and it was granted normally. His second wish was to make himself a little more handsome, reaching the standard of the men on the cover of many magazines, and it was also granted normally. His third wish was to obtain £100,000 and become a tycoon. Then, he caught the eye of the owner of the Limon United Steel Company, who wished to marry him. This lady's wealth was nearly £200,000. This retired soldier wasn't willing to accept a middle-aged lady who weighed more than 200 pounds and was shorter than a normal person. Furthermore, she had a violent personality. He prepared to leave Limon and head south. If one day, he no longer wished to work hard, he could easily obtain the nominal ownership of £100,000. In a sense, his wish had been granted, but he wasn't willing to accept it. Case 3, Case 4, Case 5. A public school teacher encountered the fully automatic wishing machine in a corner alley near the Lord of Storms Cathedral. Her first wish was to make herself look better, so that she wouldn't be despised by her students and isolated by her colleagues because of her looks. This was granted normally. Her second wish was to obtain a better position, which was also granted. As her teaching standards were high enough, she was no longer restricted by her looks. She quickly became the most popular teacher among the students and began serving as the vice principal of teaching. Her third wish was to have a husband who had perfect looks, family background, personality, and ability. Her third wish was to have a husband with perfect looks, family background, personality, and ability. In the end, she got a doll. This doll can speak, move, and has a certain level of intelligence. It has the characteristics of being alive, and it looks quite handsome. It was made by a top master, and it can have whatever personality you want it to have. It's very strong in all aspects, and other than not being human, it really has no shortcomings. Her third wish was to have a husband with perfect looks, family background, personality, and ability. Case 6. Combining these cases, we can make some preliminary guesses. The fully automatic wishing machine can appear anywhere in Limon. It's very random, and I haven't discovered any pattern for the time being. Most of the wishes made to it can be granted normally, but a small number of them will be distorted. The latter is basically concentrated on the third wish. Of course, it might also be because the person making the wish becomes more indulgent when it comes to the third wish, and they begin to make overly greedy requests. Most of the wishes it grants are to change one's appearance, but the range is very wide, and it's almost omnipotent. The frequency of its appearance is also irregular. This is a typical mystical item that needs to be sealed. Furthermore, it clearly exceeds the level of a Grade 2 sealed artifact. I hope that the Archbishop and high-ranking deacons will personally deal with it, or give me an effective sealing method. On the steam locomotive that left Limon, Klein examined the digestion of his miracle invoker potion. If I accumulate it bit by bit, it won't be long before I can respond to Moon City's prayers and cure their deformities, creating quite a miracle. In addition, I've also concluded the acting principles of a miracle invoker. If I continue on this path, it's only a matter of time before I digest it. I might even succeed this year. Klein retracted his gaze from the window, raised his left arm, and controlled the monster doll on his hand to tease the child opposite him. This made him look even more like a wandering magician. If he wanted to, he could even use life's cane or grafting to give the doll a certain living characteristic. While teasing the child, Klein's thoughts wandered as he considered where to build the marionette city needed for the advancement ritual. For a marionette city to be born in the spirit world, there needs to be sufficient interaction. This means that placing it in the forsaken land of the gods won't do. Ignoring the fact that it's sealed and can't be directly connected to the spirit world, it can only rely on some special abilities. Even if there aren't any problems, it's very difficult to have sufficient interaction without any intelligent life. I need to be careful if I place it in the northern and southern continent or the colonies at sea. Before the ritual is close to success, I absolutely can't reveal that this is a marionette city. Otherwise, I'll definitely be disturbed, destroyed, or even attacked by enemies like Zeradal and Amon. Yes, I have to give a sufficient reason for the marionette city's appearance. I also have to ensure that there aren't any abnormalities in the interactions with the merchants and the surrounding humans. I have to make every marionette a living person. They have their own past, present, and future, and follow their own trajectory of fate. This means that the marionette city will be extremely complicated. I need to split up many worms of spirit to deal with it. This also hides the risk of losing control. Those who are husband and wife have to act like husband and wife. Those who have different hobbies have to express their preferences, and those who are perverted have to be detested. This way, perhaps foreigners will hear shameful sounds when staying in the marionette city. I'm still a child. This is a large-scale reality show, or should I say a high-level version of Passing the House. It's the kind that has to deceive the audience. As Klein lampooned inwardly, he silently calculated if he had enough marionettes. He had previously made several trips to the forsaken land of the gods and transformed a large number of monsters that didn't necessarily have Beyonder characteristics. He also consciously controlled many rats, cockroaches, mosquitoes, and flies in batches, hoping to make the other side of the marionette city sufficiently realistic. My current accumulation is barely enough to support a small city. A few more trips to the forsaken land of the gods should be enough. Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, a scene suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. At the top of the giant king's court, which was bathed in the light of dusk, the open door slowly and heavily closed. It was as if a pair of invisible hands were closing the entrance to the forsaken land of the gods. This? Klein's eyes darkened as he vaguely guessed that this scene meant that the true creator was about to seal the forsaken land of the gods again. This was the prophetic ability brought about by his angelic spiritual intuition and premonition for danger. In a few minutes or seconds, that would happen. The true creator has captured Amon? Or had he already given up? He sealed the forsaken land of the gods again because he did not want others to go in again? Wasn't that too stingy? Klein mumbled inwardly, feeling a little disappointed. Of course, his marionettes were barely enough. Even if there were any missing parts, he could make up for them at sea. Bakeland, Empress Borough. Audrey had just changed her clothes and sent away the maids. Just as she was about to go out, she saw the golden retriever, Susie, walk in. What's the matter? Shouldn't you be taking a stroll at this time? As a veteran spectator, Audrey immediately noticed that something was amiss. During this period of time, she had been busy using the few foundations that she could exert influence to help the workers, farmers, and disabled veterans who had difficulties in their lives. It allowed them to wait for new jobs or for the new crop to produce crops. Her interaction with Susie was much less than usual. At the same time, Audrey was also secretly guiding some people who wished to do so to reorganize the various workers' associations in Bakeland, in an attempt to gather the strength of the workers at the bottom of the hierarchy. All her previous experiences made her understand that placing her hopes on the kindness of the upper echelons was unreliable and wouldn't last long. And in front of the government, nobles, and big businessmen, an individual was very insignificant and powerless. Only by rallying a larger number of people and making everyone join forces could a certain balance be formed. The Ruan Kingdom had long had workers' associations in different industries, but the upper echelons of these associations were very easy to bribe. Instead, they became effective weapons against ordinary workers. Susie glanced at Audrey. Her expression was rather normal, but her mouth seemed to be out of control. It vibrated the air and let out a deep male voice. Miss Audrey, I'm the president of Psychological Alchemy, Eric Drake. I wish to meet you to discuss your appointment as a psychological alchemy counselor. I'm in a nearby park. After saying that, Susie heaved a long sigh of relief and returned to her original voice. Audrey, there's a strange fellow looking for you. I can't remember what he looks like. He directly placed what he wanted to say into my mind island. Audrey's pupils dilated slightly before returning to normal. She nodded with a seemingly calm expression. Where is he in the park? As she spoke, Audrey had already created a virtual persona. Through the sea of collective subconscious, she entered Susie's mind island to check if there were any consciousness or cognitive distortions lurking there from the outside world. I don't remember. I was taking a stroll back then, Susie said as she recalled. Then, she wagged her tail slightly and said, I don't think you should go. I don't think you should go, it's dangerous. After confirming that Susie didn't have any latent dangers through virtual persona, Audrey exhaled indiscernibly. If I don't go, I'll be even more suspected. That way, the danger will be unavoidable. It might even affect the others in this house. Besides, this is also an opportunity. Just as Mr. Hanged Man said, since the apocalypse is coming, all the hard work and attempts that don't bring about a disaster are meaningful. Audrey added inwardly before saying, it's time for the apocalypse to arrive. She then said, I'll protect myself. Susie, did you encounter anything else just now? Susie barked, woof. No. Audrey, are you really going? Yes. Audrey gave a definite answer. Then, can you bring me along? Just like before, I'm just a dog in their eyes, Susie mustered up her courage and said. No, there's no need. I'll be back soon. Believe me, I'll be blessed by God, Audrey replied with a faint smile. After comforting Susie, she used her psychological invisibility ability and left the luxurious villa as though she was going out normally. After she left, in a corner on the first floor, a servant who was cleaning suddenly lowered his head and whispered words that he had never learned before. the fool that doesn't belong to this era, above the grey fog, in the ancient palace. The figure sitting at the fool's seat naturally checked the newly formed prayer light and discovered that the believer was very unfamiliar. It's the same environment as Miss Justice's home. It's suspected that she's being guided by a virtual persona that has invaded her mind island. Miss Justice used this method to avoid surveillance and pray for blessings. The figure quickly made a judgment and transferred the corresponding situation to his main body. A few seconds later, Klein entered Sapphira Castle and let the worms of spirit that he had left behind burrow back into his body. Miss Justice is becoming more and more like a high-sequence spectator. Klein praised inwardly as he cast his gaze at the crimson star representing justice. In the park with the lake. Just as Audrey entered, she saw a large carriage drive over. The coachman was an ordinary middle-aged man wearing an old top hat and a dark jacket. However, in Audrey's eyes, the coachman didn't exist at all because he didn't have a corresponding mind island or consciousness. In other words, the coachman was just an illusion, a fake person. The driver of the carriage was the horse itself. A few seconds later, the large carriage stopped in front of Audrey, and the door creaked open. "Please come in." A deep male voice sounded from inside. Audrey lifted her skirt slightly and boarded the carriage. She saw a gentleman sitting in a black wheelchair. His pale yellow eyebrows were very long, and his hair was neatly combed back. There were some wrinkles on his forehead, and his face was abnormally pale. "Mr. Derlau? Aren't you already dead?" Audrey recognized the gentleman in front of her and appropriately expressed her surprise. To a spectator, death only represents the end of one's identity. In other plays, "I'm still alive," the old-fashioned gentleman in the black wheelchair replied with a smile. Apart from being the former medical consultant of the royal family and the former president of Bakeland Medical College, I'm also the king of the Black Throne, Barrows Hopkins, a famous hermit, Eric Drake, and so on. "Then how should I address you?" Audrey asked politely as she watched the car door close automatically from the corner of her eye. The old-fashioned gentleman stroked the wheels on both sides of the chair. "You can call me Mr. President, or you can continue calling me Mr. Derlau." He then pointed to the row of seats on the left side of the carriage. "Have a seat. Let's go somewhere first, and then we'll discuss the matter of you becoming a psychological alchemy counselor." Audrey nodded slightly and sat down calmly. She didn't hide anything as she cast her gaze out the window. She was slightly surprised to discover that in the blink of an eye, the park had turned into an unfamiliar city, a city shrouded in the night. In the city stood gorgeous buildings that exuded an extremely mysterious and dark aura. Gentlemen in top hats and trench coats walked around, as well as women in complicated and gloomy dresses. As Audrey swept her gaze, she saw a gentleman beside the carriage. He had short black fur on his face and sharp canine teeth in his mouth. This was a werewolf. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. What is this place? Audrey asked without much of a change in expression, as though she was asking about the location of the ball tonight. Polly Derlau, who claimed to be the president of the Psychological Alchemy Society, also cast his gaze out the window and smiled. "This is the city in everyone's heart. It's where there are people." Audrey nodded thoughtfully. "In other words, one can enter this place from any corner of human society?" Derlau stroked his wheelchair and said, "Yes. Yes. Everything here has a corresponding psychological symbol. They're called bestial desires." Bestial desires. Audrey silently repeated this word. While maintaining her dignified sitting posture, she cast her gaze further. Among the pedestrians, apart from werewolves, there were also bears walking upright, cats with lazy expressions, strange people with faces like brightly colored spiders, giant rats with red eyes, pythons that spat out their tongues, and canine creatures that looked at every passerby with eyes filled with desire to mate. Among the pedestrians, there were werewolves, bears that walked upright, cats that looked lazy, strange people that had a colorful spider face, giant rats with red eyes, pythons that spat out their forked tongues, and some canine creatures that looked at every passerby with eyes filled with desire for mating. They wore hats, windbreakers, or intricately complicated dark dresses. They tried to imitate humans in every detail, but they couldn't make themselves look like humans. This cathedral was more than 80 meters tall, propped up by black pillars. Each pillar was embedded with a certain number of skulls. Some of them came from humans, while others came from different creatures. However, all of them had their empty eyes aimed downwards, as though they were watching every living being that entered the cathedral. The church was more than 80 meters tall, supported by giant black pillars. Each pillar was embedded with a certain number of skulls. Some of them belonged to humans, while others belonged to different creatures. However, all of them had their empty eyes aimed downwards, as if they were watching every living being that entered the church. Like most of the buildings here, the details of this church could be said to be exquisite, but they were made up of elements that leaned towards nightmares, horror, terror, and mystery. Walking out of the carriage and passing through the main door, Audrey saw a vast but empty hall. In the depths of the hall stood a huge cross. Wrapped around the cross was a grayish-white dragon statue. Unlike ordinary cathedrals, there were no rows of seats for believers to pray, nor was there a place to place candlesticks. There was only a small long table in front of the dragon statue. There were 5 seats on both sides of the long table, and the top and bottom seats were empty. Polly Durlau maneuvered his wheelchair to the end of the long table and pointed to his left. "Please have a seat." Audrey followed behind him unhurriedly. She looked around, pulled out a chair, and sat down. She was neither too close nor too far away from the president of the psychological alchemy. It was just enough to show that she was on guard, and she didn't look guilty. Polly Durlau raised his hands and placed them on the surface of the long table. "Miss Audrey, I have something to ask you. Please speak." Audrey turned her head slightly and responded to his gaze with her green eyes. Durlau nodded slightly. "I want to know how you advanced to sequence 4 manipulator. Where did you obtain your potion formula and beyonder characteristic?" Audrey replied calmly, "From a trade. A client wishes to obtain the help of a spectator pathway demigod. He paid the manipulator potion formula and beyonder characteristic in advance." Del Lao immediately laughed. "There's actually such a thing?" The generous conditions were like a father finding an excuse to give his daughter a gift. "Can you tell me what kind of help you provided?" "Besieging another demigod. In this matter, mental control is rather crucial," Audrey explained simply. Her attitude was very calm, as if she was talking about the homework assigned by her tutor. Durlau's long and fluffy eyebrows twitched. "Success? The outcome is obvious." Audrey gave a relatively tactful answer. Durlau sized her up a few times, as though he realized that the noble girl on his left was a manipulator who could kill other demigods. Audrey read his thoughts and added, "I'm just one of the participants." "I'm just one of the participants." Durlau nodded. "Do you know where the client's manipulator potion formula and beyonder characteristic came from?" He didn't directly answer the question. Audrey replied with a sentence she had long prepared. "Him? Can you tell me who he is?" Durlau asked after some hesitation. Audrey had been guarding against the other party's virtual persona from infiltrating her mind island, but from the beginning until now, she hadn't discovered anything amiss. This made her suspect that the other party didn't need to infiltrate. Just by observing the movements of the surrounding sea of collective subconscious, he could see through her truest thoughts. She didn't hide anything and calmly replied, "This involves my agreement with him. This involves the promise I made with him. I believe that keeping promises is a moral standard that the entire world recognizes. And in the world of mysticism, this involves a lot of things." At this point, Audrey took the initiative to say, "This involves my agreement with him. I'm willing to accept it if you can't truly trust me because of the concealment of this question. I can only be an ordinary member and use my contributions to exchange for psychological research information." Durlau smiled when he heard that. "Everyone has their own secrets. This is very normal. What I need to evaluate is whether your secret will affect the safety of the entire psychological alchemy." He took a deep look at Audrey and said, "Then can you tell me how you know such a client? I remember that I once reported to you that before I joined psychological alchemy, I had already come into contact with some people in the mysticism circle and got to know a few beyonders." Audrey spoke words that couldn't be any truer. As for the logical order of the answers just now, that was another matter. Furthermore, Din Rambai's disappearance stemmed from the investigation of Furs and Zio. This was a fact that both parties had never communicated with each other, but they had absolutely acknowledged. Durlau retracted his hands from the table and placed them on his chest. One more question. When was the last time you saw Vin Rambus? Audrey frowned slightly. I remember you once asked. After Vin Rambis's death, she didn't immediately sever ties with psychological alchemy. She continued to maintain a certain level of contact with the upper echelons through Hilbert, Stephen, Escalante, and company. When the war approached Bakeland, she realized that she couldn't contact the members of her psychological seminar team for various reasons. I need to confirm it in person, Derlau said calmly. Audrey nodded slightly. The last time I saw Vin Rambus was in Viscount Glaine's mansion. Back then, I followed his instructions and hypnotized 2 Beyonder friends I knew. I asked them why they were investigating Viscount Stratford and who the mastermind was. At that time, Vin Rambus was nearby to ensure that nothing went wrong with the hypnosis. After obtaining the answer, he quickly left. After that day, I never saw him again. During the process of answering, Audrey was still guarding against the invasion of her mind island, but it was calm there. Nothing happened. Not only did this not make Audrey feel relaxed, but it also made her even more vigilant. She didn't even dare to think about anything related to Mr. Fool and the world, German Sparrow. She was only certain of one thing: as long as she was in danger of being exposed, Mr. Fool would definitely provide her with protection. It's the same answer as before. Derlau nodded slowly. He then looked into Audrey's green eyes and said, Frankly, I'm unable to use mysticism methods to trace the source of the Beyonder characteristic in your body. I'm unable to use mysticism methods to trace the source of the Beyonder characteristic in your body. This means that the provider has an unimaginable existence backing him. Audrey nodded slightly, indicating that she thought so too. I can't force you not to cooperate or trade with other Beyonders. That's impractical. I only hope that you can promise not to reveal anything related to psychological alchemy to anyone. At the very least, when you want to entrust certain missions, you have to package them well and hide the secrets. Derlau retracted his gaze and said calmly. Audrey replied without hesitation, I promise not to cooperate or trade with other Beyonders. I promise not to tell anything related to psychological alchemy to living beings who don't have the corresponding authority. She took the initiative to magnify the concept of human to living beings to make up for the loophole in her promise. And just as she said that, she felt thoughts appear in her mind island one after another. These thoughts intertwined together, turning into an illusory net that seeped into Audrey's mind island, turning into her subconscious. As this net of restrictions came from Audrey's own spirituality, even if she became an angel, she would be powerless to remove it. She would lose the will to communicate with non-members of psychological alchemy or members of psychological alchemy who didn't have the authority to do so. And she didn't realize this. He didn't invade my mind island. Just my own words made the promise materialize. While Audrey was alarmed, she didn't show it on the surface. Of course, she didn't completely restrain herself, because being surprised by such means was an instinctive reaction of a manipulator. Based on this, she suspected that either there was a problem with the city in her mind, or that Derlau, the president of psychological alchemy, wasn't just at the level of a saint. Seeing Audrey make a promise, Derlau pointed at the long table in satisfaction. From now on, you are a counselor of the Psychological Alchemy Council. You can choose a persona mask as your codename. As he spoke, 7 grayish-white, rather illusory, and abnormally cold masks appeared on the long table. 5 of them were placed in their respective positions, as though they already had owners. The remaining 2 personas are Wrath and Pride, Derlau introduced. They come from the Holy Bible of the Third Epoch. Audrey thought for a second and reached out to the mask that didn't contain any wrath. I choose Pride. Derlau glanced at her and chuckled. This was also Vin Rambis's choice back then. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Audrey's right hand paused for a moment before returning to normal. She picked up the mask called Pride. The probability of 50% isn't low. She simply replied to Polly Derlau. This was to say that choosing the mask that Vin Rambis had once worn wasn't a surprising coincidence. After saying that, Audrey put on the cold gray mask on her face. Almost instantly, she felt that a virtual persona had appeared in her mind island. This did not come from the outside world, but from the magnification and extremity of her perception. Their education level is very low, and they have to be guided by me to make the right choice. Not everyone has enough wisdom. On the contrary, most people are stupid. Those workers act impulsively instead of rationally. They are easily tempted by small benefits and are short-sighted. Only I can think, guide, and decide. Only then can they be saved. They deserve pity, but they don't deserve communication. These thoughts echoed in Audrey's mind, almost making her believe that this was the truth. After all, this was part of the feedback she received from her previous observations and experiences, and it was not fabricated out of thin air. With a sweep of her gaze, Audrey saw her current self on the smooth surface of the long table. On the cold grayish-white mask, the two eyes moved up and fixed on the forehead, as if they were only focused on something higher and didn't care about anything else. It gave people a feeling that it was funny, weird, and frightening. Audrey was silent for a moment. After a few seconds, she said in a low voice, "Is this pride?" If it wasn't for the fact that she had communicated with Mr. World, Mr. the Hanging Man, Ma'am Hermit, and company, allowing her to escape from her misconceptions, she might have been truly affected by the personality created by the pride mask. As for what would happen after she was affected, she couldn't tell. "You recovered much faster than I imagined. From the looks of it, you haven't lost yourself in the experience of controlling others," Derlau said approvingly. Audrey replied thoughtfully, "That's right. Mr. Vin Rambus has always been a little arrogant." Derlau clasped his hands at his chest and abdomen. "You can see it?" "Just occasionally, some details." Audrey answered with two short phrases. Derlau sighed and shook his head with a smile. "Vin Rambus is more affected by this mask than I expected. Besides, he usually disguises himself very well. Under this premise, I'm not surprised that he went missing. Arrogance will make him unable to see the path beneath his feet. It will make him look down on beyonders weaker than him, and this often brings about great danger." Audrey resisted the urge to recall Vin Rambus's death and asked after some deliberation, "What happened?" "These 7 masks can amplify the corresponding cognition and emotions, helping us to realize our own problems and solve them accordingly. At the same time, they also have certain negative effects, unknowingly changing the wearer's personality." Derlau nodded slightly. "In the spirit domain, it's very difficult to have pure external help that doesn't cause any harm. One must have enough internal strength to avoid the corresponding negative effects. The fact that you can recognize this means that you are on the right path." Audrey was just about to take the opportunity to discuss some problems in the spirit domain when she suddenly saw one of the masks on the table vanish. She subconsciously turned her head and looked at the entrance of the cathedral. She saw a figure pass through the door and walk in. This figure was wearing a 3-piece formal suit. He held a half-top hat in his hand and wore the mask that had just vanished. The mouth of this mask was very wide, reaching all the way to the ears. It remained open, as though it wanted to devour everything its 2 eyes saw. "This is one of our psychological alchemy counselors, Mr. Gluttony." Derlau introduced him to Audrey. Following that, the other counselors of the Psychological Alchemy Council arrived one after another. They were Mr. Lust, Ma'am Greed, Miss Sloth, and Mr. Envy. As a veteran spectator, the first thing Audrey noticed was the difference in their masks. Greed was similar to Gluttony. His mouth stretched to his ears, but it didn't open. Furthermore, his eyes were closed. Lust was similar to Pride, but his eyes were different from ordinary people's. They sunk to the middle of his nose, as though he was looking up from the bottom. The eyes of Envy's mask were slanted to a certain extent, and it had a gloomy temperament. The eyes of Sloth's mask were tightly closed, and the mouth was naturally drooping, giving off the feeling that the wearer was sleeping. Seeing that the original counselors were all present, Derlau smiled and said, "Let's wait for another friend. Let's wait for another friend. He will be the 7th member of the council. 8th. I forgot to count myself." Just as he said that, a figure entered the cathedral's main entrance. The figure was wearing a shirt, a vest, a black trench coat, and a half-top hat. At a glance, he looked like a rather fashionable gentleman. However, after some observation, Audrey realized that under the human clothes was a giant rabbit. Its eyes were bright red, and its fur was snow white. The rabbit walked in step by step and stopped at the side of the long table, right beside Audrey. "Unfortunately, you only have one choice. Derlau smiled and pointed at the wrath mask on the table. The rabbit let out a male human's voice. I've always been very gentle. I can experience the feeling of wrath. As it spoke, it picked up the mask and wore it on its face. The mask's eyes were wide open, and its mouth was wide open, as though it would roar at any moment. After Mr. Wrath sat beside Audrey, Derlau clapped his hands. I'll officially introduce the two counselors who have just joined the council. This is Miss Pride, and this is Mr. Wrath. They are both demigods and have deep attainments in the realm of the mind. Among them, Miss Pride is in charge of the Ruan Kingdom's Bakeland region. At this point, Derlau looked at Audrey and said, "You might not know this. You might not know this yet, but we are rooted in the large groups of psychologists, psychiatrists, and the corresponding hobbyists. Our strength is mainly concentrated in big cities, not small towns and villages. Therefore, every committee member is responsible for a certain city and the surrounding area." Then, Derlau continued, Mr. Wrath is in charge of the capital of Lenberg, Azhara, Mr. Lust is in charge of the capital of Intis, Trier, Ms. Greed is in charge of the capital of Fasak, St. Milam, Miss Sloth is in charge of the capital of Fainapotter City, Mr. Envy is in charge of the Republic of Intis's Tilla City, Mr. Gluttony is in charge of the Constant City in the Kingdom of Ruan. After the introduction, Derlau added 2 more sentences. The purpose of our psychological alchemy is to explore, discover, and research. We don't care about the scope of influence, the number of members, or the amount of resources we occupy. Therefore, we don't have counselors in the Fog Sea, Berserk Sea, and Sonia Sea, as well as the southern continent. Of course, there will often be members who go to the sea and the southern continent to explore ruins and pursue ancient history. Heh, I forgot that I'm the king of the Black Throne above the 5 seas. St. Milam, Constant, Tillis. Nearly half of the psychological alchemy counselors are in the Mid-Seashire region. Audrey acutely sensed a problem. She came from a noble family and had received a good education from a young age. She was no stranger to the geographical locations of the various cities in the northern continent. She knew that Fasak's St. Milam, Ruan's Constant, and Intis's Tillis were large cities along the Mid-Seashire coast. Although they couldn't compare to the 3 major cities of Bakeland, Trier, and Fainapotter City, they weren't small. Furthermore, there were many medium-sized cities around them. This made the Mid-Seashire coast the most economically developed and populous region in the northern continent. Under such circumstances, it wasn't too surprising that the psychological alchemy's focus was on Mid-Seashire. The main thing Audrey didn't expect was that the psychological alchemy didn't seem to have much interest in expanding. After the counselors got to know each other, Derlau turned to Audrey and said, Miss Pride, due to the war, the psychological alchemy in Bakeland suffered considerable losses. Miss Pride, due to the war, Bakeland psychology alchemists suffered considerable losses. Many members have lost contact. I'll give you the exact list later. You'll be in charge of determining the whereabouts of those members and reorganizing them. During this process, I suggest that you don't use your real image and name. Create one or even multiple identities to complete these matters. Vin Rambus isn't good enough at this point. I think he's a little arrogant. Audrey nodded slightly and agreed. Derlau then retracted his gaze. The second matter we'll discuss today is the whereabouts of the Mind Dragon in East Chester County of the Kingdom of Ruan. The tradition of dragon worship in Heartlark Village hasn't weakened at all in the past 2 years. I suspect that the Mind Dragon is still influencing the area in some way. Perhaps we can use this to find its whereabouts. I wonder who's willing to handle this matter. After raising the question, he recalled that the newly joined Miss Pride and Mr. Wrath didn't know enough about the corresponding situation. Hence, he simply explained the exploration that the psychological alchemy had done before, as well as the deaths of all the members of the archaeological team. Audrey had actually participated in some of the matters in the early stages. Now that she had a suitable reason to intervene, she couldn't help but be tempted. She didn't really want to hunt the Mind Dragon, but hoped to communicate with it and grasp more knowledge and secrets in the domain of the mind. However, she wasn't in a hurry to raise her hand and accept the mission. As a member of the council for the first time, she would rather miss it than be in a hurry to perform. This is Ruan's matter. It's not suitable for us to interfere. Mr. Lust surveyed the area and said, unless Miss Pride and Mr. Gluttony really don't have the time, Audrey waited for a few seconds. Seeing that Gluttony didn't say anything, she looked at Derlau. I'll try to investigate, but I need more detailed information. Seeing that Audrey was willing to investigate, Derlau nodded slightly. I'll give you the detailed information later, but I have to remind you that this matter is quite dangerous. You must not be careless. At this point, Derlau paused for a moment. If you encounter an accident that you can't solve on your own, you can try saying a name. That will save you. What's his name? Audrey asked. Derlau's expression immediately turned serious. It comes from the Holy Bible of the creator of the third epoch. It involves the highest mysteries of the mind and is closely related to something in our psychological alchemy. It's Adam. Adam. Audrey didn't feel surprised at all, but she still looked confused on the surface, as if she didn't know what this name represented and what it meant. Derlau didn't explain. As a counselor of the council, you should wield a grade 1 sealed artifact. However, you and Wrath have just entered the ranks, so you still need some time to observe them. Furthermore, the former counselor of the Bakeland region, Vin Rambus, lost a rather important sealed artifact. We are considering if we should change the way sealed artifacts are used, changing from wielding to requesting. In other words, all the sealed artifacts are kept in this mind city. You usually don't possess them. You can only use them temporarily if you encounter an incident and make an application. Lady Greed, who was in charge of Faceac's capital, St. Millum, immediately shook her head. This method has a very serious flaw, and that is, we can't deal with the unexpected. Be it enemies or monsters, once we encounter them, they won't give us the time to request for a sealed artifact. I think the current method is good enough. Everyone will wield a grade 1 sealed artifact to deal with any accidents. When there's a need, we can request for other items. Derlau laughed. It was indeed better in the past, but now, you don't have to worry. As long as you have a chance to resist in the event of an accident, you can directly enter this soul city to hide from the enemy and claim the item. If you don't have the chance, say the name Adam like I said just now. You've said Adam twice, so it's very likely that he is already watching this place. No, he might have been watching this place from the very beginning. Audrey's heart almost beat faster when she heard that. Then how do we enter this place without your invitation? Mr. Envy asked as he nodded. Derlau pointed at his face. Starting from this council meeting, you can bring your own masks out of this city. No matter where you are, as long as there are at least 2 humans around you, other than yourselves, you can enter this city by wearing the corresponding mask. And these 7 masks themselves are illusions. They are closely connected to some of your knowledge, so there's no need to preserve them in a special way. If you want to, you can take it out from the sea of collective subconscious at any time. At this moment, the man, who wore the gluttony mask and gave off an indulgent air, thought for a moment. Will bringing the mask out of this city negatively affect our mental state and real personality? There will be a little that needs to be taken note of, but I believe that all of you are experts in the field of the mind. You have the ability to resolve this problem, Derlau said frankly. Audrey was a little worried that the 7 masks were related to Adam, but she didn't dare to think so in this mind city. She forced herself to restrain her thoughts and replied to Derlau's previous words. I can accept the 2 storage methods for a grade 1 sealed artifact. I will patiently wait for the end of the observation period. Miss, you aren't arrogant at all, Miss Sloth, who looked like she was sleeping, commented with a smile. After discussing the Mind Dragon in Eastchester County, the other 5 counselors introduced the matters that were worth paying attention to in their respective areas and exchanged information. During this process, Mr. Gluttony, who seemed to be able to eat a cow at any moment and wear 10 rings, said, The constant area hasn't been peaceful recently. The constant area hasn't been peaceful enough recently. Many near miraculous things have happened in a row. First, Constant City has been rebuilt overnight. Second, the citizens of Belton City have lost a period of memories at the same time. Third, there's a powerful magician who takes pleasure in fulfilling the wishes of others wandering the east coast of the mid-seashore. His name is Merlin Hermes. Related to this, there's also an item called the fully automatic wishing machine. Apart from these, I also noticed something abnormal. Many rats, cockroaches, and crows in Constant City have lost their minds within a few days of the city's miraculous recovery. Why are you able to sense this problem? Mr. Lust said to Gluttony as though he was looking up. Gluttony gulped and said, I've been studying the mental problems of ordinary creatures recently. Recently, I've been studying the mind of ordinary creatures. Rats, cockroaches, and crows are all my experimental subjects. The counselors immediately began discussing this research direction, and the meeting officially entered the third stage. Audrey gained a lot from their academic exchange. She listened rather seriously and would share some of her insights from time to time. After a while, Derlau clapped his hands and said, All right, this council meeting shall end here. Audrey subconsciously wanted to stand up and lead the rest of the committee members to bow and leave, but she quickly came to her senses and continued to sit there. She was the second last person to stand up. Before leaving, she asked curiously, Mr. President, does this city have a name? Yes, Derlau said with a smile. Garden of Eden. Garden of Eden. Seeing that the rest of the council members were walking towards the door, Audrey asked thoughtfully, There are a lot of churches here, which should symbolize faith itself. I wonder which existence the residents here believe in? Derlau nodded and replied with a solemn expression, Omniscient and omnipotent Creator. Garden of Eden. Omniscient and omnipotent Creator. This wasn't Adam's doing. I'll write the name backwards. Above the gray fog, inside the ancient palace, Klein looked at the crimson star that represented Miss Justice and silently muttered to himself. Furthermore, the countermeasure of chanting the name Adam when in danger was a blatant indication of the problem. Ever since Miss Justice entered the Garden of Eden, the true vision provided by Sapphira Castle had been suppressed. Klein could only use her point of view to observe his surroundings, just like how he had used Queen Mystic Bernadette as a fixed lens on the primitive island. To a certain extent, this also explained the status of the Mind City, the Garden of Eden. Klein then tapped the edge of the long mottled table and conjured a pen and paper, preparing to write down his thoughts. It wasn't that he couldn't analyze it with pure thought alone, but that when facing an existence like Adam, he had to repeatedly scrutinize every detail. Therefore, the words that landed on the paper helped him repeatedly review and fill in the gaps. The basic premise is, Adam has already used the all-out war to advance to sequence 0 and become a true god. He can be called a visionary. Miss Justice happened to become a sequence 4 manipulator after Vin Rambise's death. She can convince others, but she can't convince Adam. What does Adam want to do? Arranging for a sequence 4 saint doesn't match his identity as a visionary, unless he has other motives. Is his true target that mind dragon, or me, who's behind Miss Justice? I have to be vigilant in this regard. I can't be careless. In the Garden of Eden, the cathedral where the Psychological Alchemy Council is located is a little similar to Adam's Corpse Cathedral, but it's only a little similar. The stone pillars outside have a number of skulls embedded in them, but there's no corresponding arrangement inside. Furthermore, the color is dark and very dark. What does this mean? What does the grayish-white dragon coiling around the huge cross symbolize? The first step in the effort to revive the Creator has been successfully taken? Adam is already a visionary. If his father or the original Creator were to return, he would definitely be the first to suffer. He is willing to sacrifice himself for this? Is this the meaning of paranoia? That rabbit is suspected to be Hermes. However, as an angel of the spectator pathway, it doesn't make sense that he isn't able to remove Miss Messenger's transformation curse after so long, especially when there's a visionary above him that can provide him with help. Hermes did it on purpose? Right, the president of the Psychological Alchemy Association, Derlau, said that to a spectator, death only represents the end of one's identity. He can still participate in other dramas with other identities elsewhere. All in all, can it be said that when the spectator pathway reaches sequence 3 or sequence 2, he can separate out some of the identities he once had, turning them into a living person? And even if these identities die, it won't cause his true body to perish? This does look like a prerequisite for visionary. Yes, Hermes separated the rabbit he turned into after he was cursed as an identity and directly participated in the psychological alchemy? What does he want to do? Back then, during the Twilight Hermit Order's internal exchange, he was sitting beside the Emperor. After writing, Klein put down his fountain pen and seriously read the contents of the piece of paper a few times, his heart filled with questions. In the end, he could only decide to observe a little longer, observing with his guard up. And at this moment, Audrey had already taken the carriage she had come from. She had driven out of the Garden of Eden and returned to the park with the artificial lake in Empress Borough. She wasn't in a hurry to pray to Mr. Fool, hoping that there was a better way to seal the pride mask. She returned to her luxurious villa as though nothing had happened. Susie was squatting at the door, waiting for Audrey's return. At that moment, the moment it saw her approach, the golden retriever immediately went up to greet her. Furthermore, it barked twice in a rather talented manner and wagged its tail. She didn't ask on the spot. Instead, she accompanied Audrey back to her bedroom before asking with concern, "Is it over?" Audrey tersely acknowledged, indicating that there were no more problems. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Susie pressed. "Not for the time being." Audrey shook her head slightly. Due to Susie's concern, she instinctively recalled what had just happened, but to her surprise, she realized that she couldn't recall the image and name of the president of the Psychological Alchemy Society. Even the information she had learned from the world, German Sparrow, required her to concentrate to recall it. Frankly speaking, in front of Beyonders below the demigod level, she, as a manipulator, could also do similar things. However, it was almost impossible to influence a saint in the mind domain without him noticing it, unless the other party had already been hypnotized, knocked out, or enslaved. That gentleman's level might be higher than I expected. Audrey controlled her emotions and calmly made a judgment. She signaled Susie with her eyes, getting the golden retriever to stand guard outside the door while she outlined the mask representing pride in her mind. Just as she was thinking about it, she felt a slight fluctuation in the sea of collective subconscious around her. With a thought, Audrey reached out her left hand, grabbed forward, and took out an abnormally cold, extremely illusory grayish-white mask. "As long as I think about it seriously, this pride mask will come to my side? Or could it be that it already exists in my subconscious and has always been following me?" As Audrey seriously examined her mind island, she sent out a thought to make the pride mask disappear. The cold and illusory grayish-white mask quickly turned transparent and melted into the surrounding sea of collective subconscious. Audrey still couldn't tell where the pride mask had gone and why it had appeared so timely. This made her even more wary. She decided to pray to Mr. Fool at the first opportunity and make a wish to seal the mask. Just as she wanted to do a few more experiments and pry out more knowledge from Pride's mask, she saw the sea of collective subconscious gently stir without needing to use her manipulator beyond her powers. A glimmer swam over from afar, growing larger and more distinct until it finally turned into an illusory letter. The letter stopped in front of Audrey's mind island, as if it was looking for a way to complete the delivery. Of course, Audrey wouldn't let anything from the outside enter her consciousness. The world hurriedly stretched out her left hand and touched the illusory letter. Just as her fingers were about to touch the surface of the letter, Audrey suddenly stopped. Her experience and intelligence told her at the same time, don't rashly come into contact with anything in the mysticism world, especially in the mind domain. Otherwise, it's very easy to be corrupted, resulting in mental problems. With this in mind, Audrey created a virtual persona as the lead and wore the black gauze glove, Hand of Horror. After making the necessary preparations, she reached out to grab the illusory letter and watched it peel off its outer layer in her palm before unfolding page by page. This was all the information related to the Mind Dragon in Eastchester County. Using the sea of collective subconscious to transmit information. The high-level powers of the spectator pathway are truly magical. As a manipulator, Audrey had always been working hard to maintain her initial yearning for the mysticism world, the pure pursuit of fantasy and magical. This was one of the ways she didn't allow herself to lose herself in the experience of controlling, and to not be gradually assimilated by the sea of collective subconscious. After flipping through all the information, Audrey let the illusory letter melt into the sea of collective subconscious. She still wasn't in a hurry to pray to Mr. Fool. According to her previous arrangements, she went out to busy herself with other matters. At dusk, before the banquet began, she found some time to quickly pray in her bedroom and make a wish. In the next second, Audrey saw the grayish-white mask of pride appear from the sea of collective subconscious in front of her. The illusory feeling disappeared bit by bit as it shimmered with a small metallic luster. For some reason, this persona had a certain corporeal feel to it. It was in a state between illusion and reality. This meant that it was physically separated from Audrey's mind island. Of course, it also lost the ability to directly return to the sea of collective subconscious. Audrey held the pride mask and attempted to remove Lai, which had turned into an emerald necklace, overlapping the two. Just as she had expected, the half-real, half-illusory pride mask was embedded into Lai, turning into a blob of patterns that roughly looked like a human face. I'll use this method to carry it with me in the future, preventing the persona from coming into contact with my mind and body until I need to use it. As Audrey's thoughts raced, she sincerely thanked Mr. Fool. She then went out and headed for the banquet hall at home. On the way, she met her father, Earl Hall. "Good news," Earl of Hall said with a smile. Audrey did not hide her surprise. "Alfred is coming back?" This was her other brother. "You actually guessed it? In the second half of the year, he will return to Bakeland as a general." "Half the year? Susie is already a dreamwalker." Audrey thought for a moment before asking, "What's wrong?" "Dad, when are we going back to Eastchester County?" Since the war had just ended, there were too many things that needed to be done in the kingdom. The nobles did not return to their fiefs during the new year and had been staying in Bakeland. It was now the end of February. Earl of Hall nodded. "It'll take about 4 months. Above the grey fog, in the ancient palace. Mind mail. Be careful of viruses. Don't randomly click." As Klein sighed, he threw the curtain that represented the attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic back into the junk pile, allowing it to cover all the items there. He had used the grafting ability that he had named to satisfy Miss Justice's wish. He had connected the illusory concept of the persona mask to the metallic texture of an ordinary iron mask. Furthermore, he had given the Worms of Spirit, who were guarding Sapphira Castle, the order to replenish their strength on time so that the grafting could be maintained. From the description of Mr. Gluttony from the Psychological Alchemy, Zeridal seems to have already tracked me to Constant City. I have to be more careful. Klein tapped the edge of the long mottled table with his finger, causing Worms of Spirit to emerge from his body. His figure disappeared from Sapphira Castle. Winter County, Amantha Mountain Range, inside the Cathedral of Serenity. Leonard obtained a document from the Pope. This would be the first thing he would be responsible for after becoming a high deacon. Back in his room, Leonard leisurely leaned back in his chair and put his feet on the desk. Then, he opened the documents in his hands and read them one by one. Wandering magician Merlin Hermes, who takes pleasure in fulfilling the wishes of others. Rebuilding Constant City overnight. Fully automatic wishing machine. Sequence 4 of the Seer Pathway is Bizarro Sorcerer, Sequence 3 is Scholar of Yore, and Sequence 2 is Miracle Invoker. As Leonard watched, he suddenly fell silent. After a few seconds, he lowered his voice and asked, "Old man, how many angels of the Seer Pathway are still active on Earth?" Pallas Zoroast clicked his tongue. "This is acting. Currently, there should only be one Miracle Invoker that needs to be acted. You should know who I'm talking about." Leonard looked at the information in his hand again and mumbled, "That's right. I'm having a good time." He had already decided that the main goal of this mission was to act as a night watcher, digest the potion in his body, and travel in passing. As for dealing with the matter, the main point was to find a reasonable explanation. After flipping through the thick stack of documents in boredom, Leonard retracted his feet and stood up. He was going to retrieve the Grade 1 sealed artifact that belonged to him as a high deacon. To the other saints of the Church of Evernight, this was a rather troublesome matter. This was because the negative effects of a sealed artifact weren't that easy to bear. It was even more so when one needed to carry it around for a long period of time. However, if one chose a holy artifact that was more compatible with them, there would be the problem of having the same abilities. As for Leonard, he didn't need to worry about this problem. As long as the sealed artifact he fancied had a living characteristic, he could get Old Man's help to parasitize a worm of time into it, reducing the negative effects of the sealed artifact significantly, making it as obedient as the word of the sea. Therefore, the main point is to choose the ability. Leonard whistled and walked out of the room. 3 in the afternoon on Monday. In the ancient palace above the grey fog. Streaks of crimson light soared and solidified into different figures. It had been many times that Sun didn't need to count his heartbeats. All he needed to do was look at the wall clock and calculate the time in Bakelin to know how long it would be before the tarot gathering. At this moment, he stood up with Miss Justice and bowed towards the end of the long bronze table with the other members of the tarot. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." After taking their seats and exchanging their greetings, Emlyn looked around and said, "That's right. I want to know if the plantar and moon pathways are special compared to the other pathways?" After raising the question, he didn't hide it at all. "I recently learned that the internal system of the Church of Earth is different from normal. It's divided into two parts, the gods favored and the gods favored." After Emlyn finished his simple description, the hanging man Alger, the hermit Catlia, Leonard, and company looked at each other, unable to give a reasonable explanation. Of course, every member present, including the sun, could tell that something was amiss with the internal system of the Church of Earth. At this moment, they heard a soft sigh. This sigh seemed to come from an era even more ancient than ancient times. It came from Mr. Fool at the end of the long, mottled table. The Fool Klein slowly surveyed the area and didn't explain as everyone had expected. Instead, he stopped sighing and asked a question with a smile. "Where do you think the source of the 22 Beyonder pathways is?" This was one of the 3 core questions of mysticism, and there had never been a publicly acknowledged answer. Every sect had their own theories, and no one could convince the others. Catlia deliberated for a moment before replying, "Yes. The essence of world is knowledge. The essence of knowledge is number. Humans are number. The Beyonder characteristics of the 22 pathways are also number. Everything is number. It has been that way since birth." What she gave was the theory of the Moses ascetic order, but it was not equivalent to her own opinion. The 7 churches believe that Beyonder characteristics originate from the original creator. He incarnated all things, including deities, humans, the sea, land, and Beyonder characteristics. Leonard gave a simple description. Of course, this is only for deacons and above. Official Beyonders below sequence 6 don't need to know so much. Then, he glanced at Emlyn. The Life School of Thought believes that the world is divided into 3 levels, the world of matter, the world of the soul, and the world of absolute rationality. Beyonder characteristics are the projections of certain things in the world of absolute rationality in the world of matter and the world of the soul. Therefore, characteristics aren't destroyed and can only be reassembled. From the looks of it, the absolute rational world that the Life School of Thought promotes might be something represented by the River of Destiny. The Fool Klein thought of Will Septon, but he remained silent and didn't interrupt the conversation between the tarot members. Emlyn looked back at the star and said, "That's right. As one of the rulers of the second epoch, we sanguine believe that Beyonder characteristics do originate from the original creator. Then, the accumulation of different characteristics gave birth to the ancient gods, and the ancient gods created different races." This was the sanguine's explanation of the first epoch, and Emlyn already had some doubts about it. After all, he had come into contact with many secrets on the tarot. The hanging man Alger nodded slightly. Although there are many explanations for the origins of Beyonder characteristics, most of them point to the original creator. It's the same for the Orthodox churches, the Aurora Order, and the City of Silver. In other words, it's common knowledge that Beyonder characteristics originate from the original creator? Audrey asked thoughtfully. Psychological alchemy mainly studied the world of the mind and the sea of collective subconscious. It lacked a complete theoretical explanation for the origins of Beyonder characteristics. Something like that. The hanging man Alger didn't hide his opinion. At this moment, the Fool Klein said with a sigh, "That's right. Not everything." He did not give a lengthy explanation, only giving a relatively vague answer. "Not all of them. Mr. Fool means that the Beyonder characteristics do originate from the original creator, but not all of them. A small number of them are special cases? This is the reason for the special existence of the plantar and moon pathway?" The hanging man Alger instantly thought of many things and grasped the crux of the problem. As this matter had nothing to do with her, Magician's Furs had been listening leisurely by the side. At this moment, she asked curiously, "Honorable Mr. Fool, you seem to mean that most Beyonder characteristics originate from the original creator, and the plantar and moon pathway are exceptions. Then, where do they come from?" The Fool Klein said rather succinctly, "The cosmos." "The cosmos, cosmos. Emlyn was alarmed when he heard that. He realized that the matter might be more serious than he had imagined. The tarot had already shared the corruption of the underground and the dangers of the cosmos. All members knew that just understanding these two concepts would lead to corruption. When Audrey, the hermit Xianxia, and company looked at each other, the fool Klein maintained his sigh and added, "It's not just these two. It's not just these two." He had been communicating with the Seven Lights all this time. He had already confirmed that 6 of the 22 Beyonder pathways belonged to the outer deities. Honorable Mr. Fool, who else came from the cosmos? Audrey habitually raised her hand and asked warily and curiously. The fool Klein replied succinctly, "That's right. Prisoner, criminal, lawyer, arbitrator." The first 2 came from the mother tree of desire, while the latter 2, together with the nation of disorder, came from the son of chaos. Chaos breeds order, and order carries its own shadow. Arbiter. Magician's Furs turned her head in surprise and glanced at Xiao. Just a moment ago, she thought that this matter had nothing to do with her and that she could just watch from the sidelines without worrying. Who knew that the fire would burn to her doorstep? Xiao frowned slightly and looked at the end of the long bronze table. Honorable Mr. Fool, I usually don't sense anything abnormal, nor have I received a divine revelation. Yes, it's from someone other than you. The fool Klein smiled. Arbiter and lawyer are relatively good. Based on his understanding, the son of chaos didn't have a deep influence on the arbiter and lawyer pathways. It was completely incomparable to the mother goddess of depravity's influence on the moon and planter pathways, or the mother tree of desire's influence on the criminal and prisoner pathways. This outer god was so quiet that it was as though she had vanished. Magician's Furs and Xiao secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they became more wary of the future. Seeing that Mr. Fool didn't explain further, Emlyn organized his thoughts and said, "That's right. The uniqueness of the planter and moon pathway comes from the cosmos. The divine revelation they sensed might very well be a form of corruption." The hanging man Alger looked at Mr. Fool at the end of the long, mottled table. Seeing that he had no intention of speaking, he nodded. "Something like that. This is a test for me." Emlyn sighed inwardly and said, "I've already grasped the names of the high-sequence potions of the planter and moon pathways. I'm a little puzzled about 2 of them." After becoming a sanguine earl and a high-ranking deacon of the Church of Earth God, he had obtained the corresponding authority. He could access a lot of information that he couldn't have access to in the past. Seeing the other tarot members look over, World German Sparrow raised his hand to pinch his chin. Emlyn said in thought, "The moon pathway sequence 3 is summoner, sequence 2 is creator, and sequence 1 is beauty goddess. The planter pathway sequence 3 is coffin bearer, sequence 2 is desolate matriarch, and sequence 1 is nature walker. What I'm more puzzled about is that the 2 potion names, beauty goddess and desolate matriarch, have a certain gender orientation. What do you think?" For a moment, none of the other tarot members spoke. They looked at each other and thought of a possibility. After a few seconds, Audrey controlled her gaze and deliberated over her tone. "I remember that sequence 7 of the assassin pathway is called witch. Assassins who consume this potion will eventually become witches. This is a test for me." Emlyn's lips moved slightly, but he couldn't say a word. When he saw the potion's name, he already had a certain premonition, but he wasn't willing to accept it. He hoped that he could obtain another explanation on the tarot. "Don't worry, there's a high chance that you won't become an angel. Even if you can, you won't have the chance to become a beauty goddess." Klein mumbled inwardly, but he didn't say these words of comfort. The scene fell silent for a moment. Leonard coughed and took the initiative to speak. "I have something to share." He spoke unhurriedly about the wandering magician Merlin Hermes, the overnight reconstruction of Constant City, the fully automatic wishing machine, and other matters. As he spoke, he didn't hide his glance at the World Klein. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched slightly as he made the World German Sparrow look ahead. "I'll be leaving the east coast of Mid-Seashire in the near future." "Eh? This was all done by Mr. World? Is he already capable of creating such miracles?" "As expected of an angel. It's him." Audrey recalled the information shared by Mr. Gluttony, the psychological alchemy counselor, and was momentarily surprised and amazed. She didn't use her spectator powers to hide her reaction, because everyone showed the same emotions except for Mr. Star, who clearly knew about it. Merlin Hermes. Wandering magicians. Furs memorized the name in her mind and secretly decided to distance herself as much as possible when she heard the name in the future. This wasn't to say that she was still that afraid of German Sparrow, but that she had realized something. The surroundings of German Sparrow definitely wouldn't be peaceful. There would always be something happening. Of course, a little instinctive fear was inevitable. It was just like how the fear planted in one's childhood would remain after one grew up. Fulfilling wishes for pleasure. Fully automatic wishing machine. Is this the acting of the world German Sparrow? The hanging man Alger and the hermit Catlia had similar thoughts at the same time before they thought of something. Ever since a while ago, Mr. Fool had gotten everyone to make a wish while praying, and he would grant his wish. Is he helping the world digest the potion, or is he from the same pathway as the world? After his awakening, he also showed similar characteristics? Little Sun previously said that Mr. Fool had performed a miracle, allowing the people of an entire city to be moved from the forsaken land of the gods to outside Byam. With the world German Sparrow still acting, this shouldn't be something he can do. The hanging man Alger nodded indiscernibly, having a guess as to Mr. Fool's pathway. About to leave the east coast of Mid-Seashire? Then, my investigations will be even easier. I can just randomly come up with a conclusion. At most, I'll just write that German Sparrow has become a miracle invoker and is acting. Anyway, I already know what I need to know. Leonard mumbled silently and didn't ask further. At this moment, the world German Sparrow surveyed the area and said, "That's right. What do you know about King of the Black Throne, Barros Hopkins?" Upon hearing world German Sparrow's question, the other tarot members had three reactions. Who is this? I seem to have heard of him before. He's one of the four kings? Who is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? Oh, I forgot to ask about psychological alchemy again. I was going to ask for some advice in a more tactful way. The first reaction came from the hanging man Alger, the hermit Catlia, and magician's Furs, who had lived at sea for a period of time. The second reaction came from the star Leonard, the moon Amlin, judgment Zio, and the sun. The third reaction came from Justice Audrey. Seeing that no one answered, the world German Sparrow didn't press further. His main goal was to use this opportunity to remind Miss Justice to get her to discuss matters that could bypass her promise. Of course, if Miss Justice sought Mr. Fool's help, Klein would also use grafting to temporarily connect the restriction formed by the promise in her subconscious with the paper figurine, giving her a period of time to speak freely. This was also a high-level application of paper figurine substitutes. With Klein's current level, he could only do it easily in Sapphira Castle. If he were in the real world, he would have to rely on the worms of spirit above the grey fog to control the curtain and respond. At this moment, Audrey thought for a moment. Do you still remember that I once followed the trail of the Mind Dragon and went to a place where they worship dragons? The hanging man Alger, the hermit Catlia, and company nodded. Only Leonard and Zio indicated that they had never heard of it. This was because it wasn't an important matter. When Magician's Furs first gave Zio general knowledge, she didn't mention it. Later, she was frightened by the angel of imagination Adam. In the real world, she rarely discussed the various secrets shared on the tarot. Audrey deliberated for a moment before continuing. It's been almost 2 years. A secret organization that doesn't trust me too much suddenly mentioned this matter and entrusted me with a further investigation. It said that it's a test for me. What's their goal? She didn't believe that it was a coincidence. Emlyn recovered a little and chuckled. This should be a test. To him, he was still far from becoming a Sequence 1 beauty goddess, and he had no intention of switching to the plantar pathway. Therefore, there was no need for him to worry about the corresponding problems for a long period of time. There was no need for him to worry too much. For Emlyn to be able to say the word test, he has really grown a lot. Of course, this is also because the Sanguine has done too many similar things to him. Every time, I have to trouble Mr. the Hanging Man to say that it's a test. The fool Klein was very satisfied with Emlyn's answer. Of course, he didn't believe that the answer was correct. He just felt that it was quite impressive that Emlyn could think to this level. Audrey said in disagreement, I suspect that they already know that there's a problem with me. I suspect that they already know that there's something wrong with me. They might even know where the problem lies and which forces are involved. There's no need to probe further. After leaving the Garden of Eden, she thought about many things. She recalled that Mr. World had once said that the Twilight Hermit Order wanted a war that would sweep the entire world. Based on the current situation, this goal had already been achieved in the past year. In other words, the Twilight Hermit Order or Angel of Imagination Adam had definitely used this opportunity to gain quite a bit of benefits and had the corresponding growth. And before this, Mr. Fool had hinted that Adam was closer to becoming a deity. Combined with this information, Audrey's preliminary judgment was that Angel of Imagination Adam had a high chance of ascending to the divine throne, becoming a Sequence Zero visionary. Even if he hadn't, it's almost there. If such a deity who wielded the mind were to cast his gaze over, Audrey didn't believe that her secrets could be hidden. At present, she could only console herself that the leader of the Twilight Hermit Order, the mastermind of psychological alchemy, didn't think too highly of a Sequence 4 manipulator. On the other hand, she had to make all sorts of preparations to deal with any possible accidents. Perhaps, that organization wants to probe how many members we have in Tarot and what their identities are, Emlyn replied with a smile as he followed his train of thought. Audrey thought for a moment and nodded gently. I can't rule out that possibility. As she said this, she inconspicuously glanced at the end of the long, mottled table and discovered that Mr. Fool was only listening leisurely without any intention of giving the correct answer. This made her feel a lot more at ease. At the same time, she silently decided to be more careful and cautious. She couldn't walk step by step to Sequence 4 without being able to resolve some problems alone. In any Orthodox church or secret organization, a Sequence 4 was a powerful person who could lead a faction. At this moment, the hanging man, Alger, who had heard their conversation, raised a brand new possibility. If that secret organization really doesn't trust you, then their inspection might just be an excuse. Their main goal is to cooperate with us, Tarot, and Mr. Fool, through you. He didn't know why Miss Justice didn't directly mention psychological alchemy, so he could only carefully cooperate with her and use a pronoun. This is equivalent to me becoming Tarot's ambassador to psychological alchemy? Audrey nodded slightly. That's also a possibility. Then what should I do next? The hanging man, Alger thought for a moment and said, stall for time. Good idea. Good idea. Magicians Furs and Emlyn expressed their agreement inwardly. After Alger gave the overall strategy, he added in detail, stall for time to go to that place first. Let's delay our trip to that place first and find an excuse not to go until the last moment. When we arrive at that place, we'll start investigating from the periphery and use caution as an excuse to slow down the speed of the investigation. When we really can't delay it any longer, we can deliberately make mistakes in certain matters and create a certain commotion, allowing the mind dragon to detect it ahead of time and eliminate any traces. If that secret organization really has an additional goal, the longer you delay it, the more they won't be able to sit still. And once they become anxious, they will expose the problem. Katlia nodded when she heard that. This is the most suitable response for now. I understand. Thank you, everyone. Audrey also felt that Mr. the Hanging Man's suggestion was in line with her thoughts. However, she didn't procrastinate on a certain matter. She immediately turned her head and looked at the end of the long, mottled table and bowed. Honorable Mr. Fool, has the Angel of Imagination, Adam, advanced to Sequence 0? Not bad, to be able to realize this. The Fool Klein leaned back in his chair and chuckled. Only when the apocalypse is approaching did he finally take this step. The level reflected by the Garden of Eden made him almost certain that Adam had become a visionary. Angel of Imagination Adam has become a god? This news immediately reverberated in the minds of Derek and the others, and it took a long time for them to calm down. As expected, Audrey pursed her lips and thanked him before asking, "What's the matter?" Then, she asked, "What do I need to pay for this answer?" The Fool Klein looked around and said, "There's no need. This is a reminder. This is a reminder." After this topic ended, because most of the members of the Tarot were still immersed in the shock of Adam becoming a true god, no one spoke for a while. After a few seconds, Derek looked to his left and right and probed, "What's going on?" "The city of Silver has already reclaimed the surrounding fields and planted wheat and other crops, but the harvest isn't imminent. I want to know what we can do to earn gold pounds to buy supplies." After the initial assistance, the Church of the Sea God and the Rorstad Archipelago government stopped providing free assistance. After all, their economic strength was rather limited. Faced with this situation, the City of Silver and Moon City each sold a batch of Beyonder characteristics and monster hides in exchange for a large amount of money that could be used to buy all kinds of supplies. However, with the entrance to the Forsaken Land of the Gods closed, the Beyonder characteristics and monster leather could no longer be effectively replenished. It was impossible for the City of Silver and Moon City to give up their military strength, sell large amounts of strategic resources, and neglect the nurturing of their descendants. Therefore, once the existing gold pounds, gold, jewelry, and other items were depleted, they would undoubtedly fall into a predicament. For this reason, the 6-member council had recently been vexed over how to earn gold pounds from the outside world and how to establish a stable economic system. This was beyond their capabilities. The batch of Beyonder characteristics that the City of Silver and Moon City had previously given were mainly bought by the Church of the Sea God and the Rorstad Archipelago's government to establish their own official Beyonder faction. After all, the number of Beyonders needed for destruction was on a completely different level from the number of Beyonders needed to stabilize the rule of an area. In addition, in the entire Rorstad Archipelago, only Sea God Cavituous and the Church of the Storm's Cardinal Alger Wilson were demigods. This was a little insufficient for a new regime, especially since the Church of the Storm and the Church of the Sea God weren't allies. After hearing Little Sun's request for help, the other members of the Tarot began to seriously consider what the residents of the City of Silver and Moon City could do. Audrey thought for a moment and said, "What are you best at?" "Combat, son," answered without any hesitation. The hanging man Alger nodded slightly when he heard that. When the hanging man Alger heard that, he nodded slightly. Although the Great World War has ended, the colonial order in the southern continent has not been effectively restored. It's still very chaotic there, with small-scale wars breaking out from time to time. You can try to form 2 or 3 mercenary teams and accept employment from any force. Military contractors. Klein came up with a more modern term in his mind. That's a good idea. Derek's eyes lit up. The hanging man Alger then asked, "Fighting is a survival instinct. Other than this, is there anything else you want to do?" Derek replied, a little embarrassed, "That's right. Many people wish to become chefs, winemakers, or work in candy factories." After hearing the wishes of the residents of the City of Silver, a thought instantly surfaced in Klein's mind. Why is it all related to food? The hanging man Alger thought for a moment and said to son Derek, "You can let people with such thoughts join a trade union and buy 'em. You can totally let people with such thoughts join a trade union and buy 'em. Through them, you can find suitable teachers. You can also directly invite people with such specialties to teach in the new City of Silver and give them generous rewards. Of course, the premise is that you have to let the residents master the common language of the Rorstad Archipelago as soon as possible. On this basis, Rouen, Ancient Faisac, and Dutanese can also be put on the agenda." After the hanging man finished speaking, the hermit Catlia also gave her suggestion. "Apart from organizing mercenary teams, you can also try applying for public positions in the various cities of the Rorstad Archipelago and be in charge of handling Beyonder matters." Although the Rorstad Archipelago government and the Church of the Sea God had obtained a batch of Beyonder characteristics and the corresponding potion formulas from the City of Silver and Moon City, they were unable to nurture enough Beyonders in a short period of time. Sequence 9 was relatively fine. By choosing people with good mental, and physical health to consume the potion, the chances of encountering a loss of control and madness were actually very low. Further up, acting might not be successful, and acting also required time. Under such circumstances, as long as the residents of the City of Silver could become a member of the official factions, they wouldn't have to worry about losing their jobs in the future. Of course, the Rorstad Archipelago government would definitely control the number of applicants. The City of Silver couldn't completely solve everyone's employment problems through this method. Klein agreed with Ma'am Hermit's suggestion. Furthermore, he believed that it was necessary to give Donna's a revelation, so that the Worsted Archipelago government and the Church of the Sea God could increase the number of official Beyonders within a certain range. This wasn't to help the residents of the City of Silver and the non-deformed people in Moon City find jobs, but to deal with the approaching apocalypse, the deepening of the outer deity's corruption, and the increasing frequency of Beyonder incidents. At this moment, Catlia glanced at Miss Justice and continued speaking to son Derek. You can try to invest in the mines, spice plantations, and plantations in the Worsted Archipelago. You can buy fertile land and productive forest farms. They are all very cheap now. Yes, although the Church of the Storm can still influence the archipelago, and although the new government has promised to protect the local businesses of foreigners, there are still a large number of Ruan, Fasak, and Intis who lack confidence and wish to sell their businesses and return home as soon as possible. That oracle named Donna's had recently bought a spice manor. Derek recalled what he had heard and was suddenly enlightened. Catlia's suggestion gave the others some inspiration. Audrey immediately added, "That's right. When you go to negotiate, it's best to hire a few professional lawyers. Otherwise, you'll be easily deceived. Oh, if you think it's necessary, you can bring along the psychoanalyst in the city. Also, you have a medium-sized port behind you, so you can develop the corresponding economy to deal with the situation where the official Beyonders of the Worsted Archipelago government and the Church of the Sea God lack sufficient common sense. You can set up courses for outsiders in the generic schools of the new City of Silver. Oh, delete the parts of knowledge that are easy to cause conflict with the Orthodox churches. The railroad that connects the new City of Silver to the other cities has to be built as soon as possible." Derek was taken aback when he heard that. He hurriedly raised his hand and said, "Sorry. I need to write down what I just said. I forgot that he doesn't have a foundation in economics." Audrey reflected on herself and shut her mouth. She smiled and gestured for little son to seek help from Mr. Fool. After Derek conjured a pen and paper and jotted down the previous suggestions, Audrey, Emlyn, Leonard, and the other members of the tarot gave their own thoughts and refuted each other's immature and unrealistic suggestions. This lively scene lasted for nearly half an hour before it ended. Son looked at the stack of paper in front of him that wasn't considered thick or thin and couldn't help but smile. It was as if he could already see the beautiful future of the City of Silver. Sitting at the end of the long, mottled table, the Fool Klein sighed for some baffling reason. His heart felt a lot heavier. If one didn't think about the apocalypse in more than 10 years, the discussion about the bright future of the City of Silver was indeed gratifying. However, the arrival of the apocalypse wouldn't change because of the will of humans, not even saints or angels. Retracting his gaze from the paper in front of him, Derek deliberated for a moment before saying, "We've already built a temple and cathedral that belongs to Mr. Fool. What do we need to pay attention to if we want to preach to the various cities in the archipelago?" Alger frowned slightly and said, "That's right. Have you written the Holy Bible? Have you designed the flow of the Mass and the details of the prayers?" "Yes." Son nodded heavily. It was all based on the miracles that Mr. Fool had shown and Derek's own understanding, as well as the religious scriptures left behind by the Creator. Furthermore, the City of Silver had also prayed to the Fool and explained the matter. His attitude was to acquiesce. "Has the internal system of the church been set up?" Alger continued asking. Derek subconsciously glanced at Mr. Fool, who was shrouded in layers of grayish-white fog, and he turned his head. He turned his head and said, "Currently, it's imitating the internal system of the other churches. The chief of our 6-member council is also the archbishop, and a group of residents who are passionate about preaching have been appointed as bishops and priests. As for the internal organization of the church that dealt with Beyonder matters, the City of Silver didn't have one. This was because most of them were Beyonders, and they usually had corresponding organizations." Seeing that Mr. Fool didn't object or agree, the hanging man Alger thought as he controlled his desire to teach. He nodded slightly and said, "You can try doing that first." He paused for a moment before saying, "But pay attention to 2 things. But you have to pay attention to 2 things. First, don't publicize the shortcomings of the other churches to prevent conflict. Second, respect the current oracle. Under the situation where Mr. Fool hasn't appointed a church leader, the oracle is the representative of the deity. Third, don't preach in a harassing manner. Besides, I'm deeply suspicious of the eloquence of the bishops and priests in the City of Silver. I have to get Donnas to find a professional to train them. The fool Klein, who was listening quietly, mumbled inwardly. He didn't express his opinion on the Holy Bible written by the City of Silver because it was a little awkward, but if he objected to certain descriptions, it would damage the fool's image. With this in mind, Klein couldn't help but lampoon. Perhaps one day, Septon will see the Church of the Fool's Holy Bible and blurt out in surprise, "When did I become an angel under the fool?" Then, Leonard's grandpa, the awakened Mr. Aztec, and Miss Messenger, who is trying her best to recover, will also say, "What, me too?" After discussing matters related to the City of Silver and Moon City, Catleya looked around without much anticipation. Which one of you has a sequence 3 beyonder characteristic of the mystery prior pathway? It had been a long time since she digested the mysticologist potion, but she had only obtained the clairvoyant potion formula from the Moses ascetic order. She was still far from obtaining the beyonder characteristic or the main ingredient. Although she was a member of the 10 pillars of the Moses ascetic order, the higher one sequence pathway was, the more precious the corresponding resources would be. Even such an ancient organization couldn't squander them wantonly. Furthermore, Catleya came from the dawn, and she wasn't influenced by the hidden sage. She wasn't that trusted in the Moses ascetic order. To Catleya, who had used the snake of fate's blood to advance to a mysticologist and had long digested the potion, sequence 3 should have been a relatively easy hurdle, but she was stuck because of the ingredients. She might not have any hope for a few years or even more than a decade. Therefore, she had no choice but to seek help on the tarot. Sun recalled the demigod characteristics that the City of Silver had and slowly shook his head. At this moment, World German Sparrow laughed hoarsely. "I suggest you ask Queen Mystic directly." Bernadette had already become a sequence 2 angel. If she had extra clairvoyant beyonder characteristics in her body, she could attempt to separate them. Of course, Klein couldn't be sure that the sage potion that Queen Mystic had consumed contained the prerequisites of sequence 3 and sequence 4. Ask the Queen? Catleya sensed something amiss from World German Sparrow's answer, and she suspected that something had happened to the Queen. All right. She controlled her urge to press further. Klein continued controlling the world and said to Ma'am Hermit, "I have a long-term request, help me gather information regarding the hidden sage's sudden revival. You can mention the corresponding remuneration now, or you can wait until there's a need in the future." Klein was still somewhat puzzled about this matter. Although this could indeed be described as the sudden activation of a uniqueness, what needed to be activated should have long been activated. Catleya thought for a moment and said, "You can mention the corresponding remuneration now, or you can wait until there's a need in the future." Catleya thought for a moment and said, "Yes. No problem." After another round of discussion, the tarot gathering came to an end. The members returned to the real world. In the captain's cabin of the future, Catleya nudged the heavy glasses on her nose bridge and considered how to write a letter to the Queen. During this process, she strolled to the window and saw Frank Lee promoting the non-alcoholic volcanic beer he brewed from undersea microbes to the crew. He's really motivated. Just as Catleya sighed, she suddenly frowned. On the tarot just now, Mr. Fool said that the planter and the moon are 2 rather special pathways. They come from the cosmos and are easily corrupted. It's hard to tell if it's a divine revelation. Frank is a beyonder of the planter pathway. Besides, he once complained about the Church of Earth Mother's failure to understand the true will of the benevolent mother. Catleya's eyes, which were covered by the thick glasses, immediately narrowed slightly. After staring at the deck below for a while, Catleya left the captain's cabin and walked to the cabin's entrance. She waited for Frank Lee, who was carrying a bucket of non-alcoholic beer. "Captain, do you want a cup?" Frank raised the huge bucket of beer with one hand. Catleya shook her head firmly and asked in a seemingly casual manner, "Is this the will of the benevolent mother again?" "No," Frank said rather seriously. "I just feel that it's not good for the body to drink alcohol with modified sedatives for a long period of time. I hope they can accept this kind of beverage that tastes like alcohol but doesn't actually have any alcohol. Of course, this is only a preliminary result. It doesn't involve alcohol. After all, it can't be distilled to improve the taste." Catleya was momentarily at a loss for words. She nudged the heavy glasses on the bridge of her nose and fell silent for 2 seconds before saying, "Yes. Have you heard the voice of the benevolent mother and received a divine revelation?" No. Frank shook his head without a care. Phew. Xianxia secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Frank casually added, the will of the benevolent mother is in the growing of wheat, in the milk of cows, in the growth of mushrooms, in every corner of nature. There's no need for a divine revelation to sense it. Xianxia's gaze instantly shot towards Frank's eyes. She didn't find any madness in them, only purity. She didn't say anything else as she nodded slightly and walked forward. She walked past Frank Lee and onto the deck. After focusing on the seascape for a few minutes, Xianxia returned to the captain's cabin, spread out a piece of paper, and wrote, I wonder what your thoughts are on Frank's performance. He claims that he didn't receive a divine revelation, and he believes that the will of the benevolent mother is hidden in every corner of nature. This was a letter to German Sparrow. Xianxia believed that with just this question and a supplementary sentence, the other party would understand what she was trying to say. After folding the letter, she took out a gold coin and began summoning the terrifying messenger. Ma'am Hermit wrote me a letter just after I left the tarot. It's probably not information regarding the hidden sage. It can't be that fast. Klein was traveling on a cruise ship on the Tussock River. Dressed in a black robe, he took the letter from Miss Messenger's mouth, unfolded it, and read all the contents at a glance. This? Klein frowned slightly. Perhaps it was because Frank's usual performance was sufficiently dangerous and crazy, but he had overlooked the possibility of this druid being influenced by the mother goddess of depravity. Frank was once sent to court by the Church of Earth Mother for a taboo experiment, and he was even wanted. If Earth Mother hasn't been corrupted, and the Church of Earth Mother is still operating normally, it means that they believe that there's something wrong with Frank. However, if the evidence is conclusive, Frank, who was sent to court, likely has no chance of surviving. Klein's thoughts raced as he attempted to find clues based on his understanding of Frank. There's no problem with the relevant actions. The posture of praying is different from the usual praise gestures. Just like when Beyonders of the Church of Evernight pray, they wouldn't draw stars clockwise on their chests. At most, it's a closing gesture. Apart from this small problem, there's something wrong with Frank. He's like a child raised by the mother goddess of depravity. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein had two conflicting guesses. Either Frank's corruption was very hidden, preventing the Church of Earth's court from confirming it, or he wasn't affected by the mother goddess of depravity at all. It was purely a matter of his brain, making him look like a blessed of an evil god. Regardless of which guess it was, Klein didn't think that the subsequent development would be too good. He remembered very clearly that Frank's mushroom experiment had a breakthrough because he had an assistant who believed in the primordial moon, and the primordial moon was one of the incarnations of the mother goddess of depravity. In other words, from then on, regardless of whether Frank had any problems in the past, it was very likely that he had entered the sights of the mother goddess of depravity. This wasn't a good thing. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that Frank was too crazy, causing the mother goddess of depravity to take the initiative to shift her gaze away. Klein mumbled, trying to find joy in the midst of his misery. This was almost impossible. The terror and strength of an outer deity was not something a demigod could understand. Klein even suspected that if it wasn't for the fact that an overly intense response would destroy the anchors of the deities, causing them to crazily attack each other, causing the Beyonder characteristics to further converge and awaken the primordial one, the outer deities might have already destroyed the sun and destroyed the ecological balance of this world. If they couldn't do anything to the primordial one's barrier, wouldn't they be able to do anything to a star outside the barrier? At times, Klein wondered if the sun observed in astronomy was really the sun. Perhaps it was just the eternal blazing sun that had hung him there. The mushrooms that Frank has invented so far shouldn't have any major problems. I've already taken them above the gray fog to deal with them. Furthermore, the residents of the city of Silver and Moon City didn't show any abnormalities. Yes, after they left the forsaken land of the gods, they had already given up on growing mushrooms due to the lack of monster corpses and sufficient food. Increase the monitoring. The more Klein thought about it, the more afraid he became. If it wasn't for the fact that the mother goddess of depravity's power to penetrate the primordial one barrier was still extremely limited, Klein suspected that the cards of blasphemy and the mushrooms had already caused him to be corrupted, causing Sapphire Castle to change owners without him realizing it. These were all items that had been placed above the gray fog for a long period of time without any special seals. Compared to the ostentatious and wanton mother tree of desire, the low-profile mother goddess of depravity was much more terrifying. Mr. Dorr and the Emperor had been silently corrupted by him. As expected of an existence that can stand at the top of the outer deities despite losing 2 beyonder pathways and a Sapphira. Klein sighed inwardly as he took out a pen and paper, preparing to write a reply to Xianxia. At this moment, he realized that Miss Messenger had been waiting by his side without returning to the spirit world. The 8 eyes on the 4 heads were staring at him without blinking. "What do you think of Frankie?" Klein asked after some hesitation. "I mean, other than the nickname." Rionette Tinker's 4 blonde, red-eyed heads spoke one after another. "It's just, like, the adopted son of an outer god. In other words, it's true that Frank wasn't affected by the mother goddess of depravity previously. It's purely because there's something wrong with his head." Klein heaved a long sigh of relief. He then asked, "What about now?" As Frankie Lee would summon Rionette Tinker every time he wrote a letter to the German Sparrow, Klein believed that Miss Messenger, who had a very high status, had a clear and accurate grasp of Mushroom King's condition. "I also don't know." Rionette Tinker's 4 heads answered one after another. Then, she added, "Body temporarily not corrupted. Does this mean that there's no way to tell if one's mind has been affected?" "That's right. Apart from Frank's low level, he usually acts more like an evil god than me." Klein lampooned as he took out a gold coin and flicked it. With this medium, he quickly entered a dream divination state. At the same time, he was prepared to activate Sapphira Castle to block off the outer deity's attention. Scenes flashed as Klein saw several futures. Yes, the biggest danger at the moment is the primordial moon believer. I have to separate him from Frank, otherwise, things will become very troublesome and dangerous. As long as Frank doesn't come into contact with anything related to the mother goddess of depravity in the future and doesn't advance to a demigod, there's basically no problem. If one of these 2 conditions is satisfied, the chances of an accident happening will increase greatly. If they're satisfied at the same time, I can't see any developments at all. Klein snapped to his senses and interpreted the results of the divination. Perhaps it was because Frank's level was too low and he wasn't affected too deeply. Klein's divination was rather smooth and he didn't encounter any danger. Phew. He exhaled soundlessly and caught the gold coin with a snap. Then, he realized that Miss Messenger's 8 red eyes were focused on the gold coin in his palm. Klein twitched his eyebrows, expressing his puzzlement. "It possesses Sapphira Castle's aura." Rionette Tinker's 4 blonde, red-eyed heads bobbed up and down. "This is one of the 5 gold coins I often use for divination. It's already tainted with the aura of Sapphira Castle? This way, it can be considered a mystical item to a certain extent. However, its effects will diminish with the passage of time." Klein carefully looked at the gold coin in his palm and made a rough judgment based on his spiritual intuition. This gold coin could increase the accuracy of divination and strengthen the user's ability to resist interference. To Klein, this was a pleasant surprise. He decided to use the gold coin's actual body in the future and not its historical projection. After taking back the gold coin, Klein wrote a reply to Ma'am Hermit and handed it to her through Rionette Tinker. After giving German Sparrow's messenger another gold coin, Admiral of Stars Xianxia unfolded the piece of paper and quickly scanned the letter. After reading it, she felt a baffling sense of heaviness on her shoulders. Without any delay, Xianxia took out another piece of paper and wrote, "Your Majesty, I dreamed that you had found that primitive island and had successfully returned. That descendant of the Emperor's condition is worsening. If he continues staying on the future, I suspect that he will go mad. If you don't mind, I wish to send him to your side." What needs to be noted is that although he claims that he no longer believes in the primordial moon, no one can confirm this. "My greatest problem now is that it's difficult to obtain the main ingredient of clairvoyant. If you have already returned, I wish to find a time to return the magic wishing lamp to you. In the City of Generosity, Byam, in a rented apartment lit with gas wall lamps." Verdu Abraham, who was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, held a thick stack of documents. Under the dim light, he read seriously, drawing a symbol from time to time to record the content that he felt would be useful. He had left Rouen and come to the Rorstad archipelago mainly to escape the attention of Dorian and the other family members. He wanted to study mysticism in peace and find an effective way to save his ancestor, Bethel Abraham, or rather, reliable knowledge that could reduce the difficulty of the ritual. However, after more than half a year, he still didn't have any clues. It seemed that other than hunting bizarro sorcerers, parasites, and secret sorcerers, he had no other choice. This left Verdure rather depressed, but he clearly knew how dangerous a Grade 0 sealed artifact was. Even if he was willing to sacrifice himself, he couldn't truly control it. It was difficult to guarantee what the final outcome would be. And more importantly, he couldn't find a bizarro sorcerer or parasite at all. They were saints who were known for their secretive whereabouts and strange styles. Phew. Verdure put down the stack of documents in his hand and muttered to himself almost silently. Could it be that I can only be like Dorian and the rest and place my hopes on the fool? At the thought of the fool, Verdure couldn't help but frown. This was because there were more and more half-giants promoting the faith of the fool in Byam. It was to the point that even he, who rarely went out, had heard of it. This made him suspect if he had arrived near the headquarters of the Church of the Fool. If it wasn't for the fact that the mysticism knowledge secretly circulating in the Rorstad archipelago exceeded Verdure's expectations, and that many of them were extremely useful even to the House of Abraham, he would have left Byam a month ago and headed for the southern continent. I can't stay here any longer. I should book a ticket to East Balam as soon as possible. Just as Verdure made the decision, he felt a little shaken. Dorian and the fool probably won't expect me to be hiding in the area where their headquarters can reach. Roselle the Great once said that the most dangerous place is also the safest place. Amidst his hesitation, Verdure put down the documents, extinguished the wall lamp, and walked to his bedroom with the help of the moonlight outside the window. At the corner of the balcony in his room, a figure suddenly jumped out of the darkness and jumped over the railing. The figure was like a feather, light and weightless. When it landed on the ground from a height of more than 10 meters, it didn't cause any commotion. Following that, the figure followed the shadows of the street and sneaked to the vicinity of the Church of the Sea God before climbing up the bell tower. Then, he took out a pen and paper, scribbled a report on tonight's surveillance footage, and stuffed it into a crevice. After the figure left, about to leave, about 15 minutes later, the sound of the wind suddenly sounded. Two of it. The report was pulled out of the crevice by an invisible hand, and flew undulating into the distance in the gale that blew past, like a bat spreading its wings in the night. Of the Avhad King. By two of the Church of God. Even in the dark deep sea, Alger could see everything around him clearly. Verdure's intention of leaving Byam is becoming clearer. Alger nodded indiscernibly and concluded inwardly. Over the past half a year, he had been monitoring the member of the House of Abraham according to Mr. Fool's instructions, but he didn't discover any abnormal actions from him. When Verdure left the Rorstad archipelago, his mission would be considered complete. However, Alger didn't want it to end just like that. He believed that he hadn't made enough contributions. All he did was simply monitor an ordinary Sequence 7. The Hermit had already obtained the Sequence 3 Beyonder characteristic from Queen Mystic and had gathered the corresponding supplementary ingredients. He was busy preparing for the ritual. This gave Alger a lot of psychological pressure. Of course, apart from monitoring Verdure, he had also done many things according to Mr. Fool's intentions. However, even he felt that there was still a huge gap between him and the identity, status, and strength of a sea god. For a moment, Alger wanted to use all sorts of methods to indirectly force Verdure Abraham to expose his problems, but in the end, he gave up on this idea. This was because he couldn't be sure if Mr. Fool had good or bad intentions towards the target. Previously, when the City of Silver and Moon City were selling Beyonder characteristics and potion formulas, Alger had purchased some from the tarot to nurture a team of Beyonders that was independent of the Church of the Storm. They were loyal to him and hid in the darkness. This was the source of the people monitoring Verdure. Currently, most of the team with less than 10 members were Sequence 9, and only a small number had advanced to Sequence 8. As for where Alger got the money to buy the Beyonder characteristics and potion formulas, the answer was very simple. As a cardinal who led a diocese, Alger could easily save a sum of money for himself. And during that period of time, the mines, plantations, spice estates, and factories in the Rorstad archipelago had been sold at a price lower than their original value. As long as he had the ability to buy them, he would be able to make a huge profit after a while. More importantly, the Church of the Storm's headquarters was also quite interested in the Beyonder characteristics and potion formulas sold by the City of Silver and Moon City. They had provided a large sum of money for the purchase. As for the person who handled it, it was undoubtedly the Rorstad Diocese's Cardinal, Alger Wilson. It was understandable that there would be losses in such a process. Retracting his thoughts, Alger decided to use his shadow guard to sell some mysticism knowledge to some Beyonder circles and buy him so as to bait for Abraham and stall him for as long as possible. The main reason is that the City of Silver's proselytizing has frightened that gentleman. Alger shook his head and muttered to himself. He then destroyed the report in his hand and walked back into the cathedral. At dawn, a young man walked out of the hotel and leisurely enjoyed the early morning scenery of Byam. He had just bought a tina drink from a vendor, which was packaged in a fruit shell, when he suddenly felt a large shadow appear beside him. The young man turned his head and looked up bit by bit. He saw a half-giant nearly 2.5 meters tall walking over. "Sir, may I have some of your time? I would like to tell you about our guide and savior, Mr. Fool." The half-giant bent down and tried his best to make his smile appear amiable. The young man drank a mouthful of tina, pointed to the side, and nodded with a smile. "All right, but not here." He then walked to a spot that didn't block anyone, and the half-giant that looked extremely oppressive followed him gently. "You can speak now." The young man didn't hide his curiosity at all. The tall and stout half-giant's expression turned solemn. "My lord calls himself the Fool. In the past, present, and future, he is the great ruler that rules over the spirit world. He is also the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. He is also the guide that every living being pursues eternity. My lord resides above the real world and the spirit world. His benevolence spreads throughout heaven and the land. Beside his throne, there are a total of 6 angels. The angel of Mercury is the embodiment of fate, the angel that my lord dotes on the most. The angel of death is the existence that has followed my lord the longest, the consul of the underworld. The angel of redemption is my lord's horn, the messenger of his revelation. The angel of life is the crystallization of wisdom, the inextinguishable spirituality in everyone's body. Upon hearing this, the young man laughed. "Your lord sure is impressive. He actually has so many angels with titles serving him." "Not only that," the half-giant replied gently. "Beside the Lord's divine throne is the angel of retribution. He is the Lord's lightning, the Lord's wrath, and the Lord's palm. He is the judge and executioner of all the fallen and unclean. In contrast to the angel of retribution is the angel of time. He was the king of ancient times. He eventually submitted to my lord and struck the bell of heaven for him." "Impressive, impressive," the young man praised from the bottom of his heart. Upon hearing such a response, the half-giant couldn't help but smile. Then, he tried his best to describe the various miracles that Mr. Fool had performed. Finally, he said, "It's already been 15 minutes, so I won't waste your time. It's already been 15 minutes, so I won't waste your time. If you're interested, you can go to 16 Phillips Street's The Fool Cathedral to learn more. This is our largest cathedral in Byam City." "Heh, the rest are still in planning." The young man nodded. "If I'm free, I'll take a look." After watching the half-giant turn and leave, the young man smiled as he took out a crystal monocle from his pocket and wore it on his right eye. The half-giant returned to a restaurant and changed into a chef's uniform. "Balder, did you go preach again?" the restaurant owner asked with a smile. Back when the Industry Association recommended this half-giant to learn culinary skills, he was rather resistant. He had a nagging feeling that the other party could kill him with a flick of his arm. Furthermore, he didn't seem like someone with culinary talent. But now, he was very satisfied with Balder. Not only was this half-giant honest, obedient, and able to endure hardship, but he was also a strong deterrent. It made the thugs on the street not dare to have any designs on the restaurant. The only problem was that Balder would go out once every morning to preach the faith of the Fool. Of course, as it wasn't during working hours, the restaurant owner couldn't say anything, nor did he mind. Balder smiled honestly and walked into the kitchen. He nodded when he heard that. I can teach you how to roast fish today. Bon looked rather normal, but his two eyes looked awkward. He wasn't too deformed, and he was the kind of Moon City citizen who had the courage to communicate with outsiders. He nodded when he heard that. I'll have to pray later. Mr. Fool has sent down a revelation, asking everyone in Moon City to make a wish to him at 9 in the morning, hoping that there will be no more deformities. Regarding the matter of praying to Mr. Fool, Beta raised both his hands and feet in agreement. He didn't have any intention of urging Bon. Every morning when he woke up and before he went to sleep at night, he would pray for more than a minute. He thanked Mr. Fool for bringing him pure sunlight, delicious food, and a life that was no longer filled with depression and despair. Alright, I'll prepare today's ingredients first. Bader smiled and nodded at Bon. A few minutes later, he carried many bags of ingredients into the kitchen, as though he was carrying a few pieces of curtains. At this moment, Bon had already found a chair and sat down. He piously prayed to Mr. Fool. The great ruler who rules the spirit world, the fool who doesn't belong to this era, I yearn for your blessings. I yearn for you to fulfill my wish to escape my deformity. Such words echoed almost simultaneously in the cathedral on Phillip Street, in several places in Byam, in the new city of Silver, and in New Moon City, which was located in the forest. Xian, Russ, and the others, who felt extremely inferior, vaguely guessed that Mr. Fool was planning on fulfilling a similar wish. As they prayed, their bodies trembled uncontrollably. They yearned to be like normal people. They also yearned for the bustling Byam. They yearned for the secret roasted fish, candy factories, and delicacies from all over the world. They yearned for a life of drinking, chatting, singing, and dancing. Above the grey fog, in the ancient palace, the fool Klein, who was sitting at the end of the long bronze table, saw dots of pure light of different colors light up one after another, forming a slowly spinning galaxy in front of him. The prayers overlapped as they echoed in Sapphira Castle, causing ripples to form. Klein closed his eyes and sensed it for a few seconds before raising his right hand with a sigh. He bent his middle finger and tapped the edge of the long mottled table. Amidst the tapping sound, an invisible force rapidly spread out like ripples on the surface of water. It surged into every prayer point of light and scattered onto the people of Moon City. Xian suddenly sensed something and raised her hand to touch the center of her face. In the next second, she touched her nose. Almost instinctively, Xian rubbed that spot from top to bottom several times before she could believe that she had grown a nose and was no longer deformed. She instantly closed her eyes, bent down, and pressed her forehead to the ground. She couldn't help but praise Mr. Fool. Around her, similar praises grew louder, and more orderly. Russ's squeezed eyes separated. Bon became symmetrical from top to bottom. Every deformed person and person with an ugly appearance due to heredity in Moon City broke through their original limits at this moment and transformed into a normal person. At this moment, regardless of whether they were in New Moon City, the new city of Silver, or Byam, they heard the cathedral's bell ringing at the same time. Clang, the ethereal and melodious sound of the bell echoed in the hearts of the people of Moon City, ringing in the ears of everyone who heard it. It was as if it could cleanse their hearts and bring them the most genuine feeling towards life. The tears that Xian, Russ, and company had been holding back finally flowed out. They felt that their bodies and minds had become tranquil, without any dust. They subconsciously raised their heads and cast their gazes in the direction of the bell. They discovered that it came from outside of New Moon City, and they did not know how far it was from where they were. A miracle. A thought suddenly appeared in the minds of the people of Moon City. In the new city of Silver that was connected to them, Wait Chermont and the others cast their gazes into the distance, in the direction of Byam. The bell was ringing from that place. Praise be to Mr. Fool, they muttered at the same time as they pressed their right palms on their left chests. In Byam, Bon and Bader adjusted their positions with tears streaming down their faces. They faced Phillip Street, towards the cathedral that belonged to Mr. Fool, and listened devoutly and gratefully to the holy bell that came from heaven. Above the grey fog, the fool Klein was a little alarmed and confused. The sudden ringing of the bell wasn't part of his plan at all. He then cast his gaze towards the Cathedral of the Fool at 16 Phillip Street. Almost at the same time, he used the prayer light to see the tall bell tower attached to the cathedral. He saw a young man wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe standing at the top of the bell tower. The young man was holding a black bell hammer and striking the bell again and again. As if sensing the gaze from an infinite height, the young man stopped, raised his head slightly, and adjusted the crystal monocle on his right eye. At the same time, the corners of his mouth, which was already smiling, widened. Klein nearly cursed. At that moment, his eyes glazed over in an unconcealable manner. He didn't understand why the angel of time, Amon, would suddenly appear. Furthermore, he had seriously struck the bell of his cathedral. Regarding the possible arrival of Amon and Zeradol, Klein was actually mentally prepared. This was because there were just too many people in the city of Silver and Moon City. It was impossible for them to secretly integrate into the outside world. In other words, the city of Silver and Moon City would definitely be known by the various churches and secret organizations. Under such circumstances, be it public or private proselytizing, it wouldn't affect the development of the matter. Therefore, Klein tacitly agreed to the City of Silver's attempt to widely spread the faith of the fool, so as to prepare more anchors for his advancement to Sequence 1. Based on this premise, he was prepared for Zeradol, Amon, and the other hidden enemies to come to buy him. He even hoped that they would do so. Here, in Sapphira Castle, Klein, who had the status and level of a king of angels, could fully utilize his home field advantage. As for the City of Silver, it also had a Grade 0 sealed artifact. It could completely resist Amon and take down Zeradol. Compared to his main body suddenly encountering a prepared enemy elsewhere or being discovered after creating a marionette city, this was undoubtedly a better choice. However, Amon's current actions left Klein rather puzzled. He didn't understand what the god of deceit wanted to achieve. 16 Phillip Street, inside the Cathedral of the Fool. The Archbishop on duty here, the chief of the City of Silver's 6-member council, Derek Berg, also looked up at the stained glass high above in surprise. Rays of sunlight shone in from there, allowing Derek to decipher scenes from within. The black bell hammer fell, and the shaking of the bell gradually stopped. I didn't arrange for anyone to strike the bell. Derek frowned. As a member of the City of Silver, as a demigod in the Sun domain, he had a keen intuition for abnormalities. He knew that something had definitely gone wrong. However, this strange ringing of the bell didn't bring about any surprises. Apart from itself, everything appeared normal. As Derek used his Beyonder powers as an unshadowed to observe his surroundings, he quickly considered if the ringing of the bell had any mysticism meaning. After eliminating the possibilities, he suddenly recalled the Holy Bible of the Fool compiled by the City of Silver. There was content related to the ringing of the bell. It was used to describe the relationship between the Angel of Time, Amon, and Mr. Fool, and to determine his true status. Derek was opposed to that statement because he knew that blasphemer Amon wasn't Mr. Fool's blessed. The relationship between the two wasn't even harmonious, and they were in a state of hostility. However, the lies he had previously told the other members of the City of Silver's 6-member council believed that the Angel of Time, Amon, had been appointed by Mr. Fool to cast the first light on the people of the forsaken land of the gods. It was because he had parasitized Derek that there were all sorts of changes that led to the descent of hope. Derek wanted to explain, but he was too embarrassed to do so. That would result in too many lies, causing him to lose his image in front of the other elders of the 6-member council and the citizens of the City of Silver. Just as Miss Justice had once said, it was a social death. Finally, he chose to delay the matter. He believed that he had to show the Holy Bible to Mr. Fool first. If there was anything wrong with the description, he would definitely send down a revelation and give some suggestions. To his surprise, Mr. Fool didn't say anything and tacitly approved of the contents of the Holy Bible. Could it be that Amon is here to ring the bell? For a moment, Derek was in a daze, feeling that it was too unbelievable. He hurriedly lowered his head and began praying to report this matter to Mr. Fool. Above the gray fog, inside Sapphira Castle. Before Klein could eliminate Amon, the latter suddenly turned transparent and transformed into a beam of light, disappearing from the bell tower. What does this fellow want to do? If his father is the emperor and not the ancient sun god, then I can reasonably suspect that he is sending me the bell. As Klein checked if there was Amon lurking in the bodies of the City of Silver and Moon City members, he analyzed Amon's motives without any clues. Just as he was about to use divination to seek clues, son Derek finished his prayer. Holy Bible, Holy Bible? The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he summoned the Holy Bible that the City of Silver had sacrificed to him from the junk pile. He had only flipped through a few pages before he couldn't stand the awkwardness and didn't continue reading. He put on a posture as if he didn't know that it didn't exist if he didn't pay attention to it. Of course, he wasn't careless in this aspect. He was still sufficiently cautious. In Sapphira Castle, he had used divination to confirm that the Holy Bible wouldn't bring him any harm. With this premise, he tacitly allowed the City of Silver to use this version of the Holy Bible. Slowly taking a deep breath, Klein stretched out his right hand and flipped through the scriptures in front of him. The muscles on his face gradually twitched, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up a little. Klein flipped faster and faster. Finally, he saw the last page. Klein suddenly closed the fool's Holy Bible and threw it back into the junk pile. After the miracle in Moon City, yes, the potion has been mostly digested. The Marionette City will have to step onto the stage of history. Klein expressionlessly examined his condition and nodded indiscernibly. Ever since he had gained initial control of Sapphira Castle, he could also obtain feedback from the real world. P.S. Update before making changes. As for the Marionette Town, Klein had long been thinking about how to build it. He already had 3 preliminary plans. If he eliminated the interference of external factors, his best choice was to make the Marionette Town rise overnight in a particular country in the northern continent. Then, it would be connected to the surrounding cities through railways, rivers, and roads. This way, a large number of outsiders would arrive in the Marionette Town every day, and they would have a very strong interaction with the surrounding areas. On the one hand, the towns that didn't have any affiliated villages would definitely buy grains, salt, cloth, ores, sugar, and other necessities from other places. On the other hand, it would also have its own products that could be sold to the surrounding cities, towns, and villages. Under such circumstances, merchants, laborers, tourists, and other groups would frequently come and go. At the same time, they would have a lot of interaction with the residents of the Marionette Town. Under the influence of all kinds of strong interactions, it wouldn't take long for the Marionette Town to give birth to a corresponding region in the spirit world. When the residents' fate trajectories became detailed and real, Klein could consume the potion to advance to sequence 1 attendant of mysteries. The entire process would probably take no more than 3 months. But the problem was that this plan couldn't be kept a secret. In the present era, it was impossible to hide the sudden appearance of a town somewhere. Soon, government employees, police, and reporters would come to investigate. And the various strong interactions that followed would also make more and more people know about the city and understand it. This was a problem that couldn't be resolved through illusions, unless the Marionette Town didn't interact with the surrounding cities, towns, and villages, or had very little interaction. However, that was contrary to the requirements of the ritual. When the news of the Marionette Town spread, Klein would undoubtedly be targeted by Zeradol, Amon's true body, and other enemies. When that happened, destruction would definitely be easier than protection. He could only bring his Marionette Town to another location. This would cause the interactions in the early stages to be ineffective, just like what the dark demonic wolf had experienced. Therefore, Klein only came up with such a plan. He basically wouldn't choose it unless a visionary was willing to provide help, making all the living beings in the northern and southern continents believe that there was indeed a town there and that it hadn't suddenly appeared. Considering the various external factors and the beyonder powers he had, Klein's safest choice was to build the Marionette Town on an uninhabited island that deviated from the safe sea route and was sufficiently hidden. He would then use Sapphira Castle to make anti-divination and anti-prophecy arrangements. At the same time, Klein would rely on the curtain to graft a certain node of the roads, rivers, and railways outside the Marionette Town, making it one of the stops on a certain person's journey. This couldn't be completely kept a secret, but once the strange phenomenon spread, it might attract the attention of Zeradol and Amon. Then, he could easily remove the original grafting and change the entrance without any pattern. Under such a strategy, only the entrance would be moved, not the Marionette Town itself. The effects of the Marionette Town. The effects of Marionette Town would have Marionette Town. Of course, there was also a big problem with this plan. the area of interaction was limited, and it could not have a deep impact on daily life. In addition, the frequency and intensity of interaction would not be too high. If he chose this option, it would mean that Klein would have to spend more than half a year or even more than a year on the ritual. If he wanted to be safe and forced every marionette's fate to have a beginning and an end, the ritual would take at least 50 years. However, there was a shortcut. After the other requirements of the ritual were met, he could directly give the town a meteorite, an earthquake, or a volcanic eruption, allowing all the marionette's fates to reach an end at the same time. This kind of situation also existed in reality, and it was quite reasonable. Between the radical and conservative plans, Klein had a plan that was in the middle. That was to replicate a particular city and make the marionettes correspond to the residents of that city. Then, the evil ones would directly wipe out the city and replace it with their marionette town. The benevolent ones would hide the city and ensure the supply of resources. The reason why the target city wasn't transformed was that it had a corresponding region in the spirit world. It wasn't newly born, so it didn't meet the requirements of the ritual. With the curtain formed by the attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic, Klein had a better choice, grafting a certain stage of the city onto his marionette town. This way, it was equivalent to his marionette town becoming the dark side of the city. Outsiders who entered during the corresponding period of time would encounter marionettes and not real people. After that period of time was over, they would leave the marionette town and return to reality to interact with real people. During this process, Klein would also send marionettes to act as outsiders and maintain interaction with the corresponding real person, allowing the true outsiders to seamlessly connect to the real person when they returned to reality. In other words, there were two lives happening in the same city at the same time, but no one could notice it. Occasionally, someone would feel that a particular detail wasn't right, but there was no way to explain it and ignore it. This was rather in line with the characteristic of mysteries, and it had a certain degree of concealment. Of course, this plan also had its own problems. It was that the fate of a marionette highly simulated the fate of a real person. Without its own independence, it would cause certain aspects of the ritual to fail to meet expectations. Tap. 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 Klein tapped the edge of the long mottled table with his fingers, hesitating between the second and third plan. After a few minutes, he followed his heart's will and chose the second plan. He would rather spend more time than affect the fate of the innocent. Back then, Zeradal and Antigonus most likely chose the third plan. Klein sighed and prepared to return to reality. At this moment, he looked at the junk pile again and considered if he should send a revelation to get the City of Silver to change some of the descriptions in the Holy Bible. To a deity, the Holy Bible wasn't something too important. Its greatest use was to facilitate proselytizing and increase the number of anchors. On this point, Klein had long come to a conclusion from the Holy Bible of the Orthodox churches such as the Revelation of Evernight and the Book of Storms. Most of the content was about exalting the Orthodox gods, bragging, and showing benevolence and pity. If it was said that in ancient times, the believer's image of the deities would indeed have a certain negative impact on the deities, then with symbols replacing the statues, there was no longer such a hidden danger. At the very least, the Evernight goddess, the Lord of Storms, and the other deities had openly declared that they were a part of the original creator. They weren't worried that this would accelerate the awakening of the original will in their bodies. In other words, if there really was a problem in this aspect, Klein believed that the Evernight goddess would have definitely changed the corresponding description. From being an eye of the original creator to a child born from him, this would also have a very high status. At the same time, the acknowledgement of certain matters by believers wouldn't cause a burden on the deity in the sense of mysticism. Otherwise, Amon would have long secretly helped Klein, or rather, Sapphira Castle, prepare a batch of believers and induce them to form the understanding that the Angel of Time was the incarnation of the Lord of the Mysteries. Then, with the instinctive response that met the requirements, he could establish a sufficient connection with Sapphira Castle and open a back door. To deities, apart from the need to proselytize, there were only two important parts to the Holy Bible. First, the description of the deity's authority and honorific name. If there was a mistake, it would cause the believer's prayers to be directed to the wrong unknown target. Not only would this be dangerous for the believers, but it would also cause the deity to lose its anchor. Second, the description of other churches could easily lead to conflict. As for things related to angels and saints, deities actually didn't care too much about them. What they cared about were the angels and saints themselves. This was because they needed to obtain a certain anchor. Therefore, the various Holy Bible's descriptions of angels and saints were sufficiently detailed. They had authority and honorific names, making it easy for different believers to choose and substitute them. In addition, this wasn't enough to form a stable anchor, because it was covered under the faith of deities. In order to resolve this problem, the Orthodox churches would assign different guardian angels and saints to different cathedrals, accurately delineating the boundaries. It was precisely because of this understanding that Klein had never placed much importance on the Holy Bible. After flipping through the part that described his authority and honorific name, he was so embarrassed that he didn't want to continue reading. He only used divination to confirm that there wouldn't be a conflict with the Orthodox churches. After some consideration, he gave up on the idea of directly making the City of Silver change the Holy Bible and decided to use a gentler method. In the exchange with Tarot, through the World German Sparrow, he induced Sun to adjust his understanding of the Angel of Time to lean towards Pallas Zoroast. Without arousing the City of Silver's suspicions, he allowed the corresponding content to be changed. In Byam, Verdu Abraham had gained a lot of mysticism knowledge from several Beyonder circles. He lit the gas wall lamp and read the book carefully in the dark. As he flipped to the end, he suddenly read a piece of news that he had never heard of before. Bansi Harbor is a place filled with mysticism powers. The connection between it and the spirit world's astral world is unimaginable. Even though the Church of the Storm directly destroyed the harbor, it wasn't able to completely eliminate the abnormalities of its existence. Many mysticism researchers are purchasing items related to Bansi at high prices. Bansi. Verdu muttered to himself silently. He suddenly had a strong interest in the harbor. He began to consider if he should purchase some items from Bansi and study them in depth. After all, the spirit world was related to teleportation. The astral world and cosmos were related to wandering. They could all be related to Mr. Dor Bethel Abraham's escape. Perhaps, if there's a chance, I can go to Bansi to take a look. Verdu nodded indiscernibly. P.S. Update first before making changes. The preparations for creating a marionette town were rather boring and complicated. At the very least, that was what Klein believed. In the huge ancient palace, Klein sat on the high-backed chair belonging to the fool. He held a fountain pen and wrote the name, age, and fate of every marionette on ordinary paper. At the same time, he let worms of spirit bore out of his body and reformed into avatars beside him. Some of these Klein sat on the ground, while others occupied the 21 seats other than the fool. Some conjured a bed and lay down on it, then, they took out different books from the junk pile and started to read them seriously. The books included but were not limited to, How to Brew Wine, Train Dispatching, Complete Guide to Making Desserts, Self-Cultivation of Clergy, Gas Wall Lamps, Gas Meters, and all kinds of household machinery repair manual, Desi Delicacies, Port Management Practices, Basics of Law, Ladies' Aesthetics magazine. These were the professional knowledge that different marionettes needed to grasp. Only by doing so could they play their roles well, allowing them to be realistic in every aspect. Even if they had a deep conversation and interaction with outsiders, they wouldn't expose any problems. If it was just to memorize this knowledge, it wouldn't be difficult for Klein, but he had to truly grasp it and be able to apply it. Furthermore, he couldn't confuse his roles. He couldn't let a burly and well-paid switcher blurt out the moisturizing effects of certain skincare products or the flaws of certain silk fabrics. If such a situation were to happen in novels, plays, or operas, it might create a strange attraction, but in reality, it would clearly be distorted, making it unfavorable for the advancement of the ritual. In order to avoid such problems, Klein could only put in more effort in the early stages. He wanted to make every character in the marionette town real, well-rounded, and appropriate. Fortunately, there weren't many people in a town who needed to grasp the corresponding professional knowledge. Most of the residents were semi-illiterate, or even truly illiterate. They relied on their experience to live, leading a muddle-headed life. For these characters, the content that Klein needed to learn was relatively less. He was just like the workers who went to the assembly line without any training. After an unknown period of time, Klein put down his fountain pen, rubbed his temples, and heaved a long sigh of relief. He had finally compiled the information on nearly 5,000 residents of the marionette town, and the corresponding knowledge was nearly complete. It's like I'm directing a huge movie. Furthermore, I'm the scriptwriter, the lighting designer, the makeup artist, and all the actors. If this ceremony continues, I'll really be on the verge of losing control. If I'm not careful, I'll have a split personality and fall into the abyss of madness. Thankfully, I have a competent psychiatrist. Yes, I have to pay attention to a problem in the Marionette Town's operations. Although I'm a polite and cultured gentleman, most of the residents in a town are of the lowest rung. Be it their words or actions, they tend to be vulgar. I can't hold back when acting, or I won't be able to break through the psychological barrier. As Klein sighed silently, he made the avatars around him disintegrate into worms of spirit, allowing them to burrow back into his body. Of course, this wasn't all. There was still Klein, who maintained his previous state, preparing to take his turn at Sapphire Castle. In the next second, Klein's body returned to reality. He took out Creeping Hunger from the historical void and put it on. Then, he teleported to an island in the Berserk Sea, but it clearly deviated from the safe sea route. This was the stage he had previously chosen. This place was isolated by storms all year round. There were no traces of human activity, only a large forest and animals that relied on the forest. Klein looked around and chose an open spot. He pressed his right hand to his left chest and prayed piously. I hope that there's a city suitable for 5,000 people here. Just as he said that, Klein raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the open area became extremely flat. The surrounding forest also receded a lot, providing a large number of trees, rocks, and soil. Almost at the same time, buildings rose from the ground. They were a mixture of stone and wood, and the tallest one didn't exceed 4 stories. The style was similar to the Desi Bay in the Ruan Kingdom. In the blink of an eye, residential houses, a library, a police station, a telegraph office, a municipal council, a small hospital, a candy factory, a water plant, a gas company, a steam train station, parallel railroad tracks, and plantations outside the city took shape. The streets were also paved with cement or stone bricks. Finally, beside the square in the middle of the town, a steepled cathedral emerged from the ground and stood proudly. This was a cathedral that belonged to the Evernight goddess because it had to match the setting of the city. I hope that this island has a deep water harbor. Klein didn't stop as he made his second wish. He snapped his fingers again and fulfilled his wish. Approximately 3 kilometers away from this town, a small-scale port was rapidly taking shape. There were 2 docks, 5 warehouses, a port hotel, a simple and crude restaurant, a police station, a bar, a lighthouse, and a marine barracks stationed at the port. I hope that the harbor and the town have convenient transportation. Klein made his third wish. He then raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. A cement road and a freight railroad instantly appeared between the town and the harbor. According to Klein's plan, the harbor was prepared for visitors from the sea, while the town was mainly used to deal with outsiders from the northern and southern continents. After admiring the empty city, Klein pressed down on his top hat and directly teleported to the side of the municipal square. He then walked into the cathedral he had named Saint Ariana. The cathedral's door was open, and it was dark inside. After an unknown period of time, 3 figures appeared at the door. They were a gentleman in his 30s wearing a formal suit and a bow tie, a woman with ordinary looks and a gentle expression, and a child dressed like an adult. The woman took a few steps with some difficulty and stretched her neck. Then, she smiled and reached out her hands to hold the arm of the gentleman beside her. The gentleman had a faint smile as he allowed the woman to lean against him while he reached out his right hand to hold the boy's hand. The boy skipped as he walked, appearing very lively. Their movements were a little jerky at first, but they became smoother as they walked. They passed through the square in silence. After they left, more and more people walked out of St. Ariana Cathedral. There were policemen, repairmen, gas company employees, restaurant chefs, gray-haired elders, and farmers in simple clothes. In the next hour, there was a constant stream of people coming out of the Evernight Cathedral. They either turned into different streets, headed for different places, entered different houses, or stayed in the square to enjoy the pigeon-free scenery. During this process, the number of people coming out completely exceeded the cathedral's capacity, but there seemed to be people inside. It was as though it was connected to another city. After nearly 15 minutes, the entrance of St. Ariana Cathedral finally returned to silence. However, there were rats, cockroaches, moths, ants, flies, mosquitoes, and other hidden spots. Finally, a stained glass window at the top of the cathedral opened. White pigeons flew out and landed in the middle of the square. The people who stayed there completely came to life. Some teased the pigeons, some searched for hawkers, some played the seven-string zither, and some chatted with friends with smiles on their faces. A man wearing a top hat and trench coat, holding a cane and a revolver, left the municipal square and came to the other side of the town. He stopped in front of a wooden sign. He then took out a tool and wrote the name of the town on the wooden sign, Yan'an. After some thought, the man erased Yan'an and wrote a new name, Utopia. Bakeland, Earl of Hall's luxurious villa. Alfred has already boarded a liner back to the northern continent? Audrey didn't hide her pleasant surprise. It was already September 1352. In the past half a year, Audrey didn't spend too much effort to get her father to give up on the idea of returning to East Chester County for the first half of the year. This was because Bakeland and Constant were in urgent need of reconstruction. The kingdom's politics also needed a new balance. Earl of Hall had too many things to deal with, so he wasn't in the mood to take a vacation. Therefore, when Earl of Hall was in a dilemma, she just needed to take the initiative to mention that she was willing to stay in Bakeland and return to East Chester County in the second half of the year. Audrey would be able to make things develop as she had expected, and she would be praised. And the psychological alchemy didn't rush her. From then on, the Psychological Alchemy Council had held a total of 3 meetings, mainly to exchange their research results and all kinds of information in the area under their jurisdiction. Ma'am Greed had only asked about the clues regarding the Mind Dragon twice. Frankly speaking, if Mr. Fool hadn't warned Audrey to pay attention to the Raging Rabbit and the easily forgotten president, she definitely would have found the council meeting interesting. Mr. Rabbit was very insightful, but now, she was as vigilant as ever. Yes, the liner has already left the harbor. Earl of Hall smiled and nodded. Once Alfred arrives in Bakeland and completes the necessary socializing, we'll return to East Chester County to hunt foxes. Autumn was the best season for fox hunting. Audrey acknowledged and said, all right. As a Major General of the Army, Alfred didn't follow the Navy's fleet to Desi Bay. Instead, he brought his adjutant and squire to board a steam-powered liner that headed for Pritz Harbor. After sailing for nearly 2 days, they encountered a storm in the Berserk Sea. Amidst the violent shaking of the ship, the sailors on the observation deck saw a bit of light through binoculars. It came from a lighthouse. PS1, yesterday, I wrote down the 3 plans in detail because I personally felt that the 3rd plan was the most interesting, but with Little Cuz's personality, it's impossible for him to do it. Therefore, I could only regretfully give up on it. Therefore, I specially wrote it out for all of you to see. There's also this method that's the most mysterious. PS2, seeking monthly recommendation boats on Monday. As the liner wobbled, it passed through the storm and approached the lighthouse. A small harbor appeared in the eyes of the captain, sailors, and passengers through the gloomy curtain of rain. Before long, a man in his 30s wearing a blue uniform, holding a black umbrella, and holding a glass lantern appeared at the harbor. He used a rather standard action to command the liner to dock. "Hey, buddies, where did you come from?" the man shouted as he watched the gangway descend. After his voice was mostly swallowed by the wind and rain, it successfully reached the interior of the liner and entered Alfred's ears. "Do you know where this place is?" Alfred cautiously glanced at his adjutant and squire. He wasn't wearing his admiral's attire. Instead, he was wearing a black trench coat that was commonly seen in Bakeland. His brilliant blonde hair casually hung down, and his blue eyes resembled a deep lake in the forest. The adjutant with neatly combed hair shook his head, indicating that he wasn't sure. Then, he explained, "The storm from before made me lose my way." At this moment, the captain held an umbrella and came to the side of the ship. He replied to the man, "We set off from East Balham 2 days ago and unfortunately encountered a storm." "Which harbor is this?" The man's eyes darted around as he didn't give a direct answer. Instead, he yelled, "Wait a moment." He then turned around and ran towards the buildings near the harbor with his umbrella and lantern in hand. Such a reaction was somewhat out of the expectations of Alfred and the other passengers, But to the experienced captain and first mate, it wasn't surprising. They had encountered many unconventional incidents at many ports in the Berserk Sea. This made them rather patient as they waited for the subsequent developments. 5 or 6 minutes later, the man ran over with a girl in tow. The lady didn't hold an umbrella. She was wearing a hooded raincoat smeared with Donningsman tree sap. After the two approached the liner, under the watchful eyes of the gun-wielding sailors, they walked up the gangway to the deck. At this distance, most passengers could see their faces clearly. The man had brown hair, brown eyes, and rough skin. At first glance, one could tell that he was from the lowest rung of society. The woman was in her 20s. Her eyes were lake green, and she had long, flaxen hair. A few strands of wet hair fell on her face, giving her a sense of purity and charm. This was a rather beautiful woman with a wild temperament. "Everyone, this is Port Utopia. My name is Theodore. I'm the temporary commander of the port." As he spoke, he laughed, as if he was happy that he had invented such a powerful position. Of course, the captain knew what the so-called temporary port commander meant. He did not take the sudden happiness of this small fry to heart. He frowned slightly and said, "Utopia Port? Why haven't I heard of it?" Theodore glanced at him. "I've heard that phrase many times." If it wasn't for that storm that deserved to be kicked in the ass by a donkey, you might never have come here in your entire life." Without waiting for him to say anything else, the woman spoke first. "Port Utopia isn't on a safe sea route. Usually, only ships that understand these waters and know of this place will come to replenish their supplies." "Does that mean that the main users of this port are pirates?" How could the captain not hear between the lines? And at such a time, it was a tacit agreement not to expose her to protect both parties. He grunted and said, "Yes." "You are?" "My name is Trish." The woman smiled. "I'm the owner of the Port Hotel, and also the receptionist and waiter." She looked around and said, "I'm sorry. The storm is very strong and the ship will be very bumpy. Staying here to rest is not a very wise choice. The hotel will provide you with a stable bed, sufficient hot water, clean food, warm blankets, and an environment that reminds you of your home. It only costs 10 pence a night. I'm talking about one room. Other than that, you can also drink in the bar next door and enjoy the warm hospitality." It was obvious that this woman was here to solicit business. The captain was rather vigilant and didn't respond to her directly. "I can't make decisions for the passengers. It's their freedom to choose. Of course, as the captain, I'll stay here with my crew." Trish maintained her smile and said, "I will wait at the hotel for the guests who are willing to disembark." She seemed to have received a certain amount of education, and was not like the girls whom the crew had met in other ports, hot and shrewd, full of profanity. Just as Trish turned around and was about to return, Theodore approached her and said with a sullen face, "You should thank me for telling you the news as soon as possible." As he spoke, his right hand brushed against Trish's buttocks and pinched it fiercely. "Pa!" Trish slapped his hand away, and cursed sharply, "You bastard who deserves to have your ass fucked by a donkey." She took a few quick steps and left the liner along the gangway. Theodore waved his hand and cursed with an even wider smile. "What a bitch." This scene caused many of the passengers in the cabin to be moved. To them, the greatest flaw on the ship was boredom, and there were bars in the harbor. This meant that they could encounter cheap street girls. They were different from those in the northern continent or the southern continent, with local characteristics. If they were lucky or were willing to spend a lot of money, they might even be able to get that wild beauty to sleep with them. Instantly, many passengers packed their luggage and prepared to head for the harbor hotel. Upon seeing this, Alfred's aide-de-camp asked, "Admiral, are we disembarking?" Alfred slowly shook his head. "We don't know anything about this place. We have to be cautious. Staying on the ship is the best choice." The aide-de-camp didn't have any objections to this. He only asked worriedly, "What about those who have already disembarked?" "That's their choice." Alfred looked out the window without any expression. "If an accident happens, we can only protect more people, unless the matter isn't serious and can be easily resolved." With that said, he turned to look at the aide-de-camp and his squires. "Take turns keeping watch tonight to prevent any accidents." Having interacted with the Charismatic Order, Rose School, and other organizations in the southern continent, Alfred was instinctively wary of unfamiliar places. After exchanging views with the captain, Alfred lay in bed and listened to the wind lashing against the glass windows and the torrential rain lashing against the deck. He calmly prepared to sleep. At this moment, he heard a melancholic melody coming from the direction of the harbor. It seemed to come from a flute. It was intermittent in the storm, like a human whimper. Alfred was instantly immersed in the music and environment, as though he had returned to the Bakelin that always appeared in his dreams. He had returned to the different emotions of his childhood's happiness and troubles. He shook his head abruptly and shook off the feeling. He realized that it wasn't a mental influence, but a reaction that a normal person would have. Alfred got out of bed and walked to the window. He used his sheriff beyonder powers to confirm that the music he had just heard came from the cheap hotel. It's not the guests who have disembarked the ship. Their goals are very clear, and they wouldn't be in the mood to play such a melody. There are already passengers in Utopia Harbor, or is it the boss and attendant named Tracy? If it's her, she's a lady with a story. Alfred sighed and retracted his gaze, no longer paying attention to it. Although he was curious, he didn't have any thoughts of disembarking the ship. Soon, the flute stopped, and the harbor hotel returned to silence. Nothing unexpected happened. Just like that, time ticked by. As the storm stopped, the sky gradually brightened. At 8 in the morning, the passengers who had left the ship returned one after another. All of them had weak footsteps and haggard expressions. When the sailors saw this, they immediately laughed. The chicks here seem pretty good. The passengers shook their heads in unison, revealing looks of regret. One of them rubbed his temples and said, "The Lanty proof here isn't bad. The Lai Lang proof here is very good. It's cheaper than other places. I accidentally drank too much and fell asleep. I don't know if something happened between me and that cute girl. Sigh, the moment I woke up, the ship was about to set sail. I have no memory of what I did after getting drunk. Praise the lady. She made me lie in bed and not sleep in the rain." The other passengers echoed, expressing that they had similar experiences. Of course, everyone had different details. For example, a particular passenger praised the desserts in the cheap hotel's breakfast. As the sailors regretted not being able to drink the cheap and good Lanty proof, they began to tease the passengers. "Perhaps the person you spent the night with wasn't a chick here, but a burly man like Theodore. Anyway, you were so drunk that there's no way of knowing what happened. Haha, have a good pat on your butts." Amidst the lively atmosphere, the sailors put away the gangway, raised the sails, and let the liner set sail. After they passed through a rather gloomy region of the sea and returned to the familiar safe sea route, Alfred finally relaxed completely. He smiled at his adjutant and squire, saying, "I'm not sure if I'll be able to escape." He smiled at his adjutant and squire and said, "We can mark this place on our map and write that the liquor and desserts are pretty good. Yes, the girls have their own characteristics." After a few more days of sailing, the liner finally arrived at Desi Bay's Eskelson Harbor along the winding and safe sea route. Alfred maintained the demeanor of a noble and his social instincts. He visited the high-ranking members of the nearby military base and shared a wonderful dinner with them. When he returned to his father's holiday villa, he was surprised to find that the squire he had sent to look for information was a little pale. "What's wrong?" Alfred immediately reined in his lax demeanor. The squire suppressed his voice and said, "General, none of the kingdom's official maps have Utopia Harbor marked. P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday." When he heard the subordinate's words, Alfred immediately felt as if the temperature in the room plummeted. An indescribable chill seeped into his body, freezing his blood and bones. When the liner docked at Utopia Port, he had actually imagined the worst-case scenario. Utopia was the headquarters of a cult, and everyone there was a potentially dangerous lunatic. But now, the truth might be even worse. Utopia might not even exist. At that moment, Alfred was extremely glad that he was no longer the noble young master he was when he left Bakeland. He had already accumulated rich experience and hadn't truly entered Utopia Port. Under the watchful eyes of the adjutant and squire, the major general paced back and forth with a solemn expression. "Draft a telegram for me and report the matter of Utopia to MI9. At the same time, request the local official beyonders to immediately take action. Contact the captain and ask for the list of people who entered Utopia Harbor. If necessary, visit them one by one to confirm if there are any problems. Yes. His adjutant immediately closed his legs and saluted in response. When the adjutant walked out of the study, Alfred said to a squire, "Bring the typewriter upstairs. I want to write a detailed report." His plan was to first use a telegram to report the key information, not delaying the initial operation, and then show more details in the form of confidential documents, providing a basis for the military higher-ups to make a judgment. On the steam locomotive platform, Wendell pressed down on his top hat with one hand and carried a suitcase with the other as he entered the second-class carriage. He was less than 30 years old, with dark sideburns and calm brown eyes. There was nothing memorable about his appearance, but he had a comfortable temperament. A few months ago, he was still an intelligence agent active in Desi Bay's Fainapata region. He had made many contributions and was now a Sequence 7 Beyonder, belonging to MI9's Internal Operations Department. Today, his purpose was to deliver a confidential document to Bakeland and hand it over to the head of MI9. After sitting down, Wendell bought a newspaper from the newsboy outside the window and leisurely read it. This was only a superficial phenomenon. In reality, he began to use his Beyonder powers to sketch portraits of the passengers around him. He memorized their various characteristics and made meticulous and perfect preparations for any accidents that might happen in the future. Woo, the steam engine whistled, and the steam train clattered as it sped up. The scenery outside the window sped up one scene after another. A few hours later, Wendell looked out the window worriedly. The sky was already filled with dark clouds, and a storm was about to descend. This meant that the steam locomotive would stop at a certain station in advance and wait for the storm to pass, or even continue its journey the next morning instead of arriving at the predetermined location. To Wendell, this would cause things to deviate from his original plan. This would undoubtedly bring about more risks. However, he had no way of stopping it. He couldn't change the weather like the sea god promoted by the Rorstad Archipelago's new government. The only thing he could do was pray to the Lord of Storms. As it turned out, praying was useless most of the time. When the sky was getting darker and darker, the platform ahead had already used lights to signal for the train to slow down and stop on the spot. Woo, the steam whistle sounded again, and the train slowed down. Finally, it stopped at a platform that everyone found a little unfamiliar. In the next second, a mechanical door near the front of the train opened. The conductor stood at the entrance and shouted to the staff on the platform. "What's going on up ahead?" "There's a heavy storm." "We can't see anything," the station staff member, whose sideburns were already turning white, replied loudly. Just as he said that, a muffled thunder sounded in the sky, causing everyone to tremble. They had a premonition that a storm was coming. "Damn it!" the conductor cursed. "Which station is this?" As it was an abnormal stop, he didn't know which station he was at. After all, the train he was in charge of didn't stop at every station along the way in the past. Utopia. A small station. Make your own arrangements. The staff member shouted a few times before running to the other end of the platform with the glass lantern. "I have to signal the train behind me." The conductor didn't have any doubts about the staff member's attitude because this was a normal dispatching process. Otherwise, there would be a collision between two steam locomotives. He could even conclude that the other staff members at Utopia Station were already sending telegrams to the other stations to warn them. Of course, they must have received a telegram to know that the area ahead had been enveloped by a heavy storm. Utopia. Wendell repeated the name in a low voice, but he didn't find any useful information in his mind. Of course, he didn't pay too much attention to it. This was because there were many unknown steam locomotive stations in the entire Ruan Kingdom. This was a reflection of a country's comprehensive strength. The conductor looked at the dark sky and muttered a few words before using the latest loudspeaker to speak to the passengers. "A storm is approaching. The train will stop at Utopia Station until 8 in the morning tomorrow." He predicted that the storm would last until tonight. "You can stay in the carriage or leave on your own. Head to the city and find an inn. Tomorrow, you just need to provide your ticket stubs to board the train again. Remember to be punctual." The conductor gave them two choices. Wendell looked at the passengers in the second-class carriage and pondered for a few seconds. He picked up his suitcase and walked out of the train. It wasn't that he couldn't accept the arduous and abnormal sleeping environment. When he was an intelligence officer, he had suffered quite a bit. He was only relying on his professionalism to judge that a carriage without sufficient passenger flow wasn't as safe as a hotel room. Of course, he could stay up all night, but this would definitely affect his condition tomorrow. Clearly, there was still a long journey tomorrow. After leaving Utopia Station, Wendell got onto a rental carriage by the side of the road and said to the carriage driver, "To the municipal square." In the Kingdom of Rouen, there was bound to be a cathedral and at least one in near the municipal square. "Sir, are we going to a hotel?" the carriage driver asked as he turned the horse around. "Yes." As a Sequence 7 Beyonder, Wendell didn't hide it. From his point of view, as long as he was in a city within the country, he could easily find a group of helpers with his identity. And his strength was enough to support him in completing this task. "The best hotel in Utopia is the Red Boots. Do you want to go there?" the carriage driver asked in a suggestive tone that all men understood. If he wasn't on a mission, Wendell wouldn't mind enjoying it. But now, he could only shake his head without hesitation. "I want a quiet hotel." "All right," the carriage driver replied in disappointment. "Then let's go to the Irises Hotel. No one will harass you." As the carriage moved forward, Wendell cast his gaze out the window and observed the situation outside. Perhaps it was because of the impending storm, the people on the road were in a hurry. Even the paperboy couldn't muster up his energy. A very small city. Wendell made a preliminary judgment from the lack of public carriages. He only saw one trackless public carriage, which meant that most places in Utopia could be reached on foot in a suitable amount of time. As he expected, in less than 10 minutes, the rental carriage stopped at the entrance of the Irises Hotel. After Wendell paid the fare, he quickly walked into the hotel before the rain fell. A crashing sound came from behind him. After checking in and putting away his luggage, Wendell rested for a while. He carried the confidential document and went to the restaurant on the first floor to enjoy dinner. He cautiously didn't order any alcoholic drinks. He ordered a cup of bubble iced tea, which was said to be a local specialty, and a fried pork chop with apple juice. As an intelligence officer who had been in and out of high society, Wendell didn't have much expectations for this dinner, but the outcome exceeded his expectations. The pork chop was tender and juicy with a rich aroma. The apple juice had a slightly sour taste and eliminated most of the grease. The bubble iced tea had a refreshing taste and was exceptionally delicious. When they paid the bill, Wendell nodded at the medium-sized waiter. "Thank the chef for me. He gave me such a wonderful dinner," the ordinary-looking waiter replied. With a smile. "No problem. In all of Utopia City, the chefs of our Irises are the best." Wendell didn't chat idly. He quickly returned to his room and made some arrangements to prevent others from sneaking in. Then, he fell asleep without any hesitation. He was using the time when it was relatively safe and the potential enemies didn't think it was suitable to carry out operations to sleep, freeing up the night. After an unknown period of time, Wendell was suddenly awakened by an intense commotion. He checked his pocket watch and found that it was not yet dawn. "It's in the next room." A woman's voice. A man's voice. Wendell sat up and listened carefully. At first, he suspected that the man and woman were flirting, but later, he realized that it was too intense. There were even fragile items that had been thrown against the wall. A quarrel led to a fight? Just as Wendell muttered, he heard a woman's shouts, curses, and screams. Beating up women? As a Rouen gentleman, although Wendell believed in the Lord of Storms and secretly discriminated against women, this didn't stop him from believing that men shouldn't be violent towards women. After 2 seconds of consideration, he decided to knock on the door and remind his neighbor to be careful. At that moment, a scream was heard. It was clearly from a man. Something heavy fell to the floor with a bang. Wendell's eyebrows twitched slightly as he keenly sensed the scent of a criminal case. He stood up, put on his coat, and went to the next room. He bent his finger and knocked twice. A few seconds later, the door creaked open. A beautiful lady with green eyes and flaxen hair appeared in front of Wendell. Her hair was messy, and her face was pale. Her light green clothes were stained with bright red blood, and she held a dagger that was dripping with blood. The lady in her early 20s mumbled for a while before speaking in a dreamy tone. I killed someone. Wendell was no stranger to murder. He wasn't alarmed when he heard that. He calmly looked past the woman at the door and into the room. He immediately saw a man lying on the ground and saw that the man's chest was covered in blood. Are you sure he's dead? Wendell asked calmly. The young lady in her 20s was at a loss at first, then she answered uncertainly. Then she replied with uncertainty, I think. I don't know. If he can still be saved, he needs to be sent to the hospital immediately. Wendell's tone sounded like he was talking to a patient's family member, not a murderer. The lady holding the bloody dagger subconsciously turned her body and made way. Wendell took a few steps forward and approached the victim. He didn't need to squat down. With a sweep of his gaze, he made a judgment from the various signs. He's indeed dead. The slightly messy woman in her 20s didn't have any obvious change in expression. She looked down at her toes and said, Call the police. How should I address you? How should I address you? Wendell heard hurried footsteps coming from the stairs. Clearly, it was a waiter or the hotel owner who had heard the scream and came up to check on the situation. Tracy. The wild and pure young lady replied in a low voice. She then fell into her own world and didn't say another word. Wendell was about to say something when the hotel owner who had helped him check in rushed to the door. Goddess. The elderly man couldn't help but shout when he saw the situation in the room. Wendell pressed his right hand down, indicating for him to calm down. Then, he said, Call the police immediately. I'll watch this place. His temperament and words had a sense of trust and obedience. The hotel owner didn't dawdle at all. He immediately turned around and ran downstairs. To Wendell, he had only come to check on this situation out of a gentleman's habit. In fact, he didn't have any intention of getting involved. After all, he still had a mission on his shoulders. However, Miss Tracy's blank, detached, and cold attitude made him feel some pity. This was a normal reaction for a man. He looked around and said as if he was talking to the air, Murder isn't always a felony. Not all murders will be judged as serious crimes. There are many situations. Tracy slowly raised her head and cast her gaze at the gentleman. Her eyes, which seemed to be lifeless and confused, were now filled with an indescribable brilliance. Wendell looked at her bruised face. He beat you? Yes. The other party seemed to have some sort of authority, causing Trish, who wanted to remain silent, to finally reply. Wendell's gaze shifted down and landed on the dagger that was no longer dripping with blood. Did you bring her here, or him? Trish's reaction was a little slow as she replied, him. Wendell nodded slightly. Legitimate defense is in accordance with the law. I can prove to the police that there was a fierce argument and a fight between the two of you. Obviously, men have a natural advantage in this aspect. I am not discriminating against women, but that is what science and experience tell us. He paused and asked, What's the relationship between the two of you? What happened? Trish's eyes moved a little. She recovered a little from the deep autistic state of being pulled away from reality. She seemed to be answering the police officer's question. Her eyes were filled with hope and sadness as she said, I am his mistress. At this point, Trish's face revealed a self-deprecating smile. I was once an ugly woman who chased after money to the point of losing her mind. Not long after I left grammar school, I became his mistress under his seduction. He gave me a hotel and told me to stay there, waiting for him to come or summon me every week. I gradually lost interest in this kind of life. I became more and more depressed and inferior. I wanted to return everything to him and completely get rid of him, but he didn't agree. He used all sorts of methods to threaten me, preventing me from leaving him. The last few times we met were spent arguing. Just now, he said that there was only one way to leave him, and that was death. Then, he beat me and took out a dagger. Afterward, you know what happened after that, mistress. Wendell glanced at Tracy's face with regret. The traces at the scene also prove the development of the matter. He originally thought that Trish and the deceased were husband and wife, but to his surprise, their relationship was worse than he had imagined. Trish nodded blankly. Thank you. She didn't say another word. Only when the police from Utopia arrived did she break the silence. She took the initiative to raise her hands and accept the handcuffs. Wendell looked at Trish's slightly staggering steps and said to the police, "Take her to the hospital for a checkup first. Let's take her to check her injuries first and treat her injuries to prevent any accidents." The police didn't know why they had to listen to a witness's orders. In short, they led Trish and Wendell to the small hospital in town without any objections. As Trish was a woman, Wendell and the two police officers waited in the hospital corridor and didn't follow her in. As time passed, Wendell saw a pregnant woman being rushed to the delivery room. There seemed to be something wrong and she needed surgical help. After a while, he heard the sound of a baby crying. It was the announcement of a new life coming to this world. At this moment, Trish happened to come out. "Do you feel it?" "The beauty of life," Wendell said seriously to Trish. Trish's expression was clearly moved when she heard the baby's cry amidst the wind and rain. Her face had been wiped, and she looked very clean. After a few seconds, Trish snapped back to her senses and nodded at Wendell. "Thank you." This time, she wasn't as numb, dull, and autistic. Wendell secretly heaved a sigh of relief and followed her to the police station to record a statement. After doing what he had to do, Wendell walked to the side of the street and prepared to take a rental carriage back to the Irises Hotel. However, in this stormy night, there wasn't a single pedestrian or carriage to be seen on the road. This is the disadvantage of a small city. "It's not convenient enough," Wendell muttered softly. Wendell muttered as he opened the umbrella he had brought with him when he left the house. After getting his bearings, he returned to the Irises Hotel. As a former sheriff, he had the ability to remember the routes he had taken in mysticism. He wasn't worried about getting lost in an unfamiliar city. At this moment, the storm had lessened a lot, but the strong winds were still raging. They blew past, bringing with them the rain as they slapped at Wendell's body. Wendell couldn't help but raise his right hand to block his chest. The confidential document was hidden in the inside of his clothes. Even when Wendell slept, he would keep the document close to his body, preventing it from separating from him. For this, he had already developed a habit. As long as he reminded himself in advance, he wouldn't turn over after falling asleep. Utopia wasn't a big town. Wendell walked for about 15 minutes before he saw the Irises Hotel. At this moment, his top hat and clothes were wet from the strong wind. This made him a little worried. He was worried that the confidential document would be damaged by the water. "Strictly speaking, I've already violated the rules of carrying out a mission, but how can I not help a lady like her? This is the upbringing a gentleman should have." Wendell was slightly vexed, but he didn't regret it at all. After entering the room, he immediately took off his coat, took out the document, and placed it on the table. The paper bag outside the document had obvious signs of soaking. There were a few places that seemed like they would tear if he touched them with any force. Wendell immediately rang the bell and summoned a waiter. He asked for a coal stove, hoping to raise the temperature in the room and speed up the drying of the sealed document bag. In the process of waiting, he realized that there was no sense of silence around him at all. It seemed that because of the screams and the arrival of the police, the residents here and nearby residents had woken up and had yet to fall asleep. The howling wind had weakened significantly. In the pitter-patter of the rain, Wendell heard the cries of a child, the arguments of a husband and wife, the sound of a wood-sawing violin, intermittent sobbing, footsteps walking back and forth upstairs, and discussions that were sometimes hushed and sometimes uncontrollable. He didn't feel sentimental about this lively scene. He just felt that they were so noisy that he couldn't calm down. After a while, the waiter brought over a coal stove with charcoal added to it. Wendell relaxed a little and casually asked, "Do you know that Miss Trish just now?" The skinny waiter shook his head. "I don't know him." He then added, "I heard that she is indeed a local, but I have been living in the plantation outside the city before this year." "What do you know about her?" Wendell subconsciously asked. "She comes to our hotel 3 to 5 times a month with the dead man." The waiter suddenly sighed. "She's not happy at all." Wendell was silent for a few seconds. He sent the waiter away and sat back at the table. Time passed, and the bag outside the confidential document gradually dried up. At this moment, the interior and exterior of the hotel had become relatively quiet. Only the sound of the dripping rain and the wind from the rustling windows could be heard. The energetic Wendell recalled everything that had happened before and sighed for Miss Tricia's life. He picked up the document bag and flipped through it. At this moment, he noticed that the lower part of the envelope was slightly damaged, and the paper inside could be vaguely seen. Wendell frowned, knowing that he was about to be punished. Of course, the punishment wouldn't be too severe. This was because if the confidentiality requirements of the document were high enough, he wouldn't have been the only one to escort it. Wendell had originally planned on maintaining the current state and showing the damage to the other party. However, as he swept his gaze, he saw a word on the document through the hole, Utopia. Wendell tensed up and felt the sound of the wind and rain outside suddenly stop. Why would the confidential document I'm escorting mention Utopia? What's so special about this place? Thoughts flashed through Wendell's mind as a buzzing sound echoed in his ears. At that moment, he felt like he had just relaxed after overworking his brain. It was as though he was about to fall sick. Wendell quickly forced himself to calm down and carefully recalled his experiences after coming to Utopia. He realized that there were no problems with the details of everything. They were all things that could happen in daily life. The only thing that made him worried was that his arrival was too coincidental. It was common for steam locomotives to stop at a station due to a storm, but it was definitely not a coincidence that the station they stopped at was related to the confidential document in his hands. Wendell stared at the confidential document on the table with a solemn expression, hesitating if he should open it and read it carefully. Perhaps it only mentioned Utopia in passing, and my actions would be a serious violation of internal affairs. Perhaps this is the report of a certain intelligence agent after secretly investigating Utopia. The contents inside will determine whether I survive or die to a certain extent. After struggling for a while, Wendell looked at the dark night outside the window and reached out for the document. Only by staying alive can I consider whether I should be punished. Having made up his mind, Wendell quickly opened the paper bag and flipped through the machine-printed document inside. As he read, his hands trembled slightly. He felt a chill run down his back. Even the burning furnace couldn't save him. No matter how he interpreted it, the confidential report in his hands showed that there was a problem with Utopia. There was a problem with the entire town. This might not be a town that existed in the real world. Wendell felt his mouth go dry. It was as though he could hear the footsteps of death dragging its scythe as it slowly approached him. He instinctively wanted to get up, but in the end, he controlled himself and didn't blindly react. This was because he felt that in the darkness outside the window, in the room upstairs, and in the corridor by the door, there were pairs of eyes watching him. What should I do? Up to now, nothing abnormal has happened. This means that if I don't know anything, it's possible for me to safely welcome dawn. I've read a lot of information that shows that rashly showing that I already know that the surrounding environment is strange will only cause the danger to erupt ahead of time. However, I can't do nothing and place my fate on luck. Wendell recalled the various dangers he had experienced and quickly made a decision. He was prepared to return to the steam locomotive immediately and leave Utopia to a certain extent. At the very least, most of the people there were normal people, while the city was filled with danger. Of course, it was impossible for Wendell to rush back just like that. He had to make himself appear normal enough, as if he had left the hotel in the middle of the night and returned to the steam locomotive station for other reasons. Amidst his thoughts, Wendell put away the confidential report and calmly stood up. He put on his coat and top hat. Then, with his suitcase in one hand and his umbrella in the other, he calmly walked to the door and turned the handle. At this time, the corridor was dark, with only a few gas wall lamps on both sides emitting a dim light. It was so quiet that one could hear a needle drop on the ground, adding a touch of humanity to the environment. When Wendell stepped into the corridor, the wooden floorboards beneath his feet creaked slightly. This was so obvious in the extremely cold and silent night that it spread far and wide. Frowning slightly, Wendell pretended to walk forward and approached the staircase in the middle of the corridor. He walked without any scruples. He did not feel like he was hiding at all. Seeing that the staircase was getting closer and closer, he suddenly heard a creaking sound behind him. "Sir, where are you going?" A slightly stuttering male voice entered Wendell's ears. Wendell's body froze. He slowly turned back and saw the wooden door of the service room open. An attendant walked out and stood in the shadows of the door. He quickly smiled and said calmly, I left something important on the steam locomotive. I left something important on the steam locomotive. I'm afraid that someone will take it away, so I have to return now. At this point, he complained softly, there was a murder in the hotel. I don't want to stay here any longer. I can't sleep at all. I'm very sorry. The attendant bowed slightly in response. I won't publicize this matter. Wendell nodded as he promised. Without staying any longer, he turned around and walked towards the stairs. Perhaps it was because the night was dim, but he walked very carefully. Every step he took felt like he was walking on the edge of a cliff. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Wendell, who had been wary of the attendant behind him, finally returned to the first floor. At this moment, there was no one in the hotel lobby. All the items were hidden in the darkness. The faint light outside illuminated their blurry silhouettes, making them look like monsters that were about to devour someone. Wendell looked ahead, passed through the dark lobby, and arrived at the door. Just as he pushed open the door and walked out, he suddenly heard a rustling sound behind him. It sounded like a mouse was moving, but it also sounded like someone was approaching him with light footsteps. The back of Wendell's head went numb, but he resisted the urge to run. He looked up at the sky, which had stopped raining, as if nothing had happened. Then, he took a deep breath of the cold and clear air, identified his direction, and walked towards the steam locomotive station. His pace gradually quickened. He looked like he was a little afraid of the night and couldn't wait to end this journey. As he walked, Wendell saw a signboard from the corner of his eye. Utopia Telegraph Office. Telegraph Office. Perhaps I can try to sneak in and send an emergency telegram to the headquarters in Bakeland and the Eskelson military base. That way, I can hope for the demigods to rescue me. If I'm really trapped here and can't leave, this is the only way to save myself. With a thought, Wendell took a few steps diagonally and arrived at the entrance of the Utopia Telegraph Office. He wasn't in a hurry to find a place to sneak in. Instead, he focused and listened to the movements inside. Then, he heard intermittent, rather heavy breathing. This made Wendell sometimes feel that there was no one inside, and sometimes, he felt that there was more than one person inside. Suddenly, the sound of breathing completely stopped. At that instant, all the hairs on Wendell's body stood on end. His intuition told him that there was a figure standing quietly behind the door of the telegraph office. Without any hesitation, Wendell immediately gave up on the idea of sending a telegram. He passed through the door and continued forward. For the rest of the journey, even a gust of wind made Wendell tremble in fear, afraid of encountering unknown dangers. Just like that, time passed bit by bit in Wendell's torment. Finally, he returned to the steam locomotive station and saw that the door was tightly shut, preventing him from entering. This didn't pose a problem for Wendell. He first handed the umbrella to his left hand, which was carrying his luggage. Then, he circled to the side and found a wall. With a press of his palm, he leaped into the air and easily flipped over. After landing firmly on the ground, Wendell heaved a sigh of relief and walked towards the platform at a moderate pace. At this moment, an almost inaudible sound of footsteps came from behind him. "What are you doing here?" A deep and hoarse voice sounded. Wendell's toes tightened as cold sweat broke out on his back. He didn't hesitate. As he prepared to attack at any moment, he turned his body stiffly to the back. The first thing he saw was a classical glass lantern, followed by the staff member at the platform. Wendell heaved a sigh of relief and grumbled, "That's right. As a gentleman, I have to try my best to avoid scaring others." "I'm not a gentleman," the staff member replied in an unfriendly manner. "I'm not a gentleman," the staff member replied in an unfriendly manner. Wendell casually pointed to a corner of the platform. "I'm going to the washroom." He had long observed the environment and layout of the platform. "Then, why are you here?" the staff member pressed. "I'm lost," Wendell answered succinctly. Then, he ignored the other party and walked towards the washroom on the platform. Behind him, the staff member watched silently and did not speak. This gave Wendell a lot of psychological pressure, but he maintained a steady pace very well. In the washroom, under the illumination of the gas wall lamp, Wendell took nearly a minute to relieve the tension in his body and successfully peed. After returning to the steam locomotive, Wendell finally found a sense of security as he looked at the passengers sleeping in different spots in the carriage. In the next few hours, he didn't sleep and focused on guarding against any accidents. Just as Wendell's perception of the passage of time became sluggish, the sky lit up bit by bit, dispersing the darkness. In the next 2 hours, the passengers who had gone to Utopia returned one after another. Some bought a bottle of famous local red wine, while others looked haggard, as if they had a hangover or had been beaten up. Wendell was filled with wariness towards them, but he couldn't discover any abnormalities from the details. Whoosh! Finally, the steam locomotive's whistle sounded, and the steam locomotive turned slowly and heavily. Amidst the reverberating sounds, the train left Utopia station. After that, they experienced another gloomy sky. Fortunately, there was no storm. The sun quickly pierced through the clouds and illuminated the land. To Wendell, all of this was normal. It had been the same ever since he arrived at Utopia last night. If not for the confidential report being hidden in his arms, he definitely wouldn't have believed that there would be any problems with Utopia. When the steam locomotive arrived at the next station, which was also a familiar station, Wendell finally relaxed. His head throbbed with pain, and he felt as if he had expended too much energy. At this moment, he quickly reviewed his experience in Utopia. As he recalled, Wendell suddenly sat up straight. When he had used the excuse of going to the washroom last night, he had been carrying a suitcase and umbrella. He didn't look like a passenger who had temporarily disembarked from the steam locomotive. As for the staff member at the platform, he didn't notice this. Or rather, he had already discovered it, but he didn't expose it for some unknown reason. All of a sudden, the muscles on Wendell's back tensed up, as though he was about to explode. He was alarmed and suspicious. A few guesses flashed through his mind uncontrollably. The residents of Utopia are all monsters in human skin. They usually look very normal, but as long as they encounter a logical blind spot, they will show a side that's different from ordinary people and ignore the obvious problems. Or could it be that the station staff had already discovered that I was lying, but they weren't willing to deal with me, so they deliberately pretended not to see it and let me go? Why is that so? Yes, carrying my suitcase to the washroom can be explained as me being afraid of losing my luggage. However, the entire platform is sheltered, so there's no need to take out an umbrella in advance. Besides, the rain has long stopped. Wendell subconsciously looked out the window and saw the sun shining brightly on the platform. One passenger after another was waiting behind the police line in an orderly manner. It was completely different from the gloomy feeling that Utopia gave off. Phew. He exhaled, and his body suddenly relaxed a little. This isn't Utopia. I've already left. Wendell muttered to himself as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. When he recalled his oversight, it was as though he had fallen into a nightmare that he couldn't wake up from. After a while, Wendell stood up and decided to go to the platform to smoke a cigarette to ease his mood. The tobacco comforted him very well, making him recall his experiences in Utopia. During this process, he had an inspiration for his encounter. Maybe it was because I helped Trish sincerely that the staff at the station ignored my question and let me go? Compared to the residents of Utopia being monsters in human skin, Wendell was more willing to accept this explanation. At this moment, he saw the conductor talking to a group of people in a corner from the corner of his eye. Wendell inconspicuously took a few steps closer to hear what they were saying. With his extraordinary hearing, he vaguely heard a conversation from a distance that wouldn't arouse suspicion. Last night, we platform. Utopia, the kingdom, doesn't have it, please keep it a secret. Wendell's eyebrows twitched slightly. Combined with the description of the documents in his arms, he roughly understood what the group of people were saying to the conductor. They were saying that there was no Utopia station in the kingdom, and the steam locomotive status last night was missing. At that moment, Wendell felt a strong sense of lingering fear. He felt that being able to leave Utopia alive was his greatest fortune. It took Alfred nearly a week to return to Bakeland from Port Escalante. This was because he had visited the families of his fallen comrades, his former friends, his elders who had returned to their fiefdoms for vacation, and some of his family's business partners. This is more tiring than participating in a battle, Alfred complained to his father, Earl of Hall. Earl of Hall smiled and pointed to the staircase. Let's go back to the room and rest for a while. We'll talk in the study later. He was quite satisfied with his second son's mental state and growth progress. Alfred looked around and asked with a smile, "What's the matter? Where's the most dazzling gem in Bakeland?" He paused for a moment, then added, "Don't worry." "And where's Hibbert?" Earl of Hall smiled and said, "Audrey went to her foundation and only returned in the afternoon." "Audrey went to her foundation and will only be back in the afternoon. She has been complaining that you can't provide a definite itinerary, so she has no way of knowing when you will arrive. Hibbert is now the cabinet secretary. He's very busy." Alfred nodded and didn't say anything else. He returned to his room to take a shower and changed into a shirt, vest, and formal suit. "I prefer East Balham's casualness," he said to his adjutant with a smile as he looked in the mirror. "This makes you look more like a noble," his adjutant said as he handed over the document in his hand. "General, this is from MI9. Me 9? Alfred thoughtfully destroyed the seal on the document bag. "There's the results of the Utopia investigation so soon?" Before he could finish his sentence, he had already taken out the document and flipped through it. During this process, Alfred's flipping of the pages became slower and slower. In the end, he went back to the beginning and read it again. The main content of the investigation report was divided into two parts. First, the members of MI9 who had escorted Alfred's report had mistakenly entered Utopia and witnessed a murder. They had forcefully escaped in the middle of the night and returned to the steam locomotive. Second, there wasn't a Utopia station on any of the train routes from Desi Bay to Bakeland. There was also no Utopia port in the Berserk Sea. Subsequent investigations didn't find any traces. Neither of these two situations was beyond Alfred's tolerance. What surprised and stunned him was the culprit in the murder case. Her name was Trish, the owner of a hotel. She had received secondary education and graduated from a grammar school. Later, she became the mistress of a businessman and had recently been trying to escape this identity. This was rather consistent with the owner of the hotel, Trish, whom Alfred had met. Every detail matched. Therefore, Alfred determined that the murderer was Trish, the beauty who had received a certain level of education and who played melancholic music at night. "Is this the story behind her?" Alfred muttered to himself. This made the residents of that Utopia seem abnormally real, and not just an illusion as Alfred had imagined. In other words, after the outsiders left, the residents of Utopia still had their own lives. They had their own love, hatred, pain, and sorrow, as well as all kinds of experiences. Apart from Utopia, which didn't seem to exist in the real world, it was similar to an ordinary town in the kingdom of Rouen. Perhaps Utopia really exists, and everyone there is real. However, if I want to enter it, I have to be at the right place at the right time. Alfred nodded indiscernibly and sighed as he put away the investigation report from MI9. As far as he was concerned, this matter was over. He had no intention of delving deeper into the investigation. After all, there were countless strange things and phenomena in the southern continent. If he was too curious, it would only bring him unimaginable danger. After tidying up his clothes and emotions, Alfred came to his father's study and knocked on the embossed door. "Please come in." Earl of Hall's voice sounded. Alfred combed his blonde hair, pushed the door open, and found a seat. Earl of Hall smiled at him. "I'm a man now." "No one would say such a thing to a man," Alfred replied without the slightest reservation. "In my heart, you're still that rebellious youth." Earl Hall smiled and said, "You're already a Sequence 5 Beyonder?" Alfred replied with a double meaning, "Yes, I am already a true knight." Earl of Hall nodded and suddenly sighed. "You must have experienced a lot of pain." "As far as I know, no matter if it's magic potions or war, they will bring serious harm to people, both physically and mentally." "Everyone has a lot of pain in their life," Alfred said with a sigh. He used Rouen euphemism. After a pause, he added, "Compared to when I left Bakeland, I'm in a better state now. As long as I grasp the method, I don't need to worry too much about crazy breakthroughs at my level." Earl of Hall didn't mention this matter again. He said, "Your sister has also become a Beyonder." "Oh?" Alfred was first alarmed before he recalled something. He said with some annoyance, "I thought it was really just a simple change in her hobbies. From the looks of it, Audrey's adventure has received her help." Earl of Hall said in enlightenment, I hope you can talk to her and tell her how dangerous, crazy, and painful the path of sequence potions is. Let her stay at her current level. Alfred replied without hesitation. I'll do it. In the evening, in Audrey's private study. Alfred, why are you looking for me? Audrey, who had changed into casual clothes, led Susie and opened the door for her brother. She had been waiting for her brother for a few minutes. There's something I want to remind you of. Alfred walked into the study and casually pulled a chair to sit down. Audrey smiled faintly and pointed at the huge golden retriever. Do you need me to let Susie out? Looking at the golden retriever that was obediently squatting by the side with eyes filled with humanity, Alfred couldn't help but laugh. There's no need. I don't think it will eavesdrop on our conversation. Audrey casually corrected him. When the noblewoman sat opposite him, Alfred sincerely sighed in his heart, you're right. After not seeing her for a few years, his sister was no longer immature. Be it her looks or bearing, they had reached a level that left him in awe. She was no longer the little girl of the past. Alfred retracted his gaze and asked casually, I heard that you've become a Beyonder? Yes. Audrey nodded calmly. Alfred had originally planned on asking what sequence she was at, but after some thought, he felt that it would be too direct and could easily lead to a backlash. Alfred originally planned on asking what his sequence was, but after some thought, he felt that it would be too direct and could easily cause a backlash. Hence, he deliberated over his words. You should be a Beyonder from the spectator pathway, right? The rainbow salamander was a gift from Alfred to his sister, right? The rainbow salamander was a gift from Alfred to his sister. After waiting for Audrey to give him an affirmative answer, Alfred asked in a joking tone, can you do therapy in the psychological field now? Most Beyonders, including me, need help in this area. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I'm already a Sequence 5 disciplinary paladin of the Arbiter pathway. Audrey pursed her lips and smiled. I'm a qualified psychiatrist. I've received professional training. You can verify this with Daddy and Mommy. Already a Sequence 7. Alfred's expression gradually turned solemn. Audrey, there's something I need to remind you of. The potion doesn't just bring you power. Having said that, he paused and observed his sister's reaction. He realized that Audrey wasn't impatient at all. She was listening very seriously. Every potion contains madness that can lead to loss of control. I've seen similar situations before, more than once. It happens to my enemies, and it also happens to my friends. No group is immune. Alfred combined his experiences in East Balam and explained the dangers of the potion in detail. During this process, he realized that not only was his sister, Audrey, listening attentively, but Susie was also very quiet. MI9's office building was located on Bellado Street in Westboro. It was an inconspicuous 3-story building. There wasn't any sign at the door that indicated its identity. There was only a simple sign hanging on the door. The core of this office building was underground, and the upper floors were mainly filled with civilian staff. Of course, most of the Beyonders belonging to MI9 wouldn't go underground for no reason. The environment there wasn't good, and the atmosphere was oppressive. It was possible for an accident to happen at any time due to improper supervision of a sealed artifact. Xianxia was currently the deputy team leader of the domestic security and counter-espionage team. She was directly in charge of a sizable team of Beyonders and was responsible for handling espionage cases related to Intis and Bakeland. There's a mission here. Her superior, the deputy director of MI9 and the leader of the domestic security and counter-espionage team, Lieutenant General Pantek, picked up a document and handed it across the desk. Is it urgent? Xianxia reached out to take it and asked cautiously. Lieutenant General Pantek was a typical old Ruan man with a rather receding hairline. He picked up a white porcelain coffee cup and took a sip. It's not urgent. Low danger level. In fact, this mission will be issued to all members, hoping that someone will be lucky enough to complete it. Such a description exceeded Xiao's expectations, but she didn't open the document on the spot. Instead, she directly replied, I'll inform my team members. After leaving Lieutenant General Pantek's office, Xiao returned to her room. When she threw her body into her seat, she seemed to hide. After quickly scanning the document in her hand, Xiao roughly understood why the deputy director had said that. The utopia that needed to be investigated didn't seem to be anywhere in the northern and southern continents, nor was it on any of the known islands in the 5 seas. In the past 2 weeks, many people had entered the so-called utopia, but their methods and locations were completely different. Some had arrived in the Sonia Sea near the Berserk Sea during a terrifying storm. Some had arrived in the middle section of the railway from Desi Bay to Bakeland. They had mistakenly stopped in that city due to a heavy rainstorm. Some were in Civiles County and entered because they got lost. Up to now, no one has been injured or mentally affected by entering Utopia. It's no wonder that Deputy Director Pantek said that the danger level is very low. In addition, there's no way to summarize the current situation. It's difficult to find the true location of Utopia, so there's no way to specially send people in to investigate. Yes. Indeed, I can only inform all the members of the situation, hoping that some of them will accidentally arrive in Utopia and carefully gather some information. Xiao put down the document in her hand and stood up regretfully, preparing to inform her subordinates. She felt regretful because the difficulty of completing this mission was extremely high. There was almost no hope for her. This prevented her from further accumulating contributions. In the past half a year, in order to deal with the apocalypse, Xiao had been very busy every day. As she dealt with MI9's matters, she completed the various missions given by Mr. Fool. By doing so, she accumulated contributions on both sides to exchange for the imperative mage potion formula and Beyonder characteristic in preparation for her wish of becoming a demigod. And up to now, Xiao was still a little lacking in both aspects, especially within MI9. If she didn't make any huge contributions, Xiao couldn't see any hope. If it wasn't for the fact that she could receive a generous salary from MI9 and enjoy all sorts of benefits, as well as the fact that she could rely on her status and identity to obtain a large amount of intelligence to help her complete the missions given by Mr. Fool, Xiao wanted to resign and become a bounty hunter again. That way, she would have more freedom. I can ask about this case on the tarot next time. Perhaps Mr. World and the others will have some clues. As Xiao thought, she pushed open the door to the room where her team members were. After assigning the mission to Utopia, Xiao specially exhorted. If the situation isn't right, even if you have a chance to enter Utopia, you can just give up. That town of unknown authenticity doesn't show any signs of danger. Perhaps it's because it hasn't been agitated. After being busy for a while, Xiao finally ended a tiring day. She returned home before 7:30 and had dinner with her mother, brother, and Furs to enjoy a limited amount of relaxation. In the wee hours of the morning, she finished washing up and walked to the bedroom window. She pinched the curtains and prepared to close them. During this process, Xiao naturally cast her gaze outside and discovered that the crimson moon in the sky had become round and large at some point in time. Furthermore, its color had clearly deepened, as though it was flowing blood. Blood moon. Xiao suddenly turned her head and looked next door in concern. Somewhat worried about her friend's condition. However, she quickly recalled that Furs was already a sequence 4 demigod. She was no longer afraid of the effects of the full moon ravings. In the room next door, Furs was lying on the bed, admiring the blood moon outside the window. She endured the pain of having her head pricked by needles as she listened to Mr. Dorr speak. Although going from sequence 3 to sequence 2, from an incomplete mythical creature to a true mythical creature, is indeed a qualitative change, I believe that sequence 4 to sequence 3 also has a qualitative change to a certain extent. It can even be said that sequence 3 is the most beautiful level in the Beyonder pathway. At this level, there's no need to rely on external forces to resist the inclination towards madness and losing control. There's no need to suffer at all times, and one also has Beyonder powers that completely exceed ordinary people. They're more like gods and not humans. Furthermore, they can obtain a small number of anchors to further stabilize their mental state. If it wasn't for the fact that most sequence 3 Beyonders don't have long enough lifespans, making it difficult for them to live past 500 years old, I don't think many saints would have the motivation to advance to angel. Yes, yes. Furs nodded repeatedly, indicating that she understood. At the same time, her forehead twitched slightly as she secretly yawned. She was already somewhat accustomed to the pain brought about by speaking directly with Mr. Dorr. Mr. Dorr continued, Sequence 3 of the Apprentice Pathway is called Wanderer. Sequence 3 of the Apprentice Pathway is called Wanderer. This means that the spirit world can no longer trap you. You can enter the cosmos and roam the astral world. You can head to different planets and experience true silence, true desolation, true magnificence, as well as a completely different civilization from the local world. Only by experiencing this for yourself will you know how tiny the world you live in is. Mr. Dorr briefly recounted his experiences to showcase the magnificence of the cosmos, as well as the richness and charm of different civilizations. This made Furs a little entranced. If not for the stabbing pain in her head reminding her, she would have even forgotten that the narrator was a dangerous king of angels. As long as you help me escape, I'll give you the Wanderer Potion formula and Beyonder characteristic, and help you complete the ritual. Of course, all of this can be paid in advance. At the end of the full moon ravings, Mr. Dorr made another promise. It's really something to look forward to, Furs praised sincerely. When Mr. Dorr's voice gradually weakened and disappeared, Furs suddenly pulled out the pillow from her waist and lay down. In less than 3 minutes, she fell asleep peacefully. To her, the vast cosmos was indeed filled with charm, but there was also the danger of being corrupted just by understanding it. She had no motivation to explore it. I'll consider it after I finish touring the northern and southern continents and the 5 seas. In her sleep, Furs muttered to herself almost silently. At this moment, the blood-red moon outside the window had long faded, returning to a lighter crimson color, and it was incomplete. A huge blood-colored moon hung on the edge of the cliff, illuminating the swamp below. The swamp was dark red in color and constantly bubbled. It was as if there was magma boiling everything at the bottom. At a glance, the swamp had no end, like a vast ocean. A rock fell from the edge of the cliff and into the swamp. In the next second, a bubble popped up and silently burst, giving birth to a blood-stained baby. The baby staggered and swam close to the cliff, attempting to climb up. The stone beneath Emlyn White's feet shattered as he fell off the cliff and into the swamp. The vampire count woke up abruptly from his dream and glanced at his surroundings in a daze and fear. After confirming that this was his room and that he was surrounded by many familiar dolls of all sizes, Emlyn slowly exhaled and muttered to himself with a heavy expression, that dream wasn't simple. As a shaman king, he had a sufficient understanding of the dream domain. Could this be the so-called divine revelation? But I didn't receive any revelations. Emlyn thought for nearly a minute, but he couldn't find an answer. Then, he decided to ignore the question and planned on asking Father Yutravsky when he had the time. The moon, which had lost its blood-red color and was no longer full, illuminated the garden of the Cathedral of Waves. Alger reached out to catch the note delivered by Gale and unfurled it. Verdu is searching for a pirate ship or smuggler's ship that goes to Bansi. Bansi Harbor had yet to be rebuilt, and there were no liners that headed there. Verdu, who cherished the opportunity to teleport, could only rely on unconventional methods. To Bansi? Alger immediately frowned. He knew very well what Bansi meant, but he didn't understand why Verdu wanted to go to Bansi. There shouldn't be anything there, no, even if the church had raised Bansi, there would still be some abnormalities left there. Furthermore, the church hadn't investigated what problems were hidden in Bansi back then. As a cardinal, Alger had the right to access some confidential documents, including the records of the Church of the Storm's actions against Bansi. In addition, he had learned more from Mr. Fool and the World, German Sparrow. After some thought, Alger quickly made a decision. He planned on getting his shadow guard to arrange a pirate ship for Verdu. In this regard, Alger knew that many key figures didn't need to appear personally or use their names. Of course, in the Rorstad archipelago, a smuggler ship was often equivalent to a pirate ship. P.S. I discovered that there's no update. So the timing was wrong. I sat on the chair in the police station and looked at the 2 men in black and white checkered uniforms. Their mouths were opening and closing as if they were saying something. The one on the left had a cold expression as if he had seen too much misfortune. The one on the right was still young and inexperienced with a hint of pity in his eyes. I didn't feel any pain, nor did I regret stabbing myself. At that moment, I even felt like I had been liberated. The warm blood that sprayed on my body was like redemption from God. I only regretted chasing after money when I was young and sacrificing my dignity, body, and freedom. In the past few days at the police station, I had found enough peace to think deeply about this problem. I had thought about it more thoroughly than I had in many years. My weak will and immature mind were the root cause of my mistake, but it didn't mean that they were the whole reason. Ever since I was a child, the education I received told me that hard work and struggle were for a big house, floor-to-ceiling windows with plenty of light, more than 3 servants, a garden of my own, silver inlaid or gold inlaid tableware, a dinner party filled with delicious food, a dance party resounding with melodious music, and so on and so forth. The newspapers and magazines I read told me over and over again that only those with enough dignity could be called middle class, that they were the pillars of the kingdom, that they were refined, excellent, not vulgar, had character, and had compassion and knowledge at the same time. At the same time, they also told me what it meant to be presentable. Presentable meant wearing a beautiful dress, matching clothes for different occasions, expensive skincare products, makeup, exquisite and fashionable women's handbags, a concert, afternoon tea, and a party filled with style. And all of this was converted into gold pounds, and gold pounds. I have to admit that the pursuit of a better life is everyone's instinct, but when a girl is told that by every aspect she comes into contact with, when the mainstream of society is dignity, refinement, and elegance, it's hard for her not to be affected. I don't know what this phenomenon is called, but I know that if all of this doesn't change, tragedies like mine will continue to appear, and there will be more and more. And at that time, there will definitely be people cursing, "Look, these gold-digging girls, they sold their souls." Subconsciously, I turned to look outside the window and saw the beautiful and prosperous world. I saw the red blood flowing in this world. "Miss Tracy, are you listening to us?" A voice pulled me back from my thoughts. It was the slightly immature police officer. I smiled at him, not telling him that I had been thinking about something philosophical. It was ridiculous that a gold digger who sold her soul would actually think about such a boring thing when being questioned by a police officer. The policeman nodded and said to me, "Miss Trish, you'll be going to court next. We'll arrange a lawyer for you." "I'm sorry, we didn't keep that witness, only his confession, which is quite disadvantageous to you." "It's okay," I told him calmly. "I will try my best to defend myself and repent for the crimes I have committed. I only hope that I can have a new life in the future." I thought for a moment and smirked. I said to the 2 police officers, "Yes, sir. While I'm waiting for the trial, can you help me borrow a few books from the library?" Phenomena of social thought and education. At that moment, I saw that the 2 police officers were a little dazed and a little surprised. Sitting at the bottom of the long, mottled table, I heard Miss Judgment talking about utopia. After she finished, I looked around and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm sorry. This is a ritual." As expected, I saw Miss Judgment's gaze freeze. I felt Mr. the Hanging Man and Miss Justice look over with a hint of speculation. At that moment, I seemed to be able to guess what they were thinking. They would definitely suspect that this was the world's German Sparrow Sequence 1 ritual, and they had long used the tarot's internal communications to know that with a Sequence 0 true God, it was impossible for a Sequence 1 to exist. I had already prepared an explanation for this matter, which was to have them think about the ancient God of the Sun and his 8 archangel kings. Unfortunately, no one raised any questions. Perhaps they had already made the connection to the kings of angels, or perhaps they believed that the ritual involved in utopia was mainly to help Mr. Fool further recover. I looked at the beautiful lady who was in a daze and deliberated for a moment. I asked, "Miss Tracy, where do your parents live?" "They've already passed away." The beautiful lady whose soul no longer belonged here replied in an ethereal voice. I lowered my head to record it. "Do you have any other relatives?" The lady turned her head to look out the window and casually replied, "No." I exchanged looks with my colleague and raised my voice. "Miss Tracy, are you listening to us?" The lady opposite me retracted her gaze and smiled at me. I didn't know what she was thinking, but she was as quiet as a flower blooming alone at night. This analogy came from a book of poems. My brother told me that reading poems made me more charming. Of course, up to now, that book of poems had only brought me mockery. My colleagues at the police station thought that it was worthless. After telling the lady opposite me about the matter of the court, I saw her reveal a faint smile and ask us to help her borrow a few books from the library that I found difficult to understand from the names. That smile, combined with the names of the books, had an indescribable beauty. After sending Miss Tracy back to the temporary detention room, I packed up the case materials and prepared to visit the lawyer. This was something I had long since arranged. I leaned back in my chair and listened to the fellow, Emlyn, describe his dream. After Father Yutrovsky's appraisal, this dream didn't originate from the divine revelation of Earth Mother. This makes one cast suspicious gazes at the moon, at the mother goddess of depravity, and then suffer corruption. I was nearly amused by my own thoughts. As a senior seer, a master at interpreting dreams, I didn't act humble and frankly spoke of my understanding. There are 3 possibilities. The first is that this dream is luring you to seek something or pursue something, and to a certain extent, it's interfering with your fate. The second is that this dream hopes that you will deeply interpret it and understand it. Then, it will use this to slowly and imperceptibly corrupt you. The third is that you're too worried about the goddess of beauty, so you dream of the most terrifying scene. There's no need to mention the third possibility. The way to deal with the first 2 possibilities is the same. Don't think about it, don't probe it, and don't leave Bakeland if there's no need. With that said, I saw Emlyn nod without any hesitation. I knew that this was the way he liked to handle things. A murder case? I browsed through the case information in my hand and used the change in my voice to express my doubt. You should hire a lawyer. I was only a solicitor. Strictly speaking, I didn't have the right to appear in court. Of course, this was the strictest case. In reality, it didn't exist. As long as the case wasn't big and didn't involve the criminal courts, solicitors could appear in court to provide help. The policeman in the black and white checkered uniform smiled and said, Utopia is only a small city. There's no lawyer in Utopia, so we have to hire one elsewhere. Besides, this case is being prosecuted for excessive self-defense. The sentence is very short, and the amount involved is less than £400. We can first place it in the magistrate's court for trial. Once it's determined that excessive self-defense isn't established, it can be transferred to the criminal courts. You know a lot. You want to become a lawyer? However, normally speaking, a murder case that is prosecuted for excessive self-defense has to be handed over to the criminal courts. Haha, this is the benefit of a small city. Many things aren't that strict. I thought for a moment and tersely acknowledged. Then I'll try to plead not guilty. Also, please arrange a time for me to meet Miss Tracy as soon as possible. After flipping through the information, I already had quite a bit of confidence in this case. The biggest problem now was whether Miss Tracy's image could garner sympathy. Yes, although my solicitor's license was forged elsewhere, it doesn't negate my professionalism. It just so happened that I made a mistake during the exam. Bansi? Verdu wants to go to Bansi? I sat at the bottom of the long, mottled table and looked at the hanging man, who was reporting to Mr. Fool. I was somewhat puzzled by the development of the matter. Verdu, who is obsessed with mysticism and wants to use this to save Mr. Dorr, does have a certain reason to explore the abandoned Bansi harbor. Furthermore, he has lived in Byam for about half a year, so it's normal for him to come into contact with Bansi's information. The main problem is that the surveillance footage of the hanging man didn't provide any corresponding signs, making Verdu's actions appear a little abrupt. I have to raise the attention on this matter. I nodded inwardly and heard Mr. Fool instruct, continue monitoring. I played the lyre by the fountain in the municipal square. I used a knife and fork to cut the steak. I was in the cathedral, explaining the teachings of the goddess to the believers. I extended my right hand and left the carriage with the help of a gentleman. I received the new dress I had been looking forward to for a long time and couldn't wait to change into it. I strode forward with 4 legs and was chased by a child. I laughed loudly and stumbled as I played with a dog. Suddenly, we jolted and looked up at the sky. We saw illusory and fine lines emerge from our bodies and extend to an infinite height above the grayish-white fog. It extended into an ancient palace and landed in the hands of a tall figure shrouded in fog. During this period of time, Klein's state had been very strange. It was as if he had completely split into thousands of living beings. Each avatar had its own will, thoughts, cognition, and destiny. However, above the many consciousnesses, there was a main consciousness that occupied a dominant position. It constantly suffered all kinds of impacts, as though it would be assimilated by the sea of consciousness that it had formed at any moment. However, it ultimately persisted, allowing Klein to maintain a certain level of lucidity. His main body had been lying underground in St. Ariana Cathedral. His consciousness would occasionally rise to Sapphira Castle and sink into his body. The various scenes that the marionettes experienced constantly flashed in his mind, like a dream formed from a large number of fragments. Baekeland Steam Locomotive Station, Platform 3. After chatting with his parents and sister for a while, Alfred seized the time before departure to leave the train. He came to the platform and said to a squire, "Give me an East Balham cigarette." If his experiences over the years had any negative effects on him, apart from the mental torment and pain, there were only a few bad habits. After smoking East Balham cigarettes, which were made from roasted tobacco leaves wrapped in spices and herbs, Alfred was no longer used to the popular paper cigarettes in the northern continent. He believed that they were bland and tasteless, like spirits that had been mixed with water. As for cigars, he believed that they needed a good environment to slowly savor them. They weren't suitable for the present. Of course, he wasn't a heavy smoker. As a disciplinary paladin, he had the physique and mental fortitude to resist the effects of smoking. The reason why Alfred came to the platform to smoke was because he found it too stuffy in the carriage, and his mother kept mentioning his marriage. After the squire took out and lit the East Balham cigarette, Alfred brought the yellowish-black item to his mouth and took a deep puff. That strong smell seeped into his body, making him suddenly feel refreshed. At this moment, he saw a blond man who resembled a classical sculpture walk over with his valet. Alfred hesitated for a moment before revealing a smile and raising his right hand. "Hibbert, I thought you wouldn't be returning to East Chester." The person who came was none other than the eldest son of Earl Hall, Alfred's brother, Lord Hibbert Hall. Hibbert outlined a smile that perfectly matched etiquette. "I'm only a cabinet secretary, not the cabinet chief secretary. I won't be so busy that I don't even have a weekend." In fact, he wouldn't be the cabinet chief secretary either. His main goal was to accumulate experience in different positions in the various government departments. He wanted to build his own network of resources and prepare to enter the House of Lords in the future. Alfred took another puff of the East Balham cigarette and smiled. "Have a good weekend." After watching Hibbert enter the carriage, Alfred vaguely sensed that someone was looking in his direction and discussing. "Why aren't there any passengers waiting on that train? It doesn't seem to be full." "Haha, that's a special train that a big shot booked in advance with a hefty sum of gold pounds. I know that you might not have seen something like this before, but you have to remember that this happens frequently in big cities like Baekeland and Constant. When those big shots bring their families out, they'll definitely have hundreds of servants with them. They might even have pets. How could they possibly squeeze into the same train as ordinary people? Is that so? I wonder who it is?" Alfred turned his head and looked over. There were dozens of people in grayish-blue uniforms on the second platform. They were quietly sizing him up through the empty tracks. The distance between the two parties wasn't small. If it wasn't for Alfred's outstanding hearing, he definitely wouldn't have been able to figure out what those people were discussing. "Who are they?" Alfred tilted his head and asked his adjutant. All he could tell was that the uniforms they wore belonged to the railroad company. The adjutant immediately turned around and found the staff member in charge of the platform to question him. Soon, he jogged back and whispered to Alfred, "General, they are train dispatchers from all over the kingdom. They are currently in Baekeland for a short-term training." Alfred nodded slightly and glanced at the second platform. The oldest of the train dispatchers had white hair, and the youngest looked to be in his early 20s. Most of them were middle-aged men in their 30s or 40s, and there was no lack of people with graying sideburns. Sonia C., City of Generosity, Byam. Verdu carried his luggage that didn't contain anything valuable and boarded a small boat at night. He left the port and boarded a pirate ship. Sequence 7 of the Apprentice Pathway wasn't very good at combat. Although Verdu carried mystical items, he was rather afraid of the negative effects. He wasn't willing to use them unless it was necessary. Therefore, in order to avoid danger, he, who lacked trust in pirates, tried his best not to bring anything that could attract the greed of others. The pirate on the deck glanced at Verdu and chuckled. "Don't be afraid. We keep our promises. As long as you pay enough for the ticket, we definitely won't throw you into the sea." Here, you're even safer than taking a liner. At the very least, you don't have to worry about encountering pirates. Seeing Verdú remain silent, clearly a little afraid, the pirate smugly threw a key at him. Second floor on the deck, the innermost room. Verdú caught the brass key and entered the cabin. He climbed a flight of stairs and walked down the corridor to the deepest part. This floor seemed to be specially prepared for people who boarded a pirate ship for various reasons. Along the way, Verdú encountered several passengers who didn't look like pirates at all. Among them, there were ladies dressed in slightly revealing clothes that made them look like street girls. There were middle-aged men with protruding stomachs and oily faces. There were also extremely cold young men wearing cloaks and top hats. "Do you want to stay at my place?" the lady asked with a charming smile when she saw Verdú looking over. It was unknown if she planned on doing some business along the way, or if she was in a rush while doing business. Verdú ignored her, retracted his gaze, and arrived outside his room. The chiseled young man also stopped at the door diagonally across from them. "Bakeland, West Borough, 9, Bellato Street. Please come in." Xiao straightened her body from the wide chair. The office door creaked open, and two MI9 members from Xiao's team walked in. "Colonel, we've found something from the investigation of Utopia." One of the men in a dark jacket handed a report to Xiao. Xiao was slightly alarmed, but at the same time, she perked up. "What is it?" The man in the dark jacket simply said, "Over the past few days, we've taken advantage of the free time after we handed over the previous mission to personally visit the passengers of the steam locomotive with our informants. All the passengers in Bakeland." There was no doubt that he was referring to the steam train that had mistakenly stopped in Utopia. "Okay." Xiao nodded and gestured for her subordinate to continue. The man in the dark jacket pointed at the report. "Our preliminary confirmation is that the passengers who successfully arrived at Bakeland did not show any abnormalities. They are in good spirits and have no cognitive problems. However, we discovered something. Back then, not everyone returned to the train. According to two passengers, their seatmate chose to stay in Utopia. She's a lady who loves to travel and explore. She has a deep love for unfamiliar places. After witnessing Utopia's outstanding red wine, desserts, and unique bubbly iced tea, she decided to give up on her original itinerary and stay in this unique city for a period of time to unearth more beautiful things." This was all learned from the two passengers chatting with her. Not only were they seated together, but they also chose to stay in the same hotel. They had met in the morning. "That hotel is the same as the one our intelligence agent stays in. It's called Iris's." Xiao slowly nodded. "Have you investigated the lady's current situation?" "What's her name?" "No, we can't be sure if she has left Utopia," another MI9 member with a goatee replied. Another MI9 member with a goatee replied, "The two passengers only knew the lady as Monica. They didn't know her surname or where she came from." Xiao tersely acknowledged. "Your subsequent mission is to investigate this lady's origins, find her family and friends, and confirm if she has returned." "Yes, Colonel." The two MI9 personnel bowed and left Xiao's office. Xiao carefully read the report they had submitted and sighed silently. Compared to her subordinates, she was actually closer to the truth of Utopia. She already knew that it was a ritual and that it had a certain connection with German Sparrow. However, she had no way of reporting this news to earn merit points. Ignoring the problem of the source of the intelligence, what Xiao needed to consider the most was if German Sparrow was willing to leak the news. "Perhaps I can try contacting German Sparrow and ask for his opinion." Xiao thoughtfully tidied up the table and left MI9. After changing her clothes, she returned to East Borough and Bridge Borough and headed to different bars like a bounty hunter to gather all kinds of information from different acquaintances. During this process, she asked about Utopia in passing, but no one had heard of it. Finally, Xiao entered a bar in the Backland Bridge area and sat on a high stool at the bar counter. "Is there anyone suspicious recently?" "A lot of people are quite suspicious, but they don't have a bounty," the bartender replied casually. Xiao circled around this topic and began probing for information. "Have you heard of Utopia?" "I've heard of it," the bartender replied while wiping a glass. Xiao, who was scrutinizing the bar counter, slowly raised her gaze. She looked at the bartender and said, "Where did you hear that?" "There was a guest who came earlier. He was very restrained in his drinking. I tried to sell him our specialty cocktail, but he said that he had something to do and could only drink a glass of beer. I praised him and asked him where he was from, and he said, Utopia." The bartender didn't seem to mind and said, "I tried to sell him our specialty cocktail." Wendell had just finished his breakfast when he heard the doorbell ring. Through the peephole, he saw a police officer in a black and white checkered uniform outside. He opened the door with some confusion. "Excuse me, what's the matter?" Wendell asked politely. This house was the residence he was assigned after he came to Bakeland. This was because he would be staying in this metropolis for a period of time to undergo internal investigations and monitoring. The policeman was still very young and a little inexperienced. He looked to be in his early 20s. He forced a smile and said to Wendell, "Hello, I'm Biles. I'm a police officer. I have a case that I would like you to testify in court." "What case?" Wendell frowned slightly. The young policeman named Biles said with a polite smile, "Utopia's Tracy murder case." Wendell's pupils dilated instantly. At that moment, Wendell felt his calves tremble slightly, as though he couldn't support the weight of his body. After leaving Utopia, he had imagined the worst outcome. It was that he would suddenly die one day without any reason. However, he never expected to meet someone from Utopia in a metropolis like Bakeland. More importantly, the guest had invited him to Utopia again. To Wendell, this was an extremely terrifying nightmare. It was already considered good that he didn't collapse on the spot. Maintaining his basic calmness, Wendell squeezed out a troubled expression. "I've had a lot of things to do recently," the policeman named Biles immediately said. "The trial will be held in 2 weeks. The trial is in 2 weeks. Here are the relevant documents." As he spoke, he handed the document in his hand to Wendell. Frankly speaking, Wendell didn't want to take it, but he had no choice. Biles then took a step back. "This concerns a lady's future. I sincerely hope that you can testify in court." "It depends." Wendell didn't want to agree, nor did he dare to refuse. Biles didn't say anything else. He bowed and said, "I'll wait for you in Utopia." "I will wait for you in Utopia. I hope we can meet again." With that said, he turned around, left the house, and entered the street. During the entire process, Wendell seemed to have been frozen, turning into a statue. He stood there without blinking. After more than 10 seconds, he seemed to finally wake up from a nightmare. His body went limp as he fell to the side, supporting himself with his right hand against the door. Just now, he was so afraid that Biles would forcefully bring him back to a non-existent Utopia. As such, Wendell didn't know if he would have a chance to leave. Perhaps he would disappear forever. Compared to a sudden death, this unpredictable but obviously bad ending terrified him even more. Hurry up and report this matter. Capture that policeman from Utopia and figure out the true situation of this strange town. Find a suitable solution to completely resolve the problem." After Wendell came to his senses, he forced himself to focus and prepared to inform the MI9 personnel who were secretly monitoring him. At this moment, he finally realized that there was a huge problem with his response. He didn't seize the opportunity to use the agreed gesture to inform his colleagues in the dark that there was something wrong with the visiting police officer. He also didn't try to stall for time and wait for the person monitoring him to discover that something was amiss. He also didn't use his former specialty as an intelligence officer to secretly ask which hotel Biles was staying at in Bakeland or which day and train number he had booked. He was so frightened that he could only subconsciously use the least unexpected response. With this in mind, Wendell walked out of the room and looked in the direction where Biles had left, but he didn't even see his back. The policeman from Utopia had blended into the carriages and pedestrians. Retracting his gaze, Wendell looked down at the document in his hand. He suddenly felt a little uneasy. What will happen if I don't go to Utopia to testify in court 2 weeks later? The more Wendell thought about it, the more afraid he became. His calves turned limp again. He hurriedly gestured to inform his colleagues who were hiding around him of his abnormality. Westboro, 9, Bellato Street. Upon learning that a resident of Utopia had come to Bakeland, Xianxia was shocked and confused. According to her previous observations, Utopia was likely hidden in a secret place, or somewhere between reality and illusion. It allowed outsiders to enter and exit through random entrances. As for why outsiders were allowed to enter and exit, it was likely a requirement of the ritual. Therefore, from what Xiao knew, the residents of Utopia wouldn't leave their hometowns to wander around. This is also a requirement of the ritual? What are the true identities of these residents? Believers of Mr. Fool, companions of the world's German sparrow? After Xiao asked about the general appearance of the visitors from Utopia, she had no choice but to return to MI9 headquarters due to the lack of further information. She hesitated if she should send her subordinates to conduct a large-scale search. She wasn't sure if Mr. World would be happy to see such behavior, and she was worried that it would affect the ritual. After pacing back and forth in the office, Xiao prepared to pray to Mr. Fool and ask him to pass her questions to the world's German sparrow. As she walked to the chair, Xiao's gaze swept across the report on the table. It was an investigation report done by her two subordinates. On the one hand, it confirmed that there were no problems with the passengers who had successfully arrived in Bakeland, and on the other hand, it pointed out that a passenger had been stranded in Utopia. Passenger. Xiao's eyes narrowed as she made a guess based on her intuition. That Utopia resident had come to Bakeland for a reason, not to run around. And his goal was very likely related to a passenger who had previously left Utopia. Xiao was alarmed as she hurriedly sat down and attempted to pray. At this moment, someone knocked on her office door. "Please come in," Xiao said after some hesitation. As the door opened, Xiao saw Locke, who had a goatee, and Wendell, who had personally experienced the Utopia incident. "Colonel, Wendell met someone from Utopia. He came directly to pay a visit," Locke said in a somewhat jumbled manner. This development had also exceeded his expectations. Indeed. Not only was Xiao not surprised, but she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She looked at Wendell. "Why did he visit you?" "He invited me to Utopia to testify in court for the Tracy murder case mentioned in my report." Compared to before, Wendell was clearly much calmer. He then added, "He's a policeman named Biles." "He's a policeman named Biles. I didn't dare ask him where he lived, when he planned on leaving, or which steam locomotive he planned on taking." In order to show that she took it seriously, Xiao stood up and thought for a moment. "Locke, immediately gather your team members. Find the rental carriage driver who often waits for guests around Wendell's residence, as well as the public carriage driver who passes by the nearby area. Ask them if they have seen Biles. If they have, where they sent him to. Also, send someone to the steam locomotive station and wait at the entrance to observe the passengers coming and going." After instructing her subordinates, Xiao turned to look at Wendell. "Cooperate with them and draw out Biles's appearance." "Yes, Colonel," Locke and Wendell answered at the same time. After they left and closed the door, Xiao sat down again and began praying. Soon, she received a response from Mr. Fool. She saw the world, German sparrow, praying in the gray fog. German sparrow told her, "You can do the investigation normally. When necessary, you can raise the guess of a ritual, but it has to be included in a few options." Xiao immediately heaved a sigh of relief and patiently waited for her subordinates to report on the investigation. When night fell, Locke returned to Bellotto Street and reported to Xiao. "We found the rental carriage driver who carried the Utopian." "Oh?" Xiao expressed her concern. Locke gave a simple recount. That Utopian named Biles originally wanted the carriage driver to go to the dock, but the moment the carriage entered the corresponding area, he requested to get off, saying that he had arrived. That street was rather unfamiliar to the carriage driver, making him feel like he was lost. When he left that street, he realized that his surroundings had become familiar. Our people accompanied him there again, but he couldn't find the street no matter how hard he tried. Xiao nodded slightly and said with a heavy tone, "It matches the description of entering and leaving Utopia in the previous case." "Colonel, do you mean that one can enter or leave Utopia from any street in any city?" Locke still found it unbelievable. Xiao pondered for a moment. "That seems to be the case for now, but I keep feeling that there's a problem." How does Utopia connect to different places? What does it rely on to locate them?" After her voice gradually softened, Xiao said to Locke, Tell Wendell that he'll be spending the next 2 weeks here until the document expires. Alright, Colonel. Locke immediately turned around and left Zio's office. Wendell had no objections to Colonel Derrychaw's arrangements. It could even be said that he could only find a sense of security in the MI9 headquarters. His temporary quarters were a slightly modified night watch room, with windows that looked out over the lawn, garden, and trees. At a glance, Wendell saw a pitch-black crow. It stood on a branch and looked over quietly. Bancy at night was unusually gloomy, with the cries of crows or other seabirds echoing from time to time. Verdú stood by the window and looked at the dilapidated pier and the dead city that had been reduced to ruins. The pressure in his heart gradually increased. After a few days at sea, the ship he was on was about to arrive at Bancy Harbor. The captain had already told Verdú during the day that they would only wait for 2 hours. After that, Verdú could only wait on this uninhabited island for the next ship that would arrive at any time. Taking a deep breath, Verdú retracted his gaze and took off his coat. Then, he opened his suitcase, took out a classic black robe, and put it on. The surface of the robe was embroidered with gold and silver threads, and it was embedded with many gemstones the size of rice grains. It was a sealed artifact that belonged to the House of Abraham. After making his preparations, Verdú left the pirate ship and entered Bancy Harbor. On the way, the classic robe tightened, causing his face to turn purple as he nearly fainted. As he walked, Verdú found the original Bancy telegraph office according to the map he had bought. He saw 2 bright blood-red marks in the middle of the collapsed building. It was as if 2 people had been crushed into meat paste. Beside the 2 shadows was a dilapidated wall. There was an octopus-headed monster wearing armor, stepping on waves, and holding a trident. Verdú raised the lantern in his hand and was about to take a closer look when he suddenly felt a drop of cold liquid land on his neck. He was alarmed as he subconsciously reached out to touch it. He felt that it was sticky and didn't seem like rainwater. Furthermore, it was colorless and didn't belong to blood. It's a little like saliva. Verdú's forehead twitched as he slowly looked up at the spot where the drop of liquid might have landed. It was a dark, moonless, starless night sky. Divine Emperor of the 9 heavens, Verdú subconsciously gulped a mouthful of saliva as he felt an indescribable sense of fear. He didn't know what he was afraid of. There was clearly no actual danger, but a drop of unknown liquid that fell from above made his spine turn cold and his pores tighten. Perhaps the environment here is too gloomy and silent, or perhaps the identity and source of the liquid is unknown. Verdú cautiously took 2 steps out and patiently observed. In the next few minutes, nothing strange happened. No more liquid fell from the sky. This made Verdú reasonably suspect that a bird had passed by with a sea fish or freshwater fish from the island stream in its mouth. There was a slightly sticky liquid dripping from the surface of the fish. He calmed himself down and checked the situation of the telegraph office ruins. Nearly 10 minutes later, Verdú confirmed that there were only traces of blood and simple murals that were related to mysticism. They were worth studying. He didn't rashly pick up the blood-colored soil to copy the strange murals. Instead, he took out a pure, dreamy crystal ball from his pocket. As an astrologer, he naturally had to use his best method to confirm if he should take action. With his left hand holding the crystal ball and his right hand caressing it, Verdú entered an astrological state. In the next second, the crystal ball emitted a bright light. Bang! It exploded, scattering the fragments in all directions. Verdú's gaze froze as he stood rooted to the ground, ignoring the pain brought about by the fragments stabbing into his body. It exploded. It actually exploded. He muttered to himself in disbelief. The crystal ball fragments that had stabbed into his body didn't seem to have broken through the classical robe. At that moment, they fell down without being stained with any blood. Of course, there were a small number of crystal ball shards on Verdú's jaw and face, creating small wounds. Who is it? Verdú suddenly snapped to his senses and turned to look elsewhere. In the ruins opposite him, a figure walked out. It was the girl who was dressed in revealing clothes from the pirate ship. She had originally hidden herself well and hadn't been discovered by Verdú. However, the crystal ball's explosion had given her a fright, causing her to react excessively and obviously, causing her stealth to fail. Verdú's injured face immediately contorted. "Why are you here?" The girl curled up the corners of her mouth and put on a nonchalant look. This is Bansi Harbor, not your home. Why can't I be here? I'm bored, so I'm going to take a walk. I hope I can pick up some jewelry from the ruins. Is that okay? She asked twice in a row without any intention of distancing herself from Verdu. Verdu didn't argue with her. He took out the ointment and medical alcohol that he had prepared beforehand and treated the injuries on his face and jaw. He then placed all the crystal ball fragments back into his pocket. He did not want his blood to stay in such a strange place. Then, Verdu tugged at an ornament on the classical robe. It was a door-shaped pattern composed of 3 rubies, 3 emeralds, and 3 diamonds. Almost instantly, the robe tightened, causing the flesh on Verdu's body to protrude. Just as Verdu's bones were about to break, his figure gradually faded and disappeared. Then, he teleported to the seaside peak outside Bansi Harbor. The mountain peak had also collapsed and turned into a pile of rubble. According to what Verdu knew, this was once the place where the residents of Bansi sacrificed to the god of weather. It was also a key target of the Church of the Storm. After the crystal ball self-destructed to remind him of the unknown danger hidden in the Bansi telegraph office, Verdu didn't dare to continue exploring the area and gather mysticism materials. He could only forcefully move to the next location. And this also allowed him to escape from the girl's pursuit. As soon as Verdu's figure appeared, he bent down and panted heavily. He felt as though he had finally recovered from his suffocating state. At the same time, Verdu felt a stabbing pain in his right rib, as though a bone had been broken. After taking a few deep breaths, he endured the pain and took a few steps forward with his forehead covered in sweat. He arrived at the altar marked on the map. Without a doubt, the altar had been destroyed. All that was left was a glassy, slightly charred crater. There were rubble of different shapes scattered around it. The rubble had more or less traces of being struck by lightning. After Verdu Abraham surveyed the area, he raised his right hand and waved his sleeve. With a whistling sound, a portion of the small rubble was pushed away from the spot, revealing the ground that they had covered. This was a trickmaster's wind spell. Verdu used it to replace his manual labor to ensure his safety to the greatest extent. As the rubble flew away, Verdu saw the similarly charred ground. In some areas, there were a small number of extremely incomplete patterns, and symbols. Whoosh, the sound of the wind became more intense as it reverberated in Verdu's ears. It made him look up into the sky in surprise. At some point in time, the wind that could only blow away small rubble had turned into a hurricane, pushing him to the point that he was staggering. Verdu immediately saw thick, dark clouds gather in the sky, as though a storm was about to descend. Although he had heard that Bansi was a weather museum, he had never thought that the change would be so sudden. For a moment, Verdu suspected that his wind spell had attracted a storm, or that the cleaning up of the altar ruins had triggered some change. This guess made his forehead break out into a cold sweat. Amidst the raging storm, Verdu saw a pile of rubble fly up diagonally in front of him, revealing a boulder that had been buried beneath it. The surface of the boulder was crisscrossed with deep cracks, giving off the feeling that it would crack with just a touch. At that moment, the wind had calmed down significantly, but the heavy rain was still brewing. Thinking that he was already at Bansi Harbor and that he couldn't be scared away, he mustered his courage and approached the boulder that was covered in charred cracks. He then took out a magnifying glass with a strange pattern engraved on it and seriously checked the boulder's condition. 7 to 8 minutes later, Verdu put away the magnifying glass that was a mystical item and sighed regretfully and dejectedly. He had already confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the boulder and that it didn't involve mysticism. Just as Verdu was about to retract his gaze and leave, he suddenly saw a spot of red seep out from the bottom of the boulder where it connected to the soil. The bright red gradually expanded, like blood that was spreading out. However, it didn't infect too much. It was limited to a very small area. Verdu's mind instantly flashed with the 2 blood-red figures in the ruins of the telegraph office. He couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. His lips quickly turned dry, and his intuition told him that it wasn't anything good. Swallowing another mouthful of saliva, Verdu raised his right hand and created another gust of wind, causing many miniature rubble to roll over and completely fill the bottom of the boulder, concealing the bright red that seeped out. He didn't stay here any longer. He forced himself to activate teleport again and headed for his final destination. This time, another of his ribs was broken, and the pain was so excruciating that he nearly fainted. Coupled with the suffocation brought about by the spatial compression, Verdu felt like he was hovering on the edge of death. It took him dozens of seconds to recover, and he cast his gaze forward. This place was also in ruins. Collapsed houses covered the ground, which was overgrown with weeds. According to a pirate who had once explored the ruins of Bansi, there was an item worth studying here. It was a very ordinary wooden door, but it was the only thing that was still intact in all of Bansi. The pirate didn't discover anything special about the wooden door, so he got his men to lift it and attempt to move it back to the ship. However, they had only taken 2 steps when they suddenly collapsed. Their heads dragged their spines as they left their bodies and rolled to the side. This frightened the pirate. He didn't dare to stay any longer and led the rest of the crew to flee in a hurry. Verdu didn't completely believe the other party's story. Although he didn't have much experience at sea, he knew that sailors loved to brag. They would always exaggerate matters that were only 2 or 3 to 10. However, even if it was a boast, Verdu believed that the wooden door was worth studying. After some searching, he found his target. The ordinary-looking wooden door leaned against a collapsed wall. It had a brass keyhole and handle. There were no corpses around it, nor were there any traces of blood. It was the same as most of the ruins. Indeed, he was bragging. Perhaps the pirate heard about this wooden door from somewhere else. He and his men didn't dare to attempt to move it. Verdu looked around and suddenly said, "Who is it? Why are you monitoring me?" In fact, he didn't notice anyone around him. Based on his previous experience and lessons, he had used his words and reactions to deceive any possible monitors. In the next second, a middle-aged man with a protruding belly walked out from a shadow. He didn't say a word and silently left the place. As Verdu rejoiced, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He seized the moment and approached the wooden door. According to the information he had obtained, no matter which side the wooden door was pushed to, it wouldn't bring about any unusual changes. And there wouldn't be any danger if he didn't try to move it. After thinking for a few seconds, Verdu retracted his hand into his sleeve and used his classic robe as a glove to pull the wooden door. The wooden door was erected, and the surroundings were silent. Verdu then pushed the wooden door like he would normally open a door, but he still didn't see any changes. He tried many other methods, but he couldn't make the wooden door show any abnormalities. It seemed that it was really just lucky to have survived the destruction of the Church of the Storm. Taking a deep breath, Verdu tried his best to regain his calm. He thought for a moment and tried to open the door again. However, unlike before, he held the handle and gently twisted it. After hearing the slight sound of metal colliding, Verdu pushed forward, allowing the wooden door to open diagonally backward. He leaned against the collapsed wall again. This time, a grayish-white fog suddenly appeared in front of Verdu. In the fog, there was a faintly discernible street and row after row of houses. Outside one of the houses, there was a wooden sign. There seemed to be a few Ruan words written on it: Bansi Harbor Telegraph Office. As Verdu's pupils dilated, a calm voice sounded from the telegraph office that was shrouded in a faint fog. "Are you here to send a telegram? Please come in. P.S. There will be an update for February's monthly votes tonight." Although there was nothing special about the voice coming from the telegraph office, it was just a little intermittent and lacked obvious intonation. It normally wouldn't make one feel terrified. However, Verdu's heart suddenly surged with fear. It was as if a bullet with flames had shot into an arsenal and accurately hit a barrel of easily ignited gunpowder. It instantly detonated the fear that Verdu had accumulated and forcefully suppressed. The horror that swept through every corner of his body was like a palm that grabbed Verdu's heart and wiped away his brain. It made him turn around abruptly and frantically flee towards the ruined dock where the pirate ship was. During this process, Verdu completely forgot to think. He didn't remember that he was wearing a classical robe that could teleport. He only relied on his feet as he stumbled through the ruins. From time to time, he would trip over some junk and fall heavily. At other times, his face would turn purple from the tightness of his clothes. He had no choice but to stop and take deep breaths. However, every time he relaxed a little, Verdu would get up and continue running. It was as if he had lost his mind and was only left with pure instinct. Without the strength he provided, the wooden door couldn't maintain its balance. After sliding along the collapsed wall for a while, it fell to the ground covered in bricks. The grayish-white fog and the indistinct houses in the fog disappeared. 5 to 6 minutes later, Verdu ran back to the dock under the storm. His eyes stared straight ahead, filled with panic and loss. He didn't notice that there was a figure standing on the deck of the pirate ship, quietly looking down at him. It was the cold-looking young man wearing a half-top hat and a long black trench coat. Without even thinking, Verdu immediately used the gangway to return to the pirate ship. He rushed all the way to the cabin, rushed to the second floor, and rushed into his room. Bang, he slammed the door and shrank into the narrow bed. He wrapped himself tightly in the blanket and trembled. When another rib broke, the pain assaulted his mind. Only then did Verdu recover. He realized that his limbs were sore and his body was hot. Every breath he took sounded like thunder. He struggled and worked hard. Finally, he took off the classical robe and fell back onto the bed. He felt dizzy and nauseous. There wasn't enough air. Outside the cabin, the cold-faced man suddenly raised his hand, took out a human-skinned glove from the air, and put it on his left hand. Suddenly, the man disappeared into thin air and appeared in a corner of the ruins, next to the ordinary-looking wooden door. He then bent down and pulled up the wooden door, allowing it to stand in front of a half-damaged wall. Right on the heels of that, the man in the black trench coat mimicked Verdu's actions. He reached out to grab the handle and twisted it down. Then he pushed the wooden door forward and let it fall back against the wall. Almost at the same time, he saw a grayish-white mist, and faintly discernible streets and houses in the faint mist. Among the buildings, the one that stood out the most clearly was the Bansi Harbor Telegraph Office. The rest were more or less blurry. At this moment, the calm voice in the telegraph office asked through the door, "Who are you?" "I'm Gehrman, Sparrow," the young man in the half-top hat replied in the same staccato voice. The interior of the Bansi Harbor Telegraph Office suddenly fell silent, as though someone was silently walking towards the door. At this moment, German Sparrow turned his head to the other side. In the depths of the shadowy street, a figure walked over. He was wearing a straw hat and had a towel hanging around his neck. He was bending over to pull something. As the figure approached, the outline of the object behind him gradually outlined itself. It was a small black carriage with 2 wheels. It had a roof that could block out the scorching sun and rain. Sitting in the carriage was a lady in a waist-length dress with a round fan painted with flowers and birds. She and the person pulling the carriage were covered by a relatively thick fog, making it impossible to see their exact appearances. When they passed by German Sparrow, the latter barely managed to see a few details through the fog. The face of the man who was bending over to pull the carriage was rotten to the bone, with pale yellow pus flowing out of it. The parts of the lady that weren't covered by the fan and her clothes had swollen skin that was glistening, embedded with many green and black spots. With a ding, a bell rang, and a blue train with only 2 carriages sped out in front of German Sparrow. It was only at this moment that German Sparrow realized that the streets were paved with iron-black tracks. Above them were long lines. And at the top of the train, there was a slightly complicated metal frame that slid over the long lines. Through the train's glass window, German Sparrow saw the passengers inside. They were facing the street, but only their heads were left. Each head was dragging a blood-stained spine. German Sparrow's pupils dilated slightly as he silently watched this scene without moving for a long time. After nearly a minute, he took a step forward in an attempt to enter the blurry street shrouded in grayish-white fog. However, the fog blocked him. No matter what method he used, he couldn't pass through it. 15 minutes later, German Sparrow stopped his attempts. He closed the wooden door and eliminated the fog. Then, he dragged the wooden door and teleported directly to the pirate ship. He wasn't worried about being cursed at all. He then placed the wooden door on the deck and reached out with his left hand to grab the door handle. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound from German Sparrow's neck. His head seemed to be lifted up by an invisible hand and dragged out his bloody spine. German Sparrow's expression didn't change. He coldly raised his right hand and pressed down on the top of his head, pressing his head back to its original position. Then, as if he wasn't affected, he turned the handle and pushed open the wooden door again, allowing it to lean against the side of the ship. But this time, there was no grayish-white fog, nor were there any shadowy streets, houses, or trains. It could be said that there was nothing unusual. In the next second, the wooden door rapidly rotted and turned into a pool of mud, as if it was escaping the fate of being experimented on. German Sparrow didn't stop him. He first took out a golden ruby ring from the air and wore it for nearly 10 seconds. After making the ring disappear, German Sparrow reached out with his right hand and pulled out the ordinary wooden door from the void. He continued making various attempts. After confirming that the wooden door would lose its effects once it left Bansi, German Sparrow casually waved his hand and made it disappear in midair. 2 hours later, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated. The storm that had been brewing for a long time finally didn't descend. After the pirate ship left Bansi harbor, Verdu, who had treated his injuries, consumed a bottle of medicine and quickly fell asleep to adjust his mental state. In the gray world of dreams, he ran through the desolate wilderness, frantically searching for something, but to no avail. Suddenly, Verdu heard a slightly intermittent voice coming from the depths of the wilderness. Great, God of War, Iron, the symbol of blood, the ruler of chaos and strife. This sentence was repeated over and over again, but it didn't disturb Verdu or wake him up from his dream. After an unknown period of time, Verdu naturally woke up and opened his eyes. At that moment, the morning sun shone into the cabin, bringing with it a slightly hazy light. Verdu slowly sat up and realized that he didn't need to use the powers of an astrologer to recall the 3-paragraph honorific name he had heard in his dream. And his rather rich knowledge of mysticism told him that it pointed to a hidden existence at the level of a deity. Was this caused by the incomplete symbols and symbols around the altar, or was it caused by the street I saw in the grayish-white fog? Verdu frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. He didn't rashly attempt to recite the honorific name because he knew how quickly and tragically people who had done such things would die. God of War. Verdu vaguely remembered that he had seen this deity's name in one of his family's books. He decided to do some research before considering what to do next. Bansi Harbor, on a collapsed mountain peak by the sea. Scarlet, blazing white, or orange flames emerged from the cracks in the rubble, forming a figure. This figure wore a black blood-stained armor and had a head of fiery red hair. He was young and handsome. There was a blood-colored mark between his eyebrows, and there were faint signs of decay on his face. He was none other than the Red Angel evil spirit, Sauron Einhorn Medici. If he didn't rely on Sapphira Castle and the Attendant of Mysteries characteristics to make marionettes run all over the world without considering the limitations of distance, I wouldn't have needed to take such a roundabout route. The Red Angel evil spirit sked. It was unknown who he was talking to. In midair, a crow landed and stopped at the top of a boulder. There was a circle of white around its right eye, and a human voice sounded from its mouth. You actually used him and not him. This doesn't seem like your style. The Red Angel evil spirit chuckled. Because he wishes for others to address him, and not him. As he spoke, Sauron Einhorn Medici glanced at the crow. Compared to your true appearance, your current appearance is cuter, isn't it, little crow? The white-eyed crow replied without any anger, your mockery is just like you. Your mockery and your people are still living in the previous era. The Red Angel evil spirit smiled and said, things are progressing quite smoothly. I've already fooled him. However, I believe that even if he discovers it, he will likely pretend not to see it. If you want to become a great old one, the door has to return. The hypocritical he might still be hesitating on whether to do it because it will bring about a huge disaster if he isn't careful. Haha, I like disasters. Little crow, when are you going to pay me? Without sufficient strength, I won't be able to gain the trust of that brainless house of Abraham. When he prays to you, said the white-eyed crow. If you're worried that you won't be able to maintain this state for too long, I can parasitize a worm of time into your body to help you maintain it. There's no need to thank me. As it spoke, the crow flapped its wings and disappeared into the night sky. The Red Angel evil spirit turned its head and, with the advantage of the terrain, looked down at the Bansi ruins with a slightly solemn expression. P.S. The first monthly ticket for February will be given seeking monthly tickets for the last 3.5 days of March. This small city named Utopia isn't much different from the ones I've traveled to in the past. Be it its folklore, race, or architectural style, it's all standard Rouen. I heard that the southern continent has many strange and unusual customs. I hope to experience them myself one day. Of course, that's after East and West Balam restore peace. Speaking of utopia, the most special thing about this place is that the climate is changeable. There are often storms, so most people have umbrellas and raincoats smeared with Donningsman tree sap. The hotel attendant told me that as long as I have a certain income and have to work outside, I have to save money to buy a raincoat. Otherwise, disease will kill more people. There's no meteorologist here, so I have no way of knowing the reason for the changeable climate. I can only guess that it's because it's close to the sea and is located in a hurricane zone. Yes, there's a deep-water harbor a few kilometers away from Utopia, but they lack manpower and are unable to operate it well. They can only maintain it on a small scale. They don't have a local newspaper either. After all, this is only a small city with a few thousand people. The paperboys mainly sell the Tussock Times, Desi Mirror, and Sea Breeze. The second reason I like this place is that many people in Utopia are cheerful and optimistic. They are passionate about life. When I wrote this, a band happened to pass by outside the hotel. This isn't a professional band, but a group formed purely by amateurs. Among them are government employees, magistrates, solicitors, professional police officers, school teachers, candy factory workers, shop owners. Among them, those who have the money and time are responsible for the tuba, violin, and other more difficult instruments. The middle and lower class citizens use the lyre, harmonica, and other simpler instruments. On certain days of rest, they will walk the streets. They will set off from the municipal square and circle around the city before returning to St. Ariana Cathedral near the square. They call this a musical parade. During the parade, not only do they not reject the citizens from joining them, they even encourage them to sing or dance with them. According to my observations, the participants are rather happy and content. They are venting their love for life, and this gives me a sense of exuberance. I have to admit that this is very infectious. I've tried to join the parade and forget my troubles. Amidst the music, dance, and singing, all I remember is happiness. They're not on a cruise today. They're going to the church to bless a couple. Speaking of weddings, the thing I can't understand the most about Utopia is that it only has the Evernight Goddesses Cathedral. You have to know that in most places in the kingdom, even in a small town, there will be at least 2 cathedrals. One belongs to the Evernight Goddess, and the other believes in the Lord of Storms. Before today, I couldn't imagine that an ordinary town in the kingdom would only believe in one god. However, this won't cause too much trouble for me. Before I was 18, due to my family's influence, I could only believe in the Lord of Storms. But after I graduated from grammar school, I truly understood that the goddess is the most compassionate one. Speaking of the wedding itself, I attended a wedding 2 days ago and realized that Utopia has some special customs in this regard. Among them, what I admire the most is that when the priest announces the marriage, the bride and groom will bow to each other. There's no question of who's higher or lower. It's just a serious expression of gratitude for spending a lifetime together. Perhaps this is a manifestation of the equality between men and women in the teachings of the goddess. In addition, at the celebration after the wedding, there will be some special game segments. For example, the bride and groom will tell their love stories. This might be a rather awkward matter for them, but it's rather interesting for the guests. Yes, I think so too. However, I definitely won't add such a segment to my own wedding. At that wedding, I heard the best love story I've ever heard in my life. If there's a chance, and if the readers who read this column like it, I'll consider retelling it. Of course, I'll change the names and some details so that the couple won't be troubled. The most important reason I like Utopia is that the food here is very delicious. The limited restaurants are all of a very high standard, and the best is undoubtedly the restaurant attached to the Irises Hotel where I'm staying. Be it the most basic fried steak, fried pork chops, charcoal roasted meat, pan-fried fish, or the more complicated or difficult stewed lamb with peas, cream soup, butter mashed potatoes, and roasted potato skins, they've definitely reached the level of a city chef. In addition, the chefs here are quite good at creating strange dishes and food. There's sweet and sour meat cubes, and there's grilled fish that's repeatedly smeared with all kinds of condiments. The chefs in Utopia haven't given up on the staple food that doesn't seem to have any tricks up their sleeves. I've eaten all kinds of toast in this city: mashed taro, mashed potatoes, butter, light cream, fruit. As long as I'm willing, I won't be eating the same variety for a week. And among all the delicacies here, the most praiseworthy is their desserts: cream pudding, fruit pudding, black forest cake, carrot cake, milk cake, muffins, egg tarts. At this point, I feel hungry again. This is the reason why I don't want to leave after staying here for a week. What I'm most worried about now isn't my wallet, but my weight. On one hand, I'm glad that the hotel doesn't have a mechanical scale, but on the other hand, I complain that they don't have one. Utopia's red wine is also quite outstanding. The only problem is that they lack age. It looks like the manners around this town don't have such awareness. Here, I have to seriously recommend a drink, Utopia Sparkling Iced Tea. It's very special. Apart from the sweetness and bubbles, it has an even more magical experience. Every evening, I'll take a walk in the municipal square. It's also the favorite leisure spot of the citizens of Utopia. They have an extraordinary love for those white pigeons. I met an artist in the municipal square. His name is Anderson. He's handsome and has excellent painting skills. Unfortunately, he's mute. I also met another writer. His name is Elisu. It's a rather strange name. He said that he was writing a long novel and asked me to review the beginning. I won't comment on him. I just find it strange that a few familiar names appeared at the beginning. This includes Anderson, Wendy. Yes, this is the owner of the bakery I love the most. I raised this question, and Elisa told me very seriously that when a writer can't think of a character's name, it's very reasonable to use people he knows as a reference. I agree very much. Due to space limitations, this sharing will end here. Love, Charlotte. Monica put down her pen and carefully read the manuscript twice, correcting the mistakes in words and grammar. She was a writer, and she wasn't very famous. She could only rely on writing third-rate love stories to make a living. After changing her faith to the Evernight goddess, her father almost cut off all contact with her. However, ever since Miss Fur's Wall, who wrote Stormwind Mountain Villa, started a travel column and became rather popular after the war, Monica also began writing travel stories for some newspapers in Bakeland. This perfectly matched her hobbies, and her hobbies gave her articles a unique vitality, helping her become a famous travel writer. Charlotte was her pseudonym. After the handwriting had completely dried, Monica specially made another copy, stuffed it into an envelope, and stamped it. After confirming that the address was correct, the lady with wavy black hair and Desi Bay style carried her handbag, left the hotel, and headed for Utopia's post office. The post office was next to the telegraph office. Every time Monica passed by the latter, she felt that it was a waste. From her point of view, there were very few things that required telegrams in Utopia. It was too extravagant to specially set up a telegraph office. After sending the letter, Monica looked at the sky and strolled to the municipal square. When she arrived at the entrance of St. Ariana Cathedral, she met Biles. This was a police officer who had once come to the Irises Hotel to question Monica about the witness in Tracy's murder case. Unfortunately, Monica didn't know the Mr. Wendell. After nodding at each other and greeting each other, Monica entered the cathedral and found a seat. She quietly listened to the priest named Townsend's sermon. This was the most clergyman she had encountered after converting to the Evernight goddess. His hair was half white, and he spoke slowly. He had a serene temperament, and his voice was deep. It always calmed people down without them realizing it. Monica then closed her eyes and focused on listening to the sermon. Eastchester County, in a forest belonging to the Hall family. Alfred, Hibbert, and Audrey led their foxhounds and servants around the edge of the forest in pursuit of their prey. This was the first time the three siblings had hunted together since they came of age. In front of their sister, Alfred and Hibbert were having a good time, at least on the surface. And to Alfred, the biggest problem was how to control himself and not appear too different from ordinary people. Otherwise, if a disciplinary paladin were to participate in the hunt, no one else would have a chance. He knew that his sister was a beyonder, but he also knew that a sequence 7 of the spectator pathway wouldn't have any substantial combat abilities. As they chased, they rushed out of the forest and saw a wheat field. "Where is this?" Audrey, who was dressed in hunting clothes, asked casually. It was her first time hunting in this forest, so she didn't know where it led to. Hibbert wasn't familiar with it either. He turned his head and said to his attendant, "Find someone to ask." While waiting, the three siblings laughed and discussed their harvest just now. Susie, the golden retriever, glanced at the foxhounds that wanted to get close to her, and they consciously distanced themselves. After a while Hibbert's attendant returned and reported, "My lord, there's a village called Heartlark nearby." Heartlark? That village with the tradition of dragon worship? I came here from another direction? Audrey was stunned for a moment. P.S. It's the last 3 days, please vote. After snapping out of her daze, Audrey maintained her faint smile as she turned vigilant. She vaguely felt that there was a mysterious force pushing her to come to Heartlark, a village with a tradition of dragon worship. It was as though fate had arranged it. Audrey had once entered the Hall of Truth and discovered that the murals inside had become a reality. Furthermore, she knew that the Spectator Pathways Sequence 1 was author. From this name, she made some connections and couldn't help but suspect that something was amiss. At this moment, Hibbert laughed. "I've heard of this village. I remember that the family has a manor nearby." As he spoke, he looked up at the sky. "It's almost evening. Why don't we stay here and continue hunting tomorrow?" Alfred didn't reject his brother's suggestion. To him, it didn't matter which manor he stayed in tonight. He nodded and said, "Then, send someone back to inform Dad and Mom." Audrey didn't say a word as her green eyes darted around and swept her gaze across her two brothers' faces. Hibbert immediately frowned. After a few seconds, he said, "Then, send someone back to inform Dad and Mom." He said after a few seconds, "It's best we return. The manor here didn't receive any advance notice, so it definitely wasn't prepared. Let's go back. The manor here was not informed in advance, so it must be unprepared. Perhaps it can't serve so many horses, hounds, and servants. Besides, there's still more than an hour before evening. It's enough time to return." Seeing his brother change his mind so quickly, Alfred subconsciously wanted to disagree, but on second thought, he felt that what he said made sense. Considering that his sister was also here, he grunted and said, "Yes. Then let's return as soon as possible." With that said, he didn't wait for Hibbert. He clamped his legs together, brandished his horsewhip, and led the way back. Hibbert furrowed his brows for a moment before relaxing them. Without another word, he led his sister and a group of attendants, servants, and hounds. They turned around and followed the edge of the forest, returning to the manor on the other side. Audrey quietly followed behind, not expressing her opinion on the development of the matter. Late at night, in a manor in Eastchester County. After using her manipulator powers to change her two brothers' minds and prevent them from approaching Heartlark Village, Audrey lifted the velvet blanket, lay down, and fell asleep. In a daze, she suddenly sat up. She then looked around and saw the familiar dresser and bathroom entrance. She found that she was still in the room, but there was no red moon or stars outside the window. It was dark. This isn't the real world. Audrey instantly came to a conclusion and examined herself. Soon, she came to a conclusion. This was a dream, a rather strange dream. It was a dream that kept her awake on her own accord. It really came. Audrey didn't panic. She was just a little annoyed. Her handling in the afternoon was not meticulous enough, causing the problem to spread to the manor where her parents lived. She now believed that she should have followed Hibbert's idea and gone straight to the family manor near Heartlark Village. Then, she would reasonably arrange for Hibbert and Alfred to return here, leaving her to stay behind and wait for any changes that might occur. This way, even if there were any accidents, it would not affect his parents, brother, and most of the servants. However, at that time, her main thought was that she couldn't follow the arrangements of fate. She wanted to avoid Heartlark Village as much as possible. Who knew that sometimes, even if you didn't seek out danger, danger would come looking for you? Avoiding and delaying wasn't a solution to the problem. Audrey immediately got out of bed and stood barefoot on the thick carpet. She had already confirmed that with her demigod-level dreamwalker standard, she could directly escape this strange dream and return to the real world, once again avoiding the suspected invitation. After looking around, Audrey pursed her lips, took the blue cloak hanging on the coat rack, and draped it over her body. Then, she took a deep breath and walked towards the door. During this process, a crimson star-like tattoo appeared on the back of one of her hands. The tattoo then vanished as though it had never appeared. This was the mark left behind after she first entered the ancient palace above the grey fog. It hadn't shown any special effects for a long time. It was only at the beginning of this year that Mr. Fool told them that when they didn't have the time to pray, they could use the corresponding tattoo to replace the chanting of the honorific name. To put it simply, this was the treatment given to a blessed of God. Of course, there was no way to transmit any information. It could only be used in critical situations to make Mr. Fool cast his gaze over. And more importantly, the starlight crimson mark was rather eye-catching, making it easy for the people around her and those who were secretly paying attention to her. Therefore, in a situation where she needed to hide her uniqueness, Audrey was more inclined to use the various powers of a manipulator to implant the idea of praying to Mr. Fool into the mind of an inconspicuous human nearby, allowing him to complete the prayer and pray for blessings at the appropriate time and scene. At this moment, she believed that the owner of the dream knew that there was a problem with her, so she felt that there was no need to go through so much trouble. All she needed to do was hide the existence she was praying to. After walking to the door, Audrey reached out to grab the handle, gently twisted it, and pulled it back. A slightly dark corridor immediately entered her eyes. The main building of the manor had more than 100 years of history, and many places still retained their past characteristics, especially the corridor. It didn't have gas wall lamps, and the walls were inlaid with candlesticks made of silver or copper. There were different numbers of candles placed on them, emitting a dim yellow light that illuminated the entire corridor, making it feel like it could be haunted at any moment. The dream has even replicated this. Audrey looked around and walked into the corridor. As this thought flashed through her mind, a long, thick, pale yellow carpet appeared beneath her feet. Stepping on the carpet, Audrey followed her spiritual intuition and walked to the right. After taking 2 or 3 steps, she suddenly stopped. She felt that there seemed to be something hidden behind the tightly shut doors on both sides, something that made her have a strong desire to explore. This is Daddy and Mommy's bedroom. This is Hibbert's bedroom. This is Alfred's room. Audrey did a little identification and frowned slightly. The classical doors with relief carvings appeared especially mysterious under the dim yellow candlelight, making one want to know what was hidden behind them. As her thoughts raced, Audrey suddenly understood what they represented in the dream. This was the door to the mind. Behind each door was the mind world of their owner. In other words, after Audrey pushed open the door to Alfred's room, she would see the various secrets hidden deep in his heart. By the same logic, she could also pry into the true hearts of Earl Hall and Lady Caitlin. Slowly retracting her gaze, Audrey closed her eyes and continued walking forward, not allowing herself to be affected. After experiencing so many things, she increasingly understood a principle a demigod in the domain of the mind had. To know how to restrain themselves and respect others. Under the premise of being able to read the true thoughts of others from body language, facial expressions, and emotional fluctuations, if one wasn't satisfied and greedily explored the hearts of others, digging out their secrets, it might eventually backfire on oneself. This was a very simple principle. Everyone would have some dark, bad thoughts more or less, but they would be able to control them well and not let them affect their behavior. Under such circumstances, if a demigod in the field of mind still insisted on digging out these thoughts and uncovering the ugly parts under the mask, it would be very easy for him to be disappointed in human nature. He would be infected by all kinds of negative thoughts and gradually go crazy without knowing it. This was also one of the reasons why a spectator could easily become perverted or crazy even though they could comfort themselves and treat the corresponding psychological problems. They were both safe and dangerous. Therefore, the code of conduct that Audrey set for herself was to only observe and read the minds of acquaintances and try not to enter dreams. There were no restrictions on entering dreams for strangers, and unless necessary, she wouldn't enter everyone's mind world. Along the corridor, Audrey, who was wearing a blue cloak, came to the end. She then opened her eyes and cast her gaze at the room on the left. It was a half-open solarium. Pursing her lips again, Audrey breathed steadily and reached out to grab the handle of the door. As the wooden door opened, the scene inside was gradually exposed. This was no longer a room. On the ground were round stones and clumps of bluish-black weeds. It was dark in the depths, making it impossible to see clearly. Audrey slowly walked in, and the door closed behind her with a creak. In the darkness, the outline of some objects quickly outlined themselves. A huge stone pillar that was dozens of meters tall stood tall, and on top of it was a tall lizard-like monster. This monster squatted at the top of the stone pillar like a small mountain. Its body was covered in grayish-white scales, and its eyes were pale golden and vertical. This was a mind dragon from myths and legends. With a whoosh, the mind dragon spread its wings, almost covering the sky. Their skeletons were like metal and leaf veins, covered in a gray membrane with mysterious patterns. As Audrey looked up, the mind dragon let out a buzzing sound. "You've been to Liveseed before." It was undoubtedly speaking in dragon speak. City of Miracles, Liveseed. How did it know? Just as these two thoughts flashed through Audrey's mind, she heard the mind dragon say, "The consciousness in every mind is making a certain exchange with the sea of collective subconscious." The consciousness in every mind is making a certain exchange with the sea of collective subconscious, and Liveseed is a very special existence. The imprint it formed in your mind is the same. When your virtual persona is swimming in the sea of collective subconscious and isn't far from me, I can naturally sense this. This has already exceeded the scope of my abilities, and it's not something a dreamweaver can do. This mind dragon corresponds to a sequence too clairvoyant? He actually didn't directly control me. As Audrey's thoughts flashed through her mind, the mind dragon spoke again. "I'm very sure that you don't have any ill intentions at the moment." Audrey fell silent for 2 seconds before looking up. "Aren't you worried that it's a trap?" P.S. Seeking recommendation votes on Monday. Seeking monthly votes on the last 2 days of the month at this moment, Audrey even suspected that fate's arrangement wasn't for her to head to Heartlark Village to investigate the traditions of dragon worship, but to make her sense that something was amiss. From there, she would feel conflicted and use her virtual persona powers in the area around Heartlark Village to secretly guide her two brothers to change their minds without them realizing it. This would then allow the mind dragon to discover the special consciousness related to the City of Miracles, Liveseed, and attract him. Even though Audrey was on the side that had been arranged, she couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. It had to be said that in order to achieve such an effect, one had to have a deep understanding of people's hearts and grasp the different reactions of different people. It had to be at an extremely high level, a level that would make people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. After all, even a sequence 4 manipulator like Audrey felt that the development of the matter was in line with her expectations. It had completely satisfied her hopes, so she wasn't wary at all. The mind dragon retracted its wings and looked down at the blue-cloaked Audrey. "This is a dream labyrinth pieced together by many souls. Even if the one who set the trap came personally, it would take some time to find this room, and I won't stay for too long." Obviously, it was not that he did not guard against the trap. He just felt that some things were worth taking such a huge risk. Dream maze. This is one of the beyonder powers of a dreamweaver, or is it an ability that has undergone a qualitative change? Audrey collected her thoughts and asked calmly, "What do you want to know?" The huge-scaled grayish-white dragon buzzed. "My name is Arihog, one of the 3 remaining ancient dragons." Did he mean that he was one of the 3 dragons that survived from the Second Era, and the few dragons now were just the descendants of the dragons from the era of the ancient gods? Audrey nodded slightly, not interrupting him. Behind her, in the wilderness filled with green and black weeds, a wooden door stood there without any support, appearing extremely strange. Arihog didn't waste any time either. After a brief introduction, he asked, "Where did you find Liveseed?" Audrey was already prepared and calmly replied, "In a book called Roselle's Travels. It is rumored that it was personally made by the great dragon king Ankwelt." Roselle. Arihog had never heard of this name before. He repeated it and asked, "What kind of book is that?" Audrey, with her soft blonde hair draped over her shoulders, gave a simple description. "There is an almost real world in that book. At the same time, it can absorb people who meet the requirements or offer their blood into the book, allowing them to live in that world." Arihog was silent for 2 seconds. "Does the world in the book have a sea of collective subconscious?" "Yes." Audrey gave an answer with great certainty. "The City of Miracles Liveseed that I saw is deep in the sea of collective subconscious of the world in the book." Arihog's breathing suddenly became heavier. "What did you see at Liveseed?" Audrey thought for a moment and said, "A city filled with giant pillars and majestic palaces. In addition, I also entered the residence of the great dragon king." That place allows the inner voice of every living being to resound in the surroundings. I call it the Hall of Truth. At the end of the Hall of Truth, behind the throne of the great Dragon King, there's an ancient and mysterious bronze door. I don't know what's sealed inside. In short, it's very dangerous. I don't dare approach it. Audrey was speaking the complete truth, but she didn't mention Mr. World, Mr. Star, or her guesses. The ancient dragon, Arihog, fell completely silent. It was unknown if he had recalled something or if he was analyzing Liveseed's current situation. During this process, his head drooped down bit by bit, as though he was about to bring his body from the top of the 100-meter-tall pillar to the ground. Just as Audrey tensed up from this strange scene and was about to ask, Arihog suddenly raised his head. His pale golden vertical eyes turned colder as his voice echoed in the wilderness once again. Liveseed, amidst the thunderous rumbling, the things hidden in the darkness behind Arihog quickly became clear, and their silhouettes appeared in the gradually brightening scene. They were huge stone pillars that were hundreds of meters tall. They either stood alone, or together, they propped up majestic but ancient palaces. These stone pillars and palaces were mainly grayish-white in color. They landed on an island-like foundation, identical to the City of Miracles, Liveseed, that Audrey had just described. No, this seemed to be the City of Miracles, Liveseed. It was only at this moment that Audrey realized that the ancient mind dragon, Arihog, was squatting at the top of the tallest and thickest stone pillar in Liveseed. At this moment, she vaguely felt that Arihog had undergone some subtle changes. As her green eyes darted around slightly, she suddenly heard the sound of a metal handle being twisted behind her. This? Audrey resisted the urge to turn her head and turned her body warily, casting her gaze sideways. The lonely wooden door that had lost all external support opened bit by bit, revealing the visitor's appearance. It was a huge, white rabbit with twitching ears, walking on its hind legs. Above the gray fog, in the ancient palace, a figure shrouded in grayish-white fog was sitting at the fool's seat at the end of the long, mottled table. He was silently watching the crimson star that represented justice. Bakeland, West Borough, 9, Bellato Street. Seeing that the 2-week deadline was approaching, Wendell gradually felt insomnia. He had to rely on medicine to help him sleep. After waking up, he was equally restless and extremely anxious. He had completely lost interest in food. It was only to maintain his stamina that he forced himself to eat the 3 meals sent by his colleagues. He didn't know what would happen after the deadline for the upper court arrived, nor did he know if there would be any irreversible changes to his body. This fear of the unknown often made him feel suffocated. It was especially torturous. Sometimes, Wendell would even think that resisting returning to Utopia might not be a wise choice. With his limited experience there, if he were to return to Utopia obediently and testify for Tracy in court, there was a high chance that he would be able to leave safely. At least up to now, Wendell hadn't heard of anyone dying or going crazy because of Utopia. Apart from being a little strange, the people there were rather friendly. I'm only going to help. They should be grateful to me and not deal with me. The more Wendell thought about it, the more he felt that compared to suffering here, facing danger might make him feel more comfortable. Of course, he had no doubts about the protection capabilities of MI9 headquarters. If this didn't work, he felt that he could only consider meeting the Lord of Storms as soon as possible. Phew. Wendell exhaled and sat on a chair. He casually picked up a book, hoping to pass the time. However, his vexed mood made him unable to enter the plot of the story. He flipped the pages more and more frequently before finally closing the book. He then closed his eyes and prepared to take a nap. In a daze, Wendell felt as though he had returned to Utopia and arrived in court. However, his role wasn't as a witness, but as a spectator. He saw that Tracy had been found not guilty of excessive self-defense by the judge due to the lack of sufficient evidence. She was transferred to the criminal court, and he saw the lady crying in a daze. Her smile was extremely beautiful. Wendell woke up and silently looked at the gas wall lamp in front of him. He didn't move for a long time. If the problem is with Utopia and not the residents of Utopia, then my escape might have caused the death of a poor lady. Wendell retracted his gaze and wavered slightly, but he couldn't defeat the fear in his heart. He propped his hand on the table and stood up. He walked to the door, planning to walk around MI9 headquarters to ease his emotions. After leaving the room and taking a few steps along the corridor, Wendell suddenly heard a colleague in the office beside him discussing a case related to Utopia. "Did you hear? The person who recently entered Utopia was a carriage driver. When he sent a merchant from Utopia to the dock area, he only turned 2 streets before he realized that his surroundings had become unfamiliar. There's a need to remind all the carriage drivers in Bakeland. Yes, it's best to equate Utopia with spies to make it easier for them to understand. The way to enter and exit Utopia is really terrifying." "That's right. Sometimes, I even suspect that the entrance to Utopia can appear anywhere. There must be a certain limit to this. It's not as omnipotent as we think. Otherwise, I would have just gone to the bathroom and found myself in Utopia. From the rules that we've concluded so far, this is theoretically possible." The blood vessels on Wendell's forehead throbbed when he heard that. He suddenly felt that even though he was at MI9 headquarters, it wasn't that safe. "Unless there's a demigod watching me, it's very difficult for me to avoid the fate of returning to Utopia. Perhaps, after I wash my hands and open the bathroom door, I'll find Utopia's Iris's hotel outside. No, an ordinary demigod might not be able to stop this. This doesn't seem like something a human can do. It's already extremely close to a deity." Wendell instantly panicked, unable to suppress the fear in his heart. He followed the fluke that suddenly occupied his mind and returned to his room. He took out the document from the Utopia court from the drawer. Right on the heels of that, Wendell entered the bathroom. As he held the document, he whispered in fear, "I'm willing to testify in court. I'm willing to testify in court." After repeating it a few times, he reached out and grabbed the handle of the bathroom door. At this moment, a pitch-black crow flew in through the window like a ghost and landed in a corner of the bathroom that no one was paying attention to. In the next second, Wendell twisted the handle, pulled it back, and opened the bathroom door. What appeared in front of him was no longer the familiar bedroom, but an unfamiliar hall. P.S. Requesting recommendation votes on Monday. Requesting monthly votes on the last day and a half of the month. It would be a waste if you didn't vote Divine King of the 9 heavens. I've really returned to Utopia. Upon seeing the scene outside, Wendell felt an inexplicable sense of relief and relaxation. He no longer had any doubts about his choice to testify in court. One had to know that he had been in the bathroom of MI9's headquarters. Even a fully armed army wouldn't be able to break in. After slowly exhaling, Wendell walked out of the bathroom and walked towards the entrance of the hall. Behind him, in a corner of the bathroom that no one paid attention to, the pitch-black crow was draped in a shadowy veil. It had lost its physical presence, and it was difficult to discover it even if one looked at it directly. Following that, its body became more and more transparent, quickly dissipating until it disappeared. At this moment, Wendell had already walked a few meters into the hall and saw a policeman in a black and white checkered uniform enter the entrance. It was the young officer, Biles, who had invited him to testify in court. "I knew you would definitely come because you're a kind person." Biles smiled as he welcomed Wendell. Upon hearing this praise, Wendell's heart finally returned to its original position. Then, he instinctively looked back and saw that the bathroom he had come out of had changed. It no longer looked familiar to him. In the dream maze, formed by many minds, the gigantic white rabbit that walked upright forcefully squeezed through the open door and entered the wilderness with grayish-white pillars and magnificent palaces. Mr. Wrath. Although he wasn't wearing the persona mask, his unforgettable characteristics still helped Audrey recognize him at a glance. This was somewhat out of her expectations, but it didn't surprise her too much. From her point of view, to deal with an ancient mind dragon like Arihog, just Mr. Wrath alone wouldn't be enough, even if Mr. Fool had warned her to be wary of him. After all, the leader behind psychological alchemy, the former king of angels, had already become a sequence 0 true god. According to the knowledge shared in the tarot, there shouldn't be another author in the real world. This way, no matter how powerful Mr. Wrath was, as long as he was still in the spectator pathway, he would at most be on the same level as Arihog. He would only be superior in terms of combat experience, psychological research, and self-cultivation. At this moment, as the giant white rabbit entered, Arihog, whose scales were huge and grayish-white, spread his wings that were covered with skin with a whoosh, instantly shrouding the surrounding area with a layer of shadow. The white rabbit stomped on the ground and suddenly became extremely huge, like a small hill. At the same time, right above him, the dark sky suddenly brightened, and under his feet, the ground cracked open one after another, spewing out crimson magma. Then, a blurry and distorted figure appeared behind it. This figure was wearing a simple white robe. His face was hard to see, and his age could not be determined. He could only vaguely tell that he was a male. Behind his head hung a halo that emitted a brilliant glow, like a miniature sundae. Beneath his feet was an illusory clock that was divided into 12 segments. Each segment had a symbol that symbolized a different time. Behind him hung a shadow that resembled a curtain. In the shadow, there seemed to be an eye silently peeking out. Just as the figure's silhouette appeared, the entire dream maze shook violently. Gray fragments constantly fell from the void. Depravity and pure sunlight, two completely opposite feelings, quickly spread around the giant white rabbit, eroding or assimilating the area. However, the figure in the simple white robe was unable to truly take form. It was unable to walk out of history and illusion into reality. Every time his silhouette was about to become clear, his figure would distort, like a machine that had its signal disrupted. At this moment, Audrey instinctively retracted her gaze, not daring to look straight at the giant white rabbit. Perhaps it was because she was in a dream and was closely connected to the island of the mind and the sea of collective subconscious. She directly knew what Mr. Wrath was doing without anyone's explanation. The other party had seen through the hidden mental problems of the ancient dragon, Arihog, and knew what he was most afraid of. Then, he weaved a nightmare that contained a specific image. In a battle between high-sequence beyonders of the spectator pathway, if both parties were at the same level, it would be difficult for any means to have any real effect. One could infiltrate the island of the mind and carry out a deep hypnosis, the other could guard the door to the body of heart and mind, preventing any external consciousness from entering, the other could spread mental plague, using the sea of collective subconscious to unknowingly corrupt the enemy, the other could placate himself, treat mental illnesses, and maintain mental health. Therefore, battles between spectator saints of the same sequence would often have three fixed styles. First, they would set up a trap in advance and make all sorts of preparations. Then, they would stealthily lure the other party in and destroy their mental defenses, completing the hypnosis. Second, they would focus on defense and support, relying on powerful sealed artifacts to defeat the enemy. Third, when beyonder powers such as mental plague, mind deprivation, dragon's breath, and consciousness control were unable to do anything to each other, they would hypnotize themselves and dragonize, engaging in an intense melee battle with their claws and tails. In the third type of battle, whoever had a deeper understanding of the mind and whose willpower was stronger and firmer would be able to gain an advantage through a longer period of dragonization, allowing them to accumulate the advantage. Of course, the premise was that the other party didn't find a chance to escape. And at the angel level, everyone was a true mythical creature. The length of dragonization was meaningless. At that moment, it mainly relied on insight. Whoever could better find the flaws in the opponent's mind would be able to weave a corresponding nightmare and directly attack the enemy's mental weaknesses. Step by step, they would destroy their mental defenses, achieving the effect of going mad or fright to death. As Audrey was in the same dream, even if the nightmare wasn't targeted at her, she would still be affected. She would be affected by the corresponding emotions, traits, and status, and even be corrupted. Just like now, she clearly knew that the nightmare that Mr. Wrath weaved represented the ancient sun god. This was the existence that Arihog feared the most. At the same time, the influence of the ancient sun god would uncontrollably corrupt the surroundings until it reached the entire dream. When that happened, when Audrey woke up, she would either become a mental patient without any healing instincts, or she would transform into an incomplete mythical creature. She would completely lose her mind and attack the living beings around her crazily. Of course, there was another possibility. She had unknowingly fallen. She had unknowingly become cold, cruel, and bloodthirsty, as if she had been replaced by another person. At that moment, Arihog, who was squatting at the top of the grayish-white pillar, let out a painful roar. As the dragon's roar echoed, the top of his head turned dark. An indescribable ocean that contained all colors and secrets appeared. In the ocean, a grayish-white dragon that was hundreds of meters long, or even larger, soared up. His vertical eyes were pale gold and bright red. On the dragon's forehead, there was a third eye that seemed to hide a thick shadow. Similarly, without anyone's explanation, Audrey immediately knew what the nightmare that Erihog had weaved represented with the help of the special state she was in. This was something that had left a deep shadow in the giant white rabbit's heart. This was Ankwelt that had been eroded by underground. This was a virtual persona that had been sealed behind the bronze door by the ancient god, a piece of mental corruption. At that moment, Audrey was in between two indescribably terrifying nightmares. Although she hadn't been eroded, her mental state had already fluctuated, as if she had been shocked. She immediately gave herself a placate, and without any hesitation, she relied on her lucidity to forcefully escape the dream maze. During this process, because she wasn't the target of Erihog and Mr. Wrath, she wasn't stopped. Furthermore, she had reached sequence 4 and possessed a certain level of godhood. Therefore, she quickly woke up from her dream. Audrey suddenly opened her eyes and saw the crystal chandelier that was dyed a faint crimson. She saw the deep night that filled the room. Without any delay, she got out of bed, ran to the window, and looked outside. The entire manor was silent, as if it was in deep sleep. There was nothing unusual. Audrey frowned and immediately split out a virtual persona, allowing it to enter the mind island of a patroller. She remembered very clearly that the dream maze was pieced together by many minds. Once the corruption of the two nightmares spread, the outcome would be unimaginable. Therefore, she had to wake everyone in the manor before that happened. In the next second, the patrolling guard suddenly raised his hand, removed the grenade hanging from his belt, pulled out the fuse, and threw it into the uninhabited garden. Boom! The sound of the explosion spread out violently, alarming the sleeping people. Right on the heels of that, the guard shouted at the top of his lungs, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Earl Hall and his wife were already in their 50s, so they were light sleepers to begin with. At that moment, they were jolted awake. No matter how good Hibbard's sleep quality was, he woke up in a daze from the explosion. Alfred had automatically opened his eyes when the grenade was thrown. The other butlers, maids, servants, bodyguards, and guards woke up one after another. Their expressions were blank and alarmed, unsure of what had happened. And at the spot furthest from the manor's main building, a few servants heard the commotion and failed to wake up in time. In just a few seconds, they struggled in pain on the bed, like snakes shedding their skin. They shed all their outer skin, turning into hideous bloody figures. And they didn't wake up until they died. At that moment, Audrey saw a grayish-white dragon spread its wings in the sea of collective subconscious and rapidly fly away. A giant white rabbit followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, the dragon's voice echoed in the illusory sea. Adam might not be Adam, just like I might not be Erihog. The giant white rabbit's figure suddenly slowed down and gradually stopped. All the abnormalities were cut off, and the entire area returned to normal. Above the gray fog, in the ancient palace. Adam didn't take action? The fool Klein frowned slightly and focused his attention back on Utopia, replacing the instinctive monitoring of the worms of spirit. He carefully examined his marionette town and didn't find anything abnormal. P.S. Requesting for monthly votes on the last day of March. Seeing that there was nothing unusual about the marionette town, Klein began to think about Miss Justice's encounter. The operation against the mind dragon, Erihog, wasn't arranged by Adam, but by Hermes. Otherwise, it's impossible for Adam not to descend, and it's impossible for Erihog to escape so easily. He had to use the second city of miracles to have some hope. If it was led by Hermes, the development of the entire matter is rather logical. Hermes had no intention of capturing or killing Erihog. He only hoped to obtain some information from this ancient mind dragon. When Erihog said that Adam isn't necessarily Adam, the operation naturally came to an end. Yes, from the looks of it, Hermes had long suspected Adam's true state. However, due to the restrictions of his identity, he was unable to make Erihog appear on his own accord, so he used Miss Justice. Adam isn't necessarily Adam, and Erihog isn't necessarily Erihog. This sentence is really interesting. The upper echelons of the spectator pathway are even more mysterious than seers. Back then, Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt clearly occupied the position of Sequence 0, but he had a Sequence 1 son of the same pathway, Dragon of Nightmare Alzahad. If Adam really isn't Adam, then who is he? Is he the Adam from the myths and legends before the first epic, or is he a part of the primordial one? Or is he related to the resurrection of the ancient sun god? From the looks of it, Medici calling him a paranoid really has a deep meaning. Klein quickly conjured a gold coin and flicked it into the air to make a divination. The results of the divination showed that there was no harm in today's matter. Klein immediately dispersed the gold coin and prepared to descend his consciousness and return to his body that was sleeping in St. Ariana Cathedral. At this moment, his movements became a little sluggish. Miss Justice's encounter with Arihag and Hermes and the MI9 personnel's return to Utopia to testify in court happened almost at the same time. Individually, there wasn't any problem with either side, but the word "at the same time" made Klein somewhat wary. He was very sensitive to coincidences, at the same time, and almost. This was the mark left in his mind by his past experiences. Tapping the edge of the long, mottled table, Klein decided to make some preparations for his worries. He quickly condensed a ray of light that contained some words and will, and threw it into a prayer light. After doing this, Klein sank his consciousness and left Sapphira Castle, allowing his mind to return to his main body. Right on the heels of that, he began to influence Utopia, planning to make all the foreigners in the city temporarily leave through various arrangements. In this way, even if an accident really happened, it wouldn't affect the innocent. This also meant that Klein was prepared to abandon Utopia and change locations to rebuild his marionette town. After all, the ritual could be repeated many times, and people could only be revived once after death. Rest well for the next 2 days. There's still some time before the trial. Biles sent Wendell to the entrance of the Irises Hotel. Wendell replied with a smile, "That's right. I'm already feeling sleepy." At that moment, it was midnight. Previously, because he was too anxious and nervous, he couldn't sleep. That was why he wanted to wander around MI9 headquarters to ease his mood. However, when he heard the conversation of his colleagues on duty, his emotions completely ignited. He decided to return to Utopia and face the problem head-on. After checking in, Wendell, who didn't take his luggage, briskly walked to the 3rd floor and entered his room. When he passed through the door, he vaguely felt that his surroundings were abnormally dark. In order to sleep better, Wendell walked to the window and pulled the curtains. During this process, he inexplicably felt that the scenery outside the window was abnormally familiar. However, under the shroud of the night, he couldn't tell it clearly. Thinking that it might be a scene he had seen in Utopia before, he raised his hand to cover his mouth and yawned. As he took off his clothes, he walked to his bed. Monica slept until midnight and suddenly had the urge to pee. After holding it in for a long time, she couldn't hold it in any longer. In the end, she got out of bed and walked to the bathroom that came with the room. When she pushed open the bathroom door, she felt that it had become a little heavier. Rubbing her eyes that she couldn't open, Monica didn't mind this tiny change. She quickly cleaned up her personal hygiene problem, ran out of the bathroom, and rushed back to her bed. When she crawled into bed, she felt that the temperature inside had dropped significantly. All she could do was wrap herself tightly in layers. It didn't take long for her to fall asleep again. About 15 minutes later, Biles, who was patrolling the streets, rubbed his hands and turned to the street where the police station was, preparing to hand over his work to his colleagues. Suddenly, his body froze at the alley's entrance. The black and dense spirit body threads on his body fell off at the same time and floated upwards. An exquisitely cut paper figurine landed and connected with the spirit body threads, quickly turning into another Biles. At the same time, a huge amount of knowledge turned into a torrent of information, surging over and reassembling into a man in luxurious clothes with long maroon hair. This man had blue eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin lips. He was none other than Roselle Gustav's Sequence 1 historical projection. Right on the heels of that, the projection grabbed and gathered all the surrounding information into his palm, condensing into an illusory ball of light. This information included the details of what had happened to Biles. In the next second, Roselle Gustav's historical projection forged a piece of information that was completely normal, allowing it to travel along the spirit body threads connected to the paper figurine to St. Ariana Cathedral in the municipal square and into the cathedral's basement. After this series of actions, another torrent of information surged over in midair. With Roselle's help, it reformed into 3 figures. One was an old man wearing a black robe and a hood, with a long and dense white beard on his face. The other was a middle-aged man with black hair and blue eyes, a rather square face, and a dignified aura. The third was a huge tree that seemed to have been doused with oil. Above the tree, there were arms that protruded with all sorts of strange things. Rolling on them were black and white eyeballs that were covered in blood vessels. They were leader of the secret order, Zeradol, protector of Rouen, the first king, William Augustus I's historical void projection, the historical projection of Abomination Sua. After making the corresponding preparations, Zeradol used the location provided by the historical projection to sneak into Utopia. Without any delay, he reached out his right hand and used the law of beyonder characteristics convergence to suck the worm of spirit out of Bowser's body. On the other side, on one of the palm-sized hands of Abomination Sua's historical projection, there was a rather ugly doll the size of a palm. This doll was wet and sticky. It didn't have eyes, ears, or a nose. It only had a hole-like mouth that spewed out grayish-white fog. As the worm of spirit and the doll approached, the black and white eyeballs rolling on Sua's tree trunk looked at them at the same time. Silently, the worm of spirit fused with the ugly doll. The doll twisted and squirmed as it grew eyes, nose, and ears, becoming like Klein Moretti. At this point, Zeradol no longer concealed himself, nor could he conceal himself. He took out a black shroud and suddenly wrapped Klein's doll. In the entire Utopia, all the marionette spirit body threads were severed at the same time, unable to connect to their main bodies. This wasn't a problem with them, but that their main bodies had been isolated from them. In an instant, the people on duty in the police station, the guests in the hotel, Tracy and the thieves in the cell, and the citizens in the different rooms, including Anderson and Alsu, stopped breathing and turned stiff. Regardless of whether they were sleeping or doing something else, it was as though the pause button had been pressed at that moment. At the bottom of St. Ariana Cathedral, Klein woke up and knew that an accident had indeed happened. Without any hesitation, with a thought, he returned to Sapphira Castle and used the level and strength of a king of angels to resist the enemies that had surfaced and those that had yet to surface. This was the best choice in the current situation. Even if he couldn't protect his main body, Klein still had a chance to revive. At this moment, his floating consciousness encountered an invisible and dark barrier. It was difficult for him to penetrate it and enter Sapphira Castle. Klein tensed up, believing that the enemy might be more troublesome than he imagined. Not many high-level existences knew that he could return to Sapphira Castle without using a ritual. In the next second, the huge tree that seemed to be covered in sticky oil had arrived above St. Ariana Cathedral. At the same time, a deep and dignified voice echoed in the air. "Wandering is prohibited here. Teleportation is prohibited here." Klein wasn't controlled by his emotions. Seeing that he couldn't return to Sapphira Castle for the time being, he immediately changed his strategy and leaped into the fog of history. As soon as the grayish-white fog entered his eyes, it turned into a vortex formed by countless transparent maggots. The vortex extended out slippery tentacles covered in strange patterns. Unlike the previous time, the vortex emitted a powerful suction force, causing Klein's figure to accelerate as he was entangled by countless tentacles. Law of Beyonder Characteristic Convergence. The law of Beyonder Characteristic Convergence between angels. A subtle light flashed as Klein, who had been firmly controlled by Zeradol's mythical creature form, turned into a paper figurine. This was both an angel-level application of paper figurine substitutes, and it also had the help of grafting. Although Klein was unable to return to Sapphira Castle, he could influence the worms of spirit above the grey fog, allowing them to summon the curtain and provide his help. After dodging Zeradol's fatal strike, Klein ran into the fog of history, fleeing towards the city of old before the first epoch. At this moment, many marionettes in Utopia that had been dead for a long time had lost the support of their spirit body threads. Their flesh and blood rapidly rotted, or their limbs fell off, or they were affected by their beyonder characteristics. All sorts of mutations occurred, transforming into different forms and terrifying monsters that exceeded imagination. They swallowed their own heads. Some were left with wriggling flesh and blood, while others grew densely packed eyes. Soon, Klein ran into the city of old in the fog of history. To him, this was a safe house that he could trust. This was because only a scholar of yore and a prehistoric human had the right to enter. Klein didn't hesitate. After habitually looking around, he began praying to the Evernight goddess on the layers of city ruins. Puff, with a soft sound, an ancient wooden cross with traces of blood pierced through Klein's heart from behind. A figure appeared behind him. It was a cold-looking man wearing a half-top hat and a black trench coat. German Sparrow. Klein's pupils dilated as the crazy adventurer said in a deep voice, "That's right. Adam gave me humanity. P.S. First update, then change, the last half of the day for monthly votes. PS2, there will be an early update at midnight, but it should be an update first. Yes, after all, it is the curly-haired baboon's birthday. There has to be a sense of ceremony." Klein turned around and looked at the figure that was both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. He had imagined all sorts of situations where Utopia would be attacked, but he never expected such a scene. If Amon had parasitized German Sparrow as a marionette, with Klein's present level and the worms of spirit monitoring him all day long in Sapphira Castle, he would definitely have discovered the problem immediately. And if Zeradol were to transfer the spirit body threads, he would only be able to hide it from him for a short period of time. Furthermore, he needed the help of an angel like the Knowledge Emperor or a servant of concealment. It was impossible to achieve the effect of such a sudden attack. Only the human attributes given by a spectator would slowly ferment without any abnormalities on the surface. To prevent such a situation, he could only periodically sever the spirit body threads, allowing the marionette to enter a dead state. That way, regardless of whether it had any humanity to begin with, it would eventually cease to exist. Unfortunately, Klein had never heard of such a method before. He was only guarding against the invasion of virtual personas on his marionettes. This was perhaps the power of a visionary. He could give every fictitious and insubstantial life a unique humanity. When the stiff and cold face entered Klein's eyes, he felt a force push him. He immediately fell backwards, falling from the layers of ruins of the old city and out of the fog of history. During this process, he wanted to control himself, but he was helpless. This was because the wooden stake that was nailed to his heart had sealed all his Beyonder powers. With a thought, Klein looked at German Sparrow and snapped his fingers. Pa, the worms of spirit in Sapphira Castle received his will and abandoned the marionette spirit body threads. They picked up the Staff of the Stars and prepared to deal a fatal blow to Klein, killing himself. Once his true body died, Klein would be able to revive above the gray fog and escape his predicament. After knowing that Adam was the mastermind, he no longer held any hopes of getting lucky. At this moment, a stone square floating in the void appeared beneath Klein's feet. Pitch-black stone pillars stood up, propping up a magnificent and holy cathedral that enveloped Klein. The Corpse Cathedral, Adam's Corpse Cathedral, the divine kingdom of a visionary, rumble, countless silver bolts of lightning descended from Sapphira Castle, piercing through the fog of history and striking the cathedral, but they failed to shake it at all. At the same time, in the ancient palace, the figure sitting at the fool's seat suddenly collapsed to the side, collapsing into a vortex formed from transparent maggots. The vortex extended out slippery and strange tentacles that slapped the surroundings crazily, overturning the junk pile and destroying the long model table. Klein's avatars had their connection severed, and since his main body wasn't truly dead, they had lost control and gone crazy, just like Zeradol. Of Klein's expression. In the old city before the first epoch, German Sparrow, who was wearing a half-top hat and a black trench coat, looked up at Sapphira Castle with a rather complicated expression. In essence, he was a corpse. After the spirit body threads were abandoned, he naturally couldn't maintain his existence. Adam of the God. He was of. German Sparrow slowly collapsed as he cast his gaze at the rooms in the old city. He had died in the ruins. Klein landed on the ground and stood in the middle of the cathedral. He saw that every pillar, arch, and dome was embedded with skulls of different races. Most of them were pale white, and they were densely packed together, staring at outsiders with empty eyes. On the walls, windows, and doors of the cathedral, transparent, distorted, and pained faces appeared, completely separating the interior from the outside world. And at the very front of the cathedral stood a cross that was more than 100 meters tall. In front of the cross, there were rows of black seats with backrests. Dressed in a simple white robe, with a pale golden beard and a silver cross pendant hanging from his neck, Adam stood under the cross and faced the rows of seats like a priest who was about to preach to his believers. His expression was warm and his eyes were clear, as though he was inviting Klein to listen to the scriptures. Klein looked down at the wooden stake that was stuck in his chest. He slowly walked to the first row of seats and sat in the middle without a care in the world. To a true mythical creature formed from many worms of spirit, a chest injury wasn't fatal. The main purpose of the ancient blood-stained cross-shaped stake was to seal Beyonder powers. If not for a true god standing in front of him, Klein could have used his physical strength to pull out the cross-shaped stake and remove the seal. At that moment, he didn't make the attempt because he was afraid that not daring would turn into not wanting to not doing. I never expected you to directly interfere in this matter. If you wanted to deal with me, you didn't need to wait until today. Klein looked at his blood-stained shirt and seriously voiced his puzzlement. He wasn't afraid at all, as though he was certain that Adam wouldn't kill him. Adam held the silver cross pendant with one hand and calmly said, "Before this, you were able to play a significant role in many areas. You took 2 steps forward and continued with a clear gaze." He took 2 steps forward and continued with clear eyes. "When Amon came to steal the corpse cathedral, I made a deal with him. He helped me obtain the first blasphemy slate, and I helped him capture you." "Is that so?" Klein suddenly understood. On the one hand, Adam didn't wish to be obstructed by the true creator and other existences when he became a god, and on the other hand, he wanted to obtain the first blasphemy slate. Therefore, he used the unshadowed crucifix and other methods to push Klein to head to the giant king's court and open the door to Sashur's slumber, attracting the attention of the true creator and other existences. At the same time, he stole the first blasphemy slate at the critical moment through his brother, Amon. And to capture Klein, who was about to gain initial control of Sapphira Castle, it was definitely best for the visionary to arrange it. Although Amon and Adam are usually estranged, it's easier for brothers to work together than others. Klein nodded slightly and turned his head to look at the stained glass that protruded a distorted face. "I also didn't expect Zeradol to cooperate with you. Isn't he afraid of becoming food for Amon?" When Klein created Utopia, he had expected Amon to attack and Zeradol to destroy it, but he never expected him to cooperate in a certain sense. From his point of view, the chances of Zeradol completely relying on the mother tree of desire was higher than this, unless Adam had unknowingly arranged for him. Adam's clear eyes were filled with pity. To him, you becoming a great old one means that he will definitely perish. But if Amon becomes a great old one, he only needs to show his loyalty and his status and level can still be maintained. The Lord of the Mysteries will always need an attendant of the mysteries. Therefore, he chose to cooperate with me. During this process, if he can seize the opportunity to turn you into a marionette before me and use you to enter Sapphira Castle and become the owner of that Sapphira, he will have the right to request a chance to face Antigonus from Evernight and have a final competition with Amon. Otherwise, he will completely admit defeat and be loyal to Amon. On this point, he is very decisive. "It's not your style to explain so much," Klein replied casually before asking with a frown, "Becoming a great old one doesn't require all the sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics of the corresponding pathway?" He had deduced this from the relationship between the ancient god of the sun and the 8 archangel kings. However, he believed that he had to become a great old one or a quasi-blade old one first before dividing the characteristics. Adam replied with a gentle expression, "For neighboring pathways, all he needs is a uniqueness and a sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic. Forcefully occupying more will easily result in losing control. Therefore, after Zeradol pledges allegiance to Amon, he has a chance of becoming a king of angels. As for he has no way of pledging allegiance to you because he can't split a sequence 2 avatar like the Marauder pathway. He can use him to steal the main body's spirit body, consciousness, and psyche, turning him into the main body." A seer's marionette avatar and a marauder's worm of time avatar were fundamentally different in this aspect. The former involved spirit body threads, while the latter only relied on themselves. Furthermore, the reason why a marauder angel could do this was because their sequence 2 was the Trojan horse of destiny. Just as Klein nodded, he suddenly saw Adam turn his body, revealing something beneath the cross. It was a gray stone slab with mottled marks on its surface, making it look rather ancient. It was very similar to the first blasphemy slate, but it didn't have the abnormally ancient feeling. On it were words that seemed to be the source of all languages. Written on it were sequence names and potion formulas. the second blasphemy slate? Klein asked in surprise. His gaze quickly swept across the stone slab, and he didn't decipher the words in front. Instead, he looked at the last few lines. His intuition told him that there was very important information there. There's no rush. Amon will wait until he completes the ritual and becomes sequence 0 before stealing your fate. Otherwise, he won't be able to withstand the identity of the owner of Sapphira Castle. And before that, letting you continue staying in my divine kingdom is the best choice. Adam seemed to be consoling a repentant believer. Kill me. Klein mumbled inwardly. At this moment, he had already deciphered the last few lines: God, Creator, Omniscient and Omnipotent, Lord of the Astral World, Chaos C plus Visionary Uniqueness plus Sun Uniqueness plus Tyrant Uniqueness plus White Tower Uniqueness plus the Hanging Man Uniqueness plus 1 Author Beyonder Characteristic plus 1 White Angel Beyonder Characteristic plus 1 Thunder God Beyonder Characteristic plus 1 Omniscient I Beyonder Characteristic plus 1 Dark Angel Beyonder Characteristic Lord of the Mysteries, King of Spacetime. Beacon of Destiny, Sapphira Castle Embodiment, Ruler of the Spirit World, Sapphira Castle plus the Fool Uniqueness plus Error Uniqueness plus Door Uniqueness plus 1 Attendant of Mysteries Beyonder Characteristic plus 1 Worm of Time Beyonder Characteristic plus 1 Key of Stars Beyonder Characteristic. Upon seeing this, Klein turned to look at Visionary Adam and asked in puzzlement, "Why are you showing me this? Wouldn't it be safer to directly hypnotize me and let me sleep until Amon becomes a god?" Adam's eyes were clear as he said with a gentle expression, "Why are you showing me this?" Adam's eyes were clear as he said with a gentle expression, "To be honest, if the other side isn't Amon, I'd be more willing to help you become the ruler of the spirit world. We have too many similarities. In a sense, we're old friends who have met once." At this point, he smiled and said, "We meet again, Mysteries. PS1, update first. By the way, I have something to do tomorrow morning, so the second update is still at 7 in the evening. PS2, happy birthday to all curly-haired baboons. PS3, first day of April, seeking a guaranteed monthly ticket. Today's first update has been sent, wishing the curly-haired baboons a happy birthday. I have to say, I was really surprised when you guys dragged the curly-haired baboons out of their birthday celebration. Then, I set the 1st of April, which was also the day Mysteries opened. 2 years had passed unknowingly, and the curly-haired baboons were getting better and better. Of course, I would call you guys that when I teased you. In serious situations, I still preferred to call you guys book buddies and readers. This way, we were all on the same level. Initially, I had planned to write Mysteries for 1.5 to 2 years. But when I started writing, I knew that 1.5 years was definitely not enough. There were too many details and stories that could be told. If I was too hasty, I would lose the charm and feeling that I wanted. This was the book that I had the longest writing cycle. But because I always kept at least one draft, and I had 1 day off every week, it was not as tiring and impatient as writing martial arts and the later stages of my first life. Yes, when I wrote Arcana and Luck Destruction, I was still young and energetic, so I did not feel much. But when I wrote Arcana and Luck Destruction, I felt very tired. After all, I had already finished the book and wanted to rest. I did not want to write at all. Here, I solemnly thank everyone for their support and companionship. Your reading gave me money, your laughter, your comments, your communication, and your various attempts gave me spiritual happiness and satisfaction. So, I really want to congratulate the curly-haired baboons on their second birthday, back to the writing in March, because I slowed down the pace and wrote some details and some side stories, it felt better. As expected, writing needed to be relaxed. Constantly rushing for progress and keeping the pace tight might not be a good thing. Of course, writing details and side stories was also a very painful thing. After all, it was already more than 4 million words. Many things that should be written had already been written. If I repeated it again, it would lose its interest and readability. This forced me to constantly use my brain to find new entry points or new writing techniques, striving to give you guys a different reading experience. To me, this was also a stage of experimentation and harvest, because I really experienced a new view of the world. Some new structures and new stories could directly lead to new segments and extend new narrative techniques. This was a very good thing. Routines were unavoidable, But we had to work hard to create new routines and use better narrative techniques to better express what we wanted to express. Regarding this, I will elaborate more on it after I finish writing mysteries, so I will not go into it here. From the feedback of the subscription chasers, the effect was not bad. Just one or two of the chasers increasing the number of subscriptions was not enough to explain the problem, as there might be a gimmick to watch. However, the fact that the subscription chasers maintained a high standard proved that the content in March was still very popular. Most of the time, the subscription chasers fluctuated between 59,000 and 2,000, and many times they even stabilized above 60,000. On average, it was much higher than the sixth novel. Of course, it wasn't like there weren't any problems. Because of racking one's brain to think about the plot and the angle of the narrative, many times the writing was done in a hurry. There wasn't enough elaboration, and some of the excessive writing didn't manage to hold up the tension of the plot. Yes, it was April. A new month, a new beginning for the second anniversary, curly-haired baboon's birthday. Please guarantee the monthly tickets. Oh right, I have something on tomorrow morning. The second update will still be at 7 p.m. Thank you for your support. Mysterious. The last time Klein heard this term was from the consciousness of the true creator that descended. The last time he heard it was from the ancient god of the sun, the City of Silver's creator. In a sense, the two of them could be equated. The true creator was equivalent to the ancient evil spirit of the sun god after Sassur's personality was taken back. However, unlike before, when Klein heard this form of address, he did not lose his head in shock. His heart trembled, and the roots of his teeth tingled. At this moment, he felt as if he had seen a stone that had been hanging for a long time finally fall to the ground. Of course, he was not that calm. A certain degree of surprise, bewilderment, and disbelief was inevitable. It was only because the ancient dragon of mind, Arihog, had said that Adam might not be Adam, that he had guessed many possibilities and prepared himself accordingly. We meet again, mysteries. Adam is equal to the ancient god of the sun? Or was it the resurrection of the ancient sun god? He knew this, but he still wanted to resurrect his father, so he was called paranoid by Medici? Thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, and he gained a new understanding of a certain matter. No wonder Adam never preached his own doctrine and only spread the legacy of the ancient sun god. Klein originally believed that it was because visionaries were special enough that they could use their uniqueness to create a bunch of seemingly real believers as anchors. There was no need for them to gather additional faith, but from the looks of it, this might only be one of the reasons. After 2 seconds of silence, he looked into Adam's eyes that didn't seem to have any impurities. You are the ancient god of the sun? Adam maintained the genial clergyman's smile, and said in an enlightening tone, don't you think that among the 8 kings of angels, I'm the most special one? After reading the contents of the second blasphemy slate regarding the great old ones, you should be able to clearly understand this point. Indeed. Klein nodded, indicating that he could see it. Among the 5 kings of angels related to omniscience and omnipotence, you are the only one with the uniqueness. According to Klein's current knowledge of mysticism, when the City of Silver's creator was still alive, the states of the 8 kings of angels were like this. Dark angel Sassur had digested 2 sequence 1 Beyonder said that a hanging man pathway, and he had grasped the first blasphemy slate. He could partially use the power of Chaos C, so he was heaven's deputy, the left hand of God, the king of angels. White angel Oscus contained 2 sequence 1s of the sun pathway, wind angel Leodoro, angel of wisdom Heriburgen, and angel of fate Ouroboros also had 2 sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics of their pathway. Angel of time Amon and red angel Medici were the uniqueness of their own pathway and a corresponding sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic. Angel of imagination Adam was a spectator pathway uniqueness and 1 or 2 sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics. This didn't seem problematic at first, but on careful thought, it was a little strange. Angel of time Amon and red angel Medici didn't belong to the 5 pathways of omniscience and omnipotence. It wasn't a problem for the ancient sun god to give them the uniqueness through different means, but Adam was different. Visionary belonged to one of the 5 pathways of omniscience and omnipotence. The corresponding uniqueness was one of the cornerstones for the ancient sun god to become a great old one. In other words, this was equivalent to one of the 3 sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics that formed a sequence 0. How could it be easily separated? After all, as the deputy of heaven, the left hand of God, Xianxia hadn't obtained the uniqueness of the hanging man pathway, much less wind angel Leodoro, angel of wisdom Heribergen, and white angel Oscus. In the beginning, he believed that the ancient sun god had sensed the awakening of the primordial one, so he had deliberately used the method of giving birth to separate one of the 5 uniquenesses. He had taken the initiative to lower his level to resist the corruption. This was likely the thoughts of the other deities and kings of angels back then. When he heard Arihog say that Adam isn't necessarily Adam, Klein felt that there might be a deeper secret hidden in this matter. He had some guesses. After seeing the last few lines of the second blasphemy slate, he found it even stranger. This was because the uniqueness was one of the cornerstones that formed the Great Old Ones. If the sapphire was the foundation, then the corresponding uniquenesses were different load-bearing pillars. Losing any one of them would result in a huge problem. If the ancient sun god wanted to lower his level, the better choice was to separate out the sequence 1 beyonder characteristic. This was relatively safer. Adam, who was dressed in a simple white robe and had a thick golden beard, walked to Klein's side. He turned around and looked at the blasphemy slate. A normal sequence 0 is made up of a uniqueness and 3 sequence 1 beyonder characteristics. Without any one of them, one can't be called a true god. They can only be considered a king of angels. And after a visionary becomes a sequence 0, he can separate 2 sequence 1 beyonder characteristics and replace them with the corresponding characteristics he envisioned. The things that are envisioned are sufficiently real. Under the framework of a uniqueness and a sequence 1 beyonder characteristic, it can be perfectly used, allowing the visionary's level to not drop, nor does his strength decrease. The 2 real sequence 1 beyonder characteristics that are separated can be combined with one's identity or a living being that is envisioned, allowing them to become an author. They can move freely, and when necessary, through certain methods or mediums, they can transform into their true bodies. And for an omniscient and omnipotent, they can create a uniqueness that lies between reality and illusion to maintain their state, as long as it doesn't exceed the necessary limits. This is the relationship between the dragon of imagination Ankwelt and his child, the dragon of nightmare, Alzahad. I once thought that the seer and marauder pathways were the strangest, but from the looks of it, they can't compare to the spectator. Sigh, be careful of the spectator. Klein had completely resolved a major question in his mind. He also understood why the dragon of imagination Ankwelt had arranged for the quill, 0-08, to meet Roselle's travels. Once they met, 0-08, the quill that originated from the dragon of nightmare, Alzahad, would awaken and become the dragon of imagination, Ankwelt, whose level had been lowered. Then, this resurrected ancient god would use the negative personality sealed behind the bronze door to indirectly mobilize the power of Chaos C, instantly reaching the level of the strongest king of angels below the true god. With such a foundation, he would have a chance to compete with Adam for the position of visionary and completely revive. In comparison, the Black Emperor's revival is simpler, neat, and straightforward. Klein nodded slightly. The relationship between the dragon of imagination and the dragon of nightmare? Adam sat down beside Klein. Yes. However, the dragon of imagination itself has been corrupted, and it has the characteristics of other pathways. Its condition isn't too good, so it can only separate an author, otherwise, it will directly lose control. Klein ignored Adam and also looked at the second blasphemy slate in front of him. What's the difference between this and a marauder's avatar? If Amon can become an error, he can also create at least 2 sequence 1 avatars. Adam leaned forward slightly and simply explained, the avatar and the main body are still one entity. The doppelganger and the main body are still one entity, just located in different places. Does this mean that the sequence 1 that envisioned is completely separated from the main body and can be treated as another person? Only through certain methods or with the help of certain mediums can it be awakened? Klein asked thoughtfully, did you awaken when you became a visionary? No. Adam looked ahead and replied with a gentle expression, when I perished and truth was born. Klein asked in surprise, why? Is there no one who suspects it? If the gods knew that the ancient god of the sun had been resurrected in Adam's body, the history of the fourth epoch would probably be the siege of the Solomon Empire, the Twilight Hermit Order, and the Amon family. Apart from Veritas knowing for sure, only Nightfall would suspect it to a certain extent. I disguised myself as a paranoid maniac, a maniac who wished for my father to awaken in my body. This isn't difficult for a king of angels of the visionary pathway. Then Medici. Klein suddenly felt a little sympathetic. Red Angel. Thinking of this, he looked down at the blood-stained wooden stake in his chest and felt that he deserved more sympathy. Adam said calmly, "This is a necessary sacrifice. Why do you think he survived for so many years after becoming an evil spirit without being discovered?" Klein fell silent for 2 seconds before asking, "What's the matter?" He then asked, "Do you plan on making me wait just like that? You can also choose to leave this corpse cathedral, but Zeradal is waiting for you at the door. In your present state, you can only become his marionette," Adam said without much emotion. Klein fell silent as he began reading the remaining contents of the second blasphemy slate. In the fog sea, the dawn silently sailed through the undulating blue waves. Bernadette suddenly opened her eyes and sat up. She furrowed her brows and picked up an item that was placed at the side. The item was completely golden in color, and its surface was engraved with indescribable mysterious symbols. It looked like a miniature kettle. This was sealed Artifact 0-05, Magic Wishing Lamp. Bernadette held the magic lamp, lowered her head slightly, and chanted an honorific name. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. P.S. Update first before making any changes. Requesting a guaranteed monthly ticket. PS2, it's the 2nd anniversary. Yuan has released some mysterious peripherals. Everyone can go to Taba's Exchange Kitty Genuine Peripherals to take a look. Yes, weigh your interest and wallet. Don't be rash. Think carefully before buying. After all, you are all believers of the god of poverty." Above the gray fog, in the ancient palace, beside the fool's seat, a prayer point of light expanded, sending out halos one after another. It was as though in a closed room, the curtains had suddenly been pulled open, allowing sunlight to shine in and pierce into the eyes of a sleeper. The maggot vortex, which had already calmed down, went crazy again as it waved its slippery and strange tentacles. Klein's gaze swept across the parts related to the Lord of the Mysteries and read the subsequent contents. Eternal darkness, singularity of all, space-time unitary, river of eternal darkness plus darkness uniqueness, death, eternal sleeper, uniqueness, twilight giant uniqueness plus one night of misfortune beyond her characteristic, one pale emperor beyond her characteristic, one hand of God beyond her characteristic. God of origins, mother of all, brood mother of filth, brood mother plus mother uniqueness, moon uniqueness plus one naturalist beyond her characteristic, one beauty goddess beyond her characteristic. Disorder, shadow of order, nation of disorder plus black emperor uniqueness, judge uniqueness plus one prince of disorder beyond her characteristic, one hand of order beyond her characteristic. Calamity of destruction, root calamity, city of calamity plus demoness, chaos demoness, primordial demoness, uniqueness, red priest uniqueness plus one apocalypse beyond her characteristic, one conqueror beyond her characteristic. Father of devils, lord of anomalies, source of curses, world of shadows plus abyss uniqueness, bound uniqueness plus one king of filth beyond her characteristic, one abomination beyond her characteristic. Demon of knowledge, mystery of madness, knowledge more plus the hermit uniqueness, perfectionist uniqueness plus one knowledge emperor beyond her characteristic, one enlightener beyond her characteristic. Key of light, endless chaos, incarnation of fate, key of light, wheel of fortune's uniqueness, and one non-characteristic of giant serpent. These are the Great Old One titles corresponding to all 9 Sphirot. After reading it, Klein sighed inwardly. If he and Roselle the Great had understood this aspect of mysticism earlier, neither of them would have fallen into their current predicament. At certain times, even if one doesn't use beyond her powers, knowledge is completely equivalent to power. The combined titles of the Earth and Moon pathways are somewhat different from the Mother Goddess of Depravity. From the looks of it, it's indeed only a part of her. In other words, the remaining titles and authorities of the outer deity on the moon are Mother Goddess of Depravity, Beginning of Evil, Immortal. By the same logic, the Mother Tree's full name should be Mother Tree of Desire, God of Soulless, Eternal Roarer. I'm not too sure about the Son of Chaos. He seems to have disappeared. No one can understand him in depth. Klein nodded indiscernibly. He immediately asked, "It seems that the omniscient and omnipotent one is the strongest. The Lord of the Mysteries and the Space-Time Harmonizer are ranked second, and the rest are at the third level." This was based on the number of beyonder pathways required, and it didn't include the outer deities. Adam looked at the blasphemy slate and said calmly and soothingly, "That's not the case. The number of authorities has a certain relationship with one's status and level, but it's not everything. The corresponding characteristics, might, and symbolism are equally important. After the original creator split apart, there were 3 pillars at the top of all the great old ones. One was God, the omniscient and omnipotent one, the Lord of the Mysteries, the King of Space-Time, and the last was the Mother Goddess of Depravity, the beginning of evil." Upon hearing Adam's last sentence, Klein couldn't help but look down at his left sleeve. Erodes was hidden inside. "It's no wonder Erodes said that he saw a pillar in dominance from me." He was immediately enlightened as he believed visionary Adam's words a little more. At this moment, Adam added unhurriedly, "At present, the first 2 pillars only exist in the form of Spherote. At present, the first 2 pillars only exist in the form of Spherote. As for the Mother Goddess of Depravity, after she separates the brood mother and 2 beyonder pathways, she isn't much different from the other outer deities. Only the symbol of a pillar remains." If it wasn't for the blood-stained wooden stake in his chest, Klein definitely would have felt that the current atmosphere was pretty good. In his days, he even believed that he and Adam were friends, happily discussing some mysticism knowledge while waiting for his child, Amon, to return home for dinner. Of course, I'm that meal. I have to say that a spectator's ability to influence the perception, experience, and state of mind of others is just too powerful. As Klein told himself to be vigilant, he said in puzzlement, "I thought that an outer deity like the Mother Goddess of Depravity who has 2 or even 3 Spherote is considered a pillar." Adam looked down at the silver cross pendant hanging on his chest. "She only has 1 Spherote. Under normal circumstances, Spherote can't be divided. Only when the original creator split apart, producing an embodiment of convergence and separation, can tear apart the Spherote and absorb a portion of it onto our planet. In other words, the current Mother Goddess of Depravity's Spherote is incomplete, and the future Great Old One, the Mother of all, won't be a complete Great Old One?" Klein pressed. The corners of Adam's mouth twitched as though he was smiling. "That was the case in the beginning, but the Spherote has the ability to make up for itself. The current Mother Goddess of Depravity's Spherote isn't incomplete, and the brood mother can also create a Great Old One. The only problem is that the Mother Goddess of Depravity can only use a portion of the pillar symbol that she has unless she fuses with the brood mother again. This has also caused the birth of life and powers in the entire universe to undergo a certain mutation. However, tens of thousands of years is a very short period of time on an astronomical scale. The corresponding effects haven't spread. And if any outer deity obtains a Spherote that's similar to him, it's equivalent to having 2 Spherote. I can't predict what will happen. Before this, only the original creator contained more than 1 Spherote, but as long as he wakes up, he will definitely split." Klein nodded and asked thoughtfully, "The original creator contained at least 9 Spherote. The first creator contained at least 9 portions of source substance. This doesn't mean that having 2 or even 3 portions of source substance will cause problems. There should be a critical point. No one can verify this matter at the moment." Adam held the silver cross pendant on his chest and said, "I'm guessing that some existences have attempted it in the past. After all, convergence is a strong instinct, but the results are unknown." "Which existences?" Klein rubbed the blood-stained wooden stake that was stabbed into his chest. Adam cast his gaze back at the 100-meter-tall cross in front of him and calmly said, "The God from the early first epoch can also be called the primordial one. The God in the early first epoch can also be called primordial. In addition, there's also the Lord of the Mysteries, which is the one you often mention." As he spoke, Adam turned his head to glance at Klein and mimicked him, saying, "That's right. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. These 2 seem to have passed away. The results of their attempts don't seem too good." Before Klein could think of what he wanted to say, Adam had already turned his head and looked at the second blasphemy slate. "One thing I can be sure of is that certain Spherote can't be contained at the same time. In this universe, there's a hidden 4th pillar. It represents everything, including the end of the Great Old Ones and the universe itself. It corresponds to the two Sphirot, the river of eternal darkness and the city of calamity. To put it simply, if ever night can become the eternal darkness, the singularity of all things, and the harmonizer of space-time, then he can further occupy the two pathways of Demonis and Red Priest, encompassing the city of calamity, and become the true fourth pillar. But when that happens, he will either enter a deep slumber, be passively split, or cause the entire universe, including him and us, to perish and start anew. There's actually such a thing. At the level above the sequence, symbolism might be more important than authority. Adam, no, the ancient sun god's mysticism knowledge is terrifyingly rich. As expected of a quasi-great old one. Klein sighed when he heard that. He thought for a moment. In other words, a demigod of the sleepless pathway can switch to the demonist pathway? That's right. Adam looked ahead and said, but that way, there's no way to become a great old one unless I think of a way to separate the beyonder characteristics from before. As he moved his gaze upwards, he began deciphering the demigod-level potion formulas of the spectator, sleepless, and arbiter pathways as he changed the topic. Where did the potion formulas related to the great old ones come from? The first blasphemy slate doesn't seem to have any. They contain different sequence 0 potions? Adam's expression changed slightly as his face seemed to glow. After I gained the authority of omnipotence and omniscience, I began deducing the methods and pathways to become a great old one. Finally, I found a suitable formula and figured out the different symbolism. Unfortunately, the primordial one had also awakened in my body at that time, therefore, when you perished as the ancient sun god, you used a portion of your remnant body and will to create a second blasphemy slate? Klein sighed. From then on, there was light in the apocalypse. It also ended the chaotic battle between deities due to their emotions, and other reasons. It ushered in an era of games for the great old ones. Adam maintained his expression and didn't say a word. Klein fell silent. After a few seconds, he suddenly asked, what kind of human nature did you fabricate for my marionette? Adam turned his head again and said with clear eyes, he was too tired. He wanted to rest and be free, even if it was only for a few seconds. Klein opened his mouth, unsure of how to respond. Why didn't you call him German Sparrow, and instead used that marionette instead? Adam asked warmly, as though he was enlightening a believer. Klein turned his head to look at him and suddenly smiled. I'm German Sparrow, and German Sparrow is a part of me. If I separate the two, even if I can escape your divine kingdom, I will lose control irreversibly. Having said that, Klein paused for a moment and looked ahead. He asked in a deep voice, you're only left with godhood? Worsted Archipelago, City of Generosity, Biam. After returning here, Verdu Abraham had done some research and learned that the god of war was a rather active existence in the fourth epoch. It was possible for him to respond to believers. Then, he invited a pauper who was willing to sacrifice his life to pray to the god of war to confirm that there was no danger. And the price of all of this was 300 gold pounds. Now, he had received a reward. Not only did the pauper not die, but he had also fulfilled some of his wishes. P.S. Update first before making any changes. Please guarantee a monthly ticket Blue Mountain Island, in a primeval forest. Verdu Abraham, who was prepared, was worried that he would be discovered by the official Beyonders if he held a ritual outside the city. Hence, he used a sealed artifact to teleport out of Biam and arrived at this uninhabited place. Touching his aching ribs, Verdu took off his classical robe and placed it to the side. Following that, he set up an altar, lit the candles, and burned the correct essential oils, extract, herbal powder, and other items. After completing the preparations, Verdu took 2 steps back and lowered his voice. He chanted an ancient Hermes, the great god of war, the symbol of iron and blood, the ruler of chaos and strife. The howling of the wind echoed endlessly in the dark forest. Amidst the rustling of the leaves, 2 of the candles on the altar suddenly emitted crackling sounds. Their corresponding candlelight increased in intensity, turning from a sapling to a giant tree. At the same time, the color of the candlelight turned from orange to blazing white. The wind that passed through the forest became more intense. The 2 blazing white pillars of fire intertwined, twisting into a blurry and gigantic figure. At that instant, Verdu Abraham felt an indescribable gaze land on him from above. He hurriedly lowered his head and said, Great God of war, a lowly believer wishes to pray for your help. As he spoke, Verdu kept adjusting his state of mind and tried his best to remain calm. He knew from a certain ancient book in his family that the most important thing to do when praying to the god of war was to tell himself not to be angry. The gigantic figure formed by blazing white flames constantly spewed out flames to the side. It spoke in a language that Verdu could understand but didn't know what it was. Lowly mortal, deities aren't used to fulfill your wishes. Speak, tell me your prayer. In the end, it's up to me to decide whether to help you. Verdu had already thought of a script. After some thought, he said, Great God of War, how can I let my ancestor, Mr. Door, return to the real world? A ritual to sacrifice a bizarre sorcerer, a secret sorcerer, and a parasite. You should already be aware of it, the flame giant said in a deep and authoritative voice. It's the same answer given by Dorian's student. Verdu sighed. Great God of War, if I want you to help me complete this ritual, what do I have to pay? The flame giant looked down at the astrologer. The corresponding price isn't something you can pay. Your pale and insignificant soul isn't even qualified to be embers. Just as Verdu was feeling disappointed and depressed, the flame giant continued. But Mr. Door can. Besides, I'm in a good mood today. Sacrifice a portion of your blood to me as a mark of the contract. I will demand the corresponding price from Mr. Door. You can do that? Verdu subconsciously felt a little suspicious, but after some thought, he felt that there wasn't a problem. Indeed, only his ancestor, Bethel Abraham, had the right to make a deal with the hidden existence of the god of war. As for whether Mr. Door was willing to make this deal, Verdu had never considered it. From his point of view, anyone who was in an exiled and sealed state would undoubtedly want to escape, even if they had to pay a sizable price. Yes, great god of war. After some thought, Verdu agreed on a moment of impulse. He then changed the ritual and added the sacrifice and bestowment portion. He then used an iron dagger to pierce his arm and let out some dark red blood. When his blood turned into red pearls and passed through the door of sacrifice and bestowment, it became extremely dark, as though there were countless monsters lurking inside. In the next second, a blob of something was spat out from behind the illusory door. It was a translucent meat blob with slippery tentacles. On the meat blob, twisted maggots crawled in and out. Just seeing this item made Verdu's head spin, as though someone had injected a large amount of paste into him. At this moment, a speck of fire descended and enveloped his body, dyeing his vision with a layer of bright red. With the help of this layer of red, Verdu no longer had any abnormalities from looking directly at the blob of meat. Right on the heels of that, another blob of something was spat out by the door of sacrifice and bestowment. This was a bird with a deformed head. Every feather shimmered with a faint starlight, and there were insect-like beams of light that drilled in and emanated from its body. Worm of Star. This is a monster with the secret sorcerer beyonder characteristic? The one from before corresponded to Bizarro Sorcerer. Indeed, Secret Sorcerer and Bizarro Sorcerer are only potion names. They don't just refer to humans. It's the same for demigods, unless the term demigod is specially added. Verdu had a deeper understanding of his pathway, so he understood the current situation. And this meant that the ritual to help Mr. Door escape could use the corresponding monster demigods of Seer, Apprentice, and Marauder as sacrifices. Furthermore, there was no need for Verdu to do it himself. The great god of war had already prepared everything. This made it difficult for Verdu to suppress the joy in his heart. He looked at the door of sacrifice and bestowment with great anticipation, waiting for the third sacrifice to be spat out. In just a second, a blob of something flew out from the darkness behind the door and landed on the altar. It was an unconscious crow. Of course, it only looked like a crow. There was a black circle around its right eye, and every feather on its body was nearly transparent. There were rings on it. A monster corresponding to a parasite. Verdu was delighted as he sincerely praised the great god of war. Inside the corpse cathedral. You only have godhood left? Klein looked at the huge cross in front of him and asked in a deep voice. He felt that there was definitely a problem with relying on a certain identity or personality to revive. Even if that identity or personality had a real body, a real beyonder characteristic, and a certain level of self-awareness, it wouldn't be close to perfection. And Adam's various actions had deepened his suspicions in this regard. Sitting beside him, Adam, who was dressed in a simple white robe, didn't have a change in expression. He still maintained his preaching state. Yes. Only by fusing with the true will I be complete. Indeed. Klein sighed. Although the true creator is the embodiment of negative personalities and extreme emotions, he has also inherited human nature? That's why he went mad. Adam sounded as though he was talking about a stranger. Klein thought for a moment and read the remaining contents of the second blasphemy slate. If the two of you really fuse into one, which one of you will be in charge? This is what we've been competing over ever since we woke up. Adam released his grip on the silver cross pendant. That's why you obtained the first blasphemy slate through Amon, hoping to use it to control Chaos C and gain the initiative. Klein was enlightened as he frowned and nodded. On this matter, the two of you seem to have a tacit understanding. The true creator has never used your identity to make a fuss and use external forces to deal with you. This is between us, Adam replied calmly. After a few seconds of silence, Klein turned to stare at the blasphemy slate. I have a nagging feeling that the death of the Red Angel and many things in the fourth epoch aren't that simple. Klein kept asking and probing. Apart from wanting to understand more secrets and obtain more knowledge, he was also stalling for time and maintaining the current state of interaction. Compared to being hypnotized by Adam and becoming muddle-headed or falling asleep, he preferred to remain awake. With this in mind, Klein looked down at the blood-stained wooden stake that was stabbed into his chest. He felt that the stabbing pain it brought was very real. Why do you say that? Adam asked in return, looking like he was about to begin praying at any moment. Klein deliberated over his words. Before the return of the Black Emperor, the Solomon Empire only had one true God, the true creator, as well as the Red Priest uniqueness. The nobles and factions that supported Alista Tudor's independence occupied the four uniquenesses: visionary, door, error, and the fool. Adding both sides together, even if we include the King of Angels like Ouroboros, we still wouldn't be able to fight against Evernight and the other five true gods. Furthermore, they still have the Adjudicator and other uniquenesses. Under such circumstances, even if you don't plan to target the Red Angel, no one will suspect you. Of course, a crazy Blood Emperor might be more useful to you. Adam's gaze remained fixed on the huge cross. You don't understand because you don't know enough. In the fourth epoch, apart from the three empires and the true deities and kings of angels backing them, there are also the Demonist sect and the Moses ascetic order. There's also the Abyss's infiltration and hidden development of the artisans, as well as the southern continent's Balaam. Besides, that's not all. In addition, there are quite a number of factors that can be considered crucial. Klein nodded thoughtfully. For example, the conflict between the six deities? Adam smiled warmly. That's not all. Without waiting for Klein to ask again, Adam calmly added, You should have been to Bansi. You should have been to Bansi. Klein's heart stirred as he opened his mouth, but he didn't say a word. Adam continued. In addition, after my death, the outer deity's corruption of reality has clearly deepened. Above the grey fog, in the ancient palace, the prayer point of light representing Bernadette kept expanding and contracting due to the lack of response, spreading out a halo. This agitated the vortex formed by transparent maggots. It frantically waved its slippery tentacles and lashed at the spot. After repeated misses, one of its tentacles touched the correct prayer point of light. P.S. Update first before making any changes. Seeking monthly votes after Bernadette's prayer didn't receive a response, she took the magic wishing lamp and walked to the window of the captain's cabin. She looked out at the deep blue sea. She wasn't impatient, nor did she attempt to use her prophecy powers. She patiently waited for this situation to develop. After a few minutes, a grayish-white fog suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. Right on the heels of that, the fog was dyed gold, as though it had been smeared with a layer of sticky syrup. Bernadette immediately lowered her head and looked at the magic wishing lamp in her hand. She saw the wick at the mouth of the lamp automatically ignite. Above the grey fog, in the ancient palace, beside the fool's seat, the prayer light that had expanded to the size of a human head was instantly occupied by a distorted and blurry pale golden figure. The figure's gaze pierced through the prayer light and the grayish-white fog, looking at the maggot vortex that was attempting to destroy everything around it. His voice echoed in Sapphira Castle, dignified and magnificent. You actually lost control? Genie's tone was filled with obvious mockery, not caring if the crazy worms of spirit could understand him. At this moment, above the fool's seat that had already collapsed, a strange door of light formed from countless spheres of light appeared. It was faintly discernible as it emitted a glow, outlining a complicated symbol in midair. This symbol originally existed behind the fool's seat. It was formed from half a pupilless eye and half a contorted line. As the symbol took form, the strange light became fainter and fainter before it completely fused into the space. In the next second, Klein's voice sounded from the symbol representing the fool. Genie, I want to make a deal with you. The blurry and distorted pale golden figure immediately laughed. Haha, I told you that you would eventually agree. After laughing for a few seconds, Genie calmed down and said, I was just thinking, how can someone who can become the new owner of Sapphira Castle so easily lose control? This is my preparation for the worst-case scenario. The voice in the fool's symbol didn't show any signs of impatience. Genie chuckled and said, That's right. Aren't you afraid that I'll raise the price at the last minute? Klein replied unhurriedly, This is just one of my preparations. To me, this is just one of my preparations. But to you, this might be your only chance in many years. The genie's pale gold figure swayed as if blown by the wind, and his magnificent voice sounded. My conditions are the same as last time. As long as you can remove the seal and let me out, I will return to the starry sky with what belongs to me and leave the rest to you. I will also fulfill your 3 wishes. Of course, judging from the current situation, you seem to need me to pay you in advance. Klein's voice sounded from the fool's symbol once again. My promise is to send this magic wishing lamp to the stars before the end of the year 1368 of this era. As for how you escape after that, that's up to you. My request is even simpler. I only need 2 wishes. This is the deal I'm talking about. It's up to you whether you agree or not. The year 1368 was the year that the primordial barrier disappeared. It was the doomsday that the prophets of this world acknowledged. The blurry and distorted pale golden figure was silent for a few seconds before saying, If I don't remove the seal, the wishes I can fulfill will be very limited. Once it exceeds a certain level, it will be fulfilled in a very distorted manner. Inside the glowing symbol of the fool, Klein's voice sounded calmly, The 2 wishes I need can be fulfilled by you now. The genie fell silent again and didn't speak for a long time. Biome, in the primitive forest. Verdu, whose mind was burning up due to both internal and external reasons, didn't waste any time. According to the god of war's instructions, he modified the altar and engraved the correct symbols, magic labels, and strange patterns. He was originally worried that the 3 demigod-level monsters would suddenly wake up, but when the ritual was ready, the sacrifices were still unconscious and unable to resist. After placing the squirming meat blob, the deformed star bird, and the black-eyed white raven in the correct positions, Verdu looked at the only candle on the altar and lit it. Then, he took a few steps back and solemnly chanted in Jotun, the great door of all doors, the guide of the endless cosmos, the key to all the mysterious world. I pray for your response. I pray for you to descend upon this world. Before he could finish his sentence, 3 bangs sounded from the altar. The 3 demigod-level monsters that corresponded to the bizarro sorcerer, secret sorcerer, and parasite seemed to be pinched by an invisible hand. After a slight struggle, they exploded, turning into blobs of flesh and blood that shimmered with different colors. The flesh and blood seemed to have their own life force. Under the guidance of some indescribable power, they gathered in midair and outlined evil and filthy symbols. Countless runes gathered together, slowly forming a huge door that was more than 5 meters tall that was still wriggling with flesh and blood. The door stood on the altar, and it was dark inside. It was unknown where it led to. The candle that represented Mr. Door suddenly burst into flames, illuminating the entire door of flesh and blood and illuminating the darkness. In the darkness, there were balls of light condensed from faint starlight. Upon closer inspection, they looked like strange insects with bent bodies. The balls of light quickly rose up and formed a huge arm. It was an arm that was rather difficult to pass through the door of flesh and blood. This arm, which clearly didn't belong to a human, pressed against the altar and forcefully squeezed outwards. It caused the entire door of flesh and blood, and even the entire forest and island to tremble like an earthquake. Verdu watched this scene in delight before his vision suddenly blurred. Pa, something fell from his face into the grass. Verdu subconsciously lowered his head and saw an eyeball with protruding blood vessels rolling there. Pa. 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 His nose, ears, and his remaining eye, along with his muscles, fell down piece by piece as starlight seeped out. Plop, his body collapsed, and his flesh and blood completely collapsed. At this moment, the arm finally squeezed through the door of flesh and blood and began attempting to pull out the remaining parts. Rumble, in the illuminated darkness behind the door, thick bolts of lightning formed a storm and descended, but they were suddenly engulfed by the blood-colored tide. Finally, a huge figure formed from pure balls of light passed through the door of flesh and blood. In the next second, the balls of light began to collapse and stack up, as if they were about to undergo a qualitative transformation. Dark rifts that came from the void appeared in the surrounding forest. These rifts directly devoured different parts of the trees, turning them into strange shapes. At the same time, a hurricane of unknown origin blew out from the rift and swept in all directions. The entire Blue Mountain Island where Byam was located shook as if it was about to sink. In the Cathedral of Waves, Alger Wilson, who was vexed over Verdu's teleportation away and unable to monitor it, suddenly heard the sound of doors opening one after another. Every door in different parts of the city opened automatically at this moment. Alger turned his head to look at the forest outside the city, which seemed to be the source of the anomaly. Creak, the moment the door opened, in the new city of Silver, Derek, who had long woken up from the earthquake, frowned. Creak. Creak. Creak, in Bakeland, Trier, St. Millum, and other cities, everything that could be called a door had opened. Above the grey fog, in the half-collapsed ancient palace, the crazy maggot vortex instinctively attacked the pale golden figure and the fool symbol, but it failed. Nearly a minute later, the genie suddenly chuckled and said, "You are indeed not him. Otherwise, I would have already distorted your promise and made the seal him set up be automatically removed. Only the original owner's distorted words can achieve such an effect. Did you rely on this method to recognize that I'm not the Lord of the Mysteries?" Klein's voice sounded from the fool symbol. The genie chuckled. "I have at least 10 ways to identify him." Without waiting for Klein's response, the pale golden figure smiled and said, "You don't seem to be able to maintain this state for long. You don't seem to be able to maintain your current state for too long. Alright, we have a deal. After I fulfill your 2 wishes, you must send the magic wishing lamp to the stars before 1368 of this era ends." The genie's voice gradually became solemn, as if he was announcing a law. At this moment, he seemed to have established a certain rule based on this deal. He didn't need to worry that Klein would go back on his word in the future. If you can't fulfill this promise, even if you have become the Lord of the Mysteries, you will perish and split apart. The genie warned and asked, "Tell me your 2 wishes. Take note, don't involve high-level Beyonder characteristics, and don't exceed the limits of my current abilities. Otherwise, the wish will be fulfilled in a distorted manner. This is a rule that has already been set. I can't violate it now." Inside the symbol of the fool outlined by the light, Klein's calm voice sounded, "The first wish, put the 2 wishes made by Bernadette Gustave under my name. This should be very simple for you." The genie immediately smiled. "As expected, you want to use the rule that something bad will happen to you if you make a 3rd wish to resist your current predicament. That's right. This is based on my own level. I will satisfy you and let you die in pain." Klein's voice rang out again. "Second wish, let my utopia give birth to a corresponding region in the spirit world. This doesn't involve the advancement of a sequence, nor does it have anything to do with higher-level Beyonder characteristics. You can definitely do it." The genie's pale golden figure swayed a little and said with a smile, "You're right. Your wish shall be granted." Inside the corpse church, Klein touched the blood-stained wooden stake on his chest, seemingly considering how to get it out. During this process, he casually asked Adam, "Did you not attempt to become a god in the 4th epoch because you did not obtain 0-08? That was one of the factors. More importantly, there were still many hidden dangers that had not been resolved at that time." Adam gazed warmly at the huge cross in front of him. Klein turned his head and looked at the visionary. For example, back then, the Primordial's remnant will was still very strong, Before he finished speaking, a large amount of blood suddenly flowed down from Klein's head. But the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. P.S. Asking for monthly votes. Adam turned his head and looked at Klein. His clear, light-colored eyes reflected the face that was bleeding red. His expression didn't change at all. There was a tinge of pity in his geniality, as if he was a god watching over the mortals. Klein looked at him with a smile as his head cracked inch by inch. This trend then spread to his body, causing him to collapse into a pool of blood. Shirts, coats, and other items were floating in the blood. Submerged in them was the blood-stained wooden stake and an ancient mirror. In the corpse cathedral, in visionary Adam's divine kingdom, Klein died in such a strange manner. Adam, who was dressed in a simple white robe, watched this scene with a gentle and calm expression. It was unknown whether it was because he had expected this or because he had suppressed his own emotions. Above the fog, in the ancient palace, the crazy maggot vortex instantly stopped moving and disintegrated into dead worms of spirit. In the next second, these worms of spirit turned illusory and were dyed grayish-white, as though they had fused into the fog of history. Then, they came back to life, flickering with a deep light as they wriggled and gathered together. In just a few seconds, the worms of spirit were formed into a figure. It was none other than the black-haired, brown-eyed Klein Moretti in a formal shirt. With the return of the owner of Sapphira Castle, the destroyed modeled table and 22 high-back chairs quickly recovered. The junk that had been scattered all over the ground was once again piled together. Klein picked up the staff of the stars that was embedded with many gems and sat in the seat belonging to the fool. The entire space above the gray fog trembled as a majestic and mighty invisible force surged out. Klein then nodded at the golden figure that occupied Bernadette's prayer light. "I will fulfill my promise." The genie chuckled. "It seems that you have not inherited his cunning and shamelessness." "Very good." Just as she said that, the blurry and distorted golden figure rapidly retreated, no longer projecting itself onto Bernadette's prayer light. "Well done." As Klein split out a worm of spirit to respond to Queen Mystic's prayer, he lowered his head and made a wish. "I wish that I can recover to the state I was in before tonight." When his true body died, he only took away the core portion of the miracle invoker Beyonder characteristic. The rest was isolated by Adam's corpse cathedral and couldn't be retrieved. Of course, a large portion of Klein's characteristics were in the bodies of the worms of spirit above the gray fog, as well as the remaining marionettes in Utopia. Zeradol didn't need additional Beyonder characteristics, nor did he wish for it to affect his condition. Therefore, he didn't directly use the law of Beyonder characteristic convergence to suck away the characteristics of the same pathway in Utopia. Instead, he used other methods to gather them. It was relatively slow and required a certain amount of time. After making this wish, Klein summoned the curtain, draped it behind him, and snapped his fingers. In the junk pile, the sequence 9 to sequence 3 Beyonder characteristics of the seer pathway that had been separated from the curtain floated up at the same time, turning into pure points of light that drilled into Klein's body. His state instantly returned to the time when he was almost done digesting the miracle invoker potion. Apart from not having a physical body, he was no different from when he was attacked. Right on the heels of that, Klein cast his gaze at Utopia, which was closely related to him. In Utopia, the hooded Zeradol, whose face was covered with a white beard, stood on the roof of St. Ariana Cathedral. Beside him were the historical projections of Roselle Gustav, William Augustus, and Abomination Sua. He patiently waited for the door to the corpse cathedral to open and for German Sparrow to walk out. Under his control, a portion of his marionettes were dealing with the small number of Utopia marionettes that were beginning to mutate, leaving the marionettes that temporarily remained normal until the end. At this moment, on the motionless Utopia marionettes, illusory and dense spirit body threads suddenly floated up and rapidly floated towards an infinite height. They instantly came alive as they turned around and looked at Zeradol and his historical projections. The pairs of eyes shimmered in the darkness. At the same time, a huge shadow descended from the grayish-white fog, enveloping the entire Utopia. Zeradol and his historical projections instinctively raised their heads and looked at the sky that was filled with a faint gray fog. In the next second, William Augustus's historical projection raised the sword in his right hand and solemnly announced, "This place is not to be sealed." The shadow that enveloped Utopia immediately shook as many gaps appeared. It was unable to completely isolate the marionette city from the outside world. Roselle Gustav's historical projection immediately transformed into a chaotic torrent of information that surged towards Klein's remaining marionettes in a bid to interfere with their actions. Abomination Sua's historical void projection attacked the curtain-like shadow and expanded the corresponding gap. Zeradol then extended his hand and connected the void in front of him with another island in the Berserk Sea that he had previously located. Following that, as long as he took a step forward, he would be able to leave Utopia. At this moment, Klein's marionettes opened their mouths and chanted an incantation in Jotun before the torrent of information could enter their spirit bodies, Leotaro. If this was the forsaken land of the gods, due to the remnant divine powers of Tyrant, just this name alone allowed Klein to directly trigger the power of a deity. However, that wasn't the case in the outside world. As for whether to punish the fellow who shouted out his true name, it was up to the Lord of Storms to decide. Klein made the marionettes recite this honorific name at the same time. The only purpose was to make the Lord of Storms cast his gaze here. And as one of the 5 pathways of omniscience and omnipotence, the Lord of Storms was probably one of the true deities who didn't wish to see Adam's scheme succeed the most. If Amon became the Lord of the Mysteries or the King of Spacetime, this tyrant would be in an extremely dangerous situation. He was constantly worried that the Son of the Creator would deal with him and help Adam or the true Creator ascend to the position of Lord of the Astral World. Therefore, compared to the Evernight Goddess and Earth Mother, the Lord of Storms, the Eternal Blazing Sun, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom were probably existences who didn't wish to see Adam and Amon succeed. If there was a chance in the future, Klein planned on getting his marionettes to continue shouting Aucuses and Heribergen. The surroundings of Utopia immediately turned gloomy, as though it contained the indescribable wrath of nature. Before Zeradol could take that step, bolts of lightning of different colors instantly appeared in the night sky. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they wantonly expanded. They seemed to envelop the entire sky in a sea of lightning. Rumble. Before the deafening sound spread out, the lightning descended on Utopia like a torrential rain. Worsted Archipelago, New City of Silver, top of the spire. Derek Berg, who was looking at the source of the earthquake, heard the sound of doors and windows opening at the same time. Furthermore, it wasn't just one, but thousands of them. Although this didn't directly bring about any danger, the strange change still made Derek highly vigilant. After a moment of hesitation, he planned on finding the current chief, Waite Chermont, and suggesting that he use the god-level sealed artifact, Proof of Glory, to protect the New City of Silver and New Moon City in the nearby forest. Then, he would decide if he wanted to pray to Mr. Fool based on the progress of the anomaly. Just as he turned to walk towards the door, Waite Chermont, who had a dark green symbol tattooed on his head, walked out of the light in the corridor. He said in a deep voice, "The seal underground has failed. The seal has failed." Derek instinctively believed that it had something to do with the anomaly on Blue Mountain Island. Compared to opening the doors and windows, the consequences of the seal failing were extremely terrifying. "Immediately use the Proof of Glory," Derek said without hesitation. This was a god-level sealed artifact that could be used in a short period of time. It had once helped the City of Silver withstand one disaster after another in the forsaken land of the gods, allowing them to persist until the present era and obtain salvation. Derek's thoughts were very clear. He wanted to use the Proof of Glory to suppress the other god-level sealed artifact, Gift of the Land. He wanted to suppress the saint-level sealed artifacts that would soon have negative effects on the surroundings. Waite Chermont didn't say anything else and immediately made a decision. He took Derek and hid underground with the help of the light. The Proof of Glory could only be used by at least 2 saints. This was also the reason why Waite Chermont didn't immediately head underground and came to find Derek first. Of course, if he wanted to use it simply, there were ways to do so, but he had to make preparations ahead of time and brand the corresponding mark on his body. Biome, Cathedral of Waves. A bolt of lightning shot into Alger Wilson's room and turned into a hurried voice. "Your Eminence, most of the underground seals have failed. Only certain items have achieved a balance that has not disappeared." Alger's eyebrows twitched slightly. Combined with the simultaneous opening of the doors and windows in Biome, he sensed that the problem was unusual. He immediately said to the void, "Immediately form small teams of 3. Immediately form small teams of 3. Bring the Grade 2 and Grade 3 sealed artifacts that won't cause too much harm in a short period of time, as well as those with living characteristics, out of the underground to prevent a chain reaction. This way, the underground would become an uninhabited zone. The dangerous sealed artifacts wouldn't be able to cause any casualties for a while. And with the passage of time, when the abnormality of the seal's failure passed, the mandated punishers would be able to free up their hands to deal with these items. However, the premise was that the 3 Grade 1 sealed artifacts didn't lose control. Once something went wrong with them, the negative effects would soon affect the entire biome. However, with the seals already failing, it would be difficult for these 3 items to not have any problems. The first thought that flashed through Alger's mind was to bring along the one with the most widespread negative effects and use his own abilities to temporarily control it. Then, he would fly over the sea and stay away from biome. This wouldn't be too dangerous for him in the short term. After all, he was a demigod. The biggest problem was that the remaining 2 Grade 1 sealed artifacts would undoubtedly cause considerable damage to biome. At least I've tried my best. Alger felt that this method was safe and could deal with the Church of the Storm's subsequent investigations. It was pretty good. His gaze subconsciously looked out the window. There were a few schools and workhouses near the cathedral. Alger retracted his gaze and fell silent for 2 seconds. He sighed and continued. Leave the rest to me. His words turned into electric waves one after another, combining into silver-white lightning that flew underground. P.S. Depending on the situation tomorrow, I'll decide if I want to be the first to add updates to the monthly votes for March. Divine King of the 9 Heavens. As he sent the message to the mandated punishers, Alger had already quickly formulated a plan in his mind. He would make the best use of his time to pray to the Lord of Storms, hoping to receive the Lord's blessings or help. Then, he would immediately rush underground and use his Beyonder powers to forcefully suppress the 3 Grade 1 sealed artifacts, including the Blue Door. During this process, if the Lord of Storms responded to his prayers or the abnormality of the seal's failure ended in time, there was naturally no need to consider other countermeasures. However, if neither of these things happened, and he began to find it difficult, he would seek help from Mr. Fool. To Alger, once he had to do so, no matter what method he used or how he tried to hide it, it would be difficult for him to escape the fate of being suspected. After all, suppressing 3 Grade 1 sealed artifacts with his own strength was indeed inconceivable. When the time came, his only choice was to immediately abandon his position and flee after the abnormality ended and the seal took effect again. He would waste all his years of hard work, and he would lose the position of cardinal that he had painstakingly obtained. However, compared to his own life, this was a price and sacrifice that he could pay. As for the consequences of his chances of obtaining the Book of Calamity plummeting, Alger didn't care about it at the moment. He was still far from the level where he needed to consider such problems. Of course, as a demigod and cardinal of the Church of the Storm, he believed that he was definitely under the watch of the Lord of Storms. After abandoning his position and fleeing, he had to obtain the blessings of other existences to survive. Otherwise, the outcome would be unimaginable. And on this matter, he could only rely on Mr. Fool. Taking a deep breath, Alger quickly chanted, "The King who rules the sky, the Emperor who rules the sea, the great God of storms, I pray for your attention and your blessings." After chanting, Alger grabbed his hand and flew underground with a gust of wind. About 10 seconds later, outside the Church of Waves, the tide that was crashing against the embankment rose and surged into the air. The blue seawater poured down, enveloping the church like a thick barrier. Inside the barrier, silver lightning flashed and drilled into the ground. Rumble, lightning struck down like a storm, illuminating the entire Utopia and half of the Berserk Sea. At this moment, a pitch-black cathedral with many skulls embedded in it suddenly appeared in the air. It was located in the sky above Zeradol's area, attracting all the lightning around it, causing countless pale skulls to leap with twisted electric snakes, causing the stained glass to reflect bright light. Rumble, in the places that Adam's corpse cathedral couldn't hide, Zeradol's marionette, Abomination Sua's historical projection, and Klein's marionette were instantly shattered by the violent lightning. Then, they either vanished or shrunk into traces. Even the historical projection of Roselle Gustave, which had turned into a torrent of information, was not spared at this moment. A strong electromagnetic storm wreaked havoc in the city, destroying all information structures. While the visionary was blocking the tyrant, Zeradal took a step forward and walked into the void in front of him. And this void was connected by him using the beyonder powers of an attendant of mysteries to another island in the Berserk Sea that he had located ahead of time. The distance between the two was reduced to 0. Zeradal's black-robed, hooded figure quickly disappeared into the void illuminated by lightning. But in the next second, he didn't appear on the distant island, but above Utopia's Iris's hotel. Just a moment ago, when Zeradal was stunned by the might of the storm, Klein, who was in Sapphira Castle, seized the opportunity to use the curtain draped over his body and mobilized the power of the Sapphira. He forcefully grafted the void in front of the target to Iris's hotel, silently changing Zeradal's key setup. This was the suppression of a king of angels of the same pathway against a sequence 1 angel. Rumble, the never-ending lightning struck down, enveloping Zeradal, who had a long and dense white beard. Zeradal's pitch-black eyes didn't show any change in expression. His body rapidly faded and disappeared amidst the bolts of lightning. He had only come as a historical void projection. His true body was hiding in a certain fragment in the fog of history. Sitting in the fool seat, Klein immediately cast his gaze at the grayish-white fog below, at the countless spots of light in the fog. He was temporarily unable to find Zeradal because he definitely had a secret history that only him or a few existences knew. However, being unable to find him didn't mean that Klein could only watch and patiently wait for him to reach his limits, making it difficult for him to remain in the fog of history. As the owner of Sapphira Castle, an existence that had reached the level of a king of angels, even if Klein could only make initial use of this Sapphira, he could still accomplish many things. In the next second, Klein opened the box, summoned the Fool card, and contained it in his body. In an instant, he turned into the Fool, who was dressed in colorful clothes and a gorgeous headdress. Amidst his deep and terrifying aura, he exuded a comical and absurd feeling. The entire Sapphira Castle shook gently. Thud, the Fool Klein used the end of the Staff of the Stars in his right hand to prop it against the edge of the long, mottled table. In the real world, the grayish-white fog appeared. An ancient palace stood above it, faintly discernible. In the ancient and majestic palace, a strange light formed from countless balls of light rapidly outlined itself, emitting an invisible and terrifying suction force. The fog of history immediately boiled. In a spot that Klein didn't light up, Zeradal's figure quickly appeared, uncontrollably cast towards an infinite height. The law of beyonder characteristics convergence, with the help of Sapphira Castle, Klein projected the convergence power of beyonder characteristics into the fog of history. At this moment, Zeradal's black-robed and hooded figure collapsed, thinning into a pale paper figurine. His true body then appeared on another island in the Berserk Sea. He quickly used the beyonder powers of an attendant of mysteries to connect the convergence tendency to the paper figurines. Seizing the opportunity created by the paper figurines, Zeradal quickly made a wish. I wish for my beyonder characteristic to temporarily calm down. Just as he said that, he clasped his palms together. He had already made his wish. This allowed him to escape the suction force from Sapphira Castle, the Fool card, and the attendant of mysteries beyonder characteristic. At the same time, he took a step back and accurately stepped on a milky white stone. And this stone had long been connected to a certain spot by him and had been solidified to a certain extent. With Zeradal's stomp, his figure instantly vanished. It was unknown where he had gone, but the stone seemed to be weathered as it disintegrated. The Fool Klein cast his gaze down from an infinite height and scanned his surroundings, but he couldn't find Zeradal's figure. This meant that he had left his line of sight. Without any hesitation, Klein immediately focused on another matter. He had already made the various gems on the Staff of the Stars light up, simulating the Marauder Pathway's ability to deceive the rules. He changed the location of his body's resurrection to a marionette that wasn't in Utopia. Previously, a few residents of Utopia had gone to other cities and other places for various reasons, so as to further deepen their interaction with the real world. Klein had now chosen a travel enthusiast, and he was now in a certain mountain range. As the second half of his resurrection progressed, Klein took out the Fool card and summoned the 9 spirit world specialties that he had previously prepared. He then stored them and the curtain into his body. Right on the heels of that, he used the Staff of the Stars to mobilize the power of Sapphira Castle and once again simulated the Marauder Pathway's ability to deceive the rules. He made the 9 spirit world specialties and the curtain become a part of his body. In the next second, countless fragments of light appeared around the marionette that was halfway up the mountain. And inside the marionette's body, a worm of spirit flew out and constantly disintegrated, fusing with the fragments of light. Soon, the fragments of light condensed into a ball of light. The ball of light stretched and solidified into Klein's figure. Just as Klein's figure finished outlining, he transformed into transparent and twisted maggots that spread out in all directions, causing the curtain and the 9 spirit world specialties to fall to the ground. Then, the worms of spirit completed their reorganization. A portion of them transformed into a half-top hat, a shirt, a vest, a formal suit, and trousers. Klein didn't waste any time. He immediately picked up the curtain and the spirit world specialties and seriously concocted the potion. To him, this was the best opportunity to advance to Attendant of Mysteries. On the one hand, the ritual's effects had already been completed with the help of the genie, and it wouldn't be maintained forever. It would gradually disappear. On the other hand, Adam, who was most likely to destroy his ritual, was being suppressed by the Lord of Storms, preventing him from interfering. If he were to consume the potion and advance to Sequence 1 normally, Klein was really worried that visionary Adam would use the sea of collective subconscious to secretly give him negative emotions at the critical moment. If that happened, losing control was inevitable. The main goal of him shouting Leotaro wasn't to deal with Zeradol, but to hold back a true god like Adam. When holding the Attendant of Mysteries ritual, there was no way to use the power of Sapphira Castle to distort a nascent divine kingdom in advance to isolate it from the outside world, allowing Klein to advance inside. This was because it would cause the ritual to be unable to establish a connection with the corresponding region of the spirit world, causing it to fail. In less than 10 seconds, a potion that was as dark as the night sea appeared in Klein's palm. At the same time, the figure he left behind in Sapphira Castle snapped his fingers, satisfying the prayer light, and the small number of wishes accumulated in the Crimson Star, allowing the last bit of the Miracle Invoker potion to be completely digested. The figure in Sapphira Castle then faded away, allowing Klein's body to become complete, allowing him to consume the potion in his best state. When the lightning illuminated the sea once again, Klein raised his right hand and brought the bottle from his marionette to his mouth. He gulped down the potion that was as light as air. P.S. Deep condolences. PS2. Update first before modification. As the Attendant of Mysteries potion entered his body, Klein immediately felt like he was swelling up. In the blink of an eye, he lost his sense of his body and the worms of spirit. He watched helplessly as they dissipated, fusing into the spirit world that couldn't be described with normal words or understood with normal logic. It was as though they were about to disintegrate into abstract, messy information. At that moment, Klein only barely retained his consciousness and self-awareness. He floated in the spirit world that was filled with countless strange figures. After losing his sense of his body and beyonder characteristics, he endured all kinds of thoughts, information, knowledge, symbols, and labels. He was on the verge of completely losing himself and fusing with the spirit world. If this continued, Klein would definitely be completely lost. But at this moment, a certain region in the spirit world formed a connection with his consciousness. It corresponded to a town, and the people inside lived ordinary lives. They had their own names, their own stories, and their own fates. They intertwined with each other, bringing with them the complete information of the spirit world, which was also a concept in an abstract sense. This town was eventually destroyed in a terrifying natural disaster and buried in the dust of history. Klein dispersed like fog. His body that had nearly fused with the spirit world, under the guidance of fate, fused with the spirit world projections of different utopian marionettes and regained corporeal form. By him, in the basement of the Cathedral of Waves, in a room that was no longer sealed. Alger stretched out his hands and pressed down on the door in front of him. The surface of the door was blue in color, and there were mysterious and strange engravings protruding from it. It was already half open, and inside was a deep darkness without any light. It was unknown which world it was connected to. The darkness seemed to have a life of its own. At that moment, it was silently surging out like a stream of water, eroding the surrounding area. Bang! Alger exerted strength with his feet, causing the ground to crack and spew out scarlet magma that was close to white. This was a disaster he had created. His goal was to stop the advancement of the darkness. However, after the surging magma entered the darkness, it vanished without a trace. As a result, the darkness shrank back a little and paused for a second before continuing its erosion. Boom, Alger continuously created hurricanes, torrential rains, and lightning disasters, repelling the darkness again and again. As for his hands, he firmly pressed down on the blue door, preventing it from opening any further. If it was only this grade 1 sealed artifact, Alger wouldn't have any problems. He would even have the strength to attempt sealing it. However, at that moment, there were two equally dangerous items around him. This forced him to sing loudly, using the melody of death to influence his surroundings and interfere with the operation of the other sealed artifacts. He also built layers of blue seawater around him. The walls were slowly dyed grayish-white, as though they had turned into stone. This trend was unstoppable as it spread towards Alger's body. I can last for at most 30 seconds. The Lord of Storms hasn't responded. Thoughts raced through Alger's mind as he suppressed his reluctance and indignation and quickly made a decision. Of him of his, he immediately, of. A Blue Mountain Island, in the primitive forest of Blue Mountain Island. At the door of flesh and blood, layers of collapsing and condensing, the spheres of light that were seeking a qualitative change seemed to form a figure constructed from layers of doors. This figure wore a blood-colored tide as its robe. Its body kept distorting and changing, reflecting the different regions of different planets. At this moment, a blinding ray of sunlight tore through the night sky. It descended from the astral world, melting everything it touched along the way. Beyond this ray of sunlight, the darkness that couldn't be seen surged over, attempting to devour Mr. Dor Bethel Abraham, who was seeking to advance to sequence 0. The ground where the altar was located shook violently as a huge hole tore open, allowing the door of flesh and blood and Bethel Abraham to fall into the depths of the earth's core, facing the chaos sea that contained all colors and possibilities. Following that, a blurry light seeped out of the void and enveloped the forest, attempting to restore the trees, soil, and altar to the most basic particle structure. And in the only gap of the glimmer of light, a pair of brass eyes appeared. They stared at the door of flesh and blood and Bethel Abraham, wanting to reflect their appearances into their pupils. Mr. Dor let out a low growl, causing the blood-colored robe to flutter. This robe connected to the evil tide that surged behind the door of flesh and blood, spreading out crimson moonlight. Upon touching the moonlight, the night that couldn't be seen through automatically gathered together. It stretched out its limbs and head, turning into a female human that resembled a shadow. It possessed its own life, its own consciousness, and was no longer controlled by the user. Without exception, the glaring sunlight turned into a young man wearing armor of flames. The shaking earth grew eyes and closed its mouth. The barrier formed by the faint light revealed terrifying facial features. Around the brass-colored eyes, eyelashes drilled out and turned into wings. These obstructions and disturbances fell into chaos at the same time, giving Mr. Dor a chance to catch his breath. Seizing this opportunity, he entered the final step of becoming a god. At this moment, the door of flesh and blood suddenly collapsed and covered the surface of Mr. Dor's body, making him seem to turn into another person. Klein's body seemed to split into countless people. They had their own preferences, their own personalities, their own perseverance, and their own fate. They lived in a town called Utopia. These people quickly lived through their short lives. Amidst the torrential lightning, they woke up and realized what their most intrinsic identity was. They were Zhou Mingrue, Klein Moretti, Sherlock Moriarty, German Sparrow, Don Dantes, and Merlin Hermes. A thing could have many names, but its essence wouldn't change. These people raised their heads and looked up at the illusory city in the spirit world. They saw illusory and dense spirit body threads, a symbol formed from a portion of the pupilless eye and a portion of the contorted lines. With this symbol as the core, Klein's figure was outlined with his eyes tightly closed. Worms of spirit, bits of beyonder characteristics, and pieces of self-awareness flew up from the corresponding spirit world region of Utopia. They were cast towards Klein's slightly illusory body, allowing it to gradually become corporeal. At this stage, there was no clear boundary between Klein's spirit body and his body of flesh and blood. It was both one and separate, in a rather subtle state. In other words, a spirit body could be equivalent to a body of flesh and blood, and a body of flesh and blood could also fuse with a spirit body. As long as Klein was willing, he could switch between these two states at any time. Of course, he could also separate his body of flesh and blood from his spirit body. Each had their own uniqueness. This was just a matter of a thought. 2 seconds later, the reorganization was completed. Klein, who was floating in the depths of the spirit world, opened his eyes. His pupils were only deep black without any light. He had already advanced to Sequence 1 and become an attendant of mysteries. Silently, a grayish-white fog appeared behind him. Above the fog was an ancient palace. Inside the palace stood a door that was stained with bluish-black colors. It was formed from countless spheres of light. This door of light appeared rather clearly in the spirit world. It separated out a rather blurry phantom and cast itself towards Klein's body. As the phantom transformed into a complicated symbol and imprinted itself on Klein's glabella, the entire spirit world and the real world outside began to tremble gently, as though they had encountered an earthquake that came from an extremely distant place. At that moment, Klein's surroundings turned dark. Illusory stars appeared one after another. They surrounded the strange door of light as though they wanted to gather over. Among these illusory stars, the two largest stars overlapped, corresponding to a certain region in the real world. As for the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth stars, they were located elsewhere in different places. Through these illusory stars, Klein saw Mr. Door and Amon on a particular island. He saw the concealed world, Antigonus in the dilapidated palace, Zeradal who was hiding in an unknown land, Pallas Zorost who was on Leonard, and dark demonic Wolf Kotar. With the help of the anomaly that occurred when he gained further control of Sapphira Castle, Klein found the angels and kings of angels that corresponded to the 3 pathways of mysteries. Of course, this vision could only last for a few short seconds. Once Amon and Zeradal reacted and used the right method to hide themselves, Klein would no longer be able to lock onto their true bodies. Without any hesitation, Klein raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. The staff of the stars that was originally placed in Sapphira Castle appeared in his palm. He also split out a portion of the worms of spirit and allowed them to enter Sapphira Castle to prevent any anomalies and respond to his believers. After becoming an attendant of mysteries, Klein's control over Sapphira Castle deepened. He could take out the items inside at any time and anywhere. In the next second, the many gems on the staff of the stars lit up. Klein's figure disappeared from the spirit world and instantly wandered into a swamp, appearing in front of Zeradal. The hooded, black-robed, white-bearded Zeradal didn't panic. As he used the beyonder powers of an attendant of mysteries to make all kinds of connections, he extended his left hand and grabbed at the void in front of him. Gradually, Alger's body turned grayish-white as he was about to petrify. Could it be that Mr. Fool no longer cares for me because of the failure of monitoring Verdú? He frowned slightly and wanted to give up, but he stayed underground. At that moment, a grayish-white fog appeared in front of him. All the sealed artifacts fell silent. After Mr. Door Bethel Abraham was covered by the door of flesh and blood, a familiar voice echoed in his ears, "You want to bring the disaster back to reality?" Bethel Abraham's movements suddenly became a little sluggish. "Give up. I have a way to deal with it. I'll let you sleep in peace and give you the peace you want." The familiar voice sounded again. "P.S. The first monthly ticket for March has been updated. Updates will be made later." Mr. Door's figure, which was condensed from a ball of light, paused there, as though he had fallen into an intense internal struggle. The layers of doors in his body were just short of completely overlapping. Amidst the illusory crashing sounds, the crimson tide that could barely squeeze through the gap of the door of flesh and blood became even more turbulent. The blood-colored robe landed heavily, about to wrap around Bethel Abraham once again. But as it descended, the surrounding brass eyes that had grown wings, the young man in flaming armor, the blurry barrier of light that accentuated his terrifying facial features, the land that had opened its eyes and closed its mouth, and the shadow-like woman disappeared at the same time. They silently vanished from this world. In an instant, a blinding sun appeared above the forest. The day replaced the night, causing all the shadows to rapidly dissipate. This forced the blood-colored robe to flutter once again, scattering out more crimson moonlight, causing all the disturbances to return to his mother's embrace. Seizing this opportunity, Mr. Door's figure closed his slightly illusory eyes and lowered his head. "All right." With great difficulty and pain, he let out the first sound he made after returning to reality. his figure completely froze. Then, he raised his right hand and brought it close to his face. In the next second, Mr. Dorr raised his head and wore a crystal monocle on his right eye. On the monocle, a beam of light instantly erupted, illuminating the entire world. At that moment, all the errors that caused the seal to fail were corrected. All the seemingly normal actions had errors, and all the clocks had skipped a few seconds. The ritual of a marauder sequence 0 error was to replace his position during someone else's apotheosis ritual, and Mr. Dorr's return seemed to have directly triggered his apotheosis ritual. The light immediately converged, and Mr. Dorr had already turned into a mon wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe. In the blasphemer's hand was a key that was made of pure starlight, looking rather ancient in style. Above him, the blood-colored robe fell, about to embrace him. Behind him, the crimson tide angrily squeezed through the remains of the gate of flesh and blood, about to completely squeeze into the world. In this short moment, the blood-red moonlight shone brightly, blocking the sun, the dark night, the earth, the misty light, and the strange white tower. In the face of the erosion from the outer gods, the corners of Amon's mouth curled up slightly. He stretched out his right hand and took out an abnormally ancient stone slab with a mottled surface. The first blasphemy slate, then, he used the stone slab produced by the Chaos Sea to block the remaining gap in the door of flesh and blood. He used it as a substitute to receive the falling blood-colored robe. The first blasphemy slate immediately turned illusory as though it was connected to a boundless sea that contained all colors and possibilities. This sea surged violently, swallowing the blood-colored robe, blocking the crimson tide that came from the starry sky. The door of flesh and blood, which had already collapsed, rapidly shrank and quickly disappeared. An angry and terrifying roar sounded, echoing endlessly. In the next second, the crimson moon appeared in the sky again. Its color quickly faded as it became bright. And above the brightness, there seemed to be a huge, distorted crimson figure. Wearing a pointy hat and a classic black robe, Amon adjusted the monocle on his right eye and waved at the crimson figure and the bright moon that were staring at him. Then, with a smile on his face, he bowed slightly and bowed to the surroundings. Inside the corpse cathedral, where a huge cross stood, countless skulls watched with their empty eyes. Dressed in a simple white robe, Adam looked at the lightning outside the stained glass that showed no signs of stopping. He slowly got up and walked to the pool of flesh left behind by Klein. He bent down to pick up the ancient and mysterious mirror. Then, he turned around and walked towards the second blasphemy slate. The first figure summoned by Zeradol from the fog of history was still Roselle Gustave, who wore a dark red coat embroidered with golden threads and had slightly curled chestnut-colored hair. To this attendant of mysteries, he knew quite a number of angels that could be summoned in his long life. There were only a few that were stronger than a Sequence 1 Knowledge Emperor. For example, the ancestor of the Antigonus family before he became the half-fool, the angel of Fade Ouroboros, and the upper echelons of the Red War Army that could indirectly obtain the power of the Red Angel. But in the present situation, Zeradol believed that it was safer to first summon Roselle Gustave's historical void projection. Before the ancestor of the Antigonus family became the half-fool, he was also a Sequence 1 attendant of mysteries. He would be suppressed by an enemy who had further control of Sapphira Castle and whose level exceeded most kings of angels and was close to that of a true god. After Zeradol chose to cooperate with Rose School and Adam, the success rate of summoning the Angel of Fade Ouroboros would undoubtedly drop. It wasn't suitable for him to attempt it at a critical juncture. The Red War's upper echelons, who could borrow power from the past Red Angel, didn't directly possess the powers, so the actual effects they could produce wouldn't be much stronger than Knowledge Emperor Roselle Gustave. In comparison, Zeradol would definitely choose the historical projection that he was most familiar with and was the easiest to summon. His plan was to seize the opportunity when German Sparrow wandered over and didn't prepare the historical void projection ahead of time. He would use Knowledge Emperor Roselle Gustave, the upper echelons of the Red War Army, and Abomination Sua to hold him back, giving himself enough time to create a miracle. The moment Roselle's figure appeared, complicated and illusory symbols immediately condensed in his eyes. He wanted to inject large amounts of miscellaneous and useless knowledge into his target's mind, causing his head to explode. At the same time, Zeradol used the various connections he had set up ahead of time to shift his location. This swamp was his home ground. As he let slippery and transparent tentacles penetrate the hooded black robe and extend into the fog of history, he summoned the upper echelon of the Red War Army. At this moment, Roselle Gustav's historical projection suddenly turned his head. Using the subtle connection between them, he looked at Zeradol's true body. Zeradol's mind was instantly filled with a large amount of redundant information and useless knowledge. His head nearly exploded, and his thoughts were temporarily unable to move. He froze there. His eyes didn't even have the time to change. The historical projection of knowledge Emperor Roselle Gustav that he summoned had betrayed him. Klein was both surprised and unsurprised by such an outcome. What wasn't surprising was that this was something he was in charge of. His worms of spirit in Sapphira Castle had already grafted Roselle's current state with the concealed state that Klein had experienced. What was surprising was that Adam hadn't warned Zeradol to be careful of Roselle Gustav. After Klein had previously sensed that there were some coincidences, his preparations were to use the connection between the Fool's symbol and Roselle Gustav's seal. Through the corresponding prayer point of light, he had transformed a worm of spirit that carried certain words and will into light and threw it to his fellow countryman who was sleeping, awakening him. And with the help of a miracle, him was given some power to temporarily suppress the corruption of the mother goddess of depravity. At that time, the worst situation that Klein could prevent was that something had happened to him and he was unable to contact Sapphira Castle. As for the worms of spirit in Sapphira Castle and the other worms of spirit that were scattered in different places, they would lose control and be unable to save themselves. Once he gave Roselle's worm of spirit a mutation, Roselle would know that something had gone wrong. He would use the Black Emperor's ability to distort order to make the worm of spirit remain lucid for a certain period of time. As for the method that the worm of spirit and Roselle would discuss to save himself, Klein didn't know either. This was the true reason why he could hide it from Adam. With his experience in the Hall of Truth, he knew that he wouldn't have any secrets when facing a visionary. Any method he thought of to save himself, regardless of whether it was something he had accumulated in the past or something that had just occurred to him, would be clearly seen and heard by Adam. At his level, the only way to avoid it was that even he didn't know how he would save himself. Of course, visionary Adam knew without a doubt that Klein had a worm of spirit in Roselle Gustav's Black Emperor mausoleum. He knew that his backup plan definitely came from there, but he couldn't pry into it because it was a place corrupted by the mother goddess of depravity. It was a deity that had been corrupted by the cosmos. Prying into Roselle Gustav's thoughts was akin to prying into an outer deity. This was the difference in level. It was precisely because of this that Klein could calmly ask about all kinds of secrets and decipher the second blasphemy slate. On the one hand, the knowledge was indeed tempting. On the other hand, he was stalling for time and waiting for the other side to save himself. At the same time, he didn't let his mind be completely idle as he couldn't help but think about how he would save himself. As a result, Klein had a preliminary suspicion that the reason why Adam had shared so many secrets with him, apart from the reason he couldn't guess at the moment, was to induce him to think about how to save himself. From there, he could find clues and stop him ahead of time. Therefore, the questions and answers in the Corpse Cathedral were also a clash of the mind. Klein had to constantly control himself and not let his thoughts run astray. And under this premise, Adam clearly knew that something might happen to Roselle Gustav, but he didn't warn Zeradol. Regardless of the reason, Klein didn't have any thoughts of letting go of the opportunity in front of him. He immediately raised the Staff of the Stars in his hand and skillfully simulated the powers of a worm of time. Clang, the phantom of an ancient mottled stone clock appeared. The dial was separated into 12 asymmetrical parts by grayish-white and bluish-black. Each part had different symbols that represented different times. Clang, one of the 3 needles at the core of the stone clock jumped as Zeradol's body completely froze in place. Klein immediately transformed into a maggot vortex that extended countless slippery tentacles. In the middle of the vortex was the phantom of a strange door of light. The door of light didn't move as the vortex spun rapidly. A terrifying suction force wreaked havoc as it forcefully extracted the Beyonder characteristic from Zeradol's body. This was the method Pallas Zoroast had used to deal with Amon's avatar back then. He relied on his level to forcefully gather them. Bit by bit, the Beyonder characteristic flew out faster and faster. By the time Zeradol escaped the frozen time and the explosion of his mind, he was already unable to extricate himself. All he could do was watch in despair and sigh as his body was completely lifted up and fell into the dark maggot vortex, A few seconds later, the vortex outlined his body again as Klein's feet stepped onto the ground. In the fog of history, Zeradol's figure appeared again and again, but he was unable to snatch back the Beyonder characteristic from him. In the end, him could only fade away, unable to completely revive. Klein used the effects of the ritual that hadn't been completely eliminated to directly devour Zeradol's characteristic. He wanted to reduce the influence of the celestial worthy in him, while the corpse cathedral was still floating in the sea of lightning. Adam, who was dressed in a simple white robe and had a pale golden beard, suddenly appeared at the edge of the sea in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. The sea parted, revealing a path that led straight to the place that was stained with the blood of the ancient sun god. It led straight to the projection of the giant king's court, straight to the forsaken land of the gods. Deep in the forsaken land of the gods, at the peak of a particular mountain, a gigantic cross stood erect. A faintly discernible figure hung upside down. End of part 7. P.S. I wrote over the word count, so it's a little late. I'll update it first. End of chapter 1390. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.